Okay, is this working? Okay, sorry about that, anybody. My chat box broke also. Okay. I think the internet's back, so...
We will send our Maxonomic chairs back by the wayside. And Miff,
Don't,
this is
you don't have to tell them.
What?
We're always standing.
Oh, no. What do you, yeah, no, I mean, we were standing on the Maxonomic chairs. They're just so sturdy that we can stand on them while we're casting. We just sent them back. Mine was a little out of whack, but it's okay. We're back here while Lasbra.
And that won't happen to you guys.
What?
The chairs won't be out of whack.
Oh, mine was out of whack because I didn't rotate it properly. It was bad for the camera shot. There's so many degrees of rotation.
But they look good from every angle.
Right, but not necessarily for broadcast purposes. So you got to have them facing forward.
Of course.
I don't even know where we are. The Olympus Bolts are taking a deep breath here, Miff. A decent gold lead had built up for them. But I do like the scarabs that we're seeing at the start of Phase 2 here, where Game 1 not only doesn't slip away from them, but they put themselves in a position to capitalize on a mistake from the Bolts, and they close out Game 1. And now here in Game 2, though at a bit of a deficit, have not let this game get out of control.
And for those of you who don't know exactly where the deficit is, it's about 3,000, which I would argue this late in the game, it's mitigatable. You're not too concerned about 3,000 gold. It's more so about map state, who's getting to the objectives first, who's able to set up that defensive positioning. Is it going to be the guys with Sanctified Field, or is it going to be the guys who've got Circle Protection? Either way, I'm not jealous of the people that have to fight into that, which is why I thought maybe we would see the Solar Scarabs go ahead and pull out the Fire Giant, but opportunity not there just yet, as we are jumping back into the game. A return back to neutral. It's going to be a little while till both Pyromancer and Gold Fury are back up. Generally, we'll see a team group up and push like a Tier 1 mid tower in scenarios like this. Well, the Olympus Bolts have already done that, so if they want to get aggressive, the Bolts that is, and leverage this lead, I'm curious to see where they put that pressure. Is it going to be in the side lane? If it is, which side lane are you going to? If you head over to the solo, you've got the opportunity, if you find a pick, to move in towards Fire Giant. If you go over to the duo lane, you have to concern yourselves with the Solar Scarabs just walking to Fire Giant themselves.
I wonder, at what point do we start to see Spectral Armors picked up here for the Solar Scarabs?
Shortly.
Barracuda is 406, has a couple crit items already. We'll get another one shortly here soon as well. Likely going to be a Deathbringer, which will just amplify how bad they've been hurting. And so if I'm Scary D, maybe even inbound at some point, mainly Scary D, I'm thinking that Spectral Armor might need to be over the horizon here shortly to keep Barracuda just at bay a little bit longer. You'd love to have it going into this next fight, but pretty hefty item to capitalize on, seemingly out of nowhere. I like the way the Bolts are playing here, Miff, warding up, starting to set up for the next big objective.
This would be the first objective, I think, where we see Ven drop Circle Protection actually to confirm the objective. For the most part, Ven's been using that in the team fight proper, but as we get to the Fire Giant, those are not coin tosses you're willing to take ever. Fire Giant can completely change the face of the game regardless of gold and experience as it stands. As could a pick on the Haddix, but no commitment here. Scream just tossing out a little bit of poke and sees one tick of the Whirlpool and says that's not enough damage and walks away.
Well, Scream grabs Chronos Pendant as well, so the CDR conversation, especially with the Mirrodin passive.
He's going to be spamming.
I know, spamming something. I don't know what it is yet, but spamming something. I don't know how long the Kraken cooldown is, but you get Kraken back a little bit quicker or something like that. I don't know.
Yeah, for sure.
Well,
That's
of course,
CDR
right,
does.
with blanket CDR, of course, but I don't know, You're breaking my brain. I told you I can't read, right?
You did. Doug thought briefly about hovering Chronospin in there, and he's like, oh, Dave can't read, so I won't.
Well, it's smart. Otherwise, you would have been the one going, although that's technically your job, I suppose. Olympus Bolts hover us into the 21-minute mark with about a 4,000 gold lead, and pull the FG on the backside of this fight. Circle of protection for Ven. Keep your eyes on that, as well as the Kraken for Scream. They get used in the fight. Awesome Jake might need some help here. Down to half HP. Kraken down. Batoa's Sanctified Field. Scream and Baronic have used maybe two of the most important ultimates in the game and come up empty-handed.
Yeah, Jake resets, goes back to Fire Giant. The Olympus Bolts force the fight immediately. That's got to be the strat. There's some intrigue in that Scream's ultimate's already coming back up. All that CDR is starting to add up very quickly, a quarter of the way there.
Well, yeah,
but Baronic's ultimate, it's going to be a little while for Sanctified Field. So the Olympus Bolts have got a significant advantage. Every single ultimate still available. Only one relic expended, and it's Haddix's beads.
Right.
Haddix does not care about his beads.
Executioner added for Lazarus as well. Remember, there's a Trebuchet pushing down the left side of the map. That'll get some gold for the Solar Scarabs, but a Pyromancer now for the Bolts extends out their gold lead a little bit further. Fire Giant pulled yet again. Still no Kraken. Definitely still no Sanctified Field for Baronic. He will not have that for this fight in all likelihood. It has been sitting about a quarter of the way back for a hot minute. As Awesome Jake walks forward, sends his ultimate towards Baronic, now doing less damage, has to back away from the front of the fight. Scary D gets a big knock-up, and the Kraken is great from Scream, right off cooldown. And the Scarabs have found their first pick, and it's on to Awesome Jake. Hoping to chase down Asper, though, are the rest of the Solar Scarabs. Scream zooms forward. Haddix and Ven both low. Fire Giant not confirmed. Could be here for the Scarabs.
Lasbra TKO'd, has to go back to base. Ven still at 50%, could stick around, but it's going to be dangerous.
Haddix teleports through. It's a misabduct by inbound. Big crits from Barracuda. 4-0-6, and has the Envenom Deathbringer finished off as well. Keep your eyes on the Chernobog on the back line of some of these fights. The one-man advantage, not enough for the Scarabs to consider pulling out the FG, and it looks like both teams just happy with the reset. So teleport held on to by Scary D. Still a Trebuchet, yep, walking down the left side of this map. Something the Bolts could consider walking towards.
Whew, that thing owns.
They got Barracuda, who has this global pressure. Stewart and Veronica are going to combine for this Oni Fury. And it's not an immediate FG pull by the Bolts. This will be a free Oni for the Solar Scarabs.
But the second it goes down, the Olympus Bolts will know about it, and they've already grouped up around the Fire Giant. No global presence from Stewart or Baronic, who both go back to base. If the Olympus Bolts have a good idea of this, they might be able to just pull the objective or even force a fight onto inbound. But that opportunity seems to have been lost. Ben's going to join his team now. It's time to pull.
That left side of the map is really going to be under some pressure. Trebuchet plus Oni minions here shortly. The Olympus Bolts need to make quick work of this Fire Giant, which they are. Circle protection down. In go the Scarabs, but will not steal it away. Instead, Kraken used as an initiation on the front. Bolts get the FG, and they get a kill onto Haddix. Scary D taken low on the front of this fight. Scream hoping to chase down Lazarus, but the health bars just do not match the level of aggression. Up in the air goes Barracuda.
Where are you going, Barra?
And down he crashes back. Right down to earth. So the Bolts get themselves the Fire Giant, but lose Haddix in the meantime. A trade that the Bolts are happy to take.
Yeah, Fire Giant for one is always going to be valuable. Maybe the Solar Scarabs, if they're lucky, will have that Oni minion wave, take out that left tier 2 tower. A little bit more gold into their coffers. Could go a long way from here.
What's
a tight-knit battle. Excuse me?
What's a coffer?
Man, you really blew up my spot, man. It's like a chest, I think?
That's society for the last, like, 3 years. Bunch of coffers.
What?
Like,
oh my god.
Oh my
Shut
god.
up, dude. Oh my god.
What is this guy?
Gore said coffer yesterday, and I genuinely didn't know what it was.
It's like a chest, I think.
Okay. Wow.
Production, you're here. Let us know.
All of our games always devolve into. We were talking about Tuffets last time.
Yeah, etymology is like half our fun.
Yeah, I'll try to keep us on track. This has been entirely my fault. I'll take all of the Hindu man yelling after this one. Don't you worry.
Thank you. I can't deal with anymore.
This one's been my fault for sure. But the Olympus Boltsmith, they do grab themselves Fire Giant. Haddix now back in respawn, but the gold lead hasn't necessarily ballooned. Just 2,000. As the Solar Scarab still very much in this matchup. And remember, some of the scaling that we are hoping to see from them now starting to hit its stride as well. A couple rings, Typhon's Fang there for Baronic. Stewart getting further into his tank shred build as well. And the Kraken, with some of the build of Scream, should be dealing some good damage, but Scarabs choose not to put up a defense around this tier 2 tower.
Scream picks up a little bit more CDR now with Bumba's Hammer finished up. Spear of Desolation as well. Every item giving him some form of CDR except for that Doom Orb, so he is certainly at his cap and starting to look towards some penetration. So these Krakens that have been flowing freely will now start dealing a little bit more damage with Spear of Desolation finished up. And if he finishes off any of these kills, it might just get another Kraken immediately.
Inbound,
CDR he has.
gets stunned. And there is a soft defense here from the Solar Scarabs underneath the tier 2 tower. Some good damage out from Baronic. Only slows down the bolts, but does not completely stop them. One tower left, and they're
dealing a little bit more damage with Spear for that Doom Orb, so he is certainly at his cap and starting to look towards some penetration. So these Krakens that have been flowing freely will now start dealing a little bit more damage with Spear of Desolation finished up. And if he finishes off any of these kills, it might just get another Kraken immediately.
inbound,
CDR he has.
gets stunned. And there is a soft defense here from the Solar Scarabs underneath the tier 2 tower. Some good damage out from Baronic. Only slows down the bolts, but does not completely stop them. One tower left on the map, and it's a low health tier 2 on right. Minute and 20 seconds left with FG buff. Some gold to be spent by the bolts for sure. Wonder if we see, oh no, excuse me, there's a tier 1 on right as well. So I was wondering if we would maybe see a Phoenix push, but if the bolts are able to go back, spend some gold, push down these 2 towers, and set up for Fire Giant, could be a hefty swing in gold here for the bolts.
27 minutes in, gold's not that massive a lead, only at around 4,000. So a tier 1 plus tier 2 would bump us to around 6,000 to 7,000, assuming the Olympus Bulls can find some kills on the way. And they just might, because inbound is alone.
Uh-oh, Barracuda ults in. That is one dead Scarab. Doesn't even bother with the Scarab's blessing. Scary D, Salmon leaps away, gets a 4-man knockup, and yeah, it looks great.
Went back in.
Doesn't matter though, Barracuda's got a double kill. And there's still 30 seconds left on the FG. Bolts could have an easier time sieging up this Phoenix here on right.
Haddix has to go back to base because he's worried about the split push from Scream. Scream has already gone towards mid though. So if Haddix wants to, he can just TP back in and rejoin his squad. Right side Phoenix falls down with no real fight back from the Solar Scarabs. But where will the Olympus Bolts go from here? Is it a mid Phoenix or is it for the end? No TP from Haddix tells me it's the Fire Giant. The buff wears off now and
That
will
wasn't an
respawn
option.
in about a minute. What was that?
You said Phoenix or end.
Man,
That wasn't
let me get in my flow.
All right, go ahead.
Let
yeah,
me,
I
let me be casting for a second.
I have shattered your flow at every.
No, it's gone now. You talk.
You just need to steamroll me in a team fight now to make up
Just
for
take
it.
some
Right?
one. All right, I got you.
But not even when I drop it. You just need to start. Just take
I'm gonna
it
wait
from
for
me.
the end call, and I'm gonna take your end call.
Miff, I give you that blessing. If that's if you find a good opening for it,
Oh, it's not even. It's gonna be ugly. You ruined this cast. I hope you know.
that is harsh. If I knew what words were, I'd be very offended by what I just heard. But I don't. The Solar Scarab's now in an awkward position, though. All right, so you've lost your right side, Phoenix. You're down now a much heftier margin of gold than you were just a few moments ago, 7,000, as opposed to the 2,000 that Fire Giant buff started off with. Wonder if this is the type of moment, though, Miff, where the Scarabs may be realizing that, like, if we lose this next FG, which could be right at 30 minutes, if the objective gets delayed out, are they just gonna?
What? Excuse me? I don't even.
Misclick?
Baffled.
He's just got to have his abilities on instant cast, and my man had the fattest finger moment of his life. But that is.
And Stewart used his ult?
Did they think someone was TPing to it? Was somebody TPing to a ward that wore out?
Haddix's teleport is down. I totally missed that. If that's what happened,
Well, no.
the objective gets delayed out. Are they just gonna? Like, if we lose this next FG, which could be right at 30
Maybe
minutes.
he's teleporting to it.
If the objective gets delayed out, are they just gonna?
What? Excuse me? I don't even.
Yeah, I don't know.
Baffled.
He's just got to have his abilities on instant cast, and my man had the fattest finger moment of his life. But that is.
And Stewart used his ult?
Did they think someone was TPing to it? Was somebody TPing to a ward that wore out?
Haddix's teleport is down. I totally missed that. If that's what happened.
Well, no, Haddix TP'd to a ward closer to the rest of the bolts, right? He didn't TP into the middle of the fire giant
I am
pit.
baffled.
Can we get an instant replay or something? Like, what happened,
Here's
bro?
what happened. Baronic said, guys, I have this really great ultimate. Have you guys, let me tell you about Olorun's 4, and then he presses 4 as he says it. You know how, like, if you're talking to someone while you're texting or writing?
And you're writing it down,
you write down what you're saying out loud. I think that's what just happened.
And Stuart got, like, collateraled.
Now, in reality, I don't know if the Bolts actually knew that just happened. But if we fight right here and the Bolts win this fight, because there's no Sanctified Field and no Tusky, that is wildly unfortunate. The Scarabs are having to slow play this heavily. Only halfway back is the Sanctified Field. Tusky is back, so that fumble not all that impactful. I wonder, yeah, maybe the Bolts don't know. I mean, if you know that Sanctified Field is down, you're maybe forcing it. And they're going to be wondering where it is because inbound taken low. Baronic backpedaling back, 3/4 of the way back is that Sanctified Field. It looks like should be able to get that ultimate back, though. Do lose some positional pressure on the front line of this fight.
Man, the Solar Scarabs just can't figure out how they want to initiate these fights. It can't be inbound. Every time he steps up, he loses out on the majority of his HP instantly. The Olympus Bolts pull out the Fire Giant. Enhanced now. The Solar Scarabs have to defend.
All right, everyone's got their ults, but the Scarabs have lost like half of their health bars. In the meantime, the Fire Giant is dropped. A Scream is initiated on. Inbound will throw a root over the wall, but won't connect. Oof. As a big backpedal out from the Solar Scarabs, and then a return to the Enhanced Fire Giant for the Olympus Bolts. Remember, this guy, pretty beefy and strong nowadays. It's not all that simple for the Bolts, but the Scarabs, just no chance to get in range here. It'll be an Enhanced FG confirmed by the Bolts. And now eyes on the end and an eyes on a game 3.
Just no initiation from the Solar Scarabs again. The Olympus Bolts allowed to essentially just toss out their abilities on cooldown. Then's like Spirit Ball, Spirit Ball, Spirit Ball, and there's never an answer from the Solar Scarabs. Maybe inbound needs to find an abduct on a priority target, but that's going to be so difficult with Lazra standing in front of him. That's going to be so difficult with Jake playing as frontline as he has been, and he has not found those opportunities. And Scary D with a blink, or not with a lack of blink rather, can't be the initiator. Generally, Kakolan will act as a secondary starter for these fights, like a blink opportunities. And an abduct on a priority target, but that's going to be so difficult with Lazra standing in front of him. That's going to be so difficult with Jake playing as frontline as he has been, and he has not found those opportunities. And Scary D with a blink, or not with a lack of blink rather, can't be the initiator. Generally, Kakolan will act as a secondary starter for these fights, like a blink ultimate, 4-man knockup, something along those lines. That doesn't work. He's got teleport and beats. He's survivable for sure. He's going to be in all the team fights. He might even be in the team fight twice. Go back to base, teleport back in. But he's not starting them.
It doesn't seem to be. Though there was no fight, I don't know how impactful the couple of ultimates being down ended up being there for the Scarabs. Definitely lost some positional pressure, some fight pressure, but Bolts are pretty far ahead of that engagement anyway. Inbound, see ya. Ultimate not used, and some positional pressure, some fight pressure, but Bolts are pretty far ahead of that engagement anyway. Inbound, see ya. Ultimate not used, and the Scarab takes a crumble for the 5th time this game. So now I was going to say the task a little bit easier, but Khepri hadn't necessarily been a giant roadblock for the Bolts yet this game.
He's been a non-factor.
The Olympus Bolts now shred down the mid lane. Phoenix with Enhanced Fire Giant at their backs. You got to make a stand somewhere if you're the Scarabs. Where will it be? Maybe under the Titan, as we saw how long it can take to whittle down that objective last game. But it looks like methodical here from the Bolts.
It's only 15 seconds left in this great grayscale for inbound, so he might be back up for this base defense, but not for his Phoenix defense. All 3 birds gone now.
I mean, if the Bolts can force the pressure, inbound's not going to get a chance to fight here in this game. Haddock's tanky enough to stay on the map as the Titan takes some damage from the last crumbling of waves from the left side. Stewart stunned, but not taken down. The Kraken is big from Scream, but not big enough. As the Sanctified Field goes over from Baronic as well. Titan worked on, and the Bolts.
Olympus Bolts take the dub over the Solar Scarabs, pushing us to a Game 3 situation. Not once was this match in question. The Olympus Bolts, once they establish a lead, hold on to it.
What happened?
I told you I was going to take the end
call.
call.
You steamrolled me. Yeah, but that wasn't even an end call. You took it like as the
Well,
as
you
the
never
game
know
was
how
over.
those Titans are going to go down, man. Sometimes it takes a while.
Right. Yeah. You don't want to be doing all the work. You gotta do it right when the game ends. Mifflin is right, though. The Bolts run over the Scarabs here in game 2. This one a little bit longer, 10 or so minutes longer. But the result here for the Bolts, the gap was a little bit closer. Even after that first FG, it was about two or so thousand gold. The Scarabs very much in the game, but lost so much just passive gold on the map that the Bolts never had to look back. And an enhanced Fire Giant, effectively for free, ends this game. Bolts win game 2 and send us to a game 3, which is coming up next.
Illusions, I got no perception. What is real, what's your projection? I make you dizzy in your head, got no protection. You're lost in the game, can't remember your name. Calling on the horn and my ship will come to play. You can get no sleep, stay awake to numb the pain. Make you save your problems for another day. I'm your getaway, but you can get away. You just close your eyes when you wish to be free. You look up to the sky and call on me. Let me put color in your sky, take away the gray. Turn the roof to a floor on a Saturday. Up it all in the night, you do what I say. I'm just a getaway, I'm just your getaway. I'll make you warm if it's chilly, and I probably make you say things you wouldn't do normally. I'm like a 9-to-5 job, and you work for me. I'm your getaway, 'cause you can get away. Let me put color in your sky, take away the gray. Turn the roof to a floor on a Saturday. Up it all in the night, you do what I say. I'm just a getaway, I'm just your getaway. I'll make you warm if it's chilly, and I probably make you say things you wouldn't do normally. I'm like a 9-to-5 job, and you work for me. I'm your getaway, 'cause you can get away.
Okay, let's see here.
free games with Prime in June.
Battleman and Beast for survival set in the Himalayas in the open-world action-adventure shooter Far Cry 4. Then, adventure to the high seas as Pirate Guybrush Threepwood in the point-and-click adventure Escape from Monkey Island. Join the WRC Championship to win the most challenging motor racing competition in the world. Build yourself a cat cafe of your dreams in the sim game Calico. Journey with the Astrologaster, who uses the stars to cure the sick in 1592 London. Then, follow Alice on a musical adventure in Across the Grooves. With Amazon Prime, you also get free shipping, videos, music, groceries, and more. Play your favorite games straight from the cloud on Amazon Luna. Go to gaming.amazon.com for all these free games and more. Go where the games take you.
He's coming back to this, but Charlie made a stupid joke. Maybe we'll talk about on that later. But if any of those games caught your eye, then I've got great news for you, because Prime Gaming is the title sponsor of Season 9. And if you have Prime Gaming, you can pick up any of those games that you saw for free. Or if there's any other cool stuff, some exclusive content and games you're already playing, then you can pick that up as well. If you don't have a Prime membership, well, what are you waiting for? You get free 2-day shipping on everything that you were already going to buy. I actually just used my Prime membership a few days ago to go ahead and buy myself a new set of yarn, because I'm having some fun knitting some scarves, and hey, I get all that stuff within 2 days. I don't even have to go and worry about seeing if it's in stock somewhere else. So make sure to use your Prime membership and then link that up to get yourself some Prime Gaming. Thank you so much once more to Prime Gaming for being the sponsor here in Season 9 of the SPL. The Bolts down but not out, able to claw back game number 2, take that one. And now, Charlie, we push up into a game number 3, and I think a lot of what Dave and Mifflin were kind of alluding to and highlighting a lot during that game was just the lack of initiation by the Scarabs to really get these fights started.
Yeah, it just seemed like their comp didn't have a really good go button, as Inbound was trying to frontline on this Kepri, couldn't really just abduct in because the carries were just shredding through him. Scary D, I think, had a great game on the Colon, but the Salmon leap into a large knockup is really all we really saw. Even with a knockup into a huge Kraken, it just wasn't enough to turn the tides of this fight. The Olympus Bolts on the back of Barracuda, who is just massive in his lane, just popped off, I think, was about 6-0 by the end of that one, doing top damage at the end as well. This Chernobog just way too powerful there.
This Chernobog putting in a lot of work, and that's why I've been seeing so much priority of this pick, grabbing that one in if your first pick or if your second pick. And maybe we see why the Bolts ended up grabbing that one first out for Barracuda. A 10 KDA, 28,000 damage to close this one out. Barracuda putting in a lot of work on this god throughout the game. Not to also mention that, Awesome Jake putting in some work on this Nox, a signature pick of his in Season 9, and one that he's got over a 90% win rate on going into this week.
That's too much. I mean, at this point, you gotta ban that away, right? It's just that those numbers don't lie. When you see a stat stick like 90%, you gotta say, hey, maybe we aren't the ones that are gonna be taking this, the win rate, making it even worse. Just ban it away. Don't have to deal with all the sustain, all the lockdown that this pick does provide. Obviously, the 0-1 is not what you want to look at on that stat line. That's the 12 assists, because that was how much Jake was able to set up on this pick. Full CDR, even more so with that Chronos Pendant start. Make sure that you're able to consistently hit those abilities and just always have some peel up for your team as well as setup. Much easier to set up the Bolts draft on the, obviously the Solar Scarabs didn't have too much. It was hard to find some initiation, whereas the Bolts just, a Spirit Ball from Ven could have been the go button, or just anything from Jake's kit also could have been the go button.
And we saw there could have maybe been a fight back around that enhanced Fire Giant from the Solar Scarabs, but then it seemed that Lazaro was able to spook the members of the Solar Scarabs into baiting Tusky out from Stewart, and then also getting that Sanctified Field out of Baronic, and then from that point, there's no ultimates ready for the next team fights. The left side Phoenix falls down after the enhanced Fire Giants over for the Olympus Bolts, and then Inbound ends up dying over on the left side Phoenix on some kind of defense where we're not really sure exactly why he was standing there. And from that, the Olympus Bolts are able to close out, take game number 2, and now take us into game number 3 between these two teams. The Solar Scarabs have got to make a couple of change-ups potentially, at least in this game more than anything, finding some extra, more consistent initiation, maybe somebody to go alongside Scary D to try and get these fights started.
Yeah, we got to talk to Ven before, before this game started in the interview, and it was something along the lines of, even if Bear is sick, he's still going to be playing up to this standard, and that's what I'm saying. He was like, he didn't hard carry. It wasn't like it was just Bear doing things that game, but he was free casting that game. He looked insane, so even though he's homesick, he's still able to pull out these plays. I think banning away the Chernobog could definitely be a way to look at this draft, and or that Nox. Somehow trying to limit the success of the Bolts duo lane has to be looked at here.
dual lane definitely becoming a problem facing up against the Olympus Bolts. Picks and bans for game number 3 with the 1-1 score between Scarabs and
Thank you
Bolts.
for the follow,
Starts
Jordan.
out with a Nemesis ban for the Solar Scarabs and a Mercury out of the Olympus Bolts. They're not going to let Scream reprise that god one more time in the jungle. But in the same light, Solar Scarabs are not going to give that Osiris over to Lazra. Maybe just a little too potent on that jungle pick.
Oh, it's MJ.
Yeah, a little bit too just
Cool,
annoying.
hi.
I think the tether, one of the most slept on abilities in the game. Not just the slow, the fact that you're always doing less damage and Osiris is taking less damage. The mitigations come into play as well. Just an annoying backliner, and the fact that it's being played in the jungle means he gets to spread that influence throughout the entirety of the map. So I think banning away Nemesis
Haven't seen
and
you in a
Osiris
while.
going to be a smart bet here for the Scarabs.
I just
still have
sneezed,
a
so my
few
nose
more
is like
options to try
driving
and
me
take away
crazy.
the Bolts, though, are going to ban away the Chernobog themselves. They are not in that first pick position, so they're going to have to take that away. They don't want to deal with that global presence.
So we are going to have to see a new Hunter come out into the battleground for the 2 ADC players of these teams. ESET going to be the next ban by the Solar Scarabs, and now that opens up the door for potentially a Nox first pick. If we're looking at these, it's something that Inbound found success on in game number 1, something that Jake found success in game number 2, and with a Jing Wei ban by the Bolts, I wouldn't be surprised entirely if the Solar Scarabs wanted to take that pick away from Jake.
And it looks like they just want to grab the Uller here, something that's been taking a few bans as well. Very high ban rate, this Uller right now. So we'll have to see if it's going to go into the mid lane or the duo lane, or even the solo lane at this point. There's really nowhere that Uller can't be played at this moment just because his build path is so strong and he gets so much pressure. I think probably going to Stewart because I know that Baronic has a lot of hunters in the God pool, but the Uller, I mean, seems more like the Stewart pick. But holding on to that ambiguity, letting it be a little bit of a flex pick, probably the best option right now. So the Scarabs have their first pick. Now the Bolts get to answer back that Nox, notably still available. And J-Mac, I don't see a reason why they shouldn't pick it. I mean, I didn't see a reason why the Scarabs shouldn't pick it, and now that it's the Bolts' chance, this is their one moment to take it away, because then the Scarabs will have their opportunity to grab it in the second slot. And getting Uller and Nox, that's already a lot of combo potential and just complete CC in that duo lane.
Khepri also notably still available, Yemoja, so even if one of these two teams does go towards the Nox, still a couple of very potent Guardians to be able to grab them up. Even Fafnir, who's been able to rise up the ranks. The Olympus Bolts will not go towards the Nox, at least maybe not for Jake. Yemoja going to be the lock-in for the Olympus Bolts support player. And then a Daji in response, something to maybe answer to the lack of CC immunity, at least out of this Uller coming from the Scarabs.
Yeah, that's going to be an interesting one because the Solar Scarabs still have a lot of ways to deal with this Daji's Powwow. You know, just in the fact that they have so many different options available to lock in here. I mean, the Geb notably is something that doesn't really care too much about the Daji Powwow. We've seen, you know, yesterday to take anything from the Leviathan set rather. When you see that Daji locked in, Oleron is actually pretty solid. You just drop the Sanctified Fields. The Powwow is going to be largely mitigated. You don't even have to beat that first pull because everything's going to be in slow motion. You don't have a great answer back. So Solar Scarabs have some time to think about this if they want to go towards that Oleron. They want to try and get their support there as well. The Khepri, also going to be a pretty decent option, but given the fact that Yemoja was already grabbed and Inbound was having some trouble frontlining, being locked down as that Khepri, Yemoja's one, the rivers go up, Khepri gets stuck, and also could be getting pulled in by the Daji.
Potentially so. A couple of options for the Scarabs still as they're taking a little bit of their bank time to decide on what they want to go up against, something to deal with both the Daji and the Yemoja. The remainder of what the Bolts draft can still go through. Plenty of options on the table. Notably, Baron Samedi's still up if you want to go for a solo lane pick. That god's been seeing a lot of priority amongst them. But the Scarabs are going to go back to one of Inbound's tried and true gods, the Sylvanas, and Baronic going to go back on the Hu Huang that found them success in game 1.
That's an interesting one. I mean, it is going to give, if Inbound is on point with these pulls, he has have CC immunity in the Wrath of Terra, so should be pretty safe from the Daji pull for the start of this game, but still will be susceptible to the River's Rebuke. Still probably going to have to go into that Phantom Shell just to make sure that he is always safe trying to be the frontliner on this squad. Scary D, though, still does have that Kakolan pick available unless it gets banned away here by the Bolts, because Bologna was the answer for Haddix in that lane. Starting to stick to those auto attackers more. We saw the Erlang Shen. Game number 1 didn't work out too well, but the Bologna is going to be the option. And the Bolts are going to ban away Kali here, so notably that Kakolan is still available, but focusing more on Scream's God pool right now.
Yeah, Scream has, in the past, been one of the frontliners, or the front runners, I should say, for the Solar Scarabs to find success. Had top kill participation in the league for his team. There's a reason he was always known as I think it's like Mr. 80% or something like that was the stat line that came from there. And then an Artemis ban by the Solar Scarab. So maybe this Uller is, in fact, well, know that the Yu Wong locked in, this Uller should be going over to Stewart, though I can't dismiss the fact that we have seen Uller find his way over into the solo lane a few times. Not sure if that's a pick that Scary D wants to run into, especially when you're going up against the Bologna, not really the easiest matchup for you.
Yeah, it doesn't scream to me the solo lane Uller, at least for the Solar Scarabs. I definitely think this is going the way of Stewart, and since the Yu Huang got locked in, that pretty much confirmed it for me. The King Arthur will be banned away here, still leaving open that Kakolan, so I guess not too worried about that one. Kakolan does go into that rage transformation, won't be able to jump out of the river. Is going to be not having to worry about it too much, and as long as you're making sure you're on point with the Palau shots, waiting for that the CC immunity to pop through as well. I think there's a few different ways you can try and counter that one out. The Solar Scarabs will ban away the Poseidon here. With the dodge he already picked up, just assuming that maybe Ven wanted to pull that one out. Not going to be an option anymore. And now finally they will have their opportunity to try and figure out where the rest of this draft is headed.
The Morgan available, and that's something we've seen paired with Dodgy multiple times, something that Venenu also very comfortable on playing, so that could maybe be an option for the mid lane pick out of the Bolts. Solo lane drafted in, jungle and support, so still looking for Barracuda and Venenu's pick. They could just hold on to the Morgan, no need to pick it up immediately since Yu Huang is picked up for the Solar Scarabs, so unlikely that that would get drafted over to the Scarabs roster though. So that's at least where I'll put my money potentially towards for the Olympus Bolts though. They're the ones playing, and I'm just the one here speculating more than anything else, but with this one pick, will be Tiamat instead.
Ooh.
And that one kind of feels like a curveball right now, Charlie. We haven't really seen Tiamat in a while.
Yeah, I think Tiamat's gone, but never forgotten, right? She doesn't have a great spot in the meta, but she's never going to have a terrible spot either. She just brings so much to the table, so safe, always has decent damage, just doesn't bring that much to the early game, but you're against Yu Huang, who arguably brings even less to the early game, so you're never really worried about getting out pressured in that regard. And you're just going to have some safe, comfortable damage. So I think Tiamat always a decent pick just to lean into if you want to have no bad matchups, but Shiva, not even hovered, just instantly locked in. A character that has fallen out of the meta so hard. Once everyone got more HP, and the Kleena as well. So, I mean, both of these picks are interchangeable, right? The Kleena could be in the solo, or the Shiva could be in the solo, but more often than not, we've seen the Shiva in the jungle, just because of how it used to be played last patch. But now that, I mean, since 9.5, we have not seen the Shiva at all, because everyone's tankier. Shiva doesn't have as much damage, more so just displacement and healing. It's going to be an interesting one to see how the Solar Scarabs are able to do this. They do have much clearer initiation, right? They're trying to see a pull from inbound into a knockup, an axe from Uller, anything like that, a blink in from Shiva. They have much easier initiation on this squad, but also late game their damage is certainly lacking. And Scotty is going to be the option for the Bolts, so man, the Bear of Scotty, that sends shivers down my spine. It's just a 1v1 matchup you love to take, to be honest. As long as you're using Calder to try and block that Uller axe, you're 1v1, you're going to be getting some pretty solid trades in that lane.
There aren't many players in the league who are still willing to bring out this Scotty, but Barracuda, one of the few, and definitely one of the bigger performers on this god. So, you get a full look at both of the teams through here. One of the things that was talked about for game number 2 and moving into game 3 was some of the lack of initiation that the Solar Scarabs had to fight into the Bolts. Now, one thing I'm looking at is maybe some of the lack of being able to get away from the CC that the Bolts have. River's Rebuke, Yu Huang's going to be able to go up into the sky to get away. Uller can kind of jump himself away. But most of the core of the Solar Scarabs feel like they could still fall susceptible to this River's Rebuke over anything else.
Yeah, I think Phantom Shell definitely going to be a solid pickup here, just making sure that Jake can't really control your positioning on the map. You always have to worry about the Palau as well, even if you have a fair bit of CC immunity in the draft. If your beads aren't on point, if you're not ready to use those CC immune ults right away, you could also be pulled back in depending on how crisp Lasbra is with the Palau cancels. So something you always have to be worried about here, but I think I like the draft that the Solar Scarabs have went for much more this game than they were last game. I just think it's much more cut and paste. Exactly what you need to do is find those pulls. There's a lot of weight on inbound shoulders though. If he's not on point with the pulls, if he can't set up for his team, they're pretty much just going to be sitting back and waiting for the Bolts to come to them.
Now, I know we talk a lot about late game, the TT, time to kill, all that kind of stuff has been pushing me, so we've been seeing a lot longer games of Smite, but is this a game, I mean, when you're looking at both of these drafts, is this one, Charlie, that you imagine probably will push itself towards that later stage? And if so, if that is the case, is there one team that kind of has an advantage once we push that late part?
Yeah, this matchup in particular is interesting because you don't see any like tried and true crit ADCs right now being picked. Uller and Scotty more so going to those ability-based builds. I wouldn't be surprised if we saw the Scotty go for that Cal Transcendence and then maybe into more auto attack based builds. We've seen Panda Cat go something similar like that on this Scotty. So if that is the case, you got to give the late game to the Bolts. I think Tiamat so hard to try and lock down right now, even though she's not going to be the safest pick early late game as we're talking about now. She should have a lot of different ways to immune the damage and just get away. The Bolts, I mean the Scarabs rather, have a very all-in composition. They have to try and find a pick, use inbound setup, and then go from there.
Solar Scarabs had a very strong game number 1. The Olympus Bolts a very strong game number 2, and now it comes down to our third and final game in this set to determine who is going to be taking their victory, their first victory of this phase. Who's it going to be, the Olympus Bolts or the Solar Scarabs? We'll throw it over to Dave and Mifflin one final time.
I don't know what's going on with Miff over here, but we're excited to get into game number 3 between the Scarabs and the Bolts for the first time this phase. Remember, we're doubling things up this phase. These two teams will face off a couple of times throughout the phase, and this will set the tone for the rest of the phase for both of these squads. The Solar Scarabs have shown us some improvement for what we saw during Masters Myth. The Bolts have shown us a little bit of both of the Bolts that we expect to see at times kind of get run over in game 1, convincing in game 2. Now send us on to game 3 again. Some unique compositions for both of these teams. It feels like neither of the two teams is like stuck with their guns on one pick in particular.
I mean, the Olympus Bolts composition holistically, I would argue is pretty standard Smite. Sure, some flavor picks in there. Tiamat, not one we're used to seeing as much anymore. Mainly the Scotty, but we know that Barracuda really likes this pick for the 1v1, and in the late game team fights, the Permafrost is just very, very disruptive. But looking at the Solar Scarabs draft, namely the Soul Laner, I think seeing Shiva in solo is a major surprise for me personally, because the conversation around Shiva has constantly been, wow, his early game is really strong, 20% attack speed stem plus knock up on the same ability, double displacement, double damage displacement at that. Makes him really strong in the jungle. He has a lot of damage output. His ultimate's one of the best chase tools in the early game. But a lot of what I've just said is contingent on just that, the early game. When you put Shiva in the solo, he's not really a part of your team fight until that late portion of the match where he's no longer got that 100-0 potential. His healing isn't as high in the late game either because it just doesn't scale as well as some of these other dedicated healers. So I am very surprised to see Scary D piloting this pick.
Yeah.
But similarly, I'm very curious to see how it kind of like paces out, where he decides to put his pressure, whether or not he's going to be rotating to utilize it in the early game, or whether or not he's just got something cooking up for the late.
Of course, Queetna very strong. The alternative, right, for the Shiva would be in the jungle where we've seen this pick a couple of times. Queetna for Scream. Queetna was the pick for a while, whether a solo or jungle, fallen by the wayside just a bit, but still in a pretty strong spot. And Scream likes the option here. Veronic goes back to the Yu Huang. And so there was a win in game 1 for the Yu Huang Myth. We saw some moments. I don't think it was necessarily because of Veronic on that pick.
He was in the game,
but
for
right,
sure.
But you know, there's some damage, some good burst damage out of that pick. Oh, and this is, I don't know if he was messing with us or not, but he did tweet, Veronic did after that game and said, after the Sanctified Field went down around the FG, he said, I'm unbinding ult from spacebar after that game.
No, Veronic has it on spacebar, I'm pretty sure.
We need to get him on the UI content piece because that's egregious. You're telling me you don't like casually just bop spacebar every once in a while?
That's my jump button in all normal humans. That's where they put their jump button.
Right, I can't believe it's on space. Anyway, there's your answer, everyone. You don't like spacebar after. I don't know if he was messing with us or not, but he did tweet, Veronic did after that game and said, after the Sanctified Field went down around the FG, he said, I'm unbinding ult from spacebar after that game.
No, Veronic has it on spacebar, I'm pretty sure.
We need to get him on the UI content piece because that's egregious. You're telling me you don't like casually just bop spacebar every once in a while?
That's my jump button in all normal humans. That's where they put their jump button.
Right, I can't believe it's on space. Anyway, there's your answer, everyone at home who was wondering, according to Veronic's tweet.
But it doesn't answer Stuart. He did it too. Yeah, well, do you think Stuart was just making fun of him?
Look what he just he stood in solidarity. He didn't want his mid laner to be alone. And
well, it definitely like cost him a fight.
But back on the Yu Huang is the point here, Myth. What'd you see in game one? Did you see enough to draw a conclusion? You still need to see some more. What's your take through one game?
Well, in that game, Yu Huang was like a non-factor to getting the early game lead, which really snowballed the Solar Scarab, so it's hard to say what Yu Huang's going to look like from an even state. I will say the displacement from his ultimate still incredibly valuable. He's got a very strong like levels 1 through 3 because when you cultivate the Dow, getting that root for yourself is very good. He's decent at establishing pressure thanks to the Chain Lightning auto attacks, but it might not come down to the Yu Huang as Vlasbra gets his way, hovering nearby. I think he's been spotted, though.
I forgot about that.
Yeah, I can't.
Bobby's staring at him.
Right, staring at that wall. Oh, the writing's on the wall, right? So that's what Inbound's looking at. But looks like Vlasbra will be unsuccessful in his gank this time. Has Blink, wants to be active early on this Daji. So you look at what targets might Vlasbra look towards. No beads for Inbound. Could be an option. Though with the ultimate Inbound at level 5. A little bit more safe. Scream, though, makes his way over towards the left as well. We're going to get a 3 versus 3 on the left side of the map. Remember, Inbound not level 5 yet, and the early damage is there for the Olympus Bolts. Chains connect, should be first blood, and it is. Vlasbra snags the first kill of the game onto Inbound, but Barracuda is low, and Scream answers back. But Stewart at full HP misses the axe on a nice dodge from Vlasbra. A little bit more damage from Awesome Jake will even up the kills, but does not have the legs, and the Solar Scarabs come out big and win the 3v3.
Man, Scream's movement is just so good. He knows exactly where he needs to stand. He knows exactly what his limits are. He's able to play that team fight just perfectly, applies the double silence, finds all the damage that he needs to, plays inside the enemy wave so he doesn't miss his auto attacks. He's just proccing Golden Blade on the opposition. Just clean plays from the Solar Scarab's jungler. But it's the Olympus Bolts who get first blood, I believe. And at the end of the day, first blood, high bounty. It's the Olympus Bolts who come out ahead on gold off of a 2-for-1 trade.
Scream the double kill on the left side of the map. Stewart stays alive, grabs a couple of assists as well. So really the big winner feels like Scream after this fight is Stewart and Inbound. Slowly invading the purple buff, but Barracuda with enough damage from his ultimate. And then the Spear going to pick up the purple buff for himself. And Miff, no, we don't get to see Queen all that much here lately, but I do think worth looking back at what Scream was able to do on the left side because you were a fan of how his movement worked here.
Now just look at him. He places the ultimate so Barracuda can't backstep, forces the Scotty forward. Afterward, I mean, he's essentially got carte blanche and that nobody's looking at him. Triple silence. And then right here, the decision making the path this direction away from his team forces Stewart to jump forward, which you'd think would be a poor call, but it isn't.
Well, it's happening again in the meantime as Vlasbra again finds an opening kill onto Inbound. And again, Scream is on the left side of the map to answer back, but no good on the Stewart this time, who didn't have beads. So important that Stu was able to jump out of those. Would have been a pullback in by Vlasbra. This time, though, no answer back from Scream, though Vlasbra was low. And the Olympus Bolts are able to answer back, even up the kills, and another one for the Olympus Bolts jungler.
That was a rotation from Ben as well. Scream, good slow, good damage, but maybe not enough.
Yeah, it doesn't look like it, though it was close onto Barra, who's just shy of getting that ultimate back. And so even with Golden Blade, those abilities really shredding for Scream in the first couple of minutes of this game. I love these styles of games where both junglers are really hitting their pace and it just feels like action. You know, who's going to slip up first? Right now it's a slight lead for Scream, where Vlasbra has gone Transcendence, needs some time to stack up that item, immediately into Golden Blade for Scream. And so now Vlasbra's got to worry about keeping pace with some of that jungle farm. Really a game of chess, it feels like, out of the jungle in the first couple minutes.
And Vlasbra's not really got the opportunity to maintain pace. If Scream decides to just sit in the jungle and farm up, Daji's clear by rote is just worse than Kleena's, but especially with Kleena going towards this Golden Blade. Transcendence, as you said, going to take a little while to spool up, needs those stacks to get the full brunt of that item. So a little while till Vlasbra hits his spikes, whereas Scream hasn't gone for a traditional stacker, maybe will go towards the Transcendence in the second slot, but Golden Blade early on is going to synergize pretty decently with Transcendence if he does elect to go that path, just by nature of clearing the jungle a little bit quicker. You'll get those stacks up a little bit quicker as well.
Inbound, knocked up and to the side, but so is Jay. Got to be a kill here, and it is. Ultimate out from Baronic. Then Yu Huang on the board early. And that's a very simple collapse. The Solar Scarabs just send their pressure mid. And awesome Jake on the
You won.
ultimate.
Of
Let's
clearing
take
the
a look at it
jungle
again.
a little bit quicker. You'll get those stacks up a little bit quicker as well.
Inbound, knocked up and to the side, but so is Jake. Gotta be a kill here, and it is.
Those dragons
Ultimate
are
out from Baronic. Then Yu Huang on the board early. And that's a very simple collapse. The Solar Scarabs just send their pressure mid. And awesome Jake on the Emoja, just no chance to disengage. And so now starting to spread the wealth a bit, Myth. His Scream goes over towards mid. And Baronic with the Doom Orb first. Able to finish off a good item, get some extra gold.
Scary D has just been getting bullied in this lane, hasn't he?
Yep.
He's been stuck inside his tower for the most part. He's been using his ultimate just to self-sustain in this laning phase as well. Just not really able to line up against Haddix on this Bologna. And, I mean, you'd expect that. Yeah, any god with an auto attack speed stem doesn't really get the value as long as there's a disarm, and well, the Haddix has got that every single time.
Lasbra avoids the damage, gets one chain onto inbound, and another one in. Double pull, Rivers
Clean.
Rebuke.
Nice.
Perfect from awesome Jake, but where's the damage? You need more from Ven. It just hasn't connected onto inbound yet, and the last auto attack through from awesome Jake. Capitalizes. Haddix up and over the wall means a double for the Emoja, and the Bolt's starting to roll. A dive under the mid-tier 1 tower as Lasbra sets the stage.
Nice
Unfortunate.
play.
Scary D can't match the rotation. He is able to at least clear out a wave and tick over to level 10 before Haddix does, but completely was behind on HP, had to stick around, and the Olympus Bolts utilizing that numbers advantage, able to take that team fight. Double pull from Lasbra, immediately followed up by the Rivers Rebuke. Beautiful combo between the jungler and support of the Olympus Bolts. The Bolts got 2. But both going to Yemoja, probably not the most ideal situation. You're not super happy with Jake pulling as massive a lead as he has. Would have probably been better suited with any of those kills going over to Ben or even potentially Barracuda, who had made the rotation as well. But at the end of the day, a lead is a lead, and the Olympus Bolts have established it very early on.
Yeah, happy with the way that the jungle is played specifically here are the Olympus Bolts. Lasbra, remember, towards the end of Phase 1 and even a bit during Masters, really set a fantastic pace, and the Bolts looked so good. Ven had some fantastic matches there as well, which led to me drafting both of them on my fantasy team, Lasbra and Ven. Do you have any players in this match on your team, man?
I got the whole Bolts duo lane.
Yeah, Jake and Barra?
Yeah, so I'm real happy about that double
yeah,
kill for
chilling.
Jake.
You're chilling. Double kill for Jake looks good over in duo so far. And of course, for me, Lasbra gathering some
Late
points
beads.
as well. Yeah, beads used, but not necessarily on time, as a kill could reach the dual lane here, but inbound, sensing some pressure, will back away immediately. Lasbra way behind, but who's up front? It's Ven and Jake. Jake has Rivers Rebuke and a Riptide. And this one fizzles out, though the numbers may have told you the Bolt's considering a dive, but don't end up capitalizing.
Looked to me like Jake was looking for the double Rivers Rebuke. Stewart still had leap, so he's waiting that one out. And by the time he'd realized that, inbound was already too close to his own tower. He didn't really have the opportunity to look for that pull. Here's the strength of Kleena, is the ability to just eviscerate neutral objectives. Pyromancer left alone for even the barest of moments, and the Solar Scarabs will make use of that time. The Olympus Bolts nowhere in range to put up a defense, and in letting that objective fall down, has completely closed up this game yet again. But it just feels like the Olympus Bolts are playing with a little bit of something, isn't it? Like they've got the proactive element. They're the ones dictating the pace for the most part, choosing the fights on the map, rotating more aggressively. The Solar Scarabs, even though they've closed up a good deal here, just feels like they're on the back foot.
Right, I mean, a lot of the kill pressure and kills on the board, outside of the one in mid, that was a fight the Scarabs chose. That got the third kill of the game. The other two were an answer from Scream to a gank from Lasbra, though again, that paid off, a 2-for-1 trade earlier on for the Solar Scarabs. A lot of it has been Laz, and Laz now again over towards right, just assisting his soul laner and picking up the blue buff. So Scary D had a slight XP lead just a moment ago, but things like that will help close that gap up. Solar Scarabs grabbed Pyro a moment ago, sent an auto attack towards Gold Fury. I would have been very surprised with a pull there. And the Scarabs agree and will end up backing themselves away. Some important items rolling up now for Stewart as well. Fully stacked on the Transcendence into the Jotun's Wrath. As on the flip side, Myth, Barracuda sticking with Transcendence, yes, but opting for a bow item after that, so not necessarily full ability based for the Scotty.
And it's so hard to figure out which bow these guys are going to go for, right? Could be the Icavale, likely not. Could be the Atalantis if he wants to go a little bit more so towards crit, find some lifesteal as well. Silver Branch, a very popular option for penetration early on, so we'll have to check back in with Barracuda as he gets a little bit more gold for himself. I'm keeping my eyes on the relic selections, though. Lazra and Scream both ticking over to level 12, so Beads now available to this Daji. Scream could pick up Blink if he so chooses on his back to match and find some parity up against this jungle matchup, but it's not going to come down to it if this team fight is any dictator.
That's a good River's Rebuke, except Piranha can go up and over, and Scream can go into the wall. The only person who can escape is the one who might die, and it's Inbound. Low, but not out, but Baronic does end up dying, then being chased down by Scary D. The ultimate should be enough, and the Scarabs pull back one, but it's a 2-kill swing for the Olympus Bolts, who will riptide themselves back to safety in mid. Then, for Baronic and Inbound as of now, still a chase to be had, but an axe from Stewart keeps things interesting.
Barracuda forced to use his bead, Stewart forced to use his leap, both defensively. The Solar Scarabs wanted to find something and answer, and even just taking away the beads from the Scotty may have opened up the door to find a rotation a little bit later on. We've already seen now Barracuda struggles once Scream is able to close gap on him, and will struggle even more so without that defensive relic. So it's a 2-for-1 trade favoring the Olympus Bolts yet again. Gold still going their way as well. But had Haddix been able to disengage a little bit cleaner, we could be talking about a Gold Fury pull right now. Not the case. Could be talking about a 2v1 as well.
Yeah, Haddix is strong here. That's a nice rotation into mid for Haddix. Bologna absolutely still has their place. Remember at the beginning of Season 9, a lot of Bologna, a lot of Amaterasu, the Berserker Shield style build, Shogun's Kusari was all the rage.
Where's the Frostbound?
So there's still opportunities for that. And Haddix hoping to tap into some of it here in Game 3 and continue advancing the Bolts forward. Gold lead has built up just a bit. Had shrunk down, now closer to 1.5k or so in experience. Largely equal. Scotty still has some question marks for me here, Myth, where you know what Ullr's going to be able to do later in the game, a full rotation, decimates health bars. Barracuda obviously receives a bit of a Scotty buff, one of his favorite picks. But how's it going to look here at the SPL level with some scaling under it? We've seen a little bit of it so far this week, some of it out of the mid lane. As the primary hunter, though, Myth, we don't have a lot of data.
No matter what in the late game, you're just an auto attacker, right? So there's at least that benefit. I think Scotty, more so than the majority of hunters, is almost going to act as a secondary assassin for your team. Just that 1v1 potential, the instant gank with the teleporting dog from the ultimate, great CC lockdown. So any 1v1s that go Barracuda's way come late will likely favor him unless Scream is able to get some pretty crazy plays with this Soul Eater and resustain throughout the entirety of that damage output. The Olympus Bolts looking to put some pressure towards these Oracles. He's found two with the ult.
Uh-oh, Inbound again in the River's Rebuke. We have seen this story a lot, but no kill to be had for the Olympus Bolts. Instead, Awesome Jake being jumped on by Scary D. A couple Riptides out. Actually put Inbound in a bit of a precarious spot. Ultimate out from Barracuda as well. Lasbra blinks forward. What does the Pal-Al get? An ultimate out of Inbound and a pull onto Stewart with the 80. Inbound in a River's Rebuke. We have seen this story a lot, but no kill to be had for the Olympus Bolts. Instead, Awesome Jake being jumped on by Scary D. A couple Riptides out. Actually put Inbound in a bit of a precarious spot. Ultimate out from Barracuda as well. Lasbra blinks forward. What does the Pal-Al get? An ultimate out of Inbound and a pull onto Stewart. But the ADC has been pulled into the front line of the Bolts, but nothing has happened. Haddix sends an ultimate towards the back line of the Solar Scarabs. The Scream is being chased on through. Will not make it into the wall. Wouldn't have mattered anyway, as Venenu had enough damage. Haddix continues to just tank up damage on the back of this fight. Gets taken low, but not taken out.
Yu Huang ultimate pulls Haddix back in, but not enough damage to finish off the kill. Scary D now acting on zone duty, and he's forcing the Bolts back.
Look at Barra. Barra is full HP, doesn't have his ultimate, but has the legs to maybe stay in this fight. I've spoken too soon. His health bar is evaporated, but so is Awesome Jake, says the double dash from Scary D. Evens up this fight. Jake dies as Scream had earlier.
Scary D's crazy.
And it's not an immediate Gold Fury pull for the Scarabs. Happy with just the kill.
Man, this Yu Huang was an untested element, but he has been massive in the team fight. Veronic pulls back two, collides with the Dragon in the center, massive damage output, forces the Olympus Bolts back. That survivability and the third ability that we were talking about a little bit earlier, still certainly there.
Scary D gonna go down here. Lots of damage out of Lasbra and Haddock. Scary D largely on his own, but the Bolts didn't know that, and so the tower dive just simply was not on the menu for those two members of the Olympus Bolts, and they'll head their way on back. So a good fight from Lasbra to find some initiation, been forcing out the ultimate from inbound. And that's been a thread we should follow throughout this game, where the River's Rebuke from Jake have just caught out inbound consistently, and it's only made him pay a couple of times. Of the 4 deaths that inbound has, the River's Rebuke have only been a couple of them, but it's such an awkward spot, it feels like, for inbound to be in. You want to walk forward, but the walls from Jake have just been punishing.
They have been. He hasn't been allowed to utilize his healing in these team fights. It's been all-in engagements every single time. Generally, when you're playing things like the Sylvanas, you want to take a slower approach to the engagement. All right, let's look for some poke, back up, use the Wisp, resustain, go back in, rinse, repeat. And that efficacy is going to be mitigated because Awesome Jake is playing a healer as well, so the Olympus Bolts have got similar opportunities. But this all-in style seems to be favoring the Olympus Bolts, who've got great disengage tools. Every single time Barracuda gets dived on, it's ice on my feet, all of a sudden I'm moving quicker, and then drop the dog, root everybody right behind them. So I'd like to see the Scarabs try and slow down some of these fights a little bit more so, play around that ranged initiation. How many times have we seen inbound just go for the pool and then say, all right, I missed, back up, try again. It's go for the pool, all right, I missed, well, I guess I got to get in there anyway, walk up, Rathaterra, all that stuff. I think they could play a much more patient style from here.
Worth mentioning, inbound has Shell, hasn't upgraded it to Phantom Shell yet. At some point, that's going to be impactful for the Solar Scarab support as we get back in to game number 3. And inbound with the Lotus Crown, remember that was pretty popular as well. Any of these healing style characters, gods, would love the synergy with the Lotus Crown. And Sylvanas, not one we've seen all that often, but still has that option. Inbound does walk forward, looking for a root on Jake. Had it a second ago, but Barracuda instead jumped on by Scream, and his health bar eviscerated. Knock up from inbound, but a jump out from Venenu keeps things interesting. Lasbra up into the powwow, sends a chain towards Stewart, who has to use both of his actives, and Haddock's still on the chase. Scream has completed the dive on the back line, but Barracuda has survived to drop into the powwow, sends a chain towards Stewart, who has to use both of his act bar eviscerated. Knock up from inbound, but a jump out from Venenu keeps things interesting. Lasbra up into the powwow, sends a chain towards Stewart, who has to use both of his actives, and Haddock's still on the chase. Scream has completed the dive on the back line, but Barracuda has survived. It's a 2-for-2 trade as we stand, but it's the Solar Scarabs hoping for the disengage.
Scream cannot rejoin the fight, and Haddock has just started. Baronic left alone does not love his odds in this 1v1. It's going to take a little bit of peel from inbound, some healing, a pull will do just enough. Haddock's no ultimate will not be able to close that gap again. The only one at risk now is this Sylvanas.
I wonder, should be a chase down here from the Bolts. Inbound, he's going to walk into the Riptide, and he's going to walk around the Riptide. Nice root down, but Haddock wants to kill, and Haddock will get it. And that lone kill on the inbound at the end really tilts the scales back to the Olympus Bolts. Just the one extra kill as inbound puts his life on the line, saves the life of Baronic in exchange for his own. But also, Myth, a heavily staggered out kill means that the Gold Fury will be pulled and confirmed by the Olympus Bolts.
Insult to injury, the Solar Scarabs do realize Gold Fury is pulled, as the Bolts had brought minions with them. So they get to watch as the objective falls down, still inbound in the grayscale. Thinking about that sick pull that he gets to save his ally, inbound trading his life for Baronic is worth every single time. But you got to think the Solar Scarabs would have liked a little bit more in that team fight. Scary D gets overzealous, dives into the tier 2 tower up against Barracuda. 9-5, towers hits real hard, so you can't really stand in there at this portion of the game for that long. Stewart in some trouble.
Stu doesn't have actives and has an ult on him. Will walk around the River's Rebuke, but a Riptide perfectly placed by Awesome Jake. Then Stewart receives some healing, and in fact, Stewart survives, stays on the map, but it's required a rotation in from inbound and Scream.
Hard, so you can't really stand in there at this portion of the game for that long. Stewart in some trouble.
Stu doesn't have actives and has an ult on him. Will walk around the River's Rebuke, but a Riptide perfectly placed by Awesome Jake. Then Stewart receives some healing, and in fact, Stewart survives, stays on the map, but it's required a rotation in from inbound and Scream. This is what happened last time, where the Scarabs tried to save the life of one of their teammates. Ended up costing them their own in the meantime. Inbound pulled back into the front of the Bolts. Scary D rotates around the back. Bear time or the
One more.
Jake. Then Stewart receives some healing, and in fact, Stewart survives, stays on the map, but it's required a rotation in from Inbound and Scream. This is what happened last time, where the Scarabs tried to save the life of one of their teammates. Ended up costing them their own in the meantime. Inbound pulled back into the front of the Bolts. Scary D rotates around the back. Barracuda being looked at, also doesn't have his actives, and Scary D will capitalize. Stewart deals the damage from a range.
Now Lazra on the chase. All the Solar Scarabs low HP on the retreat. Lazra falls first.
No, but it's Haddix again who has found the back. How about an Eagles rally onto 2? As the Bologna at full HP can still make some waves. Ven on the front of this fight might get taken down here shortly. Has some damage to be done, but a double kill from Haddix. Over the horizon, could be a triple. Could be a quad for Haddix if he's able to keep running forward, but the body blocks out from Scary D. A stun and a root in place.
He just stands there.
And it looks like this one will
Just to
fizzle
block him.
out a 4-kill swing for the Solar Scarabs.
Haddix spends so
That's
much
crazy.
time trying to confirm the kill on a stream that allows the Solar Scarabs to disengage themselves very well. Great body blocks from
Good job,
Scary
Kogan.
D. Repositions and pulls Haddix away
Way to
from
win,
Stewart
Wisps.
and Inbound, who are able to slip
Wisps.
away into the night. But the Olympus Bolts get caught out in that team fight. Lazra not realizing how much damage the Solar Scarabs still had available to them. Great play from Stewart in particular. That hail of arrows was pinpoint to finish off Barracuda.
Really
The
was.
Scarabs are not going to make it easy for the Olympus Bolts, but the Bolts still do maintain a slight advantage insofar as game state. No neutral objectives, super feasible at this point. But whichever team groups up at the Fire Giant first will likely have a pretty nice advantage for themselves. Neither squad really the greatest at confirmation. As far as burn is concerned, you're probably favoring the Solar Scarabs, even in spite of the disadvantages that they're playing into right now. It's a dead even match, 22 minutes in.
Does feel that way. As damage rolled for Scream in that last fight, despite being run down by Haddix, who's at 5-0-2. The stacking build for Scream is fully caught up now. Fully stacked Transcendence, Soul Eater there as well. Into a Crusher after the fact. That
Interesting.
synergizes nicely with the Golden Blade. So we've seen nice damage numbers so far out of the Kleedna, but trying to diversify the build path a bit.
Barracuda pulls out the Pyromancer completely alone. Should have been spotted there by Scary D. The FX will go through the fog of war, but held on to regardless. Scary D does not approach. Pyromancer picked up by the Olympus Bolts. The Solar Scarabs none the wiser. Should be a fizzle from here. The Olympus Bolts don't dedicate too much to that fight. They get the objective relatively for free. Just Ven utilizing the Tornado. It's going to be a little while till that's back and available. The Solar Scarabs, they're not going to stick around. I thought maybe we'd see them try and pull the Fire Giant, test the Olympus Bolts, whether or not they stuck around.
Yep.
But not the case this time. The Bolts, they just get one for free.
About middle of the road for damage for both of the mid laners. A bit higher up though, 4 or so thousand ahead. Is Baronic on the Yu Huang, Doomorb, Divine Ruin, Soul Reaver into tier 2 Ob Shard, so Percent Pen is going to start to stick on some of those tankier targets, whether it's Haddix or Awesome Jake, who again, I'd be remiss if I left out the fact that he had gone Chronos Pendant first item again, this time on the Emoja. And with the amount of Rivers Rebukes we've been seeing, it maybe makes some sense, as the Bolt support has just loved spamming those ultimates throughout these last few games. And it worked out earlier, but the last couple like actual 5v5s have looked all right for the Solar Scarabs as Haddix is chunked down. It's a great target to get low before the fight because Haddix has been the last one alive a couple of times. Awesome Jake pulled in. Maybe wishes that Chronos Pendant was something a bit
Veronic.
tankier, and Veronic snags the kill into the Bolt support.
Oh,
Barracuda will
How's he
live,
alive?
but Scary D will remedy that.
Never mind.
Man, Baronic is just on a tear with this Yu Huang. I've never once seen this
For
guy
real.
played at this level. These ultimate placements have just been perfect. Spawning the further away dragon right on top of his opposition. There's not really much time to react when he's placing him as well as he has been. And now the Solar Scarabs with a significant advantage. The dual lane of the Olympus Bolt's dead for nearly 20 entire seconds. Tier 1 and Tier 2 will fall down. Lazarus spots out inbound, paths on his own, dies on his own.
Yeah, gotta be a kill there. As Hydra's proc deals the last bit of damage. Can Lasbra make a play happen here? Already got one kill on the inbound, a double pull. Confirms his disengagement, now Scream alone on the front. Aegis times out from Ven, and a little bit more damage needed as Scream will use an Aegis of his own. Awesome Jake back from base and sustaining on up, but Lasbra Scream is Hydra's
Seconds. Tier 1 and Tier 2 will fall down. Lazarus spots out inbound. Path's on his own. Dies on his own.
Yeah, gotta be a kill there. As Hydra's proc deals the last bit of damage. Can Lasbra make a play happen here? Already got one kill on the inbound, a double pull. Confirms his disengagement. Now Scream alone on the front. Aegis times out from Ben. And a little bit more damage needed as Scream will use an Aegis of his own. Awesome Jake back from base and sustaining on up, but Lasbra never left. Dashes in towards Stewart. And Axe no good, and Lasbra we got another Aegis, but the bleed is in. And Lasbra's on a warpath at 5, 3, and 6, and the Scarabs have lost 2.
Veronic puts out some good damage. May have baited Scream back in. Dashes forward. He's alone here. He can get into the wall. Able to remove himself from the playfield. Nearly finished off the ultimate. That's it there.
Jeez,
Scary
dude.
as well. This has been guerrilla warfare, man.
Nuts.
Exhausted.
What is going on? We're pushing down a mid tier 1, and then Lasbra sticks around and finds a pick, and the Scarabs maybe think someone's overextended, but then Lasbra can wrap back around. It's just been back and forth. Guerrilla warfare might be right. As inbound, still waiting on some upgrades there throughout his kit. Actually grabs Scorching Blink.
Curious.
To find quicker initiations.
That is
maybe in some of these
curious.
fights. But watch out for the FG. The Olympus Bolts still with an advantage as Stewart is dead for 8 seconds. Pull the Fire Giant. 4 minutes away from it being enhanced, and it is a slow burn here for the Olympus Bolts. This not going down quickly as the rest of the Bolts pull off the Fire Giant. What an initiation from the Bolts as Scary D and Inbound are stunned down on the front of the
Still
fight.
alive.
And Inbound will die. Scary D will as well. Lasbra on a killing spree, and suddenly the FG a lot easier.
Double stun into double stun into double
down on the for the Olympus Bolts. This not going down quickly as the rest of the Bolts pull off the Fire Giant. What an initiation from the Bolts as Scary D and Inbound are stunned down on the front of the
Still
fight.
alive.
And Inbound will die. Scary D will as well. Lasbra on a killing spree, and suddenly the FG a lot easier.
Double stun into double slow into double pull. The Olympus Bolts line up on Inbound and Scary D both with ease. And that's just Haddix generating threat on the map. That's just Haddix attacking the Fire Giant. The Solar Scarabs see it through the fog of war, saying, okay, Fire Giant's pulled. We got to step up. We got to get in there. Somebody's got to check it. It might be low. And unfortunately, in checking it, Scary D and Inbound leave themselves open to aggression. The Olympus Bolts take Fire Giant on all 5 members. You can start to match the siege we just saw from the Scarabs.
Feels like that might be the moment where the Bolts really wrangle control of this game, because Miff, you look at the next few minutes of this Fire Giant buff and how impactful it could be. So it's going to be a back and reset from the Bolts. Still 4 towers worth of gold left on the map for the Olympus Bolts to take down. Now the Scarabs doing a good job of trying to equalize the map state just a bit while they still can. But really a grouping and a push here. This is very similar to game 1, right? The first Fire Giant started at about a 2,000 gold advantage for the Bolts and ended at like 7,000 or 8,000. Very similar territory here in game 3.
It is, but the Solar Scarabs have got pretty decent presence on defense. The main issue we saw in the previous match was the Solar Scarabs had no way to initiate these fights. They've got their opportunities now. A blink ult from Inbound. Scary D can blink pull into a knock-up. They've got great displacement. Scream can set up these walls with his ultimate. So the ability to start a fight and find these opportunities and exploit missed positions from the Olympus Bolts is there for the Solar Scarabs, which I would argue was not in the previous game. They've also got a semi-standard mage. It's not the best at clearing waves. Yu Huang not incredibly adept at keeping these waves out of his own base. Cultivated Dow means you have to kind of get a little bit closer to the wave, essentially point blank if you want to hit the entirety of it. The first ability's just dot damage. If you're not hitting the initial burst damage, isn't nearly as high, so maybe more so up to Stewart to clear out the waves himself. And if Uul's having to use any part of his combo on anything that isn't a god, that's not an ideal situation. But the Solar Scarabs should be able to at least force the Olympus Bolts to slow play the siege.
But we lose somebody in the meantime, a potential collapse underneath the mid-tier 2. Haddix and Lasbra could jump onto Scream here if Scream overextends. Haddix is tanking up the tier 2 tower. Lasbra getting ready for that big auto attack, but Scream heads into the wall and heads back. Tier 2 on left crumbles, as well as the tier 1 in mid. Nice gold infusion back to the Bolts. Remember, it's about 2,000 or 3,000 now, up to about 6,000 is the gold lead. With a minute and a half left on the objective. Inbound forward, doesn't have fusion back. Lateral collapse underneath the mid tier 2. Paddock
To slow play the siege.
But we lose somebody in the meantime. A potential collapse underneath the mid tier 2. Haddix and Lasbra could jump onto Scream here if Scream overextends. Haddix is tanking up the tier 2 tower. Lasbra getting ready for that big auto attack, but Scream heads into the wall and heads back. Tier 2 on left crumbles, as well as the tier 1 in mid. Nice gold infusion back to the bolts. Remember, it's about 2,000 or 3,000 now, up to about 6,000 is the gold lead. With a minute and a half left on the objective. Inbound forward, doesn't have Phantom Shell, stunned, jumped on it.
1 second. Be right back. Okay, I'm back.
Can't.
Auto attack, but screen.
Okay,
Haddix
here.
and
Slow play the siege.
Oh, yes.
but we lose somebody in the meantime. A potential collapse underneath the mid-tier 2. Haddix and Lasbra could jump onto Scream here if Scream overextends. Haddix is tanking up the tier 2 tower. Lasbra getting ready for that big auto attack, but Scream heads into the wall and heads back. Tier 2 on left crumbles, as well as the tier 1 in mid. Nice gold infusion back to the bolts. Remember, it's about 2,000 or 3,000 now, up to about 6,000 is the gold lead. With a minute and a half left on the objective.
Uh-oh.
Inbound forward, doesn't have Phantom Shell, stunned, jumped on and
Can't
dead.
do that.
As the bolts will pick up a kill onto the Scarab support. Yuhuang low, Yuhuang dead. Haddix is unstoppable.
That's not good.
At this point in the game, the Solar Scarabs one by one walk forward.
Major fumble.
And one by one, the Solar Scarabs will die. Stewart leapt at by the bolts.
Run,
and
Stewart,
Stewart will get run down by Lasbro. Looks like maybe the fountain provides
Run.
some safety, and Aegis will as well. And the bolts considering an end here in game number
Yeah,
3,
they're
but it's going to have to
probably
be Scream and Stewart making a big play happen.
Not much they can do. Stewart forced back to his own fountain, and Scream just fighting for his life. I think that might be it.
I think that's got to be it here, Myth. 2 members of the Scarabs will watch their Titan fall.
Scream's doing a
The
good job.
Olympus bolts by their time, grab an FG, and end this set in game 3.
Just a major fumble there from inbound. You said it yourself. You were
That was
tired
nutty.
about 5 minutes ago. Clearly inbound. Tired as well. Loses the threat of that team fight. Just saunters into the center of the Olympus Bolts. Get caught out on the wall.
Saunters.
And then his team has to step forward. Losing inbound there might as well be the final nail in the coffin. Sure, you're not immediately losing the game, but you're losing all your birds if your support's getting picked for free. If he has a Phantom Shell,
Yeah.
maybe he
All
survives.
right, so I'm not wrong, right? That was
No, that
still
was-
non-Phantom
That
Shell.
was the not, I believe it was.
Right, I was
I believe
open.
it was. Am I wrong?
No. I
Desk, you're here. Was that the Phantom
no,
Shell?
No, it was not. It was not. I'll
Okay,
say it with
thank you.
confidence. Because that's the purple dude.
He would have used it if it
Right,
was.
It was the purple dude moving through the shell. And I'm like, we upgraded a Scorching Blink before upgrading.
Which was a weird blink choice as well, wasn't it?
Yeah,
Just
look, I don't
curious.
know. I don't want to hang too much on that one. It was the
He was
moment
like
that
0-7.
it was the moment that ended the game.
It sure was.
Right, but a lot happened throughout there that allowed the Bolts to build up that advantage, grab the Fire
Weird
Giant,
play.
knock down the towers, and the Olympus Bolts end
Anticlimactic.
this set in 3 games. Scarabs though push us to 3, so improvements from what we saw during Masters, and hopefully some growth to be done. Olympus Bolts though end the day on a 2-1 win over the Solar Scarabs. We will head back to the desk to break it down.
Yeah, thank you so much. And what a close battle this one was. You know, game number 1 wasn't particularly close. The Scarabs were able to find a pretty convincing win. Game number 2, bit of the opposite. It was the Olympus Bolts able to find a pretty dominant win. This game, a lot more back and forth, a lot closer throughout the stages. But when it came down to those team fights, one of the things that at least I noticed, Charlie, was that Haddix was kind of the main factor for the Olympus Bolts. If Haddix was alive when the team fight was hitting that midway point, the Bolts were usually winning those fights.
I'm going to let you in on a secret. Haddix
Okay.
was alive the whole game.
Ooh.
He was 7-0. The Haddix never died. So if you're telling me whenever Haddix is alive, the team fight's not going well, I don't think the team fights ever went well. And, you know, given, I will say, the Scarabs, this whole set did look very solid. I think they've answered back quite well. They've answered some questions we've all had, you know, since they did take that spill out against the SEC team. We were like, are they going to be able to bounce back? I think they did. I think they looked very solid. But the Bolts, man, once that first loss came through, they really answered back. I think picks and bans for me was the only reason that where game 1 went the way it did. Once they answered back, was able to get Lasbra on some hard pressure characters, get active early, and Haddix was able to just W key away this whole time. Never really felt that much pressure on this Bologna. I never really thought Haddix was ever going to die with the Death's Embrace and how much healing he had. So the team just looked so solid towards the end of the game.
And again, stuff that we're seeing out of the Solar Scarabs it is very akin to Solar Scarabs style of play, where
stop that.
they're grabbing picks that people don't see very often. We don't see Sylvanas much anymore. Obviously, until literally this week, we could have never seen the Hugh Wong, but it's the only team that's been able to show, or really the only team that's shown any interest in that pick. And then going around there, the Shiva that's also kind of fallen out of favor, fallen out of priority. Scary D still showing that there is some light to this god. Finished out 6-3 and 3 for himself, but at the end, when you're solo laner, we always talk about, you know, if your carries are going undying, it's a pretty good game for you. When Haddix, for as much as he was doing in the backline is going undying, for as much as he was doing in those team fights going undying, that is not a fun one to go up against, especially when he's putting out 78,000 mitigated.
That's what I'm looking at, yeah. When I was like, okay, because he was healing a lot. He had the Death's Embrace, he had the Scourge, and then I was like, I wonder how much damage he really mitigated there. 80,000, That's not okay. I don't
not
like
fun.
reading that at all.
No.
I don't envy anyone that was trying to kill that Bellona. And again, I was like, I wonder how much damage he really mitigated there. 80,000.
78,000 mitigated.
That's what I'm looking at. Yeah, when I was like, okay, because he was healing a lot. He had the Death's Embrace, he had the Scourge, and then I was like, I wonder how much damage he really mitigated there. 80,000. That's not okay. I don't
not
like
fun.
reading that at all.
No.
I don't envy anyone that was trying to kill that Bellona. And again, it was all set up through just so much pressure in the jungle. I love seeing Lasbra on these assassins, and the Poseidon wasn't doing it for me, but after they got off that and they were going to those high style pressure picks, looked so solid.
Speaking of Lasbra going to the Assassins, and
Oh.
speaking of Lasbra in general, we
Right.
do have him standing by for
Really?
our post-game interview. Really?
What's up, man?
He's right here. I mean, you could see him very clearly.
No,
he
I
was
couldn't.
standing
I had
here.
no idea.
First off, Lasbra, thanks for coming in for the interview. Congrats on your win over the Scarabs. Talk about the kind of the reset from game number 1 going to game 2. Scarabs had a pretty commanding game 1 victory. You guys had to bounce back. What were some of the discussions with the team?
Yeah, I mean, global pressure is just very strong right now. We have Crit, we have Mercury, Schöneberg. It's kind of hard to play into, especially if we fall behind. And Mercury has like pretty good early gank, so it's okay. We just shake it off. We tested the Poseidon jungle. It doesn't work out for me. I don't know what's going on, but I guess that's off the shelf now. I'm not.
Well, there we go. We know that maybe, or at least, maybe not seeing so much Poseidon later on. Talk a little about the Yuan, because it's obviously the first time that we get to see this god. What's it kind of like playing up against a god like that in that role?
He's pretty good pressure, but I think mages mid-game are kind of weak, and then you need to get to late game having a full build, where he becomes strong again. So, I mean, he's like okay, easy to kill. His free can be a bit annoying, but if you can get onto him, he doesn't have a way of getting out. But if you like try to solo kill him and he has his free and a bit of peel from Sylvanos, it can be a bit hard, but we had a slight lead, so it's a bit easier to kill.
Yeah, you guys look good in game number 3. Kept it close, but at the end, you guys are able to find the win. Lasbra, thanks for coming out for the interview. Congrats on your win. I'll let you get back with the team to celebrate.
Appreciate it.
Just some honest words out between Lasbra. It's whenever we get to see a new god come out to the game, we're always sitting here waiting in anticipation. Between the casters, like, when are we going to see it? Who's going to be the first one to bring that god out? So it's always fun, at least seeing the new god make its way through. I know Lermy's been happy. I've been seeing the tweets that she's been putting out on Twitter about that one. So let's take a look though at the schedule to see everything that you missed so far this week and what you can still expect in our final day to come. The Kings and the Leviathans find wins on Friday, yesterday at least. Today, the Dragons and the Bolts will find their wins. 2-0 for the Dragons, 2-1 for the Olympus Bolts. Tomorrow, Sunday, no SCC to start the day. It's going to be all SPL, 3 full sets, all starting at 11 a.m. Well, the first one starting at 11 a.m., and then the others coming
All of them.
immediately after. Yeah, we're going to play them all at one time. You're going to tune into 3 different streams. No, I'm messing up that. It's going to kick off with the Atlantis Leviathans and Tartarus Titans. A rematch between these teams. The Leviathans have been able to find the advantage, the win over the Titans time and time again.
Not
Throughout
last
last
time.
phase in season, even in towards the start of season 9 out here. So I think this might be one of my most anticipated matchups of the weekend.
Yeah, if we didn't get to see the Leviathans 2-0 the Warriors yesterday, I probably wouldn't have been anticipated looking up to it. I'd be like, we haven't seen the Leviathans, we haven't seen them play up to that standard that we're used to in quite some time, and the Titans just won Masters and looked untouchable in that regard. But since we just saw the Levi's, they looked real solid. They look like they understand this meta quite well, and we're playing they're firing on all cylinders, so definitely going to be an exciting one. Smite Sunday, don't miss it.
Yeah, do not miss that first set. Do not miss the second or third. Don't miss any of tomorrow. That's all going to be kicking off at 11 a.m. right back here on twitch.tv/SmackGame from myself, perhaps Trelly, Casters Production, everyone else behind the scene. Thank you so much for tuning in. We'll see you tomorrow.
Thanks for watching. You're welcome. Look at all the crabs. All the crabs. Hi. Be right back.
Oh, they're around here. And time to go. Time to go.
Now. Enemy missing.
Hello, Willow. Good day.
Take this jungle bot.
Yeah, I thought I picked it up, but I didn't. That's beats down. Beats down on Kronos. Yeah, I know. Wait, what? Bro, what the?
An enemy has been slain.
Okay.
Your right Phoenix is under attack. Your right Phoenix has been destroyed.
Left Phoenix, someone defend left Phoenix.
Your Titan is under attack.
Oh my god. There you go, no more over Captain CDR. Oh, there's too many. I'm coming. I have ult. Oh, nice job. I'm ulting.
Power terminated.
That's beat. Enig is down. Oh my god, dude.
An enemy has been slain. One less opponent that can stop us.
There's minions everywhere. God damn.
Puppy's so funny.
Okay. We're good. We're good. Fire Giant is like 30 seconds, something. We got this. Ah! Welcome back, Foods. Oh, someone needs to defend this.
An enemy has left the game.
Oh. Bellona rage quit? Ah! I got, oh no. Oh my god, Chris, don't listen to chat. Chris, don't listen to chat. I mean, it is Sunday after all, so why not? Just do it. Go for it. What the hell is that truck outside? You need to set the. You need to sell this. Sell Crusher for something else. Anti-goat. Sell it for, I don't know, Deathbringer maybe. But sell it. You don't need that. Also sell. You can sell Jotuns for Demon. What, I forgot what it's called. The crit item. Winged Blade. Yes. Oh god. Sell Crusher for yeah, sell it. Nice. For some reason I thought I'm Arthur for a second. I was like, why am I not spinning? You guys want to do this? Bait them here.
us, we could have saved them.
Oh my god!
We fought for our freedom and existence. We will remember.
God damn it! I should just run away. I should just run away!
Enemies at the fire giant!
Yes.
Enemies at the fire giant! They're doing it. Cuckoo doesn't have ult to secure it. Why is this guy split pushing? Yeah, Winter, you defend here. Because this guy's gonna go for the Phoenix. Oh, I think we can steal this, honestly. Just... Oh no. Oh. Big ult! Aww. Unfortunate.
Such potential wasted. An enemy has been slain.
Bro, what is this guy doing, bro? Come on, dude. Seriously? Seriously, man? Defend right lane, defend right lane. Right lane. Yeah, that's right. Trying to split push.
Your left Phoenix is under
Double kill.
No, the right Phoenix, guys.
We must fight for survival.
All right, let's go. Titan, Titan, Titan.
Not give up.
Defend right lane!
Goddamn fire minions everywhere, dude. Will we even get this? Why are you there? Help us! Ah, we can't get this. We can't get this. I can go for Kukulkan though.
One less opponent that can stop us.
destroyed the middle enemy Phoenix.
Attack fire giant! On my way.
Be careful.
Careful!
Oh! So close, dude. So close. Winter? How long does it? Oh, you don't have teleport. Never mind.
This is mine. I wanna go now, Sherry.
I'm on my way. That fire giant is being... Okay, nice. Alright, let's go middle lane. Just push middle lane. Do we finish or do we go for the right Phoenix? Up to you guys. Alright, let's go finish. Oh. Oh my god, I dashed into the thingy. God damn it. Focus the Titan!
We should see some upgrades for your being. An ally has
Yes!
been slain.
Nice job.
This is just
Good one.
I dashed into the freaking tornado, bro. Ay, ay, ay. They should call Puffy the chef with how much they feed. He feeds others. 45 win. I mean, they deserve it because the Susano went for a lazy back. Like, not lazy back, the what's the word? Backdoor. There you go. They tried backdoor 4 times. They deserve that one. No, your build is... Do you want me to say it again? Anti-goat?
27 gigabytes? What? Okay. Oh no. That's funny. Okay. Um, I think Spite will be coming on soon. Did I forget to do this? Oh, I totally forgot to do this. Oopsie. Hi, Jasmine.
games with Prime in June.
Battle Man and Beast for survival set in the Himalayas in the open world action adventure shooter Far Cry 4. Then adventure to the high seas as Pirate Guybrush Threepwood in the point-and-click adventure Escape from Monkey Island. Join the WRC Championship to win the most challenging motor racing competition in the world. Build yourself a cat cafe of your dreams in the sim game Calico. Journey with the Astrologaster, who uses the stars to cure the sick in 1592 London. Then follow Alice on a musical adventure in Across the Grooves. With Amazon Prime, you also get free shipping, videos, music, groceries, and more. Play your favorite games straight from the cloud on Amazon Luna. Go to gaming.amazon.com for all these free games and more. Go where the games take you.
Happy Sunday, Smite fans, and welcome back to Phase 2 of Season 9 of the Smite Pro League, powered by our good friends over at Prime Gaming. Make sure that you are getting the most out of your Prime Gaming subscription by linking your Amazon Prime account to your Twitch account to get all the free games that you saw just earlier on and get exclusive content for the games that you were already playing, and even a free Twitch subscription to your favorite streamers out there. If you don't have Prime membership already, make sure that you pick that up because you get free 2-day shipping on all the great things that you are going to buy and gets delivered straight to your door with no hassle to be through there. So thank you so much to Prime Gaming for being the title sponsor in Season 9 of the SPL. But it's day number 3 of our first week back in Phase 2. We've seen a lot of great things, and we're going to see a lot of great action today. 3 sets ahead for you, but I can't do this alone. My name's J-Mac. I got Trelly joining me on the desk to get ready to kick off our day, kick off our final day of our first week of the phase.
Yeah, Smite Sunday, it's finally here, and looking at this matchup, it's going to be an interesting one. I mean, the Titans have been looking so solid up until that Masters land. They looked nigh unstoppable, I would say. They didn't drop many sets, and I don't think they dropped any towards the end of those finals matchups. And now, the Levi's even looking so solid coming up. Now we were wondering how they were going to change their play style up, and they've been looking pretty explosive.
Taking a look at the schedule for today, you've seen that we've gone through our first 4 sets. We got a couple of 2-0s, a couple of 2-1s throughout the weekend, and now we're going to round it out with 3 full sets of play. The Leviathans and Titans to start our Sunday out, the Kings and the Valkyries up next, and then the Scarabs and the Warriors to close out week 1 of the SPL in phase number 2, week number 1. And I think you're right to talk about, the Leviathans, the Titans, this first set. This was one that maybe if you were to look at it in a vacuum kind of maybe 3 days ago even, you kind of look and go, I don't know, man. Leviathans weren't looking so great in phase number 1. The Titans just won Masters. This one probably looks like it's going to be pretty easy for the Tartarus Titans, but after watching the Atlantis Leviathans set just the day before, seeing the dominant performance that they were able to have out on the battleground up against the Warriors, this might be a lot closer than we think, and it might even be a bit of a tougher match for the Titans, because this is a storied matchup between these two teams more than anything, going even all the way back towards Phase 3 of the SPL, then we hit in towards Worlds, and then kind of starting this phase out. The Leviathans were able to find success over the Titans, but the Titans have really stepped it up, and they've been able to really find themselves a place in this meta, Trelly.
Yeah, that's what's interesting. I think you're right to highlight it, right? You think, okay, let's take a step back and watch how the Leviathans were playing in this set. Previously, it wasn't the best phase, but in history, they've been able to find success over the Titans more often than not. Worlds Finals, rematch, even up into the start of this phase. It's just the Titans always seem to just never be able to take on the Levi's, but given how solid the Titans have adapted to this meta, it seems like they were the quickest to understand how to play the map, how to, change up their play style around these new picks, mostly off the back of SOT on these different style solo lane picks that not everyone was ready for, not everyone came equipped. He still has the regular solo picks like the Osiris, for example, but he also has that Chernobog solo in the back pocket. He tried Apollo solo, things like that, and not everyone was ready for it, but the Leviathans, as we mentioned, they came out swinging, and it looks like they are starting to understand this meta a whole lot more, just like we thought.
Yeah, the Tartarus Titans have really been able to adapt well to it. It's something that, I even got to talk to Final K just before that actual finals matchup in Masters had taken place between the Titans and the Kings. And as Final K, I said, do you kind of have an idea of maybe which team that you're giving any favoritism towards when the final goes? He mentioned the Tartarus Titans because they were playing a very similar style to the Jade Dragons at that time. We saw that reflected in how the Jade Dragons were playing in their set prior to that one, even how they're still playing currently now. The question is, are the Tartarus Titans still playing that similar play style that they were playing at Masters? Are they still running these double, triple hunters? Or are we going to see even more new stuff out here? Because some players are saying the meta is shifting up a lot. Others are saying meta hasn't changed a bit.
Yeah, and if you've been watching these games so far in Phase 2, I mean, it's been looking like it has changed a little bit. You're not seeing as many, but they've seen like these Glad Shield style warriors coming back to the solo lane a little bit. The King Arthurs and the Kakolans are still highly prioritized, but that doesn't mean that the Mercuries or the Chernobyls have fallen by the wayside. They're just more so going back to their traditional roles and in just running the jungle and in that duo lane. So it really just depends on the team comp right now, J-Mac. I think I think we'll get a little bit of information here by watching these matches, but also it seems like some of these teams are keeping their strats under their hat for now.
Yeah, everybody, it's only week number 1, and everything is not do or die right now. It is a double elimination style of phase, so you do get to play these teams another time. There's going to be more weeks to come, so it's not like, you have to show everything right now to get that one win to make sure that every single one counts. Sure, every win does count, but you get a little bit of leeway. And this matchup, with how many times these two teams have faced off against each other just in the last 6 to 8 months of play, should at least make for a very interesting one. And speaking about the Tartarus Titans, we've actually got one of them standing by for our pregame interview. We've got Aurora, the support for the team, standing by. Aurora, typically after like big events, with the teams that don't end up winning, we always ask, what do you guys work on to improve? But since you guys had won the Masters, I'll ask, what have you guys been doing, since that Masters victory?
We took a short break, and then we've just been back to scrimming and trying to get better.
Well, there you go. A nice and easy one. First off, again, thank you for, I should have said first, thank you for coming out for the interview on there. Now, whenever Leviathans had their struggle in Phase 1, people may have been wondering, what's Leviathans going to be like in Phase 2? We were kind of wondering the same thing at the start of the week, jumping in, and then they kind of just blew through the Oni Warriors entirely. I mean, was there any surprise to you that the Leviathans coming back stronger in Phase 2?
There wasn't really a surprise. They looked pretty good, but we're feeling pretty confident ourselves, so I'm excited to play. It should be a good match.
Do you think that there's been a lot of meta shakeups with the new patch that's come out, some of the changeups to Glad Shield, some of the crit changeups? Do you think there's been a lot of things, maybe even just in your role specifically, that's kind of shifted around?
I think there's a lot of smaller things that maybe don't show up as much, like to the average viewer's eye, but for the most part, a lot of the same picks, but just change ups in builds and maybe a couple other gods that are kind of starting to leak into the meta.
All right, well, Aurora, thanks for coming by for the pregame interview. I'll let you get back with your team ways you can set up, and good luck in your set.
Thanks.
It's one of the more calm interviews that we've actually had with a Titans player. I remember, whenever I first got to jump into the SPL, anytime that we would interview the Titans, it was always pure chaos. It was always fun to interview these guys, no matter what it comes out there. But I think Aurora, maybe trying to hide the fact that there's some interesting things that have been popping up, but also mentioning that we have seen some small change-ups through the meta, whether it be for build, maybe whether it be for a certain god in certain roles.
Yeah, you got to throw some respect to Aurora's way. He's going to give us a little bit of a hint. He's not going to reveal any strats right before the match, but he will say there is some some small things that you might not notice, some build path changes, some gods that are leaking their way through, but either way, I think it's going to be an exciting one, and that was Aurora's game face. I could tell he's zoned in.
Yeah, he is dialed in, and he's going to need to be up against the Atlantis Leviathans, somewhat revitalized now after a shaky Phase 1 and maybe not so hot Masters land. The Leviathans have looked nothing but hot in their setup against the Oni Warriors, completely dismantling this team, only dropping 6 kills total, if I remember, between the 2 games that they had played up against the Oni Warriors over just a couple of days ago. And Leviathans, it really does feel like they have found their stride once again.
Yeah, I mean, off the back of Pantom, I gotta say, he's been looking on fire. Just in those 2 sets that we did get to watch, it just seemed like he was able to find so much success. He was able to find ganks wherever he was, and his whole team got to profit from it, right? Whenever your jungler is on point, showing you these ganks going from the right side of the map to the left side of the map and so on. Every time you see one of these clips that it's a highlight, you're gonna see Pantom somewhere in the back line setting up for these kills, and that's sort of the issue right now. If you are the Tartarus Titans, you have to have a target on Pantom's back saying we have to be able to stop this. We cannot let the farm get so out of control that we're not able to fight back into this game, because it just seems like when Pantom gets onto these strong early game assassins, he's able to just make sure his whole team gets ahead off of it.
And then just because, as you said, Panatom's able to get ahead, it allows players like Shinto to really be able to dictate the pace of the game through that mid lane, that game 1 Poseidon with a strong performance, then immediately following up after. So Atlantis Leviathans are back. They're strong. Maybe, I can't really say stronger than ever just yet. We'll have to see how they can handle against some of their former competition. You know, another World's Finals rematch between these guys to kind of start this phase out. So I'm very excited to see how this set will pan out. Maybe to kind of see the clashing of the minds. You know, the Tartarus Titans were following under that same, you know, moniker that the Jade Dragons were, of the double to triple hunter style of compositions to really roll through the early game, shred objectives and team fights in the late game. Atlantis Leviathan started somewhat adapting to that one. It's something that Rung Yu was talking about. You know, we were a little bit slow to adapt to the meta compared to other teams. That's why they had a bit of a struggle during Masters, but it seems that they've been able to finally get that time to adapt in, and they've been able to make some great adaptations.
Yeah, and that's the question, right? Because the Leviathans are they've always been so hungry, right? They spend hours grinding ranked, hours in scrim just trying to, improve this. I'm not going to say every team doesn't do that, but, the Lions especially, you see that their SPL set's done, and there's already 3 of them in a ranked queue, something like that. And I think they were, they're not happy about finishing 6th place, right? They wanted to get better, they wanted to continue grinding, and it shows that they have a much better understanding of the meta. But we've already highlighted that the Titans, they seem to have had this down for quite some time. Have they continued to improve that, or have they just said, you know what, we were the #1, we can just sit back?
Picks and bans for game number 1 between the Leviathans and the Titans. Rare and ready to go. Talking a lot about picks that have been prevalent in just the last few days. Khepri definitely one of them. The Leviathans will make sure to take that one away from Aurora. Chernobog has been topping the charts again, even more so, I would say, over the Jingwei at this point. Jingwei not finding that same level of success that her ADC counterpart has been. And not just that, the Umoja, and it's not just because Umoja is good, it's also because Rong Yu's one of the sickest Umojis in the league, so you got to make sure to take one of his best picks away from him.
Yeah, and I think Mercury and Nemesis soon to follow up here, as the Titans will take away the Merc. Definitely a little bit more prioritized than that, and the Titans are not in that first pick spot. They have to try and ban that away, and I'm surprised Leviathans are going to ban away the Nemesis because they are in that first pick spot, but maybe there's something they have their eye on even more so than that. But expect to see both these assassins banned throughout this set unless someone just really wants to give up early pressure or just has an answer for. We have not been able to see too many answers for these characters, so that's why we're seeing them both taken away here. The Titans have one more option to try and take away. Given the fact that Umoja and Khepri were both taken away, and the fact that the respective junglers are, I wouldn't be surprised if the Chernobog follows suit, just because you don't want to deal with that global presence, but the AMC is going to be the option. So the Leviathans have that. They do have the Chernobog if they want to grab it, or they can give it away to the Titans, and they will not let that one slip through their fingers.
No, the Chernobog with his flexibility between the solo lane and the hunter role, respectively. Less so in the mid nowadays, especially with Yarkor on the Leviathan team, having piloted this god just in their previous set. Means that Chernobog is going to be a good, at least, first pick for this team just on the whole. The Tartarus Titans with a very early E-set pickup, and maybe a little surprising that E-set's the first one that gets grabbed out there, considering that Leviathans don't really play this one as much. We've been seeing a little bit of light of that one for Shinto, specifically in the mid lane, is kind of like this one, but E-set and Jingwei, first 2 picks for the Tartarus Titans.
Yeah, Paul just loves this E-set. If you can get to late game, you see so many times around those Fire Giant pits, Paul will just throw out a Spirit Ball, max range someone, start the fight, and they're already half health. It's just an easy win after the fact. So he loves getting this pick. It's good setup and good peel for his team, as well as just great objective confirm, as well as Jingwei, as you mentioned, has fallen a little bit out of the meta. Not out of the meta, I would say just falling out of that #1 first pick, end-all be-all pick, but still definitely very strong, very safe, and a hard carry in her own right. So that'll be a safe pick up there as well to try and counteract either the Chernobog's pressure in duo lane, or if it wants to go over to Yarkor in the solo lane, just, try to match some of that movement. But Daji is going to be the pickup here. Not going to be a great time for the E-set. We see the Leviathans, when they were up against that Daji, they answered back with the Oleron. Will they try and grab an Oleron here? Certainly could be a possibility, but it looks like Baron is actually going to be the choice here. Another very powerful swing pick that you could say, hey, we're going to put this in support, or we can just go ahead and put this in solo lane with a Bumba's Hammer, have so much setup as well.
So far, mostly just been being played over in the solo lane for teams that have been gotten him, though we've seen a couple of moments where Baron has made his way over to the support role. So, still a little bit of ambiguity as to exactly where the Leviathans are going to slot this Chernobog and this Baron. Tartarus Titans with the E-set could still flex that one over to Aurora if they want to go with the idea that you were bringing up with the Ola run mid instead, potentially going over to Paul, though we haven't seen Aurora play the E-set very many times at all from at least what my memory serves. One more pick for the Tartarus Titans in their top 3 before we go to another round of bans. With a carry in, with this mage locked in, Titans have a lot of options out there, and I wouldn't be surprised if they wanted to try and grab something for layers now, considering how many jungle bans have already been grabbed and how many might go away. But instead it will be the Kumbhakaran, so this E-set will be going over to Paul in the mid.
Yeah, I think Aurora on the Kumba is going to be pretty solid here. Anytime Daji wants the Trickster Spear to the backline or just blink in, try to get 1,000 cuts off, it's going to be mezzed out. There's no real way to engage into a Kumba whenever he's there. He just has so much peel, so much CC. It's really annoying to try and deal with. Notably, the Fenrir is still open, something that Layers has liked a whole lot. This Golden Blade, this Bumba's Hammer style build on the Fenrir. I think it's got a decent matchup into Daji as well. You can just use that Ragnarok to immune the Powwow and then find some pulls there, or just use that Bumba's Hammer late game and try and spam some abilities, that sort of thing.
With that Ymir banned away, we've been seeing a little bit of a rise of Ymir with some of the change-ups that's come his way, with how many hunters have been coming out, being able to throw up those walls in front of towers, in front of phoenixes, has really been able to slow down some of those pushes. And then this Poseidon, which has been a very popular pick, especially in that jungle role, but not just in the jungle. We've even been seeing some of the mid players like Shinto just a couple of days ago take that pick over there. So coupling the Ymir and the Poseidon, now with an Erlong Shen and an Osiris, we have our 4 bands laid out ahead of us. Tartarus Titans now at the first pick out of that slot, looking for their solo, looking for their jungle. Still quite a few options available to them.
Yeah, I like the Osiris ban a lot from the Leviathans, trying to just neutralize what SOT is able to do up in that matchup. I still don't know if this Chernobog is going over to solo or duo, and I don't know if the Leviathans know it either, right? They're trying to peter out, like, is this a decent matchup? And the Fenrir actually is going to be locked in here, so Layers will have a good amount of engage for the team. So much CC already. Look at this. E-set has so much lockdown. Obviously, Kumba just is essentially a walking CC bot, and then the Fenrir is going to be able to get the beats down pretty consistently. But Yu Huang, the Jade Emperor, is going to be locked in for the second time now. We saw Baronic play it a few times, and now it's going to be probably in the mid lane. Piloted by Shinto here, I would assume, and because we haven't seen it anywhere else, but only one showing, it's not going to be the best way to go off. But still, so much lockdown with this pick. It's interesting because it comes with a lot of safety as well. You can just go to that dragon in the sky, and you don't really have to deal with anything. You're CC immune and can just sort of watch the fight for a bit and figure out what you want to do. And that ultimate, for sure, something that not a lot of teams know how to play against right now because we haven't seen Yu Huang play at the highest level just yet.
Now we're waiting to see what this last pick is for the Leviathans to maybe get a better idea of where this Chernobog and where this Yu Huang are going. Or not the Yu Huang, the Baron, I should say. And now with the Ho Yi locked in, it seems that we're going to be seeing a Baron support this time around, obviously going through. And then the Chernobog, they're going to be throwing himself over into the solo lane. So Yarkor gets to pilot the Global Hunter one more time. And the Ho Yi over for Zapman. And Ho Yi was a pick, and it's... In all honesty, it's great to see that Ho Yi is finally finding some more success, because I remember in phase number 3, only one game was won on this Ho Yi, and it was off the back of Zapman, and up until then, it was kind of just a curse with that god. You lock him in, you'd probably lost the game, but Ho Yi's been seeing much more success here in Season 9, especially up until phase 1, now jumping into phase 2 of the SPL. And a Vamana Hover, this is a god that Kirmi brought out. I'm going to say that Kirmi brought this one out during the Masters LAN, and then Captain Twig found a few games on it as well, and we've been seeing kind of be a little bit back and forth between being a reason that teams are winning games, and I can't really say being a reason that teams are losing games, but this god has had so many different change-ups into his style of play and so many different ways to see him played, but we won't even have to worry about that because Bologna is going to be the final lock-in.
Yeah, I like that audible there. I think Vamana has a decent matchup into some of these ADCs, but what we're seeing here, Chernobog and Ho Yi, I can't imagine we'll be able to run free. What I did like about that Vamana is the fact that Leviathans don't have too much easy engage. It's pretty much just a wrap it up or life of the party, you're setting up with the coffin, or a powwow pull. Besides that, there's no real go button for Leviathans, and if you did just go up into Colossal Fury, you would essentially not care about any of that and just run in. But you're up against double ADC late game, probably fighting into a Cursed Onk. Bologna, going to be a lot easier to execute here. You still are going to have a great matchup into this double ADC comp. You still have that CC immunity if you're trying to, you know, juke out the powwow, things like that. And now I'm just looking at the Titans draft thinking, If Cyclone Spin can get late game on this Jingwei, we've seen how hard he can carry a game on this character. There's no one on the Leviathan that's going to be like unreasonably tanky. I mean, it's going to be just this Baron, and because supports just naturally get less farm right now, I imagine it's going to be just Jingwei food here. The Titans have a lot of CC, a lot of annoyance with SOT getting to the back line, and then just a Jingwei who's going to be able to crit pretty hard in this late game matchup.
Yeah, a lot of what we've been seeing in the first 15 to 20 minutes of play for supports has been get your Gauntlet of Thebes or maybe your first aura item, get your Spirit Robe online, and then just start maxing out your relics as fast as possible. And essentially, you're kind of just running around as this 2 to maybe 3 item support for at least 25 to maybe even 30 minutes of the game. And when your only tank is going to be a Baron who's only going to have your mage style of scaling when it comes to his prots, definitely not going to be nearly as tanky. So if you're the Tartarus Titans, do you then try and exploit that weakness as early as possible? Do you send layers maybe over to that dual lane, to that mid lane, to try and get some of that early pressure for his team?
Yeah, usually with a comp like this, I would say that the Titans don't have to force anything because they'll simply have way more damage late game because they have 2 frontliners. But I think with this Fenrir, they're able to just force whatever they want, right? As long as Layers doesn't fall behind, as long as Panatom is not able to get out running on this Daji, there shouldn't be too much to try and stop this Fenrir from just saying, hey, even if you have beads, even if you have a CC ultimate, I'm going to come back with this Ragnarok maybe twice, a gank-regank situation, and just find some pressure for my team. But again, if Panatom gets off to a great start, they still have double ADC late game, and that's not easy to deal with.
Well, if you are Panatom in this case, you got the Daji, you got a couple of targets that you can at least try and go for, specifically the E set that's not going to have any kind of CC immunity. So if you are Panatom, is the mid lane maybe where you're putting a little bit more of your pressure at?
I mean, yeah, it's going to be hard to pull Paul, though, because even if the Palau goes up, you can just drop Circle of Protection and say, I'm not going to beats, I'm just going to sit here. Then Panatom has to choose, like, do I go down and try to fight into Circle of Protection, which is almost never a good idea, or do I just stall up here, wait for my team, hope it runs out, that sort of thing. You're going to need anti-heal. It's just really difficult to try and kill ESET right now, especially the way that this ESET has been built recently with the Warlock Sash, that sort of thing. So I think right now there's so much peel from the Kumba and the Fenrir respectively in that 3v3 mid matchup. It's going to be hard to make sure you're able to, force as much as you can. But as long as your team's forcing beats for you and the Palau is the follow-up after the fact, Rongyu has a lot of setup as well. So if they're sticking around each other pretty well and playing off their beads grabbing, I think they'll be just fine.
Yeah, beads burning is going to be kind of the name of the game for Leviathans. That way Panatom's able to grab people with that Palau, or maybe Rongyu's able to find those single picks whenever it comes to those life of the parties out there. Where Tartarus Titans, I mean, they've got a lot of ways to burn beads of their own. Kumbha Karn, probably one of the most obnoxious gods to deal with when it comes to needing to be able to burn beads. So we'll should be able to set up a lot for Layers over on this Fenrir. So when it comes down to that, what's kind of this, I don't want to necessarily tell you to give a time frame, but what's kind of the point where the Leviathans need to be even or ahead in order to kind of have themselves a better chance in these late game fights?
Well, again, I think the Leviathans have a solid late game because they have double ADC and they have a good amount of setup. It's just the fact that the Titans don't really have a one tank, right? If Aurora goes on to Rongyu and says, I'm going to be annoying, I'm going to, frontline versus frontline you should be able to blow up that Baron pretty quickly, and then the comp just sort of crumbles, right? No one is standing at the front line. You just have 4 damage dealers. You can stall, Panatom can stall in the Palau for a little bit, but it's not going to be enough. So I think Rongyu has to have perfect positioning, which, if you guys have seen the Leviathans play, he usually does. They should be just fine in that regard, but I imagine being the solo tank as a Baron is going to be quite difficult in this matchup, especially up against a Kumba and a Fenrir. So much displacement. You're going to have to be holding on to those beats.
How do you kind of place your stock in Yu Huang right now? Because we've gotten to see a couple of games out of him through Baronic with the Scarab, so obviously we've only got one team and one player of data so far, but maybe just from your experience on the Yu Huang, maybe we'll get to see if that changes in game number 2. But let's get through game number 1 first. The Atlantis Leviathans and the Tartarus Titans starts right now.
That's right. I'm excited to watch this one, too. Thanks so much, J-Mac and Trelly, for breaking that one down for us on the desk. I enjoyed it. Little clappers over here. It's Gordon Myth. And Mifflin, I'm excited for this one. I think there's a lot of fun to be had, although it is worth, I think, discussing, and I'll let you choose between the two. The Yu Huang, because new god, always fun to talk about, and just how squishy the Leviathan's comp is going to be as a whole.
And I think even in tackling just the Yu Huang, we can tackle the rest of it by extension. But I do want to focus in on Yu Huang himself, because I think he brings a very interesting playstyle, especially to mid. The ability to either be that pseudo-initiator in the early game. I think Yu Huang has got one of the strongest early game pressures just by nature of having a standard clear ability that also acts as a root, which really does help you out in these like small engagements in the mid lane. You're not really going to see too much action level 1 through 3, but level 1 through 3, Yu Huang is very, very good. Also gains access to these chain lightning auto attacks, which are going to help him out with clear a fair bit. But the issue with the Leviathan's draft that I think Charlie was kind of alluding to a little bit, didn't really get too in-depth on it, was he's worried about the initiation for this team. Sure, you've got Rong Yu to act as that front line, and that's good. Life of the party is going to be a great way to start a fight. But if this Baron Samdi falls down, who's starting your engagement? Is it Panatom with a Palau? Or maybe it's Zapman with the dash in, cycle and spin, taking a little bit of damage here. But I think the main strength of Yu Huang is his late game teamfight initiation.
Okay, that's what I was going to ask.
His ultimate is just so strong. It comes out so quickly. It's great displacement. It's great damage output. And I think the Leviathan's going to be leaning heavily on that because of the nature of this squishier composition.
Now, that's the question I have for you, though. Do you favor that all? Because I've heard the discussions of a little bit of both, right? A little bit of the damage conversation, but a lot more of the, hey, it moves people, that's what you care about. Is that really what it is? Like, okay, yeah, the damage is nice, but realistically, having that dueling dragons pulling someone towards your team maybe feels a little bit better. We can hold that thought. Rong Yu taking a lot of damage here. Has to play this one carefully, as Baron has some healing. But that's the other downside of this comp, and you had kind of highlighted it there. You know, you've got initiation that's going to come from the Yu Huang. You've got initiation that can come from Panatom. There's a lot to be said about what Rong Yu's going to be able to do, and unfortunately, every time we've seen it, you're not really talking about the Baron support in the limelight for the first few levels. It's like, okay, he's getting bullied, switch is flipped, cool, now he's bullying.
Yeah, around level 6, I think, is that inflection point where Baron Samdi's heal does enough damage just by base that you're feeling threatened by it, as well as bringing enough sustain to your own team that he's allowed to play that more aggressive styling that Baron Samdi really likes to get into. It's a similar power curve that you'll see in the soul lane or even in mid. He's not really always that strong early game selection. Blue buff invaded by the Tartarus Titans, Layers, and SOT. Voltroned up, but Panatom able to at least find something for his ally. If Yarkor's willing, and he probably isn't, he could walk up all the way across the map to pick up that blue. But the main difference maker is Yarkor gets no farm there. Whereas SOT at least gets a split of blue buff.
And, I mean, in a way, Panatom's maybe happy because he just got a blue buff,
Oh,
right?
junglers love that.
So he's maybe a little more ecstatic than where Hardcore is at. And that's something that is such a fun, I guess, talking point, because Solar Troll throughout Worlds on the Osiris and what we got to see, you know, I would argue through a lot of last year. Really good performance out of this lane, plays a lot of warriors really well. I think this Bologna should theoretically look good. Hardcore spent half of last year as the carry for the Leviathans, and he was deadly. Is maybe even an understatement. Like, I mean, he was absolutely just taking it down anyone that he faced in lane, whether they were veterans or not. And now you get that same Hunter play in the late game, admittedly coming from the solo lane, better rotations that you're going to get out of a Chernobog, but lacking that tanky presence. I mean, one of the things that we saw, you know, through the last half of last year, through Season 7, he's just, first off, a really good mechanical smite player,
100%.
as it turns out. But, like, having him set up your fights and be that engage, it feels like it's been one of the better strengths for the Leviathans, and they're going to kind of miss out on that.
I think so, but they are going to have the ability to get Yarkor involved in the game a lot sooner than otherwise. That global presence from his ultimate, allowing him to maneuver the entirety of the map, will open up the door for the Leviathans to play through the dual lane if they so choose. Maybe even look towards these Gold Furies early on. You could start playing aggressively anywhere really on the left side of the map, whereas previously, Yarkor would not be able to get involved in those fights. Even if you build teleport, you're generally not upgrading that until much later on. You're only really going towards your own towers. Or maybe going towards your blue, Layers and SOT, trying to stop them.
Oh, and they're going to be able to. That feels so bad. Sot walks in, and with the Scourge alone, strips that one away, gets some experience, and gets a blue buff. They didn't even stop that portion of it. And so that's going to be another small lead, and you can see it growing there, 6-5. For Sot, doesn't seem like maybe too much as of right now, but it feels like it's growing ever so slightly. Everywhere else has been relatively even. And there's a few things on my mind to maybe talk about, but immediately is the stacking items coming out for the mages, right? We've kind of went through the permutation. We saw a couple of them throughout the last few weeks, but it was always like starter into stacking or starter into something into stacking. This is one of the first times, I think we saw BMT do it the other day as well on Kukulkan, that it's immediately like, cool, we're just going to go Thoth.
Yeah, Book of Thoth, we are occasionally seeing it immediately followed up by Warlock Staff,
yeah.
so there's some decent itemization here. With the pace of the game generally being slower in 9-5, it allows you to go for these style of build paths that are really slanted for these late-game team fights. Book of Thoth, not only a massive power infusion up front, I believe it's around 100, but also being able to transfer some of your mana into power directly, get those stacks online early, 80 power to start off, but I was trying to incorporate the math of the mana transfer immediately. I'm not a mathematician, though. I think that it really does fit the style of play that we're currently seeing, and you can see it not just in mid. You're going to see this reflected in a lot of roles. We can see some stacking early on from support, Aurora going for Thebes. You'll probably see some Transcendence picks-ups, Yarkor, Panatom both picking that up for themselves. So with everybody kind of gentleman's agreement handshake, hey, let's wait for that 15-minute team fight, it allows you to go for these greedier builds.
Yeah. If the Devos nerf hadn't gone through, we'd probably be seeing stacking items almost across every build at that point, right? Like everybody is getting it. But unfortunately, no. Well, unfortunately, I guess it depends on how you feel about Devos. Its limelight this year was 2 weeks.
It was brief, but it was strong.
And then immediately thrown out the window. Ikaval picked up for Zap. You've got the chin size on the other side, but that can all wait. As the Titans and Leviathans looking to collapse. Seems like it's going to grow into a 4-on-4. Solar Troll pulled back in by Wrong Yu's ult, and the damage is going to be there. Up into the sky goes Hardcore, and he comes crashing down. Chains from the Powwow pull into, and Shinto finds the damage necessary, but it's 1-for-1. The leap in from Sot makes sure Paul's able to find a kill, but now maybe staying too long. A couple more autos, that's all you need, and they're not going to be able to find it just yet. Hardcore, one shy, finally gets it, but gets punched into the air and comes crashing down. It's 2-for-2.
Wrong Yu still in the chase. Wants to at least take down Aurora for all this trouble. Will force the beads out from Shinto, and Zapman has made the rotation across the world.
And he's going to be able to help out, at least get the assist here.
How'd he get here?
He ran. He ran the long way, man, and it works out for him. You need something to make it a little more worth your time. Not often, unless they have a global ultimate. Like Jingwei. I could see Jingwei
like
rotating
back,
that fight.
over?
Back
Sure.
and fly over. Apollo, cool. Chariot across. Chernabog? Yeah, absolutely. Oh, ye. Running through the jungle. But he makes his way over there, gets himself an assist, and makes sure that the fight is a little more lopsided in favor of the Leviathans.
Gotta think Zap at least cleared a mid-wave for his troubles too, like on the way through the map, so shouldn't fall too far behind in farm. Even going for Ikavel in that first slot means he should have the advantage in the 1v1 up against Cyclone Spin. Hou-Yi, obviously, one of the strongest 1v1 characters in the game as far as hunters are concerned as well. So not a massive commitment from him, maybe about a half-level lead over to Cyclone Spin. Largest separator is that Cyclone Spin put some effort into stealing away a purple buff, put some concentrated attack there. Well, Panatom is forced to rotate and will pick that farm up for himself, but still zoning Zapman a little bit. So this Hou-Yi going to be on recovery duty for the next couple of moments. Surprised to see such a massive fight erupt around that blue buff. It's SOT who gets pulled in by Baron Samdi's ultimate. I thought for sure it's just Eagles rally away, right? Like, you don't want this engagement. Right? You don't want to get stunned out in front of 3 people. SOT likes his odds in the fight, gets pulled in, goes for the 3-man bludgeon, and nearly turns around the engagement right there. But the ultimate from Paul only connects with 1. The healing wasn't quite as strong as you might expect. That was a pretty quickly channeled circle protection, and the Tartarus Titans don't come out ahead on the engagement, but do on the farm.
And it's a fun, I think, showcase of where initiation for the Leviathans. I mean, you had called it. Like, Wrong Yu goes in, he's the life of the party. That's where he starts it. And then you have everybody waiting for you. I was honestly surprised when I saw Hardcore go up when he did. But you get the Powwow. You got pretty much everything in that fight. I was, admittedly, surprised by the damage output of Shinto early on as well. I think we got to see a lot from what the Yu Huang could do. And I think it's just whether or not that power curve, I want to say, stays consistent. Especially because the builds, again, kind of shifting. There's something to be said. First off, I immediately see Baron's Brew and want to talk about it because it's just good. But the Warlock staff for Paul completely finished. Shinto on that back gets the tier 2. Maybe, I guess, doesn't have enough for the tier 3 and buys the starter item instead of saving the gold to maybe back and get it sooner.
Yeah, if you're going for the starter item pickup immediately, you're probably concerned about a team fight happening shortly. And then looking at the top of the screen, we're about 9 minutes, 55 seconds in. Pyromancer's spawning up very soon. So maybe Shinto's concerned about whether or not the Tartarus Titans, who have had pressure on the right side of the map this entire game, will try and leverage that for an early Pyro, especially considering Paul's playing ESET and has one of the best confirmations in the game. So Shinto will purchase Sands of Time just for that quicker power spike, a little bit more CDR, let you stay around in these team fights a little bit longer, get access to that survivability in your third ability a little bit more often. On the off chance the Tartarus Titans pull out the Pyro, because Warlock Staff's getting stacks is nice, but is not so important. The base stats of that item are very strong in their own right. Might as well just hedge your bets and make sure you've got the best odds in a team fight around an objective, but they're not there, and the Tartarus Titans are.
Well, now looking at it anyway, it doesn't seem like he's going to be behind too many stacks if that's where you're maybe the most upset with it. That's going to be the Pyromancer. You can see Chernoboggle used, and so they knew that it was going on, maybe just a little bit too late, dealing with the Trebuchet as it pushes down the mid tower. So a lot of pressure that is coming out from a little bit of both teams, with the Titans notably. That fight, we had mentioned it, goes in favor of the Leviathans by 1 kill. It has been slowly but surely growing in gold for the Titans. Not just that Pyromancer. I mean, they were 1K down or up after that last fight. They might go even further. They dive hardcore under the solo lane tower, and there's nowhere for him to go.
This is the downside of Hardcore's God Pool when he's not playing those traditional warriors. When he's playing things like a Hunter or the Cthulhu, you're just gonna get dove.
Well, Cyclone spins in a little bit of trouble, looking to get dove. Oh no! Almost in the ultimate, but the bleed. Oh, the bleed's enough to get him despite trying to fly away. Both relics, the ult and his life, taken away. And it looks like the Leviathans are gearing themselves up for a Gold Fury.
They don't have great confirmation, so if the Tartarus Titans can just close gap, and it looks like Aurora is on the way in, they should be able to stop it. Rongyu's too low. That's it.
Yeah, with layers here, could have turned into maybe a kill. They're gonna have to let that one hang. Maybe a little bit of a slow rotation? Question mark from Shinto, or just a hopeful Gold Fury from the Leviathans. I mean, that's a good kill, and given where the gold lead has been going, almost. What is that, 2,500 now that is in favor of the Titans. You need that. Like that would feel great if you get a 12-minute Gold Fury and equalize a little bit of this.
It would, and it's a low-risk call from the Leviathans. Hey, we'll pull it. We found our pick in the duo, so really it's unlikely that anybody shows up, and if they do, we can just disengage, and that's exactly what happens for the Leviathans. Aurora clears out the wave in duo, starts walking in the jungle, just pass through gold, and realizes, oh, they're on the objective. The Leviathans are able to get out of dodge. But I think the Leviathans really do want to start making plays for the Fury itself, realizing that Paul's ultimate is coming back up, or is already back up, and the Tartarus Titans will have an advantage around yet another objective. With Pyromancer already taken away, you can't split the map either. So the Leviathans are essentially getting proactive in a defensive way. Hey, we want to do gold because we don't want you to do gold, is essentially what they're telling me.
And they have to be careful. You had mentioned it with like ults up for Paul and Cyclone again. You're really working on maybe the beads timers more than anything. 40 seconds left for Paul. About a minute left on both relics for Cyclone. They're going to have to pay attention, though. Aurora maybe caught out. Hey, are doing no damage to that Kumba. And there's something else to be highlighted there. Maybe not the biggest part of a Kumba kit, but there is an attack speed slow on the Yawn if you get woken up early. And as it's going, you see the Spectral Armor already picked up. There's on Sot a Sovereignty, so you've got physical prots and crit protection. That's going to feel pretty nice whenever Hardcore gets involved in a lot of these team fights. Doesn't seem like it's going to be sooner rather than later. Ronggyu is in trouble. Solar Troll chasing down as many people as he is willing to. 4 members of the Leviathans falling back under just the eyes of the Bologna. Gold Fury started up, Circle Protection charged, and popped. And that's going to be Titans getting the Gold Fury. The fight afterward, though, is a little bit more of a shakeup. Sot gonna get pulled in here, and they're gonna have the follow-up damage. Zap gets credit for the kill, but it's 1 for gold, and the Titans are looking to turn away.
All they have to do is continue walking out. Aurora, some slightly goofy passing, actually does get caught a bit, but should be able to disengage from here. Paul needs some help.
Yeah, a lot of damage. There's the Aegis, there's the beads, and that keeps him alive. The Leviathans wanted more, but the health bar is not quite there. Not yet tanky enough for Ronggyu to dive a tier 2. 14.5 minutes in, even though they were nerfed slightly in the bonus balance. These towers still hurt pretty hard, and something that I think these teams are having to play around too cautiously. And so unfortunate for the Leviathans. I mean, a fight, you get the kill. You're now 3,500-ish gold behind, 34. So you have to play a little more cautiously. These items, you've got a full Ob Shard online for Paul, so he's going to be hitting harder. And now, I mean, looking at Solar Troll's build, he's got the Prots online. He's going immediately into a Bruiser kind of style. And he chased off 4 people on his own.
Yeah, and when he gets involved, Stone Cutting Sword will strip away protections and instill them into SOT himself. Speaking of SOT, it's not often you'll see a Bellona out-rotate a Chernobog. Do that heroic teleport, crossing gap across the map. I looked up and I saw, okay, Yarkor's ultimate's on cooldown. He must be joining the fight shortly. But he was still inside the Soul Lane, so curious to see where that actually landed. And, well, the Tartarus Titans, with a numbers advantage, are able to take the objective. That's exactly what the Leviathans were concerned about. That's why they were getting aggressive.
Oh, well, speaking of aggressive, they're going to do it here. Mez into stun, into Powwow, and then a self-banish from Shinto gets him away from the damage. Can Panatom survive long enough to get through this? Layers chases him down, but it does seem like the numbers are going to be on their side. Panatom gets out alive, and the Titans are going to fall back. They force a lot there, though. Beads, Aegis still down for Paul. You'd think that would maybe color some danger. Zap has not rotated over, so it's a 5v4 no matter what. Pyromancer started up. Pyromancer taken down. The Titans push this gold lead. They're going for a Fire Giant.
They have to. Zapman's pushing out on the left-hand side of the map, and they realize they found a TKO, so Wrong Yu and Yarkor have got to slow this down.
Now they're going to do their best. Wrong Yu is walking forward. The Fire's getting low circle protections there. Titans secure that one, and now they're looking for kills afterward, too. Hardcore taken down. Wrong Yu joins him in the ground, and the others have to turn tail and run to stay alive from the onslaught of the Titans.
Zapman can't even go for the tier 2 tower, has to be concerned about a teleport from SOT, so instead strips away some farm on the map, able to take a red buff for themselves. And yet again, this composition from the Tartarus Titans just saying, hey, if we pull a lead, we're going to bully you out every single time. That's twice now we've seen that win condition established. On the Gold Fury, it's SOT zoning 4 on his own. This time around, Aurora and SOT work together to push out 2, and it's an immediate fallback to the Pyro. They notice Zapman on the map, and the Tartarus Titans say, okay, well, maybe we just go for the Giant itself. Paul did not use Circle Protection for the smaller of the 2 objectives, so still had it for confirmation there. The Leviathans, the only thing they can do once that ultimate is dropped by ESET is win the fight, because they're not getting the fire.
Oh, Panatom, this pathing just is not for you. Walks into the tier 2 in mid, but the Titans were waiting. Aurora has to drop that and let it go to somebody else, but Panatom's not escaping. Shinto, lucky for him, he's going to have a small ability to get away, but immediately into a Mez. The beads are there. But again, the damage, the CC, and the follow-through of the Titans is just too much to handle. Tier 2 is going to get looked at. It's going to get taken down, and they are up 7-5 and 6,000 gold knocking on the door of the Phoenix.
And they don't even need SOT for this. He decided to go steal away a speed buff. No defense from the Leviathans. Zapman at least able to take out a tier 2 on the left-hand side of the map, exposing a bird. So if the Leviathans are able to win out cleanly in a team fight, maybe could break the base of the Tartarus Titans, but base of the Leviathans already broken and 20 seconds left on Shinto's respawn. Means the Titans have got free reign of the map. We're about a minute out from Gold Fury respawning. Gotta imagine that's going to be on the minds of the Tartarus Titans, as they're already headed to the left side of the map to clear out the 2 remaining towers of the Leviathans. And we have not seen the Leviathans 5-man engagement. We have not seen them grouped up. It's not been an even fight even once. You'd think the Leviathans would be the proactive component, utilizing the global presence of Yarkor.
I mean, hell, because Zap rotated to solo
he
like
rotated
8
solo.
minutes in.
You'd expect them to continue that pacing, but instead it's been the Tartarus Titans getting to these team fights first, choosing where they're happening, and it's always been on top of an objective. It's either been at the Pyro or the Gold, where the majority of the action has started, and if the Tartarus Titans are allowed to establish defensive positioning, they're just going to win out by nature of their composition. The Leviathans, on the other hand, now have got to play defense. Their defense is not poor. Shinto is going to be very adept at keeping these minion waves out. Zapman has great space control. Wrong Yu can initiate from the safety of his own Phoenix. Might not come up, though, if Yarkor falls.
Oh, Layers is going to try his best. That tower only gets so much done. Panatom's here. The chains are going to be good, and that's going to be a pull and a kill. Layers taken down, and they should be able to get this tower as well. They lose tier 1, tier 2 on left. And with a minute left in the power play, only 3 people here, though, for the Titans. They don't feel too confident being able to take down another Phoenix, even with 2 people gone. Fall back? Hey, guess what? You get an Oni Fury. And lucky for them, they had just filled their obelisk, so they have a Trebuchet waiting in that left lane. At any given time, they can just decide to push that one down and potentially find control over the Phoenix, maybe even with the next Fire Giant buff.
Yeah, I think we might see the Trebuchet used essentially as a pseudo Oni Fury wave. The Tartarus Titans could send it down the left side of the map and then group up on the
Or
Fire
FG,
Giant.
yeah.
And just try and, you know, split up the Leviathan's attention. If that Trebuchet is left alone for long enough, it could even potentially take a Phoenix on its own. But Zapman has shown a propensity to rotate all the way across the map, so I'm sure he wouldn't be too unwilling to clear out the Trebuchet and then rejoin his team. I am concerned, though, for the Leviathans, and it's a concern I share with the desk, is how well are they going to be able to execute on this composition in a late-game team fight, especially now from this significant of a disadvantage.
Yeah.
It's already a very high execution composition because you don't have a standardized front line. But 10,000 gold down, it just becoming a little bit more difficult to act on it. Are the Leviathans willing to put up a defense around the Fire Giant? If the answer is yes, you need to get to the Fire Giant first. The best defense is a good offense every single time you're playing against an E-set. The Leviathans grouping up on the right-hand side indicates to me that they are willing to fight here. But if they allow the Titans to just pull out the fire, there's not much the Leviathans can do to fight back.
Yeah, in that awkward area where, as you said, you want to get there first. They're not there first. Mez on to 2 from Aurora, and then the follow-up from Solar Troll. They're looking to dive deep. Not too deep, though. Titans play this one safe. Do get some relics. Beads gone now from Panatom. And Wrong U not having theirs available either means that that's going to be a little bit easier. Good reaction time. I have to give the shout-out to Zap, because it's not often that a Kumba will move forward that quickly, go for the Mez, and you're up in the air and out. So I just, you know, shout-outs to him. Good reactions.
It is, and we'll see how he reacts to another
good.
Fire Giant
That's all
play
it is.
from the Tartarus Titans. Fire Giant pulled out 22 minutes in, and no presence from the Leviathans means this will go over for free. Maybe a call of faith from the Leviathans saying that their defense on base is actually pretty strong once we get to see it. We haven't just yet. Mid Phoenix respawning now. Only one more fire minion wave in mid to contend with. The Leviathan's done a great job of pushing out this left side as well. The Tartarus Titans will not reset themselves. Instead, will maintain their push. If they can get over towards this mid Phoenix sooner rather than later, then get it while it's still hobbled. It's a split push attempt, and SOT will win this 1v1.
Yeah, and oh, wow, handily at that. I mean, the bludgeon isn't going to connect. The wall has to get used. Hardcore gets out with their life, but it's a TKO. Has to walk back to base. Layers and Sot with fire minions right here should be able to get this mid Phoenix. You just got to hit it a couple of times. Or not at all.
They don't got it.
Yeah, Shinto and Panatom, apparently enough to zone them out.
Wrong U takes a little bit of damage. It's a slow play from the Tartarus Titans. Not this time. Engage from the Leviathans.
Yeah, they're going to get good damage out there on the Layers. They find the chain, but it only pulls in Sot. Beads used by Layers. CC immunity is going to be gone. Circle of protection dropped. Wrong use low. There's life of the party. And it's trying its best to pull someone in, but it's not getting the land that it needs. Wrong U taken down. Panatom shortly after. Sot trades their life out for the Eagles rally and the stun, but it ends up setting the team up for maybe an easy Phoenix siege. Only 3 carries that they have to deal with, and sometimes it's easy to say only. They hit hard. So Paul, Layers, Cyclone have to play this carefully if they want to be able to get aggressive.
Cyclone acting as split push as Aurora forces the beads off of Shinto. It's Layers in now. Defensive capacity lost for the Yu Huang, and Fenrir's in.
Yeah, good damage and barely enough to get out of there. Not enough distance though. Hardcore goes down. Shinto, 1 auto, 1 kill, and this is looking like a potential deicide. Zapman is looking at least turn 1 around. He's not going to go down that easily. Cyclone calls for help though, and is able to stay alive. Got some sustain from the Fire Giant. Not a lot, though. Rongyu respawned. Panatom's back as well. Cyclone seems to be too low to maybe get as aggressive as they'd like.
Yeah, not able to push their way in just yet, but the Tartarus Titans, with the help of a minion wave, should be able to take out this right side Phoenix. Even Panatom, fresh off the respawn, not willing to step forward, but has maybe given up too much space. Wrong U falls.
Wrong U erased from the game. Panatom makes it up onto the pillar. But how much can this Pal Out even do? If you pull anybody, is it going to be enough to get you out of there? No, the Titan, with no one left to defend it and 2 Phoenixes down, the Titans are going to win game number 1.
It just felt like the Leviathans didn't even get an opportunity to play this game, didn't it? One proactive play early on, that rotation from Zapman,
and that
feels
was
like the last time the Leviathans had their hands on the wheel, right? Ever since then, it was completely driven by the Tartarus Titans. Great composition to play around these objectives, good space control. It was 11 minutes in, the first Pyromancer falls. 2 minutes later, it's the Gold Fury. Immediately after that, another Pyromancer, right?
Yep.
It's just continual objective, objective, objective. And the Leviathans were not quick enough to rout them. They weren't able to stop this onslaught of aggression.
And unfortunately for them, I mean, like a massive lead. Like even after that rotation early, Titans were up 1,000 gold, and then you close your eyes for maybe a second, they're up 2,000 gold, and then they get a Pyromancer, Gold Fury, they're up 3,500, things like that. Like it just kept slowly going in their way. But hey, you don't win Masters for nothing, right? This is a team that knows what they're doing. We'll see though. Will the Leviathans bounce back and show us some of that world champion talent? We'll have to find out right after this.
I am Hercules.
Cupid!
Lightweight, baby!
Bye!
Victory!
Vomit.
Lightweight, baby!
No! Must keep fighting.
to the Smite Pro League, brought to us by our good friends over at Alienware for powering not just the PCs that the pros are playing on, not just the PCs that the production are using, but also even this laptop that I get to use right here. And you yourself can get one of these awesome machines and see what all Alienware has to offer to you by going over to smitegame.com/Alienware and using code AWSmite09. Check out all the cool specs on the PCs that are being used all throughout our studio and by the players at their own home. Thank you so much to Alienware for coming back in Season 9 of the SPL. Make sure to follow them on their social media at Alienware on Twitter and Instagram, and go to AlienwareArena.com to see what else Alienware has to offer for you. Once again, Alienware, thank you so much for coming back to us one more time in this season of the SPL. J-Mac, I got Trelly back with me on the desk, and the Tartarus Titans just kind of steamrolled through the Atlantis Leviathans in Game 1. Some of the struggles that we were bringing up on the pregame was lack of initiation for the Atlantis Leviathans, maybe lack of peel, lack of true tankiness, and well, all those kind of came back to bit the Leviathans in Game 1.
Yeah, I feel as if the comp just didn't... I don't think Hunters are in a position anymore where it's just like, okay, we have 2 ADCs, we're going to get to late game and we'll be able to pop off. Yarkor was not able to find much success at all in this lane because there's constantly a Fenrir in their lane. There's constantly a Bologna just outboxing you so far ahead in that lane, respectively. So SOT got off to a great start on the back of players, making sure to camp. And Chernobog just cannot survive that, right? Chernobog is not going to be able to sit there in lanes. You never get to that late game portion where it's like, okay, we only have one frontliner, but we have so much damage. They didn't really have that much damage towards the end. I mean, if you're looking, it's 5 to 6 right now, but the gold 7,000 in favor of the Titans, and that was just so much better farming and objective play by the Tartarus Titans there. So I imagine either changing up the strategy where Panatom is constantly over in that solo lane trying to help Yarkor stay even in farm, or just getting Yarkor in a safer, any style of pick that can just live in lane, because SOT didn't even build tanky. There wasn't like a spectral armor. It was like the Sov into Berserker Shield with a stone cutting. Like he was essentially ADC Bologna in that lane with a couple hybrid items, and you know, he did die pretty quickly towards the end, but was able to output so much damage just because of how many ganks were coming his way and that sort of thing.
And I think that one highlight that we got to watch from at least SOT's perspective, where he's sitting under the Palau under a tier 2, waiting to be pulled in, and then just waits patiently for Panatom to finally dismount from the Palau, use that Eagle's Rally to chase down, and you just see Aurora waiting on the other end of the team fight, waiting for somebody to walk up to either Mez or Root. I mean, the chain CC, the frontline presence out of the Tartarus Titans, just too much for the Leviathans in game number 1. And it might be back to the drawing board. I mean, Shinto is able to put out a lot of damage on this Yuwong, which is something that we've been saying about Yuwong in general, is once you get him to late game, he is going to do a lot of damage, especially with that first ability. You can really shred through some of those protections if you have the enhanced version, get a lot of quick burst out there, but that doesn't help as much when the rest of your team's not very tanky. And I think I kind of want to go back to one of the plays under that mid lane Phoenix where Rongyu was trying to pull somebody with the coffin, kept turning so he can get the most value, and then ended up pulling nobody, and some of his teammates died because of it. We'll jump into Picks and Bans game 2 to see if the Leviathans maybe shift away from this double hunter style of play.
Yeah, again, I think that the Leviathans have one of the best solo laners in the world in Yarkor. He's also pretty solid at ADCs. He used to play in that role and was one of the best ADCs in the world at the time, but I don't think you can survive up against the Bologna right now as a Chernobog. I don't think you're going to be able to get to that late game portion unless, of course, number 1, Panatom comes over there and constantly camps you, or just pick a safer character in that regard, because if Yark's able to help out with Rongyu, stand at the front line and make sure that the carries can do what they're supposed to, Shinto was doing crazy damage. The Yuhong looks solid. Those ults were connecting. It's hard to be the solo tank Baron, as you mentioned, and Aurora was having a field day on this Kumba. Yeah. I mean, the damage is not going to be showing there. The engages aren't going to be showing in the stat line, but trust me, Aurora was up, standing in the front of everyone, mezzing, just being an absolute annoyance. We missed a couple bans there as I was talking because they were just rapid firing, but nothing out of the ordinary. Most notably, the E set is going to be taken away, so Paul's not going to be able to run that one back in the mid lane. Having a good target for Panatom to constantly kill is going to be, you know, what the Leviathans are looking for, and E set was not going to be that case. So taking that away is going to be pretty solid as they first pick the Cherno, and once again, the Titans answer back with that Jingwei.
Yeah, making sure that Cyclone has something that he's comfortable on, something that's performed, and because the E set was the change-up in the bans, that then leaves the Nemesis open, and Layers is going to be able to pick that one up right away. So a slight change-up in the Titan style of draft, at least, moving from the Fenrir to the Nemesis. Now we're going to have to see a new look at Paul in that mid lane. But my question is, are the Leviathans going to run the same style of comp that they had? Last time, if I remember, it was Dodgy and Yu Huang that got picked up by the Leviathans. We'll see if that ends up being the same case this time around.
Yeah, I guess it really depends on what they've been practicing. Has this Hunter in the solo lane been the only strat they've been cooking up, or will they have something else, you know, in the back burner? This could be a Chernobog for Zapman,
changed the word
obviously,
watching
or
to
could
what
just be going back to
Hong?
I'm sorry, Yarkor, and then
Like
Rungi will
watching
be the
was
solo
spelled
tank in
correctly,
that regard,
and
and
the
they'll have to play
autocorrect
around
changed it
that.
to
So
what
we'll have to see where they're going. It looks like they
Two
are going to be
words.
hovering the Oleron here, so not going to be the Yu Huang run back. Did have a solid performance, but I think Oleron's going to have a much better time into the Nemesis specifically. You can just drop the Sanctified Field whenever she tries to engage, knock up the shield if you need to, and stay as far away as possible.
Leviathans are taking some time, and they will end up stripping the Kumakarn away from Aurora, not having the funnest time dealing with the sleeping giant himself. So the Leviathans will draft that and the Oleron along with it. So now you have a lot of lockdown on the side of Leviathans just in these 2 picks alone. We're taking a massive upgrade just from the Dodgy and the Baron that was last time around. Now you've got the Mez, the Root, and that Sanctified Field from Oleron. The Titans, though, will continue to reprise their same solo lane pick. Bologna, we picked up 3rd time.
Yeah, I will say if you are going to have one solo tank on a team, Kumba is much better than Baron. I think that as long as Kumba's able to get to the back line or just stand in front of the squad, it's so much harder to push into a Kumba than it is to a Baron, right? Baron has to run away and try juke. Kumba has just that AoE mez. Everyone is just completely sleeping, and if they break out of it, their attack speed's slow. They're slowed as well. It's just so annoying to deal with. So I like this a lot better, taking that away from Aurora because he had such a solid game, and making sure that your team has a great amount of peel set up and everything you really need. Fenrir is going to be the ban for the Titans. They don't want to deal with that. They don't want to have to deal with getting their beads burned, that sort of thing. And it looks like the Dodgy is still open if Panatom did want to go to that. Obviously, Nemesis doesn't have a great time into it. The Erlong is going to be banned away, so the Titans are not too worried about the Dodgy.
No, that doesn't seem that that was a major concern of theirs. And with the Nemesis and the Bologna picked up, that means that they wouldn't be able to grab it for themselves unless they were trying to do something wild. Now, starting to go through some of the old picks of the Titans to see maybe what support would come through, considering Khepri's been their most picked and one of their most successful supports, at least for Aurora. Now with the Kumakarn taken away, the Emoji, Xingchen, and Ganesh, it will be a Kabrakan locked in for the Tartarus Titans going over to Aurora this time around.
Yeah, it looks like that will be the option. I was going to think maybe Atlas, but Atlas doesn't have a great time in Akumba. You can just immune that pull with Groggy Strike whenever you really need. So looks like the Dodgy is going to be hovered here. So the Titans, they're not too worried about it, right? They're just saying, hey, we have this. Oh, they are going to switch off, so never mind. I was going to say, the Titans didn't ban it away because, it didn't have the greatest performance in Game 1, but it looks like they are going to go back to the Dodgy. It was a quick thought of, hey, maybe we want a Baka here, and then immediately back to that Dodgy. We know that Panatom has a solid Dodgy. We know that the pulls can always be solid, and it looks like they are going to go with the traditional front line here. So the Chernobog is going to go over to Zapman in that duo lane, and this is what I wanted. I feel like Yarkor can just battle against this Bologna, have a great time in lane, be much safer against these ganks, and the Titans are just going to grab Yu Huang for themselves.
Oh,
yeah,
no.
so now we'll have our
With
third
Paul.
team and our third mid laner to pick up the Yu Huang, this time going over to the belt of Paul on the Tartarus Titans. And the Leviathans, a lot of the strength from their success in seasons and phases in years past has been playing traditional style of Smite, finding what traditional picks work in each role respectively, and just playing it to the best of their ability, and that sometimes playing it to the best of anybody in the league's ability. So going back with making sure to have a normal support out there with the Kumakarn, normal quote-unquote. It's been a while since we've seen Kumakarn himself be away into the meta. Going with a traditional tank like King Arthur, and then making sure to get your carry something out there. Shinto has been a major proprietor of this Ola run. Panatom finally able to find a pretty good carry for himself in this Dodgy. But with this Leviathan's draft, do they have what it takes to scale up to the Tartarus Titans in this game?
Yeah, I love this draft. I like it a lot better than what we saw in Game 1, and I think if the Leviathans are able to execute, if Panatom is able to match what Layers was doing last game, essentially, right? Just sitting in that solo lane, getting SOT ahead, that cannot happen again. There's no way that the Leviathans are going to let Yarkor get camped by Layers this time around on the Nemesis. You got to put a stop to that. Make sure this King Arthur is able to stay at least even, not too far behind. If it's 2-3 deaths by 10 minutes, 12 minutes, it's not going to be a good look. But I think the Leviathans comp, what they've done here, is just so much stronger. They have a great team fight with Palau and Sanctified Field. Kumba is just going to stand in the middle and be, get beats essentially for free. We saw Aurora do it a few times where he just blinked in, mez, and then just stares at you. And you have to go, am I about to get ulted? I don't know. I'm going to beads anyways. And then it's a free beads, and it's going to help out the team fight after the fact.
Yeah, I can't even begin to count how many times we saw Aurora just walk up to Shinto or walk up to Zapman, just pop that mez and stare at them menacingly, just waiting, say, are you going to beads? Are you going to not? And more often than not, it was a beads. The Yu Huang had a strong performance, at least out of Shinto last game. He was top of the damage charge for his team by quite a large margin. I mean, I think he was double over anybody else on the team. How do you feel that that's going to mesh with Paul in this play, at least for the Titans?
I mean, as far as I'm concerned, if it's any character in Smite right now, I imagine Paul has probably, played it quite well, especially Mages right now. He just looks so solid. So I think he's probably been practicing the Yu Huang, and if he can just replicate a little bit of what Shinto was able to do last game on this pick, off the back of a winning match, obviously, so you have some momentum on your side as well. I think Paul's going to be just fine. They do have a lot of setup for it, so I think it's going to be just fine.
Game number 2 is ready to go between the Titans and the Leviathans. Can the Levi's bring it back to a game 3? We'll have to find out right now.
Yeah, thanks so much, J-Mac and Trelly. Of course, it's me and Miff one more time. Clappers again already? You're not even going to say anything.
Well, you were doing your thing. I didn't want to break your flow.
But you like golf claps in the background?
Well, not golf claps. Those feel sarcastic. These are enthusiastic clappers.
What's the difference? Okay.
It's like speed, power, intention,
violence,
okay, all of that. And I was bringing all of that.
Well, I've lost all train of thought. Oh,
That's
I know
why
where
I was avoiding
I know where I was going to go. Yu Huang played
Okay.
once again. This time by Paul. So as the desk had said, third game for him, third mid laner playing him. Has not won as of yet.
Well,
Do you
Barana
think,
got a win.
Did
Just
he get
one.
a win?
Just
I thought
one.
it was.
First game was a win.
I.
You're fact checking me. Why don't you just respect me?
Yeah, because I'm pretty sure they're. Oh yeah, you're right. He played it twice. I completely forgot.
Yeah,
Never mind.
I
Fourth
casted
game.
it.
3 of those. Yeah, I know, right? And so I shouldn't have doubted you. So he's got 1 win.
Yep.
Doesn't feel too great though. I think in the grand scheme, feels great for the Scarabs. I think it was a good win when they got it. But as a whole, it's kind of the question: do you think it's around the Yu Huang? Because the damage from Shinto last night is obviously enough here. Oh my God, Panatom taken down, and Paul answers the question for you. First blood online for the Titans.
So you remember last game when I said levels 1 through 3 is a really great time to be a Yu Huang? That right there is exactly why. Fully cultivated Dao, land the root, damage output immediately afterward. Best case scenario, you're also hitting the wave, which is exactly what Paul does. Just tough stuff.
Damn.
And Shinto dropped low as well. If this were 9-4, Shinto probably just dies, but Lair's not willing to step into a tower just yet, as they do a ton of damage. Shinto is able to maintain his life, but not his relic. Beads lost for the mid laner, and on an Ola run, that might just be a death sentence.
I mean, yeah, you have to play it carefully. A pause coming out here, and we can see
Nice place to
Shinto.
pause.
This is what it looks like when you're fearing for your life. By the way,
You're probably wondering how I got here.
You're right under there. Yeah, the record scratch comes through. We're about to watch the full-on feelings. Like, what exactly is it that Shinto is feeling? And unfortunately, it's not great things. And so we're in this weird position where now we're looking at First Blood onto a team that has momentum, onto a team that was doing really well. We didn't get to see a lot of proactive play from the Leviathans. Bede's already down for Shinto. He's an Ola run without his ult.
Oh, you restarted your count. I'm ahead.
Well, I don't know where I reset it. Either way, does not feel like the start the Leviathans would have wanted to this game.
I mean, simple as that, right? Getting first blooded on first wave, never a great
yeah,
start.
that's usually
just straight up.
immediately downhill.
Hard to break down what's happened so far, as we're like a minute into the game. So if you guys missed it, if you were getting snacks or something, Panatom died. He got slammed by Yu Huang on wave 1 and immediately died for taking up the wave. Daji deceptively pretty weak at level 1 just because of the fact that if you auto attack anybody once or hit somebody with 1,000 cuts, you're applying a very weak dot to them. And with 9-5, with the minion waves being as strong as they are, that dot is just keeping minion aggro on you the entire time, which is what happened to Panatom. He hit somebody once, and he got rooted, and he was like, oh, I'm stuck, and 6 minions are staring at me, and 2 gods. He died, if you guys were wondering.
and in case, just to reiterate it, Panatom died first way. Okay, just making sure everyone's got that straight. Everyone knows what's going on. Other than that, Shinto's been a little bullied since then, right? Because he lost his beads. We've recapped the whole game. Now, here's what I'm going to ask you, though. I think I saw a Warlock staff start there for Paul, as opposed to the Book of Thoth last time and what we saw for Shinto. So immediately going for maybe a little more health. You said, last game that it as an item at base, even without
base stats are good.
Still feels really good. So does that feel like a good start? I mean, we had talked about it. Stacking items right now feel fine because 9-5 has slowed the game down, at least the early game down a little bit. That gives you more time. And a lot of the time when you ask these pro players, like last year, times before that, you wouldn't want to go for any of these items because it took too long, right? They were like, Warlock staff is great, But why would I do that when I can just buy X, Y, and Z and actually be there for the fights? Now the fights aren't happening until 5, 6, 7, 8, 9 plus minutes.
Yeah, so that means you can go for these more greedy style of builds. I would argue that Warlock Staff base stats probably feel better as like a third item or maybe even a second item, percent penetration. Not exactly the most valuable stat line at level 1 because nobody's really got any defense just yet, but you really want to get those stacks rolling as soon as possible, and in doing so, you're going to pick it up first overall. Delaying your starter item as well, we will likely see a similar style of build as what we saw from Shinto in Game 1. Wouldn't be surprised if Paul follows us up by a Book of Thoth, and then immediately into a Sands of Time, upgrade into a Pendulum a little bit later on. So it's just, which stat line do you want sooner? Do you want that survivability? Do you want to be able to utilize Yu Huang's 3 as an aggressive tool? Do you want to be Goomba stomping people?
Yeah.
If yes, probably go Warlocks first.
All the Warlocks, we see it there. I also want to talk about the start for Shinto because it's not necessarily something outlandish, although Gilded Arrow hit by the nerfs from, 7 to 3. 7, again, a 9-4. The amount of procs you're getting, about 1 a wave, if even, you're feeling pretty good about that. Feels like a good number. 9-5 comes in. All of a sudden, you're getting 2, 3 procs a wave. 7 is giving way too much money. So the nerf makes sense, but that made it disappear pretty heavily because, admittedly, it was just really, really good. There's no reason not to get it if you could get it before. But does it still feel good enough here for Shinto? I mean, obviously to pick it up, but is it going to help this Oleron feel consistent in mid?
It's going to help out a lot with your boxing potential. Oleron is very, very strong at auto-attacking, especially early on. That second ability, which is likely maxed out first. Not only very good at clear, but great in these fights. Good attack speed stem as well, so Gilded Arrow gonna find some value here. For those of you at home who are the math monsters and you want to figure out, okay, what's the value lost from 7 to 3? Previously, in like 9-4, you were getting upwards of 1,000 gold on average per game just from Gilded Arrow passive. Now it's closer to like 500 or 600.
Which, honestly,
it's not bad.
Yeah, not bad.
500 gold for free?
So yeah, for free gold. That's going to be lining your pockets. Maybe setting
But you
things
lose
up
the star
for you.
item.
Speaking of setups, looks like Panatom wants a little fight on the layers. Kumba as well on the left-hand side, maybe trying to get aggressive with the Kabrakan. Their fights all around, a little bit of damage here, a little bit of damage there. No one just yet standing out. Powwow available for Panatom. Doesn't have many great targets. There's the Sanctified Fields from Shinto, though. Forced to use them defensively and stay alive. With the beads back, that's maybe one thing left that Shinto can live through, but a lot of danger in mid lately.
No joke, Sanctified Field might be like the only ultimate I'd rather save, right? Like generally it's, hey, if I've got an ultimate that can save my life, I'm going to use that instead of my beads.
Yeah.
Sanctified Field's so important to Oleron's kit that I think had he been given the option, he probably would have just used his beads, but Layers is faster than Oleron. Layers is also a higher level than this Oleron, so if you just beads the slow, the Nemesis is still going to stick to you, so it had to be the Sanctified Field to save his life. Shinto losing out on a major team fight tool and a major survivability tool.
Yeah, especially with how, First Blood went, again, very explosive, very early on compared to what we've experienced so far on these recent patches. But everything else has fallen pretty much into place where you would expect it, right? Like you're going for the stacking items to try and make sure that you can get those pretty neat power curves. You've got what looks like it might be another Transcendence for Panatom coming up, things like that. While the teams are not, I don't want to say playing slow. I think Layers and Paul are looking for kills. They're just not going to overextend for them. And as they've been getting aggressive, you had highlighted it, that 10-minute mark was really where we saw, I think, some of the power start to flourish last game around that Pyromancer. I might see something here. Layers, left side jungle, looking to cut off wrong you. There's the walls, and that's the lockdown, and that's all they need. Epic uppercut comes through.
he's
Wrong
alive.
you gets the dash, but it's not going to get you very far. There's going to be the last auto. Goes the Cyclone this time around. And they're able to almost, but not quite, strip away the purple buff as well. So a kill, but they don't quite get the invade.
Perfect chain CC, though. I mean, it was gross. I can only imagine how frustrating that is for Rongyu, who had to yawn 5 times before anybody went to sleep, actually. Kumakarna will fall down, lose access to his passive, so could put a massive target on his back yet again. In going for Heavenly in that first slot, he won't have access to Phantom until second Relic, even if if he elects to pick it up. So Aurora could just rotate back through and do that yet again. Keep your eyes on the Tartarus Titans. I think they will be the proactive players going forward from here. Paul still sitting on a significant lead. Wrong U probably starting to fall a little bit behind now. Has to go for the slower style of build as well, going for Thieves in that first slot as opposed to the Spirit Robe that Aurora has picked up for himself. Means that the Tartarus Titans have got a pretty quick pace to this one. A nice steal away on the Greater Scorpion for the Leviathan. Should get a bit of global farm back for the boys.
Speaking of pace, actually, maybe we might have to
He's gonna do it
belay
again.
those thoughts. Yeah, things are not looking great. Leviathans, though, able to get out of there. Confirm all their buffs. They're feeling fine. Pace, though. You know, we've talked a lot about Ikaval in the last couple of days. A lot of chin size, some Aussie talk in there. Dominance isn't usually high on that list of items we get to speak of. I feel like it was when it came out, and it's been on the back burner since then, but that is where Zapman has gone first item. And so you mentioned it like Ikaval is kind of the I want to box, I want to fight. Where is he going with this one?
I mean, Dominance is just 25% penetration on every single one of your auto attacks. We saw Barracuda go for this build a little bit earlier. I think it's just, hey, I want my auto attacks to be high value. I might not swing the most often, but when I do, it's going to do a whole lot of damage. Looking at the composition of the Tartarus Titans, Aurora likely going to struggle up against this Dominance, especially with the massive infusion of physical defense he's gotten from Spirit Robe. You've got pretty decent upgrade options from here. I am curious to see where Zapman goes. Generally, I think Aussie would likely be the option. Get a little bit of lifesteal and attack speed in that second item. We have seen in the past a Blood Forge in that slot, meaning that you'll hit very hard, but not very often.
Yeah.
So it's just this new age style of build where these players are trying to figure out what exactly works on the current patch. Because truthfully, crit doesn't feel as good as it once did. Deathbringer having a
Especially
massive
with some of the
nerf
nerfs, yeah.
down to 25%. Spectral Armor gets a buff, removing even more of that crit damage. You probably want to be able to deal with the front line. Dominance is a decent option.
It's going to be fun, like you said, just to watch how this shakes out. Aussie, you had mentioned it. That's just a good item. I like the passive. It's got good stats on it. Oh, it is, yeah, looking like it might be a Wind Demon. Well, hey, at least the Aussie, you know what, that Aussie talk isn't going nowhere. Cyclone Spin does seem like he's going to be building into
Gotta
it.
hope.
And yeah, no, watch this be, what, Executioners in that build? It's just, I don't know. That's a good item. I like the passive. Feels pretty solid. We'll see, I guess, how well it will work out. Not just for Cyclone, but how this build path works out for Zap on the other side. Heavy hitter, slow autos is currently what it is going to be. I'm also keeping my eyes on Wrong U. Last time around, there was a lot of rotation talk about Chernobog with his ult, which can still happen because of Zapman, but a lot of it was, cool, where's Hardcore going to be involved in the fights versus where we're going to see Solo or Troll? How are they going to balance out? Now you've got a more traditional frontliner. Not only that, but it's the King Arthur we've been seeing a little more often. It feels like this should be a good presence from the solo laner on the Leviathans.
And he's going to be very tanky with this build. Double physical, solo, and jungler for the Tartarus Titans means that Sovereignty and Glad Shield going to find a whole lot of value. Layers has got ways to deal with defense. Nemesis, of course, can strip it away with the ultimate, but dedicating an ultimate to a King Arthur early on, considering how mobile that god is, probably not the best case scenario. So I wouldn't be surprised if we see Yarkor left alone on an island. And if you leave a King Arthur alone, I don't care what the matchup is, he's probably going to do just fine. Already about a half-level lead over to the Leviathan Soul Laner SOT just now, taking over to level 11. We'll be able to match up pressure shortly. Bellona's Scourge getting close to max rank, if not already there, will offer him a good deal of sustain, as well as with the Death Toll. So that boxing potential probably lost out. Not a whole lot of 1v1 happening over there. I am curious, though. Both Soul Laners have elected to pick up Teleport in that first slot, so it could be both of them have their eyes on the rotation. Gold Fury, not exactly a great target for either of these teams. The Leviathans have got superior burn, but neither squad has really got the confirmation. So it's going to be more so about that team fight and whether or not one of these squads can pick up maybe a pick here or there.
Now, you know, I've got a question for you, because Teleport at the beginning of the year was very prominent because the upgrades for it were just good, right? Like, it was something that was like, man, I get to get into the back line, have mitigations, movement speed, and just chase people around? Yeah, absolutely. It fell off for a little bit there. Wasn't necessarily the most prominent. Still see it every now and then. But do you think that the time to kill changes, these TTK changes, are what's bringing it back, or do you think do you need a fifth person in these quote-unquote early team fights, you know, that are happening 12 minutes in, just because of the way that tankiness is now kind of permeated everybody's health bar?
I think it's more so, well, we'll get a chance to talk about it after Rongyu's finished dealing with Aurora, who's closed gap on Shinto.
Yeah, will it be finished with Aurora? Will Aurora be finished with someone here? He's going to get pulled in by the powwow, and that's going to be a kill on the board for the Leviathans.
Finally.
Zap maybe playing a little aggressive here, half health, and is backing off with his team. Paul, Layers, Cyclone trying to close space, but not able to get close enough. So they come in with a plan. The Leviathans get a kill onto Aurora, and they get out of there alive.
Surprised that Aurora falls down. That was a lot of CC that goes his way. So Spirit Robe found major value. The passive, every time you're hard CC, it gives you a little bit more mitigation in some of these team fights, but it doesn't really matter if 4 people are staring you down every single time, and the Leviathans landed everything. Shinto with that second ability does upwards of 30% of Aurora's HP, but the Tartarus Titans, pushing their way forward, won't let it happen for free, at least able to strip away that red buff. But to get back to the conversation we were having previously, I think it is a little bit more so to do to the fact that leads are not established from kills anymore. Kills are so hard to come by. When you do find them, respawns are still pretty quick. That it's more so objective play and just TKOs and finding buff invades. That's the majority of where the leads are established at the SPL level. So mobility is king. It is always going to reign supreme. And teleport is exactly that. It's the epitome of that mobility to maneuver and play wherever you want on the map. So it's, hey, we found an opportunity. We poke somebody out on the duo side. Maybe we can get a Gold Fury here. SOT, please TP over. And the same can be said for Yark Core, which is why I think we see a little bit more of these TPs.
Helps them get in the fight. It's fun to watch as well. I mean, being able to have them more involved. It's this weird thing. For SPL level, and granted, I realize I'm saying this, 3 kills on the board, 13 and a half minutes in. I feel like the pace is like right where you would want it, right? The cadence is going in, and it's been interesting to watch because the team fights when they break out still feel like these big, grandiose team fights. And it's made me happy to watch, at least so far, how these teams have been adapting in 9-5. Even if it has been maybe a little slower towards the start, just because of how difficult it is to get a kill. One of these, still, of the 3, was a minute in. We haven't seen a play like that from Panatom since then. Just trying to make sure they stay safe. Rongu eats a lot of damage in mid. The Pyromancer up and available, 14 minutes in. That's a very non-committal objective to maybe go for. A big grouping from the Leviathans on the left, whether they're trying to pull some Titans into a waiting trap or actually pull the Gold Fury. Cyclone Spin's got a ward on it, so they'll be able to see at least a little bit. It doesn't seem like the Leviathans want to spend a lot of time over there.
I wonder, that Sentry Ward must be out of range for the Leviathans. So the Tartarus Titans get one over and are able to maintain eyes on the Gold Fury itself. So no opportunity now for the Leviathans to sneak this one away. But we've seen that the Leviathans are now capable of shutting down even the tankiest targets of the Tartarus Titans. Maybe not SOT, he's not going to fall down to an epic uppercut, but just the ability to put threat towards Aurora, who has gone for the tankier style of build between these two supports, is massive.
Well, Cyclone gets the knock-up, does not get the dash, gets the second knock-up. And is going to be able to get the dash plus the ult. Is able to get away there. Jingwei, safety in the kit, doesn't even use the beads. And you know, Mifflin, just because I have to make fun of myself, it did go into Executioner, and that's so wildly funny to me that I can't believe. But I guess, you know, there's the question for you to maybe go into. Why an Executioner up against this comp?
I think it's so that Nemesis and Bologna are both getting value. You're shredding defense from the enemy god instead of just making yourself a little bit stronger with those basic attacks. So an unselfish pickup. You're not really struggling too much in sustain and lane. If you force a Cyclone Spin back to base, he's just going to fly back in. So he's not so concerned with just life stealing up in the wave.
And so far, that's been fine. Sanctified Fields dropped around the Gold Fury. Gold Fury burned down. Leviathans get it. But the question is, can they get out? Rongyu's locked up by some walls from Aurora. The damage follow-up is going to be there. Once again, that dash gets a little bit of distance, but not enough to save the life of the support. But Gold Fury for support, Leviathans, they love this.
They do, but is that all the Tartarus Titans are going to do? Pyromancer's still available. Layers has got eyes for Panatom in the jungle. If he closes gap, could put out a good deal of damage here. A TKO could lead to an objective.
Yeah, double chain, immediate pull. Panatom tries to stay safe. Does stay safe. Gets under the tier 2, but like you said, TKO And it leads to the objective, but there's a teleport being channeled. Something maybe they need to worry about. Not anything big as it comes through. I think it ends up getting canceled by a ward. Or the ward getting destroyed there. So not even able to take the fight maybe they would have wanted. The steal not available. And so gold, right back to even between these two teams. 170 in favor of the Titans, which spread across 5 people is barely anything.
It is. I'm surprised the Titans don't allow that TP to go through. Yorkor is very tanky, but there was like 4 of them there. Just reset the objective, maybe even go for the kill. You could potentially talk about a Fire Giant in that situation, but no eyes on the rest of the Leviathans. Shinto had not shown himself on the wave. Maybe you're concerned about some follow-up there from the rest of them. So the Tartarus Titans did destroy the ward and did take the Pyromancer for themselves, evening up the game completely. As the game goes on, I think concern of this Leviathan scaling should rear its head as Shinto narrowly avoids the dragons. Paul just off the mark with that ultimate. Had he caught out Shinto, would have at least forced the beads, maybe the ultimate, or the shell rather, would have been pretty massive for the Tartarus Titans, especially considering Fire Giant is very rapidly becoming a viable option for both of these teams. Instead though, Shinto walks away, 0 commitment.
And so far, no one with a massive lead. 17 to 16, Solar Troll has the most going for them. But with the gold being as close as it is, good farm from the Leviathans, I think, this entire game. Getting that first Gold Fury balanced out with the Pyromancer. It's been interesting to watch how those continue to unfold. Solo lane felt like Hardcore might be in a little bit of trouble. Panatom rotates over. Wrong Hughes over here as well. It's a 3v3 on the right-hand side. But no one's going to start up the fight just yet. A lot of player damage, though. And, like, admittedly, King Arthur's a bully. He's going to stack up player damage no matter what. But good, what, 5K above where Shinto is? And Shinto's been fighting. So I think impressive to see where this King Arthur can go.
Yeah, King Arthur doing a whole lot.
Yeah, twice as much
team, but it's a solo laner and it's a King Arthur, so he's just going to be constantly poking. I think more impressive is Paul and this Yu Huang putting out 10,000 as well, constantly finding poke.
Now maybe going to have to find a little bit more than just the poke. There's the Phoenix Flames. Is it going to be enough? The chain's getting thrown out there. It's going to pull in one. Aurora goes down, but they use a lot of ults to try and lock him away. Zap is rotated in as well. Dashes into the wall, looking for layers. Paul over the wall with a little bit of damage. Not enough to find a kill onto anybody. Good beads from Zap, avoids the knockup, trying to get away. But now you've got the rotation in. Solar Troll is here, and Cyclone's hitting hard. They get a kill onto Zapman, and the chase is still on for the Titans. Up into the air goes Sot. But like you said, he is going to turn away at that epic uppercut. Does not care too much at it. It is enough just to create space between him and the Kumba.
Zapman just getting a little bit over-aggressive on the rotation in there.
He
chases
wanted
out
that
so far. Lairs gets behind the wall, so even though Zapman finds the root, not much follow-up there. I believe Lairs also still had that shield available, so not a whole lot of kill potential. And in walking so far forward, Zapman loses his beads and his life, so the Tartarus Titans could put a target on his back for the coming engagements, which should likely start up around this Oni Fury. With a minute out from that respawning, and Aurora tries to isolate Wrong Yu. Not a whole lot of follow-up just yet.
Yeah, good walls, and then immediately some
good
CC.
pull.
Nice pull back in. Layers, he's here and waiting. Shinto takes a lot, but gets under the tower. That seems to be enough. The Titans maybe surrounding Hardcore. Did he go too deep? Sot's here. Sot's going to put a little bit of pressure there in mid, but not enough to find a kill. In fact, Hardcore still may be leading forward. Back's getting stopped by Sot. They have something in mind, but what is the play here? The Leviathans are hovering in a 3v4, 4v5 as the numbers start to balance themselves out.
Man, this poke from the Yu Huang is just so hard to deal with. Throwing out the cultivated Dow, throwing out the flames, pulling people in with a dragon. This Chronos Pendant style of build, as well as the Sands of Time, just so much CDR and a god that's already got relatively low cooldowns, has allowed Paul to be the separator in these engagements. I mean, what was it, 2 minutes ago we were evaluating the damage and Yarkor was at the top? Well, he's been passed up. Paul is just in one fight completely taken over.
Paul, when we looked at it, had 9,000 damage. He has doubled his damage in those fights. And it was 5,000 down. Wow. 2,000 picked up for Hardcore throughout all of that. Paul, though, is in trouble. The chains are going to connect. There's the Aegis. There's the beads. There's the Zapman rotation. And that's going to be at least one kill for the Leviathans. Aurora's low, but he's going to be able to squeeze out of there. Wrong you. Knocked into the passive. A couple of autos is all it'll take. And they find 2 for their trouble.
At least Shinto got
wants to make
out.
sure Shinto goes down. Explosive Bolt's no good.
Oh,
Good heal from your
God.
core, but cannot stop SOT.
Now trying to
This
chase
is
down
rough.
Panatom layers in the jungle. Slice and dice is all
He's
you
got the
need
speed
for some
buff.
damage. That speed buff putting in work. A couple of autos,
Oh,
and it's the deicide.
jeez.
Triple kill for the solo laner. And SOT putting on work on this Bologna.
Where were the Leviathans taking the fight? Between a Tier 1 and Tier 2 tower of the Tartarus Titans, it was an overcommitment trying to shut down Paul. They do it. They found Paul. But Yu Huang is so good at creating space. He can remove himself from the playfield with that third ability, able to continually move. Very similar to Charybdis in that regard.
Yeah.
Functionally very similar abilities. Able to force the Leviathans to dive even deeper into the fight. Zapman decides to stay aggressive, dashes into a wall, cancels it, doesn't keep going out. So instead, it's the Tartarus Titans who are allowed to regroup, refine themselves. SOT finding the pincer through his own tower, able to just stop the Leviathans in their tracks. Layers, though, is able to take out that Tier 2 tower. Thought maybe we'd see a bit more chase from Zapman, but no ultimate available and dash is already used. He's the assassin, will able to make his way out.
We end up in a position where, like you said, double dash plus a move, speed buff gets him out of there. 5 members with Fire Giant. And Mifflin, I've realized, looking at Yu Huang's kit, we've kind of seen, you know, the line, the root that hits pretty hard. The Flames of the Phoenix that hits pretty hard. The Dueling Dragons, which can hit hard, but really is good for displacement. As a mage, Paul is getting a lot of utility. He's got obviously good damage, stopping the game. And a team surrounding him that just lets him do it. And that is what I think makes it the scariest, right? And what we've already seen is if you can get to this Yu Huang, yeah, you can kill him pretty easily. I mean, you're going to take some poke in the process, but you're going to be able to win that fight. But with the way the Titans are playing, it feels like this pick has maybe elevated from what it could just be normally. Palau used in mid lane. Panatom, can he chase down?
Goodness.
Damage from layers is insane. Paul gets credit for the kill. Sanctified Fields used, and it's not going to be enough to lock down layers fully. Epic uppercut gets the health bar lower, but it's the Leviathans that are falling now. Cyclone Spin is hitting the autos. He's chunking 2 at a time, but 3 are already gone. Zap forced back to the base. Hardcore running to the Phoenix line. Zap didn't get the back off either. Solar Troll, no ult available. Only person that has it is Cyclone. They're going to take the Tier 2. Mifflin, this is starting to smell like the end of the game.
Yeah, Zapman just now making his way back to the fountain. The Tartarus Titans 5 strong with Fire Giant and a minion wave, and they're approaching the throne room.
They're walking on in. Zap, what can you do? Will this build work out? Hardcore gets erased, and meanwhile, Solar Troll is looking to solo Zapman. Forces them back into the fountain. Zap steps forward one last time. But what can you do versus 5? The Titans, they come into this set, and they end it 2-0.
Man, just another game, and it's very reminiscent of the last time we saw the Solar Scarabs, where one person gets picked out and the team says, well, we got to get in there, man. We can't just have Panatom die for free. Someone's got to die in exchange, so we got to find something in trade. You got to know when to hold them, and you got to know when to fold them, man. And that was a fold them situation 100%. Panatom was so out of position that you could not get far enough forward to find the return kill. Shinto's baited out. Ola runs immobile. It's an easy turnaround for the Tartarus Titans that turns around into a game win.
I don't know if this makes you know, your comparison or your phrase worse, but they did fold, just not the way they would have liked.
Like
right? The entire team completely collapsed there under the pressure from the Titans. Titans come in, they look strong here in phase number 2. It's a 2-0 win for them, but we won't break it down here. We'll go over to the desk to do so.
Thank you so much, Gore and Miff. I think throughout the majority of this early game, Charlie, we saw a lot of back and forth. Leviathans were able to keep at bay with the Tartarus Titans, but then that one team fight in the mid lane, the Dia side that ends up going south for the side of at least the Atlantis Leviathans, Tartarus Titans and their soul laner SOT really stepping up in that fight and just showing that this is a superior team fighting team.
Yeah, and also I think Paul surviving as long as he did was the reason those rotations were able to come through. It looked like a clean pick on Paul. He saved the Celestial Flight. He saved going up into the air for so long, stalled out that Palau, beads, Aegis, Zapman flies in deep, almost into Tier 2 tower to make sure to confirm that one pick. And then Rong Yu, He gets poked out, unfortunately, and it's 2 down. You're like, okay, that's probably it. Then Layers wraps around and is able to find so many. SOT gets the triple kill, and Layers chases down Pantom for the complete deicide right as that Kumba spawning back in. But it was net even at that point, 2 to 4 killed-wise, with the gold completely even. What started as just a small pick turned into, you know, the lead that we saw the Titans build for themselves, and then didn't go well from there. Cyclone Spin looked so solid on this Jingwei as well. Not a highly prioritized pick anymore, but still able to pretty hard carry these games.
And going with a change up in a build compared to what we've already been seeing as new changes in the Hunter builds. You know, we were seeing the Cal Transcendence Atalanta's build. We were still seeing a little signs of light of like the Death's Toll Iqbal style of build that even Zapman was kind of popularizing. But Cyclone Spin comes out with something kind of completely different. I mean, we're seeing the Kin-size Executioner Wind Demon come out of this Jingwei build. So Cyclone also doing new things out in there, and then this team fight over here where SOT makes a massive Eagles rally to kind of get things started off. And by this point, I mean, you look at the top, the gold is dead even, kills are barely split, but it ends up being a deicide just about over the way of the Tartarus Titans SOT on this Bologna. We talk time and time about players like SOT, players like Friday. If you give them a bully god, keep them even or ahead getting to these late game fights, they're nigh unstoppable.
Yeah, it just looked pretty disgusting after the fact. And the whole squad, once they got that online, I think were able to use this team fight so well. But I think that Executioner, that Cyclone was able to pick up, just helped out the whole team, right? You're shredding protections for your whole squad. You have 2 other physical damage dealers in the Nemesis and the Bologna. So if you're shredding the protections for everyone, you know, you just get to see your physical damage dealers sort of pop off there. Obviously, Paul's still going to be at the top of the damage charts at the end of the day. Yu Huang is able to swing like that, but I think the physical damage dealers playing off each other is going to go quite well, as we just saw.
High damage out of Paul, high damage mitigated once again out of SOT, something that we sometimes kind of gloss over when we look at solo laners, but now that we're starting to see the Warriors make their way back over there, these more traditional tanky style of solo laners, I think being able to look at that damage mitigated does kind of give at least a glimpse as to how they were able to be that frontline presence for their team. Obviously, some of that's going to come in the actual laning phase and whatnot, but talking about Paul, who is the top damage on the team, we've actually got Paul standing by for our post-game interview. Congrats on your 2-0 win, by the way, up against the Leviathans.
Thanks.
Tell me a little bit about how you feel about this Yu Wong. It's the first time that we get to see him through his first week of play. And how does he kind of feel right now?
Dude, I think he's really fun, man. His ult, dude, his ult is so far range, and if you time it well and you know the range, you just pull them all into your second dragon, and he's like a lot of fun. I don't know. I think he's good.
Yeah, I mean, just from the performance that we got to see out of you, the win that we got out of Baronic earlier on, now I think our 4th time that we've seen him, it seems that some of these mid laners have been finding a lot of fun with them. How does it feel getting a win over Levites? I mean, this is a team that, you know, historically over the last 6 or so months has given you all a little bit of trouble. How does it feel being able to find a big win over them today?
Yeah, it's cool, man. But it's not like a tournament win, so we're happy, but it's not like we won Worlds, you know.
No, I get you on that one. I mean, now you're in a new phase of play. You know, you're going to have double round robin throughout the entirety of it. So being able to find at least your first win of the new season and whatnot, I mean, how does it feel for you guys?
Yeah, first win of the season. I mean, it feels really good to like win your first game rather than lose it, obviously.
Yeah.
So yeah, I mean, it feels great. Yeah.
Yeah. Well, thank you so much for coming out for the post-game interview. I'll let you back with the team to celebrate. Congrats on your win.
Thank you.
Paul, feeling good over for the Tartarus Titans. Everybody having a little bit of fun. And
it's cool, man.
Yeah, it's always nice seeing the players having some fun.
Yeah.
Obviously, like you said, it's not a tournament win, so it's not anything major. But especially when you come off of an actual tournament, you know, these guys were the champions of Masters. Being able to find a win and show that they are still a dominant team, show that they do still have what it takes to be at the top, has always got to be a good feeling. Let's take a look, though, at the schedule to see what we still have available to you guys, because that was only set 1 of the day. Charlie, I just looked down. It's only like 12:40. We still have 2 more sets to go still. The Camelot Kings and the Valhalla Valkyries is going to be our next one up. And then after that, the Solar Scarabs and the Oni Warriors to close out our Sunday of Smite.
Do we call it SPL Sunday or Smite Sunday?
We could do, why not both?
Well, I mean, that's the thing.
Well, if you call it SPL Sunday, it's technically still calling it Smite Sunday, but you're just adding that it's Pro League Sunday.
Right, that's what I'm saying. It's just the action-packed day. You get 3 Pro League sets. All of them are going to be crazy action-packed. Obviously, the Tartarus Titans, as you mentioned, wanted to prove that they're still on top of their game, coming off of a Masters win. Most teams, after winning a tournament like that, might coast a little bit. Aurora said they took a little break, but I'm not buying it. The way they looked there, I think they were probably grinding throughout. The second they won, they're like, all right, let's go back. Let's do a double Brockus scrims like this night. Like, we're still ready to get after it, and it shows they still know exactly what they're doing in this meta.
Well, as I said, that was only set number 1 of our day. We've got 2 more. It's the Camelot Kings and the Valhalla Valkyries coming up right after this break.
What did it win?
You win the respect.
You're telling me an alien wore this?
Perfect. Okay.
Okay, that was a good cut.
Messaging him to mute.
The best graphics you really need, ultra, of course, and I can probably watch a stream on the side.
Content's gonna look good.
Pretty good, pretty good.
I can't believe that you came into my life. You made me feel again. Now it's my turn. You say you've always been a little bit shy, but I can put an end to your fears. Let me show you a place where you gon' wanna move your feet until they start to bleed. DJ, take it away. Tonight is all for you and me. So baby, spin and let the music begin. I know you feel it within. So go ahead and just spin. Yeah, spin for me. Won't you spin? Don't let
Camp 16, but like, who is Camp 16? That's funny.
Here are your free games with Prime in June.
Battle Man and Beast for survival set in the Himalayas in the open-world action-adventure shooter Far Cry 4. Then, adventure to the high seas as Pirate Guybrush Threepwood in the point-and-click adventure Escape from Monkey Island. Join the WRC Championship to win the most challenging motor racing competition in the world. Build yourself a cat cafe of your dreams in the sim game Calico. Journey with the Astrologaster, who uses the stars to cure the sick in 1592 London. Then, follow Alice on a musical adventure in Across the Grooves. With Amazon Prime, you also get free shipping, videos, music, groceries, and more. Play your favorite games straight from the cloud on Amazon Luna. Go to gaming.amazon.com for all these free games and more. Go where the games take you.
Welcome back, everybody, to Season 9 of the Smite Pro League, of course, powered by our friends over at Prime. Remember, with Prime, you get free games, groceries, delivery, all that sort of fun stuff, and access to free games every single month. Miff was just talking about Calico and how excited he is to channel his future in living alone with a bunch of cats. So you can do that now online with a Prime membership. So thanks again to Prime for powering us here in Season 9 of the Smite Pro League. The Catman himself, Mifflin, with me on the on the desk for our next set. What's wrong there, buddy?
I own a dog.
Oh, yeah.
But, yeah, you're telling me in the future it's going to be a bunch of cats.
Sure.
I thought it was cool because you could, like, paint and stuff. And I'm a tortured artist.
Are you?
Yeah.
I guess casting is an art form in some
and
type of
you torture me. Facts.
I appreciate the shout-outs there, Mifflin. We've got a great slate of games still to go here today. We already had one matchup earlier on. Of course, the Atlantis Leviathans, unfortunately, taking another loss, this time at the hands of the Tartarus Titans. Not another loss, their first loss of the phase, rather. This time at the hands of the Tartarus Titans. Kings versus Valkyries, that's what you're watching right now. And then to end the week in the SPL, we will have Solar Scarabs up against the Oni Warriors. Scarabs versus Oni Warriors, I think, kind of a sneaky, really important matchup here, Miff, as far as getting the tone of the Scarabs. How are they going to bounce back? How are the Oni Warriors going to bounce back after looking a little rough in their first matchup of the weekend? So I think lots to be gleaned from that third and final matchup. But some here as well. When you look at Camelot Kings versus Valhalla Valkyries, Kings look consistent in their first matchup. Valks fall just a bit short of the finish line. Kings expected to be one of the powerhouse teams here this phase.
Man, the Kings have just impressed me so much so far this phase and this year holistically. It feels like this is one of the fastest squads in the SPL to adapt to meta changes. I don't know if it's a byproduct of the theory crafting of their coach Biggie or if they just happen to be really, really good at playing the new stuff, but it always feels like they've got a firm grasp on what it is that they want to do. Be it, hey, we're going to play for that farm style, or be it, hey, we can play aggressive here. When do we want to look towards these objectives? How do we want to pace our match? Where are we going to put our initiation? It feels like no matter what the Kings are doing, they have a strategy, and they're always capable of executing on it. It makes it a very, very fun team to watch. And, well, when you're flanked by this much individual talent, namely this play right here, man, Variety goes absolutely wild. You're able to execute on this plethora of different strategies. And when you've got different ways to approach the game, it makes it even more difficult for your opposition to plan for you. Hey, which version of the Kings are we going to get? Are they going to play double hunter, triple hunter composition? I don't know, maybe. Is Captain Twig going to run me down with a mana? I don't know, maybe. Well, then how do we plan for that? can't plan for everything.
That's true. Camelot Kings very versatile, and we saw some of that in the J Dragon set earlier on this weekend, where the Kings were able to find a win in 3 games over the Dragons. Dragons bounced back in game number 1 earlier on in that set, and then remember, the Camelot Kings in 2 straight games round things out, feeling good after their win. And it feels like this Kings team, Miff, poised to kind of take that next step, right? Where all through Phase 1 they found some success, through Masters they found some success. Last year they were one of arguably the best teams in the SPL.
Yes, sir.
Feels like a team that is just ready
Yes,
to
sir.
notch it up just that next little bit of competitiveness, maybe. I don't know the way I'm trying to word that. But it sticks, and I'm excited to see what the Kings have in store for us. Genetics standing by now with me for the post-game interview heading into this set. Genetics, congrats first and foremost on opening your phase with a win over the J Dragons. 2-1 win for you guys to start off. What are the team takeaways, the good and the bad in that set against the Dragons?
I thought we played pretty well. I thought there's a lot of things to improve on with us, like a lot of core map play issues, and I thought we improved a lot on that in that set. And it's just like playing our game and trying to push past our old style last year and just working on it a little bit more.
Well, Mifflin talked a little bit about your versatility, adapting to the meta, things like that. Triple Hunter compositions have been very popular, throwing a Chernobog over in the solo lane. Variety's played, and again, in only the 3 games that we've seen. King Arthur, couple Ratatosker games.
Yep.
Is he trying to steer away from the ADCs over in solo lane? Is he stuck in his ways with the tanky initiators?
I think the thing with Harry is he's just got his own thought process, and whatever he thinks of, he's going to play it. And the rat came out of nowhere, and he just wanted to play it. So you can't stop him. Once he thinks of the idea, he's going to play it. No
Well,
matter
the Ratatosker looked good for him. Going up against the Valkyries today, what's the game plan? Do you have any identifiable areas where you think you're going to be able to take them down?
I mean, Valkyries are not the best team right now, but you never know week upon week when a team improves with SPL practice. So just play our game, and then hopefully they don't beat us.
Yeah, focus on your strategy. Thanks for your time, and best of luck in your matchup.
Cheers.
All right, so Variety a bit stuck in his ways, Miff. But when it no, but hold on. My takeaway,
please,
is that if his ways are good, right? The Ratatosker looked good for the Camelot Kings the other day out of the solo lane. So let's talk about now the Valkyries, a team that through Phase 1, the storyline was new to the SPL. Finally get their whole team in for LAN towards the end of Phase 1, get them in here for Masters. They make it out of that first week. Still plenty of room to grow. What areas do you think this team still has some room to grow in?
I feel like the Valhalla Valkyries are on a very similar trajectory as the Solar Scarabs, and that consistency needs to be the topic of conversation for this squad, because at times they look so good and even establish things that we're not seeing from any other teams. Like Kirmi single-handedly brings Vamana into the meta. He plays it first, and now we're seeing him as a consistent pick to deal with some of these more priority selections like Olarun. And at other times it's, hey man, this Valhalla Valkyries team is looking a little bit lost. Feels like they don't know exactly where they want to play through. So I think, and I know it's a bit of a cop-out answer, but consistency has just got to be the conversation. Find and iterate on a style instead of constantly trying to figure out what you want to play. Pick something and get better at it is, I think, the ideology for this squad.
And I think finding consistency in the dual lane as well is going to be important between Gamma and Wowie. Remember, I talked about this team yesterday, their dual lane performances yesterday, or maybe it was the day prior when we had their first matchup here this phase, and how we have seen market improvement between Gamma and Wowie. I remember in Phase 1, there was a period of time where the dual lane was like blanked over the course of 6 or 7 games, like just zero
Not
kills.
ideal.
That has changed, right? Gamma, and I harken back to that, not to be rude, but because we can now compare to how the dual lane has been playing, gotten their feet underneath themselves a little bit. It's a strong hunter meta. You need your dual lane to stand up, be able to play. And there's been some variety out of the God pool here for WoW. We've seen some Rom, Izanami, Hachiman, X-Ball, Charybdis, Hachiman a second time. So out of the realm of normalcy for some of the top tier gods that we've seen here up to this point. What's your vibe with the dual lane here, the Valhalla Valkyries? What are some areas where you think they maybe have some strengths and weaknesses? What's your take?
Well, of the dual laners, I think Gamma is clearly the most improved of the two of them. He has really stepped up his game. Beforehand, it almost felt a little bit hand-holdy during Phase 1, right? Where it's Gamma and Wowie, and they're always playing together. They're always hanging out. They're always wearing the same flannel. You know what I mean? And they won't walk out of the lane. Nowadays, Gamma a little bit more willing to rotate out, playing that mid 3v3 a little bit earlier on.
Right.
It's just the little hand-holdy nature of it. It felt like a good way to tie it in.
Yeah, but don't you want your duo lane to be on that
The
type
same
of
final?
Sure. I mean, they're in the same shirt, but they each have their own. They're not both inside of the same.
I bet they
shirt.
trade back and forth.
Okay.
I mean, yeah, I'll bet that. Sure.
I would never. Couldn't be me.
Can I go back to my thing, man?
Yeah, sorry. The whole flannel thing really just stood out to me.
Yeah, I'm sorry. We'll talk about the bans once I'm done.
Yep.
Evaluating the duo lane. I think Wowie, on the other hand, and it's been a common thread for Wowie throughout his entire competitive career, is that he is consistent in playing a passive style in the lane. Wowie is not the aggressor. He's not the proactive playmaker. He's not dashing in aggressively looking for these solo kills. Wowie is very willing to sit in lane, farm up, wait for level 20, and then rotate into the team fight and land his auto attacks. And that should theoretically fit the current meta, I would think. In 9-5, we're seeing both side lanes, solo and ADC, generally dedicate a lot of their time to just farming up, especially compared to 9-4, where Gold Fury was a major topic of conversation at around that 10-minute mark. Nowadays, Gold Fury isn't really the primary objective to be looking at in the early game, which buys even more time for your duo to just continually farm up. So you would think this is a meta that fits Wowie's style, but we haven't seen that built upon just yet. It feels like the Valhalla Valkyries are a team that really want to play that early game still, and it doesn't really play to the strengths of some of their individual players.
I was wondering if the Valkyries, because Jingwei was left open, a couple of the other priority picks were left open, if the Valkyries were going to try to reach for those top-tier hunters. Ullr, absolutely very strong. Could be for Wowie, could be also for Benny Q. Out of the mid lane, we've seen a little bit of flexibility out of that Ullr. But Jingwei's been so prioritized, left unbanned here. The AMC, the hunter, that ends up taking a ban. But the Valkyries myth still feel like Ullr is that top-tier priority pick. On the flip side, Variety, a bit stuck in his ways, maybe, as Genetics has said. But again, when the waves you're stuck in are consistent and they're winning you matches against very strong opponents like the Jade Dragons, I'm not going to complain. King Arthur plus Chernabog equals the first 2 picks for the Kings.
You won't catch me complaining about a King Arthur lock-in regardless.
No?
I think that pick is just very, very strong. If Variety's stuck on him, I think it's for good reason. It seems like the majority of the SPL tends to agree that King Arthur is in a very good spot right now with some of the Glad Shield changes. This new Bluestone immediately into Sovereignty Glad Shield build fits him very, very well. With the Valks picking Ullr in that first slot, it does indicate to me that it is likely going to be a double hunter composition, so King Arthur should be able to thrive in that scenario, and it is a double hunter, as Jingwei is locked in. A much more passive hunter as well, so that fits Wowie's style. He should be allowed to be left alone on an island, and then you're going to try and establish your pressure around this Ull, which I can only assume is going mid.
Yeah, it should be. So we do end up getting back to the Jingwei for Wowie. Scale up into the late game, hit your auto attacks. It's what Wowie's hoping to do. Achilles we've seen once, Myth, and it was just the other day, just yesterday, when the Valkyries played against the Jade Dragons, and it was for Aquarius, a 1, 2, and 3 performance and a loss on the Achilles. On the flip side, Camelot Kings are going to finalize their dual lane with the Ymir. Fafnir banned out alongside the Oleron. I do want to go back to the Achilles, though, Myth. Are you rating this pick highly? It's not something we've seen a lot of the soul laners in the league reach for. Literally, it's been Aquarius one single time. Do you think there's some value?
I think he's very good at establishing pressure. He's one of the best lane bullies. He can match up against King Arthur very well. King Arthur is not allowed to use that third ability as just channel damage as long as Achilles is maintaining his stun. You've got some sustain built into the kit, so you should be able to stick around and deal with that continuous poke that King Arthur's tossing out. But this Ymir selection, I think, is a direct answer to this Achilles. Fatal Strike, the execute, has a very large windup, a very indicated, telegraphed windup where he's up in the air, pulling back his spear. Toss a wall out. All of a sudden, that execute can't connect. I think this Ymir pick is very, very strong into the Achilles, and I am excited to see it.
Well, Genetics might be one of the most consistent Ymirs in the league. He is very solid on this pick. As a matter of fact, it's been 3 straight Ymir games to start off the phase for Genetics. This makes number 4. Loss against the Jade Dragons, and then, of course, 2 wins against the Jade Dragons. So 4 out of 4 games that Genetics has played this phase. And he's saying Variety is stuck in his ways. And he's playing 4 Ymir
Wow, you're talking
games.
a lot of smack now that Genetics isn't in the room. That's crazy.
Am I talking smack?
That's crazy. I'm just saying. I don't know. Yeah, you're questioning him. Yeah, I know you're just saying, bro. Go ahead.
Genetics was saying that Variety likes to play what he likes to play.
Yeah.
And Genetics does as well. That's not a bad thing.
No,
Again,
no, of course not.
If my Ymir is as good as Genetics is, I'm probably playing Ymir 4 games in a row as well.
Okay. Yeah, I'm just saying it's a lot of backpedaling after you got called out too. So
What are you talking
I don't know,
about?
just
When did I ever say
get a slime, bro.
Genetics' Ymir was bad?
I know. No one ever said that.
Miff, I don't.
You said it with your eyes.
You got some weight on your shoulders. But I think my cat adult life comment is like sticking with you or something. But
hey, look, accuse me of dying alone with cats. I mean, it's whatever, dude. It's how we open the door. You brought this energy.
Yeah, I never said that. I said that you're going to have a lot of cats one day. You were the one who filled in the blanks. Erlang Shen, the next pick for the Camelot Kings. And we had seen Erlang Shen a little bit over in the solo lane. Wondered how it would slot in with junglers here in the current meta. Apparently still some viability despite losing that knockup. Still have the 9 turns blessing and some initiation.
Yeah, I like Erlang Shen blanket statement. Whether or not I like him in the jungle, not nearly as much as I once did. Now, having that knockup removed just makes it so hard for him to execute on his ganks in the early game. But an Erlang Shen with a lead is still feast or famine, can still absolutely dominate if he is able to get 1-2 levels up. Nobody's really boxing up against this god. But looking at what the Valks have got, Jing Wei is going to have a pretty easy time getting away from this Erlang Shen. Uhl can just throw out that axe immediately, and because of how the turtle form works, because of how the ferret works, it's pretty easy to stun that out and immediately disengage. Even Achilles, to a certain extent, can make sure that channeled ability doesn't really find its full value. So, curious to see the Erlang Shen locked in. And you're right to say that it is likely slated for the jungle. But there is some flex potential if we're getting
King
crazy
Arthur
with
gonna
it.
go?
Well, King Arthur's going solo.
Oh, you're saying Erlang
Ymir.
Shen could go somewhere else.
I'm talking about this Erlang Shen support Ymir jungle. It's not going to happen, obviously, but it could.
No, Captain Twig is too good on Erlang
He's
Shen.
very good at it.
4-0-7 in the Game 3 win on Erlang Shen over the Jade Dragons. On the flip side, Valhalla Valkyries hope to add some burst damage into their composition. I would assume support, but then there's also Baron Samdi that we have seen support as well. So Kabrakan plus Baron, a little magical damage to finalize the draft for the Valks.
Yeah, the 5 stack of the Valks is very potent. It's a new age standard in that you've got the double backline Uhl Jing Wei that should be able to just stand behind this triple frontline composition. Achilles and Kabrakan very good at controlling space. Baron Samdi great at keeping your teammates sustained in some of these team fights, as well as initiating from a range. So combos that we can expect to see in a late game team fight is a pull in from life to the party, immediately Kabrakan spawns up a wall behind you and you're stuck there, right? You're going to separate the fight. Easily, Achilles will likely be acting as just the gatekeeper, keeping everybody back, making sure those walls stay up for as long as possible, all the while Jing Wei and Uhl stinking damage to whoever's pulled in. So I like this strategy from the Valhalla Valkyries, but I am concerned. Just because of the 9-5 bonus changes, I feel like that style of play where you're just going towards Deathbringer, getting the Wind Demon, getting all that crit available to you early on, has seen some pretty massive nerfs. Deathbringer now down to 25% additional crit damage, Spectral Armor, all of a sudden so much more powerful as well. Another triple frontline composition from the Camelot Kings. If you're pulling somebody in, it's probably going to be the King Arthur. It's probably going to be the Erlang Shen. If Ymir's around, he can just spawn a wall and make sure nobody's getting pulled in. If you're pulling in those tanks, they're going to survive for a good long while.
I forgot that we had an Achilles locked in as well. How much intrigue do you really think there is here, Miff, as far as role flexibility? I mean, it seems like Achilles slated for the solo lane in Aquarius, because we saw that yesterday. Would mean one of Kabrakan and Baron, then or the jungle, which I would assume would be Kabrakan and then Baron support. Does that seem like the most likely outcome to you?
Most likely and most optimal, I think. And every time I've said that, I've been wrong in the actual placement. But if I had to choose the optimal selections for each of these gods, I think you got it right.
Oh, thanks, Smith. Camelot Kings, they finished their draft with something that they have made work in the past. The Kukulkan on the back end of a 9 turns blessing. Ymir wall, Ymir freeze, King Arthur lockdown, things like that. This is a very tried and true style of composition from the Camelot Kings. Question ends up being, on the flip side, do you think the Valkyries have the ability to disengage, to get out of some of that setup that the Kings are bringing?
They've got great survivability. Achilles, CC immune in the ultimate, Jing Wei the exact same way. Kabrakan doesn't always have to use his walls as initiation. He can use it as disengage as well. Slow immunity when you're channeling the first ability for him. Baron Samdi likely going to be the biggest question mark in the early game. Massive target on his back. Pretty easy to lock him down, but even then still has some additional movement speed and healing to survive some of these fights. I think the major concern for these drafts is ease of play, which has been a hot topic for me in particular. This is not an easy to execute composition for the Valhalla Valkyries. You need to be playing on point. You don't have standard AoE damage. This Baron Samdi is not going to be a standard mage in the late game, probably not dealing a whole lot of damage, which means that you really need this Ul and Jingwei to be performing at the highest level. Whereas the Kings have got a composition that can essentially just wait till late game and then have very easy setup. You've highlighted 4 or 5 pieces that are going to make them the Spirit of the Nine Winds connect consistently in some of these team fights. And I wouldn't be surprised if we see this new age 9-5 bonus mid lane build of Book of Thoth and a Warlock Staff and maybe even a Book of the Dead to keep this Koken alive indefinitely.
Simplicity versus potential. Name of the game here is the Valhalla Valkyries and the Camelot Kings face off in game 1.
Game 1 should be a fun one to watch between these ones, and it will not. No, it's going to go with the Baron solo this time around for a quiz. I don't know where I was going. I literally lost myself in my own thought, Charlie, jumping into this game. But it is something that you and I were discussing while the desk was going on. We were having our side conversation, and it really does feel like Kabrakan just fits Gamma's playstyle so much more often. We see Kirmi go more towards these warriors, more towards these assassins more often than not.
Yeah, I mean, that's what I was going to say. I don't know why. I don't know how you got lost there, because this is what you said.
It was. I don't know how I lost myself in my own thought.
Yeah,
That's not too hard, actually.
You were so confident in the Gambit bracket, and then it showed up, and you were like, wow, I'm good. But either way, Aquarius is not going for a Bumbus Hammer Baron start. It seems to be the Sands of Time is going to be his option. So not wanting to play for late game, not wanting to say I'm not going to have my CDR until level 20, which is a far ways away. The Camelot Kings farm the map so well, get ahead so easily.
Alexander
I don't think
too.
I don't think he wanted to gamble on that, saying like, I'm not gonna go for the Bumbus Hammer and hopefully we'll do things. I'm gonna go Sands of Time and I'll do things right now. Also, teleport is going to be the option, so I would expect to see some ganks onto both of these solo laners. Variety much safer on the King Arthur, but Baron with Sands of Time, that seems like a pretty free gank to me.
And maybe good for your mental as well, Charlie. It is a tier 2 book out of BMT, so
true.
potentially starting this Book of Thoth Rush, unless there's something wild they decide to pull out, like maybe early Book of the Dead or Soul Reaver. Just saying that there's a chance, but we're hoping that maybe for your sanity and even mine, Big Man Ting's going for that early BOT rush.
I don't think that there's... You said there's a chance, and the only chance that I see that BMT builds Soul Reaver or Book of the Dead or Polynomicon in that slot is that he misclicks and forgets about it and moves the base. That's the only reason I could see it building any of those items in the first position.
Yep.
Book of Thoth just so core on Kukulkan, and there's a lot of setup for it too. I know that the desk talked about it a fair bit, but Spirit of the Nine Winds is going to be chunking. Captain Twig and Genetics, and even Variety Soul can set up so much here. As long as the damage gets online, as long as you're not a little bit late to the party, you're not getting CC'd by the Valkyries, I imagine BMT is going to have some big ults to play for late game.
I'm looking forward to that.
That was something that the desk was highlighting as well, especially between Dave and Miff. They were talking, once this comes down to the team fights, 1 CC is that the only thing that you're going to need to be able to set up for the Spirit of the Nine Winds versus on the other side, lacking a lot of that AoE damage. Gamma's going to have some with the Tremor, some with the wall, but not a whole lot out there, and it's all right in front. Aquarius will have a single kind of long-range AoE damage with that Consigned Spirits. Otherwise, it's trying to pull one person into the coffin. So for the Valkyries, it really feels like they need to get the ball rolling a little bit earlier, because when it comes to these late-game team fights, it feels like the Kings will probably have that in spades.
Yeah, and they have itemized for it as well. 2 blinks on the side of the Valkyrie, so early aggression certainly on the brain, but Genetics has a shell. Usually we see the blink Ymir freeze, but I think respecting the walls from Gamma, saying I might need a Phantom Shell early on. Ymir's very immobile, getting trapped, and then getting executed by the Achilles that Kirmi is piloting would not be fun. So I think Genetics wants that shell. Probably pre-popping the shell just in case, the shell's not going to protect you from an execute. So you have to pre-pop and make sure your LP doesn't get that low. I think it's going to be a solid bet here, but Kirmi is lurking around the left side of the map. Isn't quite level 5, but wants a gank.
Blink in by Gamma. The Tremor slowing down Genetics. He'll get stunned out by the Achilles. The root is out. Genetics is not going to have enough defense. Even with the shell, it's not going to be enough. First blood for the 3-piece over for the Valhalla Valkyries.
That was so obnoxious. I think Genetics almost ate the full duration of Tremors. If Gamma had more mana, I mean, it could have lasted. It lasted for a long time, but I think that was about to run out just how long that Ymir was stuck in the center there. They chained their CC so well. And again, the shell is available, and there's no beads to get you out there. The freeze was already down, and just a perfect way to make sure that Ymir goes down. So a little bit of pressure now going the way of Kirmi. Should be finishing that Golden Blade here shortly, or the stone cutting sword if you wanted to go that route. I think Golden
Probably
Blade
Golden Blade.
make sure that you can farm so well. Captain Twig already finished that Golden Blade. Has been farming pretty effectively, but not wanting to force any ganks just yet. Not really
glad
seeing
Golden
the
Blade's back in the
opportunity
meta.
to find a kill, because if you look at that soul lane, Aquarius is underneath the tower and probably will be for quite some time.
Yeah, Aquarius has not really been allowed to step up to the wave. Variety's just been keeping him bullied under there. Aquarius, unfortunately, with his teleport, didn't have enough gold to buy that full tier 3 Warlock staff just yet, so it's going to be some time before he gets his stacking item online. Variety will go back to base and pick up a full sovereignty on his back, so one full item up for the King Arthur. It's oddly kind of the physical damage to go up against the magic that he's going with. I guess maybe to also deal with Kirmi in case Kirmi makes rotation over.
Yeah, I think it's more so just no respect. Gamma is retreating over here, trying to find something but a beautiful freeze. Genex is only level 4, though.
But Genex gets caught inside the wall. Spear to the 9 wins, won't find anything there. The coffin will drag Genetics back in, and the execute will finish the job. Kirmi finds another kill in this game. Kirmi has to use the second one to try and go back in, but misses his target. Variety will pick up Benny Q, slamming him down already for Captain Twig and his teammate on the tail end. Turtle form in, not going to be enough damage. And now with Aquarius still sticking around and back, the Valkyries will finally back away.
Yeah, the Camelot Kings do have to retreat here. That's, again, only a level 4 Ymir. Not enough damage, not enough tank stat to try and survive that one. So, great answer for the Valhalla Valkyries. The gold, still very even at this point, the Camelot Kings. It's going to look like that for a while. No matter how many picks the Valks get, the Kings, they just farm the map so well. So even though we're seeing 2 kills go the way of the Valks, that first blood bounty, that's really the only lead at the moment, about 300 gold in their favor. But as we were talking about, Variety going for the sovereignty, just not respecting the damage that a Baron can do right now. Aquarius has to stay extremely far back, and the HP 5 from that Sov and the health is going to go a long way as well. So just wanting some sustain in this lane, you can always dash away from the coffin. You have plenty of different ways to immune that. So I think sovereignty is still the best option here. Forcing magical damage into someone that, or magical defense into someone that doesn't want to fight you, most of the time is useless.
All right, as the 6-minute mark hits, the Lost Knights begin to spawn in, and teams will start picking those up to start working it towards their trebuchets, which we've been seeing a little bit of trebuchet action at least this weekend. A couple of good little plays that have come from there, but overall still waiting for those real big power plays that we can see. I was wondering if maybe Big Man Tings, I just peeked over and saw that he had the tier 2 Warlock staff picked up. And I was wondering if he was going to go into a double stack like Mifflin was alluding to on the desk.
Yeah, I always think this is the best option here. You want the Warlocks for survivability, and then you want the Thoth for the damage. The Warlocks also doubles. It's a massive damage spike because you're Cuckoo.
Yep.
So it's just going to work out very well. Didn't go for the Sands of Time, though. Usually we see like a stacking item, Sands of Time, and then Warlocks after the fact. But BMT just wants to get farm as much as possible. Sit in lane, not really rotate out too much.
You guys can
not
thank
much
Paul
to
for the
fight
double
over at the moment. When
stacks.
you see Kirmi's getting very active on the map, but the mid laners, they don't have any assists right now. We saw Benny try to get active
That's
on
when I
the right
started
side
doing
a
that.
little
People
bit,
thought he was
but I
crazy.
imagine they're just going to be sitting here in the lane as much as possible. And if you're going to be just sitting glued to your wave, might as well be stacking in the process.
May as well, especially with how safe that Kukulkan can play under the tower. And talking about the golden XP differences across the board, it's basically negligible as far as the gold is concerned. XP, we're really only seeing it over in the support role. Gamma is the only one with any distinct level advantage, and that's just because Genetics has gone down twice. Genetics will spot out Gamma, trying to steal away a camp. Wall comes up to hold him out. Super 9 wins just off the mark. Big Man Tings in danger and should go down. Good wall from Gamma. Will lock down the mid laner, and Kirmi will pick up his 3rd kill of the game, and now it's Genetics who can be accosted yet again, but he's got backup this time. Netroid is here, but low on mana. Gamma throws it out. Captain Twig here does find a good taunt, and finally, the Camelot Kings will find their first pick. Kirmi dashes out, but he doesn't dash far enough. Captain Twig finds the pin after, and now it's Benny Q surrounded by 3, has the leap to get away. And now with backup at a Wowie, the Camelot Kings will turn away.
Yeah, looks like they're going for the red buff here. 2 versus 3, and no more backup is on the way.
Yeah,
But
watch
not
out
a
for
lot of
Netroid.
mana or health bars for the Camelot Kings. So the red will go down, and they will. The Valhalla Valkyries will have to retreat there. That was a good fight in, and Kirmi almost had the opportunity to go for the execute, was saving that fatal strike for so long, and unfortunately, no health threshold presented itself, and the execute followed flat. And now, Camelot Kings have the gold lead here. That's all it really took, was one shutdown kill onto Kirmi, who had all 3 of the kills so far for the Valks. That means a lot of gold on his head, and once that death comes through, a lot of gold was claimed there. So the Camelot Kings, I'm not going to say are in the driver's seat, but they certainly have the gold lead in their favor, and the team fight is still going to be going pretty solidly in their way. Losing BMT is going to hurt them.
Yeah, it's never going to be a fun time losing your mid laner. It'll put him a little bit further behind on getting that Warlock staff picked up so he can get his set of stacking going on there. But one thing that you may or may not have noticed there, at least on the gold charts, every single time one of those kills pop through for the Valhalla Valkyries, spike themselves up about 400 or 500 gold up, and then immediately spike itself right back down to net neutral. And that's something that we always talk about with the Kings, is their neutral farm, being able to come back through, even losing team fights early on, or getting picked in the early deficits. They're always able to at least maintain parity, or in this instance, kill goes up, gold spikes up, and then it spikes right back down after. And now this time, the Camelot Kings have finally spiked it towards their side of the map.
And that's something that's got to be super annoying, right? You work so hard. It's not like getting a kill onto the Camelot Kings is easy, but by the fact that you do get all these kills, then you look up and you're like, we're still down in gold. We've forced so much to try and find a lead, overstepped a little bit and dropped the kill there. Just one, and that's all it took. And obviously now, the Camelot Kings are still ahead in gold, and the Valhalla Valkyries have even harder to work for to try and even that out and trying to find more avenues to find success. But with the way that Kirby's been playing thus far, I imagine not going to be too deterred. Tier 2 Hydra's already in the stable, so working hard to try and get more damage online, I don't think it's going to be too big of an issue.
Now, Kirby should be just fine on this Achilles. Still sitting even as far as XP is concerned in the jungle, but the XP difference that was between the supports earlier on, where Gamma had the lead up over Genetics, is now somewhat even itself out, but Genetics with a very slight advantage, about a half level up for the Ymir now, thanks to the help of getting the 2 assists during that team fight, and also not dying throughout that one does definitely help Genetics out.
Okay, correct me if I'm wrong, but we see a new ADC build every single time there's a new team playing. I mean, the kin size rush from WoW, we saw a little bit of that from Cyclone Spin last game. That's not what I'm concerned about. Netrioid went for the Ichival, which we have seen, but now going into what I can only assume is going to be a second item, Blood Forge, right? Because Devos has fallen so far out of the meta, going in second item just doesn't make sense to me. And this is what I love about this patch, man. It used to be just cookie cutter. This is the build. You're going Gilded Arrow, Dev Gauntlets. No one is straying from that. Then we saw the rise of the Cowl into Transcendence. Now we're seeing even more bow builds. So interesting. You never know what to expect, and it's hard to build against that as well.
You never know what you're going to expect. Kirmi goes in, does miss the stun. The wall is good, though, and well, the execute's not even necessary. Benny Q's damage from long range will be enough of an execute up against Captain Twig. Variety picks up Gamma and slams them down, but there's no follow-up damage. A good wall will at least hold Gamma back for a while, but maybe it's not the person that you wanted to keep walled back. Variety loses down to about a third of his HP, and the Valkyrie's able to find an easy pick. Meanwhile, Netrod on the other side will get the airstrike out of Wowie to win out that trade with the Hunters.
Yeah, Netrioid definitely wanted to rotate into that fight on the right side of the map, but once he realized the fight was gone, he's like, okay, I'm going back over to left. I'll teleport to Wowie. Wowie doesn't want to fight me right now anyways. Kin's in the Ichival. Unless you're getting some lucky crits from Jingwei, you're definitely not going to want to win those, and if Wowie's not leveling into it, not going to happen anyways. So Netrioid always is going to win those trades, and Wowie just has to use that ult to escape. Looking at a level lead in that dual lane at the moment because Wowie hasn't been able to clear that wave either way. So some good farming by Netrioid looking at where the map is right now. Still gold. Another kill in favor of the Valks, but still the Camelot Kings have that small gold deficit. I'm telling you, that's going to start to add up. Every time you see the Valks get a kill, they'll look up to that gold and realize they still haven't put a dent in that.
Yeah, especially the fact that they're sitting with the 4-2 advantage. See
farming
both
better.
supports standing by, wanting to make sure that Wowie gets his buff, the other one wanting to deny Wowie the buff. Maybe that wall pushes Wowie a little too far back. Genetics step too far forward, and he should go down here with 3 players of the Valkyries, and no way to get out of this wall. Genetics will be stuck inside the Tremors for eternity until he finally goes down. But just when you rotate 3 people to the left side of the map, the Kings are able to take the Pyromancer. Now, can they rotate to the Gold Fury in time? Because the Valkyries now notice that that objective is gone, so it'll be a kill for an objective for the Kings, for an objective for the Valkyries.
Yeah, but look where Captain Twig is right now. Not taking this for free, trying to invade as much farm as possible. Getting the Gold Fury is going to be pretty massive there, but would you guess the Camelot Kings are still ahead because they are so good at farming this map. It's going to get annoying me saying that because you keep thinking, like, surely that, the gank at the purple buff, killing Genetics and Gold Fury would be enough, and it's not because all of this neutral farm is always going to be going there. Where Aquarius, though, trying to get very aggressive on a Variety, but he will just spin away. Kirmi does have the ult, but chasing that far, not going to be your best option.
Yeah, the Beyblade out of the King Arthur will make sure that he can cover enough distance to get away from Aquarius. Maybe that's why we're not really seeing the beads come out of Variety. We're just seeing the teleports. His Variety has
Beyblade?
plenty of
Is that what you call it?
utilities within his kit to be able to get away from an ultimate like that, from the roots out of Aquarius. So Variety will do just fine on this King Arthur in the right lane. Does have some magic defense online now. Second item, Genji's Guard for the Arthur.
Yeah, the cooldowns are going to help you out a lot. The cooldown resets, I should say, are going to help you out a ton when you are just trying to get aggressive in lane or just simply retreat, right? Every time you use an ability and then Baron just tries to hit you with something, you're going to get even more of that value. And it looks like Netrioid did go for that Blood Forge, so Just another build to add to the table of something that is
I don't know if I
possible
agree
right
with
now. We'll
that.
have to see if it works out. Right now, 1-0. Aquarius, though, is getting dope.
And with no ultimate because he used it earlier, this should be an easy pick for the Camelot Kings. Variety, credit to the kill up against the opposition. The 1v1 of the Hunters not going to go any further than just a couple of shots thrown between the two of them. Beniq in the mid lane. Good wall by Genetics to actually stop the Axe Toss from connecting anything.
Yeah, Genetics has been the target more often than not on the Camelot Kings because Ymir is just so immobile. Now that the Sovereignty and the Spirit Robe is finished, gonna have a little bit more survivability. I wouldn't be surprised, though, if we saw some sort of movement speed, something to help and try and escape, because there's always gonna be a chance that the Valkyries just try and CC down this Ymir, get an execute off to start the fight, then you're down 4-5. There will be a point, though, where the Camelot Kings say, you used all of that and all you killed was our support, we're just gonna run through you. We aren't at that point in the game thus far, so the team fights have still been going the way of the Valks. It's more so just been these picks we see, and then the back off. Instantly, we're going to find a kill here, and then we back off, that sort of thing.
Captain Twig and Genetics will team up and try and grab these Oracle Harpies. They do so. Gamma charging forward, maybe to try and find big man Tings, but Beniq a little too far to find any stuns of his own up against them. It's a grouping once again in the mid lane, this time around 3 and 3. Between the two teams. Aquarius will finally be able to get that Warlock staff of his finished up. Big man Tings just a couple of minions away from getting his fully stacked up. But that's a double full stacking and going into a book. So, I mean, Mifflin's kind of called this build throughout so far. Book of the Dead may just be on its way. Genetics finds the wall on Wowie, who does have the beads in the Aegis and an airstrike.
Holy shit.
And he gets out with barely anything left.
I mean, just anything would have been able to make sure that Wowie goes down there. Beautiful ult. Getting away at the last second, but the purple buff was the prize that the Camelot Kings were after. And unless Gamma has some clutch steals here, will go their way. So now Wowie's going to unfortunately lose his buff and maybe a minion or two to this tower. No Fury to be had, though. There is no real neutral objective that anyone wants to fight over at the moment. We see Pyromancer went down a little bit after. So once this Oni Fury comes up, I'm expecting to see the Valks try and get aggressive, try and fight back in, because they haven't really been able to find too much in a couple minutes now, and the gold lead is simply climbing right now. Only about 700, 800, give or take, for the Camelot Kings, but that's where they try to win. They try to make sure that they're just getting a little bit more every little minute until about 20 minutes. You look up and you're like, when did we get 2K down? We found so many picks.
Yeah, you get the slow burn style of gameplay out of the Kings. Gamma blinks past Genetics' freeze. But Big Man Tings isn't deterred by all the damage coming through. Instead, it's Gamma, who might be locked inside his own wall. Netroid has joined the fray. Variety picks up Gamma, throws him right down into the waiting zone of the team and the wall just to make sure that it'll go down. But now it's Kirmi on the run because he's low. Variety will chase him out. Aquarius gets stunned out, loses the beads, doesn't have the coffin any longer. But the heal will make sure that Aquarius is rather healthy. Wowie just slips past the wall by Genetics. And everybody else on the Valkyries, aside from Gamma, will make it out.
Yeah, Gamma a little bit too over-aggressive there. Blinks the freeze from Genetics, which was cool and all, but then decided to just all-in BMT with no real follow-up.
Cool
eat the Spirit of the 9 Winds, because the Kabrakan is quite tanky with that Oni Hunter's Guard, but not enough to eat the Spirit of the 9 Winds, the Zephyr after the fact, sit in the Tornado, in the Tremors, and then just get walled off here. Beniq finds a lot of damage onto BMT. We haven't really seen the Uller pop out too many combos. It's just been a lot of poke damage, as you can see. Topping the damage charts for his own team, but Captain Twig has found him.
Captain Twig does eat an axe toss, and Beniq, good lord, he is destroying Captain Twig's health bar. A leap in under the tower, maybe a little bit too far for Beniq. One more ability from either of those two would have gotten a kill, but it's Big Man Tings who shuts down the mid laner. Gamma now rotating over to stop this one. Does by BMT. Captain Twig even halts his back to find the pin on Gamma, eating a few tower shots. But both of the two core of the Camelot Kings will make it out.
Yeah, you hate to see that. I can't lie. If I'm Beniq, I'm jumping in there 10 out of 10 times.
Yeah.
You gotta try and take that 1v1 there. You had so much damage. Netroid, though, does have the Aegis here and is trying to get into a wall.
Well, uses the wall of his teammate, maybe not the most ideal one. Execute is ready by Kirmi. Genetics will not be able to body block that one, and Kirmi uses the second hit to dash himself on out.
Yeah, it looks like the Oni Fury has spawned in. The Camelot
He's like,
Kings
bye,
are trying to
Wowie.
chase down Wowie, but has the airstrike available and will be able to fly away for the time being.
Twig caught up with him.
I was going to say, shouldn't have too much left to chase this, but wanted to just be a little bit annoying on the way out. Waiting for Netroid, it's going to be about 30 seconds, where the Valhalla Valkyries are 5 strong, but check out where Aquarius is. Still on the right side of the map. If you wanted to try and pull this Oni Fury, now would be the time. You don't have much time to get over there, and Aqua already used that teleport, so probably just going to continue farming that right side wave. I don't think we're going to see that Oni Fury spawn, even with the numbers advantage.
Captain Twig getting a Toxic Blade third item to give himself a little bit more attack speed and a little bit of pen within his build. Pyromancer is
A lot of
back up
he's
along
got
with
there.
that Oni Fury, and that's where the Kings put themselves last time there was action on the left side of the map. Now with this Trebuchet pushing up to the dual lane, gotta imagine the Kings will maybe try and establish some pressure somewhere on this map, but if you look at where all the Valkyries are standing, you got 2 of them sitting at the tier 1 tower in mid lane.
Yeah, it does seem like BennyQ is just trying to force out some relics, force out some beads, really anything at this point. Genetics is also trying to force out something, but with the meditation grab, I was gonna say, Genetics, will he get the blink? Will he get anything like that? This looks like execute bait to me. Genetics is saying, hey, I'm low HP, execute me, I'm in the threshold, and then pop the med. Gets a little bit over the fact that then that ult is wasted. Kirmi ulting out very early here, just from a little bit of poke damage from Variety.
Aquarius does find some damage on the Captain Twig, but now Aquarius gets taunted back in. The beads are gone from the Baron. The ult is still available, but Aquarius won't even get the opportunity to use it. Netroid crashing into the team fight at the tail end could now set up for the Pyromancer, which is where the rest of the Camelot Kings are going. Genetics, the only one sticking around the mid lane.
Yeah, the Pyromancer is pulled. The Oni Fury is still available, and there isn't too much vision on the left side of the map, but if they do go for the Oni Fury, the Fire Giant is being pulled. The Camelot Kings have Spear of the 9 wins. They're just going for this.
Variety and Genetics just zoning out in the midst of the wave, and they should know that the Pyro is already down. Captain Twig falling low. This is going to be a hard ask for these 2 carries on the Camelot Kings. Gamma walking his way in. It seems that they will give up the Fire Giant chase for now on the side of the Kings, especially with BennyQ walking himself in.
I mean, that's really committing to the bait when you have both of your tanks in mid lane, like, we're not doing Fire Giant, we swear. Then you're like, wait, if you guys are here, who's tanking the objective? And it turns out no one. But finally, the Valhalla Valkyries will be able to go for the Oni Fury, and unless Genetics might just be able to stall here. He has a good bit of damage, but it's bettering so fast.
He's got to go very quickly, will not be in time. Valkyries get yet another Fury, but now it's the frontliners here. No wall for Genetics to stop anybody out this time around. BennyQ a little bit low, and Mana does have the leap. The wall only catches out Gamma, but there's 3 people here to deal with this Kabrak, and Genetics will stand on the side of the wall, finds a freeze against Kirmi. Gamma still up. The Serpent of the 9 wins, doesn't find anybody this time around. Gamma's still low. Variety picks up 1 in the back line. The coffin from Aquarius won't find anybody. And Kirmi finds a Gia, but a triple taunt out of Captain Twig is massive to start the team fight. Aquarius walks into the tornado and to his death.
And all of that for the 1 pick, and the Valhalla Valkyries get the 2nd gold Fury of the game, but again, it does not matter. 2,000 gold in favor of the Kings, who have just started ramping up here. We saw the Fire Giant bait, and it turns into a chase after the objective. Genetics, all he really wanted to do there was stall that one out, and now the tier 1 tower goes down, and it seems like the team's heading to the right. There's nothing over there but a Greater Scorpion. I don't think they're ready to pull FG just yet. Probably want to back up and spend some gold here, but with Netroid's build, he's got that Wind Demon online. They would be able to do it quite quickly.
But they won't do the Fire Giant for now. Variety just going to solo up some of the camps that are throughout the jungle. Kirmi is here, and we'll see that Serpent camp does go down. Level 19 on the King. Arthur Aquarius has not really gotten to get a whole lot of value in these team fights, and seeing most of his poke has been in that solo lane and the small little 2v2 or 1v2 skirmishes that he's had, but so far I haven't really seen a whole lot of value out of the Coffin Trolley.
Yeah, not so much, and I think the Sands of Time start didn't really get Aquarius off to the start he probably wanted, because at this point you're 3 levels away from Bumbas, if you were to go for that, obviously, and it just would be paying much more off than an upgraded Sands of Time. Sure, you could get an alternate timeline, maybe get a revive here, but with the HP, you could essentially just drop any one of BMT's abilities on the revive and just get 1 shot after the fact. You don't get res with that much HP, so unfortunately for Aquarius, he will just have to deal with this, and he is building a fair bit of mana, so the Pendulum could be a solid upgrade as well. I'm not going to say it's useless, but at this point, probably wishing he could have went for that Bumbas Hammer. But it looks like all of the ADCs are grouping up on this right side of the map, so the Camelot Kings could be trying to force something here. With the way BMT is itemized, they have some very solid and clear bursts to try and confirm that objective.
Wall just a little bit short from Genetics, so is the Zephyr from BMT to try and stop Kirmi from escaping. And the Camelot Kings will establish at least some aggressive positioning around the Fire Giant. A Trebuchet in left will be able to take down that tier 1 tower should nobody go back over there to stop it. But I don't think that the Kings are at all concerned about that left side tier 1. Fire Giant started up by Genetics, but once again, it's only the carries left to tank this one up. Fire Giant will be leashed by the Kings finally. Variety goes to the back line, misses Wowie with the ultimate, does find a good stun up against Gamma. Gamma finds a wall up against 2, and Captain Twig is zoning 2 of the Valkyries out. Kirmi goes to the back line, but doesn't find anything with Netroid, who's boxing right back up against them. Nobody too low on either team. Netroid goes up into the sky, back down, and forces the ult out of Kirmi.
And Variety was going to chase this as well and doesn't have a blink to try and help, and it looks like all of the Valkyries are just on retreat duty. They don't have to force anything because the Camelot Kings haven't pulled the objective. Spear of the 9 Winds is down. They don't have a great confirmed tool anymore, but Variety's wrapping around.
Genetics does find a stun against Benny Q. No beads available to him any longer, and no life available to the mid laner, and same for Aquarius. Big Man Tings finds another pick for the team, 2-1-4 for the mid lane Kukulkan, and the Camelot Kings can reset themselves on the Fire Giant.
Yeah, I gotta give props to Netroid and Variety there. Obviously, the walls from Genetics were clutch at making everyone back up, but Netroid just essentially chased down Kirmi by himself, made sure that Achilles could get no sort of value there, and then Variety has the clutch wrap around to just split apart that team fight. The Valhalla Valkyries wanted to stand as 5 united, wasn't able to work out, and unfortunately for them, will lose the objective in the process. So now it's defense duty as Kirmi is trying to split away as much as possible, take away some farm, and safely get to level 20. And it looks like that tier 2 in right will go down. The Trebuchet doing a fair bit of damage on the left side of the map, but I don't think that tower's dropping with Variety making that rotation over.
Yeah, Variety coming through. Tier 2 will definitely get low, but not low enough for an actual kill there. Variety gonna chase out Kirmi at the least and try and delay this Achilles from going back to base. With Wowie there, shouldn't be much more as Variety just spins around and keeps the jungler away. Tier 2 tower on its last leg. One more Trebuchet shot would have certainly done it. And so the status the tier 1 tower was at when the Trebuchet got there is now left for the tier 2.
Now I can finally talk about the corrupted bluestone that Variety got here. We usually see the bluestone brooch. It's going to give you a little bit more damage, but the corrupted bluestone, it's going to steal some attack speed away, give it to yourself, and then, I mean, it doesn't really do much for King Arthur except make his energy stack more, but it is annoying for the double ADC comp you're facing because they just are simply saying, like, he walked up, he started spinning on me, and now I'm attacking slower. It's annoying. So Variety 4-0 right now on this King Arthur has been very disruptive in the backline. Has the Aegis in case he has to immune one of those executes, but as long as they keep putting pressure on Kirmi, the Camelot Kings have been very aware of Kirmi's presence. That's why we're seeing the meditation, the Aegis, that sort of thing, just saying, hey, we're not going to give you that threshold execute, and you're going to have to work for these kills.
Well, tier 2 and right went down earlier. Tier 2 and left, we left to the minions to close that one out. And the Camelot Kings can now regroup around the mid lane, the last tower standing on the map, and then it's nothing but Phoenixes for the Camelot Kings to take. And they should be able to shred this tower away rather quickly, especially with an extra minion wave popping in right behind. The Kings can now regroup themselves to maybe try and push one of these Phoenixes. Their eye of interest goes to the one on the left side of the map, the one furthest from the next Fire Giant.
I am interested in Gamma's build because I was wondering, will he just go no auras this game, you know, just try and survive as much as possible? And he does look very tanky whenever he's up against BMT's ult, but looks like Gauntlet of Thieves possibly in that 4th item slot, but he might not get a chance to go for that because the Camelot Kings are here and they want this left side Phoenix.
All 5, I should say all 10 players on the map group to the left. Genetics does find a freeze against Gamma, who eats a considerable amount of poke. The Coffin will not pull Genetics in, will not pull Variety in. Finally, one will connect, but the shells have been popped by the team.
Good damage.
Keep the Camelot Kings alive and rather healthy. Genetics, the only one really low on his side. Gamma has to back himself out. Good double knockup from Wowie. Variety goes into the back, finds BennyQ with the ult, and gets the beads and the Aegis out of the mid laner. The Phoenix, though, was not taking as much damage as the Kings had hoped, and it should be a retreat from the Chaos team.
Yeah, the meditation was already popped, so they're not going to have too much healing here, but what they can do is send Variety back in to teleport back in with another full health bar. Look at the ultimates on the side of the Valks. It's just Wowie. That's all they have, whereas BMT, Variety, and Netroid are still able to use this, and they're going in.
Variety spins to the back line. The wall keeps him and some of the Valkyries away. Gamma low, Gamma and Wowie both eat the Serpent of the 9 Winds, so Wowie is now out of this team fight, and so is the Phoenix with one more good auto placement from the Kings. Finally, after an elongated team fight, a reinitiation, and Variety having to literally go back to base and rejoin, the Kings take the bird.
And Netroid also had to go back to base and ult back in. So a few different health bars there. A great defense by the Valks. Of course, they would have preferred to not lose their Phoenix, but they didn't lose anyone in the
global presence is so powerful on this map.
It looks like Fire Giant will peter off here in about 18 seconds, and then we'll get to see one more FG dance. In that time, I really think Wowie needs to just farm up to level 20 as quickly as possible. Try to upgrade to Death's Temper or Death's Embrace, respectively, whichever one he feels will get more value out of. Since he's probably not capping him the attack speed here in this build, I'm thinking probably wants that Death's Temper. More healing, you know, more sustain, that sort of thing. It's going to help you out a ton when you're hitting these tanky targets.
For sure. We do see 2 Spectral Armors picked up on the Valkyries to deal with the bit of crit that is coming out of Netroid, the Wind Demon Deathbringer. So some answer, at least for a couple of the frontliners, for the Valks to deal with that. None out of Aquarius just yet. He's got a little bit more damage-oriented in the build between having that Sands of Time from earlier and then the Warlock staff and the E-staff. No surprises to the Baron build. It's something we've been seeing a lot of in this meta.
Yeah, if he does go for the Pendulum, he's going to have a ton of cooldown here. I really want to see the alternate timeline come in clutch where just everyone's like, okay, Aquarius is dead, let's all go on. And then he just comes back and gets a massive ult or something like that. It doesn't really happen more often than not because he is a frontliner and it's hard to miss him if he does go down. He's usually one of the first people to die. We finally see the 5v5 grouping once again at this second Fire Giant. The
already
minion
got
on the left side of
40%
the map won't be pushing for quite some time, but Camelot King can stall this out. They can just wait until those minions break the base, start hitting the Titan. Someone has to go back, and Aquarius did get the alternate timeline. So we should see at least one revive here.
Well, it'll be a revive, but will it be a valuable revive is always the question with an item like this.
They're like assuming
Fire
he's
minions
gonna
are
die.
starting to group up on the left side of the map.
And he
There
might.
is a small timer now for the Valkyries. The Fire Giant pulled by the Kings and half HP already without anybody from the Valkyries even stepping foot into the pit. Kirby was the closest. He gets picked up, slammed down, and he has to use the ult to get himself on out. Now it's Captain Twig in the middle of two. Aquarius low, and Aquarius is going to need that alternate timeline to kick in soon. He will drop down, and the team will just kind of ignore him. Netroid will be able to deal the final blow to take him down, the first casualty of the fight, and Variety may be the second. Wowie falling low as Captain Twig has chased him down and thrown him down. Benny Q walled off, frozen, has to use the beads, but how much further could Benny Q go? Kirmi is gone, Benny Q jumps out, but Benny Q will go down to the onslaught of the Kings. There will only be one left standing, and it's going to be Gamma, and I'm not sure that Gamma has the defense to stop all five of the Camelot Kings. They will march into the throne room, and just shy of 30 minutes, the Camelot Kings will be able to take game number one over the Valkyries.
You hate to see it, man. The Valhalla Valkyries, they had time. They were postured to defend that FG, and then they were like, wait, it's done? The Fire Giant was already burned through. Polynomicon on BMT's build. So much damage coming out from Netroid as well. They just weren't even able to step up to the Fire Giant at that point. And once you see it go down, you're like, why aren't we at our base? Why aren't we defending the Titan? It's too late. The objective goes down. And unfortunately for Aquarius, the alternate timeline was not able to be clutch enough. And Netroid just sat there like, I'm just going to auto you twice after you get revived. So great play by the Camelot Kings. Essentially what we expect from them, right? Even though there was some action in the early, even though we saw Kirmi get a few kills in the early, it never really affected the gold. It never really affected how they were going to play that game.
Yeah, and that kind of goes back, as you're saying, to the beginning of the game where it's a kill goes up for the Valks, but the gold goes right back down to the Kings. A kill and gold go up for the Valks and right back down. The Kings are able to play the map well. They're able to play the team fights well and find themselves a win in game one. Can they keep it up in game two? We'll have to find out right after this.
Let's find out. I lost. Nani? Okay, there we go. Nani? I need to start working out again. chill vibes right here. Dude, my hair's a wreck. Oh my god. Word, yo. Oh no.
Camelot Kings take game number 1 over the Valhalla Valkyries here in Season 9 of the Smite Pro League, powered by our friends over at Alienware. And remember, if you want to play on the same gear that all of our players and our production staff are using at home, you can go on over to smitegame.com/Alienware and use code AWSmite09 for discounts on select gear over at Alienware. And make sure to check them out on all their socials at Alienware. Simple enough. So thanks again to Alienware for sponsoring us here in Season 9 of the Smite Pro League. And the Camelot Kings used every ounce of that processing power here in their win in game number 1 over the Valhalla Valkyries. And Miff, early on in this game, Kieran was putting in some work out of the jungle. Looked like it might be a close matchup, but that macro game and the consistency from the Kings was just too much.
Yeah, I believe it was a 3-0 start for Kierme, and then I looked at the top of the screen and I was like, oh, the Camelot Kings are still like 1,000 some odd gold in the lead. And then from there, it felt like the Camelot Kings had just established the pace. They continued to farm. They weren't too concerned about the kills that the Valhalla Valkyries were getting, as the Valkyries were not quite able to transition them into
takes
a
like no
neutral
damage.
objective or even a permanent objective in a tower to solidify their leads. And by the time that the true team fights had started up at around that 18-19 minute mark, the Camelot Kings were just so hard to deal with. It was this triple frontline composition that made sure any engagement we saw from the Valhalla Valkyries was not onto a priority target. I felt like there were very few circumstances where Netroid was under threat. There were very few circumstances where Big Man Tings was forced to use Spear to the 9 Winds as like a disengage tool, or was even concerned about his Zephyr placements. They were essentially free casting throughout the duration of this game. And that's by nature of the composition. We had talked about it during the Ps and Vs. Some of these best pieces that the Valhalla Valkyries had were immediately contended with and controlled by this Ymir selection. How many times did we see an impactful ultimate from Aquarius? I'd argue very few, maybe 1 or 2 throughout the game. Very often it was, hey, you're starting to pull, I'll throw a wall up. You have your tick damage as they slide into my wall, and that was essentially the entire conversation in some of these team fights. Kierme going for the damage style build as well, wasn't quite able to act as that front line that you would expect from an Achilles, and unfortunately for Gamma, he's a support, so he's just not very tanky when he doesn't have all his items.
Pace just never got set for the Valkyries. 0-5 for Aquarius, 4-2 for Kierme, as you mentioned. Myth looks good, but everyone else, bit of a rough game here for the Valhalla Valkyries. Just never got the wheels spinning. And the Camelot Kings, again, they're not showing us some ridiculously new, innovative style of meta composition. This is just what the Kings like to play. They throw some setup out there. They give Big Man Tings the opportunity to drop damage on people's heads. and they just make it work. And Variety continuing to show us that certain warriors, in this case King Arthur, absolutely have their place here in this current meta so far in Season 9. Camelot Kings just look too consistent here in game number 1. It's back to the drawing board for the Valhalla Valkyries, and we'll see what they come up with in P's and B's for game number 2. Back in the first pick slot are the Valks. They'll take away the Emoja. Certainly a strong ban across the league anyway, but Genetics also very, very solid there on that pick. Wonder if there are any standout must bans now for the Valks. Feels like as an entire composition for the Kings, that's how it works, right? You can't ban out the entire comp that the Kings just played. So maybe they'll stick with the tried and true.
And I wouldn't argue that any individual piece of that composition was integral to the Kings. It felt like a lot of those gods have got parallels or anything else that could have fit that same style. Like, sure, you can ban the Erlong Shen, but there are plenty of initiator junglers that Twig could go to. You could ban out the Kukulkan, but Big Man Tings has got plenty of long-range artillery mages, and both of those picks are not really at the top of the meta right now. So the Valkyries, I think if anything, if they were going to change up the bans, maybe a King Arthur in this slot, as that has been suiting the rest of the SPL very well, and we know that Variety is very, very capable of playing this pick clearly based off of game 1. But if I want to see any adaptation, it would be to solidify your style on the Valkyries. It felt like certain players were really gunning for that early game. Kirmi was really getting involved, but then he's got a kind of passive looking dual lane with the Jingwei. The Soul Laner was left alone on an island, and Baron Samdi's not really one that you want to be ganking for, especially against a King Arthur who's got so much survivability once his ultimate is charged up. So if the Valkyries want to, and I think this could suit them well because they are very good at establishing these early leads, is to lean into that style. Pick a dual lane that's very capable of going towards Gold Furies early on. Pick a Soul Laner that is going to have impact plays around the Pyromancer, because finding kills is not the issue, clearly. At every team in the league, I don't care if it's the number 1 seed, if it's Stardust Titans, the Kings, the Leviathans, the Valkyries are always able to find these kills early on. It's a question of what are you doing with them, and so far that's a question that has gone unanswered.
Agreed. That's something that Gamma brought up in the pregame interview yesterday, where he mentioned that the team has really been working on their early game. They feel a lot stronger in the early game. Yeah, why not? Lean into it. See what works. Obviously, we're still in the learning curve of this Valhalla Valkyries team, but, you know, as Phase 2 goes on, start getting to the mid of the year, that's when you would expect to be caught up, right? The stride to start hitting here for a squad like this. We absolutely still give them some breathing room, but still searching for some compositions that work on a consistent basis, as Ullr ends up being the 3rd and final ban for the Valhalla Valkyries, followed up by the Jingwei. Jingwei fell to the 3rd overall pick. Got back to Wowie last game, who I suppose played safe, but never really got a chance to flex those muscles on the late game Hunter. And that'll leave Nemesis open. A very, very strong pick for a very talented jungler in Kirmi.
Yeah, adept at playing that early game pressure style. The auto attack cancels the Nemesis, give her very deceptive burst. You can go towards that Golden Blade early on. She's already so very good at applying those slows, so getting additional movement feed for yourself will allow Kirmi to play that early aggression that we're used to seeing from him, and decent scaling into the late game means that with that survivability and the 3rd ability, Nemesis should be able to stick around in some of these team fights. King Arthur will be the lock-in for the Camelot Kings, and no surprises there. Variety, what was it that we said? Stuck in his ways, and I think rightfully so, as King Arthur has suited him very, very well. Chernobog matched up with it. That's some global presence for the Camelot Kings. Some flex potential as well. Could go mid, could go into the Hunter role. Likely slated for Hunter. And that global is going to allow him to get involved everywhere on the map. Allow Nechuoid to play wherever his team needs him. If Variety's able to establish a lead in the Soul lane, maybe you've got a Chernobog jumping into the shadow of the enemy Soul laner, and then all of a sudden your ADC's on the right side of the map. Maybe you just go into the Pyromancer immediately after.
Yeah, if I'm sticking with my style of play, and my style of play is winning a lot, I'm okay with that, and that's what the Camelot Kings are feeling about their solo lane. Artemis plus Ymir is the 1-2 punch for the Valkyries, so you're going to take away the Ymir from Genetics, and now for the first time in Phase 2, Genetics is going to have to play something else. Remember, it was 4 straight Ymir games, 3 against the Dragons earlier on this weekend, and then, of course, in game number 1, just now against the Valks, Genetics is playing the Ymir. So that'll go over to Gamma. It'll be something a little bit different. Artemis plus Ymir, Myth, I mean, that's some good lockdown and disruption between those 2 picks.
Okay.
Terra was always a fallback for Genetics, and fallback is not necessarily the right way to word it. Maybe a lateral move. Always very talented on this pick as well.
Yeah, Terra's got some interesting matchups into the Artemis in particular. Every time you use that first ability, the Transgressor's Fate, it applies that dot damage, which should proc Earthen Fury from Terra consistently for whoever is getting that single target allocated damage from the Valkyries. I'd hypothesize maybe the Khepri lock-in because of the single target nature of this Valkyries draft. Artemis, single target CC lockdown, Ymir setting up for that, Nemesis, single target defense shred. So you'd think just having that Scarab's Blessing as a get out of jail free card, especially considering how storied that is of a pick for genetics, could have fit this style of draft for the Camelot Kings. But I like what Terra brings to your late game team fight, and you've got plenty of ways to proc the damage of Earthen Fury as well. If King Arthur's involved in the fight, that Beyblade in the red stance for King Arthur will always proc the damage. So it fits the style and it fits this composition very well.
Now, Myth, there is some flexibility with this Poseidon pick. Have seen mid, have seen jungle, the two slots that the Camelot Kings, we would assume, still need on their side. Something that Twig has played in the past, and that BMT has played in the past as well. So the Valhalla Valkyries probably largely unsure on exactly where this Poseidon ends up going. Merlin gets banned out, as well as the Kukulkan by the Camelot Kings. The Kukulkan and the Olrun both taken off the board. So we do get later on in the draft, and the Valkyries do realize that in one of those final ban slots will take away one of BMT's maybe stronger picks. This would be interesting, Myth. Have not seen a lot of Mulan across the SPL in the last couple of phases, but if you're looking for lane pressure and the ability to compete early, maybe that's exactly what you pick Mulan for.
And we've seen Mulan a couple of times in the SCC. Generally, it's like a Soul Eater style of build that allows you to play that lane bully, resustain, put pressure onto the enemy blue buff. So if the Valkyries are looking to play through that early game, Mulan will fit that style very well. But her late game scaling is a bit of a question mark for me. You have to go into that ultimate, it roots you in place up against what I would consider essentially a double hunter composition. I put Poseidon in that category. Could open up the door for some very big damage going their way. But looking at the Valks draft holistically, I really like what they've got here. They've got the potential to steamroll the early game. Ymir and Artemis have got great ability to transition in towards the Gold Fury as Ymir gets a pretty fair deal of damage throughout the early, as well as confirmation on some of these objectives. You've got a Heimdall as well, which should be able to rotate to either Pyro or Gold, depending on where he's at. Means that if the Valkyries are finding the kills like they did in Game 1, they've got further opportunity to at least look at some of these objectives.
Well, Myth, I wonder how, I know you'll have Divine Judgment, you'll have the ultimate from Nemesis. How worried are you about the full fizz stat? I mean, of course you have Ymir, right? But Ymir's only going to do so much magical damage. Between Nem, Artemis, Heimdall, and Mulan, are you worried that King Arthur, Terra, maybe even Osiris could just stack physical protections and not take that much damage?
I am. I hadn't even considered that. I'm very concerned about that, actually, especially with this Osiris locked in now, who's already so hard to shut down with the tether and the mitigations built into his kit. Quadruple physical could work in the past. Generally, when we saw that locked in, it was like an AMC or a Charybdis, gods that have consistent defense shred built into their kit as the hunters. Artemis and Heimdall don't really have those opportunities, so it's going to be really riding on this Nemesis to choose her targets well. Whoever gets hit by this Nemesis ultimate needs to die, and they need to die quickly in the late game team fight. This style of draft, now that you've shined a light on the quadruple physical, kind of tells me it's on a bit of a timer, right? Like with the crit nerfs and 9/5 bonus, with how strong anti-crit is now, spectral armor getting some buffs as well, physical defense really good with the Glad Shield style of build, and you better believe King Arthur was going Glad Shield regardless of how many physicals were on the side of the Valkyries. Now he's even quadruple dipping in that defense pool. It's going to be difficult for the Valks in a late game team fight, so it's all about that early.
So, and Sovereignty has been a very popular pickup in the soul lane as well. Seems like a pretty simple item to slot in for one of the tanks on the Camelot Kings. Maybe Gamma just goes full damage on Ymir. Because we saw what?
What? Why'd you say that?
What?
Why'd you say it? Oh, because he's the only magical.
Yeah, he's the only magical.
I see what you're saying now. Okay.
Yeah, right.
I was like, why would he do that? Okay.
He's not going to, but
he could.
Jake was building Chronos Pendant on support a little bit.
He was.
Twice.
I don't think that works quite as well here. I don't know. We'll see. Look at the pacing of this game. You feel like it needs to happen early for the Valhalla Valkyries. You think the Kings still have an opportunity, though, mainly with Osiris in the jungle, to get the wheel going early for the Camelot Kings?
I think so. Anytime Osiris is on the map in the jungle, it's probably mannequins, which means you're probably looking to get pressure pre-level 6.
Camelot Kings versus the
Osiris is so
Valhalla
annoying.
Valkyries. Game 2 kicking off.
Thank you so much, Dave and Mifflin. I think it will be a tough point for at least the Valkyries to try and fight into the late game, as highlighted by the desk for physical going up against the Kings. And no way to shred those protections, Charlotte. There's not an AMC or a Charybdis to kind of shred some of that out there and deal with it. It is just going to have to come down to the raw damage output of the Valks.
Yeah, and I also don't love the Ymir you have to be going in consistently, right? Because you're a pretty free target as well. I imagine Gamma has to be the first option to look at, because usually the Ymir is going to be standing right in front of you, right, trying to peel for the squad. So it's going to be hard to survive as this Ymir as well. I think the Spirit Robe first pickup here will go a long way. There is a ton of CC that the Camelot Kings have with the Kraken, maybe a few stuns or roots from genetics into that Kraken as a setup for it. So Gamma's going to have to position very well here, and they're going to have to get active early. I think Kirmi's got no problem with that. We saw him get active very early on last game on that Achilles. So certainly the play style he's been fit towards. I'm also interested in this solo lane, the Mulan. I can only think of Deathwalker playing it as of recently in the USCC. So playing it right now, Aqua's gonna have he's gonna have to show us something, right? Show us why this pick's not being picked, or maybe it's slept on.
And we do see the double Bluestone start, and for now that's gonna favor King Arthur just because of how many more abilities he will have at each level compared to the Mulan. Aquarius is stuck right now at his tier 1 tower line, where Variety is gonna be able to get some nice and easy poke up against him between his ranged and his close-up damage. So for now, Variety will continue to hold that pressure in the lane, but Aquarius does have some natural tools to keep himself sustained by that second ability.
So BMT is going for the restored artifact start as well. I'm curious if he will just finish the Charon's coin. Yeah, and you put it in the second slot.
Yeah, that's something that I do at like 2 a.m. when I want to tilt the rest of my team. Is I'll buy like second slot, and then I'll go to fourth slot for my next item, and so on.
Right, but Sands of Time, if he buys it, will just go back in the first slot, so it'll work out actually.
Okay,
He's actually big brain.
You know what? That's not as bad. The only I will say I might be one of the weird ones here. When I play Ratatosker, I sell the tier 1 Acorn, buy my starter item, and then buy the tier 2 Acorn, so that way I have starter in the first slot.
Huh. I didn't think about that.
Nobody ever thinks that you can even sell the Acorn. I say that and they're like, wait, you can sell that thing?
Well, no, I knew they added you could sell the Acorn, because that was back when Speed Pot was a thing, and you wanted to get the benefit of a 6th item, and you're like, you know, I don't have boots anymore, that sort of thing. But selling it just so it looks better aesthetically is definitely an interesting one. And I'm just curious here. The reason I even brought it up is because we've seen sometimes where back right for a Sands of Time, or the full Charon's coin right away, so you want to get those stacks online. And it looks like Captain Twig is over here on the right side of the map. Aqua doesn't have an escape yet. Until Aquarius is able to level up his abilities, his 3 is only going to act as an engage. It's not ever going to, he can't clip it to the wall and just, you know, grappling hook out of there. So pretty free gank up until that point, but also not a lot of damage coming out of this Osiris right now. You have the Bumper Spear start in the tier 1 Katana. You want that Golden Blade online, but it's going to take a bit to get there.
We are starting to see some of the downside of having so many abilities and so many ways to proc the Bluestone pin on King Arthur is aggro a lot of minions. Aquarius does have a couple of ways to stop some of those via the red Beyblade stance out there. Variety can be stopped if a good placed grapple comes from Aquarius, and that will shut down a lot of Variety's damage.
Would you call it red? I think it's yellow and blue, is it not?
Isn't it like combo and something else is the actual official term for the stances?
Well, I'm not concerned about that. I just think he's yellow, but I guess it does sort of look red there as well, huh? I never thought of it. Red and blue, yellow and blue, either one. King Arthur does have...
They're all primary colors.
Yeah, yeah. It looks good. He's spinning around. It's hard to deal with. Doesn't have beads, that sort of thing. You know, we get it either way. I think it's going to be an interesting matchup there. There will be some brawling to do, and if Aqua gets to rotate to these team fights at least pretty... And he did back for the full Charon's coin. I had to stop my thought right away, because that makes sense in my head. That, when you want to back and get that Charon's coin online right as possible, you want to try and get maybe a cheeky assist, a stack here and there. It's going to work out. So thank you, BMT. You've helped out my brain especially.
Unlike a Baba Yaga, he won't be able to get free stacks, though, with his Poseidon, so it is going to take some actual kills and assists to get that one going. So it may take some time before we see the full value of that item from BMT. And it may be a while before we see some action across the map, at least for the Camelot Kings. I mean, it's something that Mifflin was talking about, where the Valkyries are on a bit of a timer to get themselves going, to get the ball rolling early for this composition. And maybe the Camelot Kings can start something up against Kirmi. No, Kirmi will just throw out the slice and dice and Captain Twig will walk himself away.
Yeah, when we looked over and saw Genetics like halfway up the lane, just sitting there watching as the Valks just starve out the dual lane, I was like, yeah, I don't think there's going to be any gangs happening anytime soon. The Camelot Kings are pushed up very far on the left side of the map, but that's because, you know, the Valks just said, hey, rather the Kings just said, hey, Kirmi was here, he's gone, there's no gank opportunity, you don't have to really worry. They hit level 5, Netroid quite hasn't ticked over, and now we'll finally have that ultimate available, but still, no form of aggression here. You're looking, and Gamma hasn't even backed yet, neither is Genetics, so plenty of buffs you're probably looking to get in your build, trying to, you know, get some power spikes online. It's just not going to happen yet. I have to keep my eye on Kirmi and Captain Twig, where they are on the map, where they are in their builds. Right now have both finished Golden Blades, so the kill opportunities have presented themselves. They are going to be clearing very quickly, but still, both on the right side of the map at the moment.
For now, it will remain at least a state of even across the board. No real XP or major gold differences. Valks have a couple hundred just from some of the extra farm that they've been able to push the way of their team. Golden Hand still sitting a lot for, I think that was Gamma, who hasn't had a chance to go back until just now to spend up and buy that Spirit Robe. And 3 Sovereignties, one for each of the solo laners, and then one for Genetics. Kraken in the mid lane out against Benny Q will not get any real value there, except, actually I say that, but Benny did use the beads momentarily.
Yeah, that's all you really need is that beads when you're trying to set up a regank opportunity, as Netroid is going to fly in and land right into a trap. More often than not, we see this ult used, and it's just going to be to get some stuff done. Actually, a lot more damage than I expected. I thought this was just going to be a trade for trade. Netroid uses this ult as a pseudo-teleport and just goes back to clearing the way, but wow, he actually returned a fair bit of DPS here as Gamma and Genetics are both on the way over.
Gamma doesn't have a blink to get in fast, just has the wall. Sprints is available to him. Ultimate comes out from Genetics to help Netroid out, but maybe more so to help take down Wowie. Into the wall goes Netroid and dashing out of the Ice Shards. Now Wowie's the one being low, punched down by Genetics, and first blood to the Kings.
And see, this was my issue going into this draft, and I voiced it to you to the side. I said, it looks like the Valks are picking this Ymir, not because Gamma has a good Ymir matchup here, not because it's a really good solid pick. He wants to take it away from Genetics, and I don't think that Ymir's a great pick to do that. Captain Twig, though, is going to be forced to use Lord of the Afterlife if more damage comes through, and more damage didn't come through. Benny Q really couldn't close gap there. Either way, the Ymir unfortunately didn't find too much value, and Wowie probably thought there was going to be a little bit more follow-up there and tries to find that kill. It doesn't work out. Now, first blood goes the way of the Camelot Kings, but Genetics is going to get credit for that kill.
Yeah, and he was just walking down WoW at that point. There was no ult available to the Hunters because they'd used it in the little squabble prior over at the Tier 1 tower. So because of that, Wowie also loses his beads during the initial fight, and Genetics will continue bullying Benny Q in the mid lane. Level 7 on this Terra. Went with beads first, give himself a little bit of help in the way of CC immunity. I mean, going up against this comp, Benny and Gamma, both perfect targets to try and keep him out of a fight.
Yeah, anytime you're trying to dive behind Val, need to send you through the realms, you're like, well, I guess I'll join you guys in a bit. You guys have fun. Let me know how the fight goes. I'm just enjoying the scenery in Niflheim, so that's not going to be something you want to deal with. The beads is always going to be a strong option here. And throughout the team, they have 3 beads, and then Captain Twig obviously has the blink, so probably not wanting to get too aggressive on this Heimdall when the ult is up. But here we go. We're going to see it, and probably just an ult out from Benny.
Freeze onto BMT, though. Will stop that Kraken from hitting the mid laner. Instead, the Kraken expended up against Gamma, so we'll get ult for ult between the mid laner and the support. Netroid
no damage from
using his ultimate to kind of get that fight going. Kirmi, a few more seconds till his is back up, and I can imagine that he'll probably want to try and get some pressure in one of these 2 lanes on this left side of the map.
Yeah, we'll have to see where he decides to go once that stone-cutting sword gets finished. It's going to be a big influx of damage. It's going to help out the team as well. Shredding protections has to be the name of the game here for the Valks. We've already touched on it a few times, and I'm going to touch on it again. They have a lot of physicals, J-Mac. They do not have a lot of magicals. They have one, and it's Gamma, and he's not building hybrid. He's got a Spirit Robe to his name. So if you are the Camelot Kings, any damage you will be taking is going to be of the physical. Oh man, I was going to say of the physical variety, and we're looking at variety, and I'm just going to commit to it. Of the physical variety, that's what you're going to be doing. And obviously, if you are variety, you're going to want to build a bunch of that physical defense, and you're not going to really care about that for quite some time. Kirmi's ults are going to have to be on point as he wraps around here, sees Genetics, and probably doesn't want to fight into that anymore.
Kirmi will do some damage to Genetics, though, at least to keep Genetics from going back to base for free at the least. Doomorph started up by BMT in the mid lane. We've been seeing this a lot from these Poseidon mids. We've been seeing it a lot in general from some of these mages, this Doomorph kind of popping its way back into the meta, but specifically with this Poseidon, gives him so much extra movement speed to traverse this map.
Yeah, this
Like
is usually the
4%.
build for Poseidon. Just Charon's going to do more, maybe even a Toxic Blade after the fact. You just want as much movement speed as possible. You want to be annoying and zooming, but you also just want to get to farm quickly. We see BMT just
feel like
clear
that's more of a
wave,
jungle
pop that
build,
trident,
though.
run to a camp, and he's never
Not so much
not
a mid
farming,
laner
right?
build.
You always want to be upping your gold in the process. We do see that the Poseidon beats are down for about another minute, so BMT doesn't want to step up too far. If Gamma can find a good wall into a freeze, certainly some kill opportunities here. But Benny Q isn't going to step too far, but Kraken gets dropped, though.
Kraken does hit Gamma and Kiermi. Gamma taking the bigger brunt of it. Kiermi able to find the dash to get out. Gamma slowed down. A dash in by Netroid and a few more autos will seal the deal on the support. Kiermi and Benny have separated themselves, but Genetic has found them. Will it eat the Nemesis ultimate? And Captain Twig blinks to the backline, gets sent to the realms. Genetics uses beads, finds the route onto 3, but the ultimate from Wowie will at least keep things separated for the fight.
Yeah, and it doesn't look like too much HP is even going down. Captain Twig has a fair bit as well, but the red buff invade is what the Camelot Kings wanted, and it's what they will not get. Benny Q is able to pick that one up. Gamma falls down once again. Not once again, actually. The first time, his kill opportunity is there as wow. He's going to be running here. The tether falls off, but a good clap from him.
One more hit. One more hit from something from anybody. No, Wowie is going to find his way out of the fight. Kiri reinitiates, but he's already used pretty much the entirety of his kit to get back in. Gamma and Benny Q on the way. The Kings maybe not recognizing this until it's too little, too late. Benny Q finds Captain Twig, slows him down with the Galahorn. Kirmi will take the tether right then, but now that Big Man Tings is rotating over, somehow Wowie makes that a fight. Somehow the Kings make it out, and Gamma is being just bullied by Genetics at this point, stuck between a wall, and a Terra.
He was there for so long, too, and obviously no one was rotating in on Gamma. I saw Gamma's face cam, he's just like, really, man? How long are you going to waste my time? And Genetics is like, you can't help your squad if you're here. Benny Q takes a lot of damage here. Just a title surge will do it, but it looks like Variety has the wraparound.
Variety will dash in. The Kraken will not deal the final shot, and they've given up the chase on Benny Q. Now it's over towards Gamma instead. Picked up by Variety, dropped into the whirlpool, and into the death of himself. Big Man Tings picks it up.
Yeah, now I can say, once again, Gamma has fallen. This Ymir, just such an easy pick right now. Even with the sprint, is not going to be enough to get you away from the CC as the Camelot Kings are pulling this Pyromancer. The Ymir is here, but not going to be enough burst. It's going to be the clap.
Aquarius tries to get in there, but it's not enough damage. Now he's used his way of getting out to get himself into the fight. All 5 of the Kings are around. Lord of the Afterlife will stop Aquarius. He does find an ultimate, but stays in place to try and fight back, and that may be too little too late for Aquarius. He will go down to Variety. No, Benny Q is here, and it's pumping out a lot of damage. One goes through the realm, one goes to the coffin. Netroid fighting back, but is losing the trade out. Benny Q finds a double before he goes down.
Big plays from Benny Q there, able to answer back some kills. 2 going his way. There were so many yellow numbers in that fight as well, with all the Golden Blade procs and the kin size procs going through. And that's a huge kill there, because this game was going very heavily in favor of the Camelot Kings. 5-0 if Benny Q doesn't pick up those doubles. And honestly, could have gotten out there, could have been happy with the one and maybe just retreated, but wanted to show some superior boxing there and put Netroid in the grayscale as well. So good answer back. Unfortunately, Benny Q also falls in the process, and the gold lead is still heavily in favor of the Camelot Kings. The Desk touched on how the Valhalla Valkyries are on a bit of a timer here with so much physical damage, and this isn't how you want to be playing this matchup. You want to be ahead going in right now, and you're still not in the greatest position, but still finding some avenues to fight given the circumstance.
And I'm wondering, and I'll pose the question to you, Charlie, with how much physical defense is up here, there's not a whole lot of ways outside of building your own style of penetration to kind of deal with that. Is there somebody on this Valkyrie team that could maybe go for one of those executioners to try and help them out? We'll get to that question momentarily. Aquarius stuck inside the Fire Giant pit, the emblem to try and slow down the Camelot Kings, but Aquarius will make it out. So I'll pose it back again one more time to you. Does somebody on the Valks need to pick up an Executioner?
Yeah, I would bet Kirimi's next item after Toxic Blade is Executioner, and if it's not, you're missing an opportunity there. I just think it goes so well with how he's already decided to itemize here with so much auto attack damage on this Nemesis. Usually it's all ability, all auto attack, or a little bit of both. Right now, I think it's going to be the best option. Variety, though, is getting turned on, has so much protections, though. It's going to take a miracle to kill, but more Valks are on the way.
Yeah, there's 4 of them on the way here, but there's a lot of damage coming out from Variety. Now it's a backup by Netroid. Will at least turn this fight. The freeze will get the beads out of the Hunter, but now it's the Kings who have rallied together. Gamma stunned, Gamma knocked up by the Kraken, and Gamma brought down by Big Man Tings. Variety able to buy just enough time for his team to show up. Benny Q rooted out, cannot get through a far enough Bifrost, so have to use a short-range one instead.
Yeah, and it looks like Captain Twig was able to chase down Kirmi there, possibly lazy backing or just chasing the whole way. Doesn't really matter. The kill is all that matters, and it goes through. Puts so much damage into Variety, but if you're looking at that build, that's a Sovereignty into a Glad Shield, probably a Witchblade on the way as well. You're not killing this King Arthur, no matter how much damage you put into him, and it looks like the Valks overcommit a little bit, and they unfortunately pay for it. Big Man Ting's level 15 right now, 3-0-1, is going into that Toxic Blade, going to be so fast to just be able to juke up so much CC. And Gamma, whenever his team commits to something and they're not able to find that kill, is just hung out to dry. That's what this Ymir pick brings. Now the Gold Fury's going down. No one from the Valks is even close.
I mean, the fight that breaks out on the right-hand side finds a couple of picks over for the Kings, and then we saw Wowie go for a split push on the left side. Captain Twig even rotating himself down very low across the map to see if he can catch him out. And once they see that Wowie is gone and people were still dead on the Valkyries, it's a Gold Fury call for the Camelot Kings. That pushes that gold up to a little over 4,000 now for the Camelot Kings. 4,000 experience as well.
Yeah, they're in the driver's seat here. It's all about the Valhalla Valkyries trying to find a pick and then the re-engage from the Kings. Of course, the Kings are able to force stuff if they want to. They can force fights, they can force objectives, they can force whatever they want, but the Valks are trying to get active here. They're trying to find just any little avenue they can use to climb back into this game because they recognize how little damage they will be doing as the game goes on. And Kirmi is on that left side of the map trying to invade the purple buff here. Netroid will unfortunately lose that one, but Genetics and Captain Twig are on the way.
Gamma does find a freeze to Netroid's ultimate. Netroid will crash back down. It's a 3 versus 3 now. Big Man Ting's on the way. Captain Twig low, but will use the Lord of the Afterlife to get himself out of the fight. Now joined by Benny and Big Man Ting. It's a 4 versus 4. But the Valhalla Valkyries will back away as the Camelot Kings retreat to base.
Yeah, Aquarius rotated over. Variety also followed suit here, trying to see if they could get active. But there's no objective here, J-Mac. There's no Gold Fury. They just want picks.
And the Kings know that Benny Q is back in the mid lane because he Bifrosted away. Kraken hits Gamma, and Variety finishes the job with one more swing. Aquarius picked up, slammed back down. But the rest of the Kings are a little far away. A good root from Genetics will force the ultimate from Aquarius. He'll turn around for the knockup. The stun off the mark by Genetics, and that should be the disengage now for the Kings.
Yeah, Aquarius is able to live there, but Netroid was just pushing up this wave the whole time. And unless Aquarius has some juke shoes, he's going to be in some trouble here. All 4 members are around. Captain Twig's pushing mid, but Aquarius, his HP's falling, but very slowly.
Genetics is very low in this fight. A couple more good autos would be enough to take him down, but the shell will make sure that this Terra gets to walk out. Kirmi has rotated back over, but how many boxing matches he's willing to take when there's multiple Kings around? Kirmi already down 30% of his health, just walking through the jungle. He'll meet with 4 of the Kings, diving into the pits, gets stunned out, and gets burned down for walking right in. Benny Q and the rest of the team are here, but Wowie now does not have his Aegis, does not have his beads. Benny Q sends one through the realms, but Wowie doesn't have any defense left. Benny Q managed to find at least one in the fight to help them out, but Captain Twig's got his ult to get out.
Yeah, and it looks like the Valhalla Valkyries are trying to chase this one down. Variety is the closest, but nothing else left to close the gap. Sprint not up for Gamma for about 15 seconds. Again, that was over no sort of objective. The Kings just wanted to get aggressive, wanted to chase down the Valks for overextending. It took a while, and they got a fair bit of kills, but they only traded down 1, and now Genetics will be spawning back in about 8 seconds, whereas the Valks, they've got about 20 seconds for Wowie here. Pyromancer is up, and that's exactly where Netroid is. He didn't go back to left lane to push some waves. He went right to that objective, trying to push this lead even further, trying to just get as much gold as possible. This is how the Camelot Kings play the map, and 8,000 gold, give or take, heading their way. Yeah, a little about 7,000 right now for them, and it's only going to keep climbing, J-Mac. The Fire Giant has not even went down. You're looking about 20 minutes in, they probably looking to pull that one.
And we're talking about how Gamma has not been able to really get much from these team fights as a whole, as kind of the lone initiator, the lone magical damage. He's really depending on these physicals to deal the bulk of the damage. Variety will get pushed around, but Variety will be fine. He's got triple Fizz Proton working on a robe of his own. Fire Giant looked at by the Valks, obviously not going to be started up, but they're all 5 of them waiting around.
Let's see this gank, guys. Let's see you try to kill Variety here. I'm interested. They're going to put a lot into him. He's got a lot of HP. It's going to take a bit. We'll see if they're able to do it.
Well, as soon as Gamma lands down, he's hit by a Kraken. Variety does go down. It takes 4 of the Valkyries, and a commitment from Wowie's ult. Genetics will find the dash out, and maybe this is how the Valkyries find their way back in, is to just snowball one person at a time.
Yeah, they were able to do it, and it looks like the Camelot Kings didn't have much help. Netroid said, I'm staying over in left lane. I don't want to use my ultimate to join that fight. Captain Twig also full HP, but says, good luck, man. You look pretty tanky. I'm not going to join that fight either. Trading tier 2 towers, not going to be the biggest issue if you are the Camelot Kings, just trying to keep that gold net even now. Captain Twig's going to have to worry about Kirmi, and Kirmi is going to have to back up because doesn't really need to fight into that one. Someone's got to back to defend the possible Phoenix, but Captain Twig is boxing with Benny Q.
Say that, but for now, Netroid has left the left side of the map and has moved towards the mid. He's got a Trebuchet pushing up with all the Valkyries on the way. He'll let the Trebuchet finish the job alongside the minions. So through all that fighting, it's a 2,000 gold swing that's able to go at least to the Camelot Kings because of that. It doesn't fully reflect as they've only gone up to that 7K mark, but being able to take a tier 2 and a tier 1 all the while, Netroid doesn't need to be a part of these fights.
That's what I'm saying. I mean, it was a good pick, but it doesn't really net anything. This Oni Fear would be massive. If the Valhalla Valkyrie somehow got this, that would be a stepping stone in the right direction. But the Camelot Kings were here when it spawned. They're grouped as 5, and it's going to go down pretty much very quickly. But it looks like no one from the Valkyrie are going to step up to this one. They're just going to go for their buffs, because that's where the Camelot Kings would head next, right? If there was no one showing up, they could say, hey, is that purple buff up? Is that red buff up? Not going to be the case, and they will just be able to back up here. With the pressure from the Oni minions, would not be surprised if I saw everyone posture towards the right side of the map. It looks like that's where they're headed now, just making sure they're getting as much farm as possible, and then able to pull that Fire Giant.
You can see at least a little bit of separation in experience, mostly in the mid lane. 2 levels up for Big Man Tings on the Poseidon. Did go with the Bumba's Dagger to start the game out, so Bumba's Hammer can easily be on the way for this Poseidon once he does hit that level 20 mark. Netroid going with that same style of build from last game. Iqbal into Bloodforge, now Silver Branch, and then Wind Demon. So delaying the crit just a little bit, but not much longer. The Camelot Kings will set up some wards around the Fire Giant as it's the last objective standing on the map. Netroid frozen, pulled back by the grapple, dashing with the help of the wall, but Netroid's got to get up into the sky quickly. He does so. Kirmi uses the beads and the blink to get into the fight, but he's got to get himself out. Aquarius is fighting against 3 in the back line. He doesn't have very far to go. The Whirlpool will seal the deal. Variety stuck against the wall, but Variety is going to fight back until his dying breath. Wow is the one who puts him down.
Yeah, and Captain Twig is very low here, and Gamma's trying to be the sole initiator because Aqua's gone. But it's not going to be enough, and Gamma's going to fall down here. They're trying to chase.
Tidal Wave was just off the mark. Wowie almost finds a pick on Genetics, and Benny Q goes in aggressively with the Bifrost. But there are 4 players on both teams still standing, and only Big Man Tings is really healthy amongst all of them.
Yeah, I imagine a full reset here is what both teams want, because the Camelot Kings thought they would win that a little bit harder, and the Valhalla Valkyries are just trying to find as many picks as possible. So a full reset is going to be the option. And I'm surprised that it looks like Variety has been the target more often than not since these fights have been getting a little heated. Trying to put all of your damage into Gamma isn't the best option either, and the Camelot Kings have recognized that. They've put some damage his way, surely, but once Kirmi was able to finish that Executioner, once the Silver Branch bow came through, a lot more penetration on the side of the Valks. They've been picking their targets quite well. Aquarius was great to get to the backline as well, trying to force Netroid into a kill. Got both relics and the ultimate, but so much survivability is this Chernobog, hiding in the walls for so long, going up to the sky, getting your cooldowns reset, that sort of thing. Back to the Fire Giant are the Kings, but look where BMT is. He's doing a purple buff on the left side of the map.
Yeah, BMT nowhere near the rest of the team. So it does feel like as this team fight is going later, it's going to depend a lot for the Valkyries on who Kirmi decides to set as his target. With that Executioner, with that ultimate, can steal away a lot of protections from one of these tanks. We're seeing Variety, even though he's got all this physical defense stacked up, it's not going to do much when you're squaring off against the Nemesis. Fire Giant, started by the Valkyries. Genetics will be finding himself of a Kraken coming out from his teammate. Gamma and Aquarius both leading to the front of that. Captain Twig dives into the back line. Tusky comes out. Genetics is low. One more hit will take him down, and it's Benny Q who finds the credit for that one. Shard of Ice is good by Gamma, at least delay a little bit longer. Netroid crashes back down, and Variety from the Realms has returned to the fight. But it's a 5v4 for the Valkyries, and now with the Frenzy popped late into the team fight, the Valkyries are going to keep this one going. Wowie finding the pick.
Yeah, it was a beautiful wall by Gamma, and then Wowie just keeping the trap there. There's only one way for Netroid to go, but finally the Fire Giant is going to be started up. You remember, BMT does have Bumba's Hammer. A Kraken could come back up here, but Twig did hold.
Captain Twig gets pulled back in. The Whirlpool isn't enough to save him. A Variety does manage to find one. It's a 1-for-1 in the second round of the engagement, but Variety's doing a lot of damage. That's a second one down. Big Man Ting's credited this time around. And the Whirlpool just off the mark. Only 2 alive now on both squads. And Big Man Tings is getting close to that Kraken coming back up. If he can find one person to grab, but Aquarius makes it back just in time.
Yeah, unfortunately for BMT. Did not have the vision that we had, knowing that Aquarius is backing with about 1 HP there. This is what you have to do on Poseidon with the Bumba's Hammer build. Just throw out your Kraken at the beginning of the fight. then everyone drops their guard, throw your ability, start auto attack, and then you get a second one off. Unfortunately for BMT, was not able to find that second Kraken, was very close, and obviously is back up now. But great fight back from the Valkyries. The walls from Gamma have been on point. Since he's got the protections to survive these fights, has been very on point with just walling off the team, the carries of the Camelot Kings as Aquarius walks up here. And I imagine this would be a reset, but so far they're just committing to this.
They are. Variety is here to try and deal with Aquarius. Netroid is on the way. Fire Giant has gone down to half HP just with Genetics and Big Man Tings by himself. BennyQ, Bifrost into the backline. That's his safety in and out of a fight. The Kraken is not going to be enough to secure it. The Valkyries have stolen the Fire Giant away, but can the Valkyries find a way out of this team fight? Aquarius will not. He gets put in the grave. Gamma goes down into the ultimate. Big Man Tings credited for one. Netroid credit for the second kill. It's now Kirmi on the run. Captain Twig has the ultimate and will find the route onto Kirmi. Wowie has got Tusky to try and bail out his jungler, but he won't be enough as Netroid finds the double.
Yeah, BennyQ teleports to the backline to confirm that Fire Giant, but the Fire Giant is about all the Valks have to their name, and a level 19 Artemis that's trying to get back to base as quickly as possible. BMT doesn't have much mana, but enough to get this right side tower. The middle tower will also be going down. I'm not surprised if they go for the end here. They don't have a lot of mana or time on their hands, but it could be close, J-Mac.
It's gonna be a close one. 17 seconds till Aquarius is back up. 20 for Benny and Gamma. And it seems the Kings may just have to settle with only taking a couple of towers and just the right side Phoenix. Aquarius back up in a moment. Wowie halfway until his ultimate is back up. Camelot Kings won't settle with just one bird. No, they'll rotate a couple over to try and deal with this mid bird. They're going to need a little help from Netroid to make sure that it goes down. But what a swing. They lose the Fire Giant for the Kings, but they've taken 2 towers and 2 Phoenixes with it.
But Wowie's got fire.
Wowie does have fire.
That's going to be the game changer. You just wait. I foresee the Wowie pentakill coming in. The Camelot Kings going to drag their feet lazy back here.
Cool to see.
They're going to chase him down and be able to win off that. Jokes aside, 2 Phoenixes down is going to hurt. Your left side bird does still stand tall, but 11,000 gold. There's a 7-0 Poseidon on the other team that probably has about 3K gold in hand at the moment, just ready to spend whenever he needs. Yeah, about just exactly 3K. Man, I'm good. And the Primal Fear will go down, going even farther. So the upgraded relics are coming through as well. It's just looking very good right now for the Camelot Kings, despite a clutch steal on the fire by Benny. I saw the massive teleport in, and I was like, what's he going to be able to do with this positioning? Drops the one. It's enough to steal, but you just don't win the fight after the fact.
Yeah, I mean, that's a very long cooldown waiting once you Bifrost halfway across the map at that point. So BennyQ doesn't have his escape route. The Valhalla Valkyries split themselves up during that team fight. And now we're looking at a massive Camelot Kings 14K gold lead, which not horrible. Let me rephrase that. It's a horrible position to be in, but we're 27 minutes in. The gold doesn't matter nearly as much as if this were 14, like 5-6 minutes ago, but you do see the spare in the items. There's full build for both the solo and the jungler, and then over in that hunter as well. But it's not going to be easy for the Valkyries to defend against this one. But I gotta imagine they've got some of the tools to at least try and hold this one out.
Gamma has 3 items. I see 3 items next to that Sentinel's gift. So I'm not saying it is horrible.
It is.
I'm not gonna say it's impossible because nothing's impossible. You still have FG on Wowie for about a minute. There are some silver linings. I can agree with you there, but this is not a position the Valks want to be in. They do have a fair bit of DPS. 2 executioners. They've got the Kinzais. They've got a lot of prot shred. You're not right to. I mean, you are right to say that they have some avenues back into this game. It is certainly they are down but not out. It's just not looking great.
All 3 traps from Wowie on the left side of the Phoenix, which is the last one standing. Kirmi gets an ultimate onto Variety, but with just Kirmi and BennyQ, I'm not sure that's enough to take down the King Arthur. Instead, Variety will turn and take the 2v1 up against both of them. Some healing from Kirmi, but that healing is not enough. Variety is dealing with 2 different players on the Valkyries, while the rest of the Camelot Kings push up to the final Phoenix. Kraken will slam Aquarius, and before he even has a chance to move back, we'll get the ultimate to try and disengage. But Wowie is caught inside the whirlpool. It's a double kill for Big Man Tings, and the final Phoenix taken off the map.
He didn't do enough with the Fire Giant.
No, he didn't.
That is unfortunate. He used both relics down, and now it looks like the Camelot Kings can just dissect this throne room and decide when they want to go in for the Titan. And it looks about right now, Variety with the stun on Kirmi, and he will get deleted, and finally the Titan will be looked at.
BennyQ is going to put on a hell of a defense with Aquarius, but those damages are not enough. The Camelot Kings will 2-0 sweep the Valhalla Valkyries. Benny goes down, and Aquarius can only watch as the Titan falls 2-0 to the Camelot Kings.
I mean, Big Man Tings was just doing so much there. Not even just damage numbers, just raw DPS. The whirlpools were constantly there, making sure to pull everyone in and cripple them so they couldn't use their escapes. Off cooldown almost immediately with those Bumba's Hammer procs. Just so much to deal with, and goes undying as well. That Poseidon pick, we've seen some success and some not success. This time around, very successful was the mid laner of the Camelot Kings.
I mean, it felt like Big Man Tings wasn't even touched during the entirety of that last, like, 4 or 5 minutes of play. And, you know, one of the things that we always talk about is it's going to have a hard time winning a game if you can't kill the carries. Well, killing a carry be damned. If you can't even touch one of the carries in a team fight, you're going to have a hard time finding the win.
Yeah, especially that right before that Fire Giant got taken, right? The fight was pretty close. The Valks get a solid pick, and then the Camelot Kings answer back with a solid pick. And then BMT just says, I'll chase everyone down. I don't really care about this. I'll spam my abilities as much as possible. So going undying and just being in the right place at the right time, doing so much damage for his team.
Camelot Kings, they pull out a win in game number 2. That's going to be all from us here on the cast. We'll throw it over to the desk to close out the set.
The Camelot Kings start off their phase in 2-0 fashion. Of course, a 2-0 win over the Valkyries, and then a win earlier on this weekend against the Jade Dragons. A dream start for the Kings, but maybe an expected start here, Mifflin. The Camelot Kings, one of the strongest teams in phase 1, looked good during Masters, and now start off well here in the second phase of the year.
I think they break it down very well at the end there, in that if you can't close gap on a Big Man Tings, you're going to be hard-pressed to beat the Camelot Kings. Even in the team fights with the Valhalla Valkyries...
That was on purpose, right?
Yeah. Even in the team fights with the Valhalla Valkyries were looking good around the Fire Giant engages. It was always Big Man Tings surviving till the end. I mean, there was one fight where Genetics gets instantly pulled out. He's isolated, killed, and then the fight goes long enough that Genetics is able to respawn. Big Man Tings still surviving, is rejoined by his support, and from the brink, it was like a 2 versus 4, and they take out 3, I believe. And if that's the case, how are you going to find these wins? And even in some of these later team fights afterward, after that initial Fire Giant, the Valhalla Valkyries were trying to like isolate individual members of the Kings, and unfortunately for the Valkyries, they attempted to shut down Variety, and well, Variety's HP bar is just not going to move with all that physical defense he had stacked up against this quad physical draft from the Valks.
Valkyries had a little bit of pushback around the midpoint of this game, but not nearly enough. And it's exactly what we were worried about. You mentioned the quad physical. We saw early it was like 2 items from Variety. Go Sovereignty into the Glad Shield. And at that point, the King Arthur already felt unkillable. And it just got worse throughout the rest of this game. Big Man Tings puts on a clinic on this Poseidon, a 14 KDA.
Jeez.
And Miff, another example. Now, this is a bit of a
damage.
side note because it was the final item in a game where he only got to use that item for a couple of minutes. Another Staff of Mirrodin game on the Poseidon was zooming around the map, had Doom Orb and Toxic Blade. That style of play, that style of build maybe, has been on the increase a little bit. But 9-0-10, I think the Camelot Kings will take that every day of the week.
Yeah, the Bumba's Hammers procs also for Big Man Tings. It's just Tidal Surge, land my auto, Tidal Surge, land my auto. Now there's a Whirlpool, land my auto. Okay, here's the thing, another Tidal Surge. It just felt like that cooldown style build really suited him very well. And even when you were closing gap on this Poseidon, he is so fast, he's so mobile, he's knocking you away, he's dropping Kraken on his feet. Just such a slippery selection. And well, the Valhalla Valkyries were struggling mightily finding their opportunities to close gap on him.
Yeah, Camelot Kings, Miff, this is the team who's just got momentum at their back at the moment, a team that doesn't show many signs of slowing down. And so you start off your phase against the Jade Dragons, again, 2-1 win there, and then a 2-0 win over the Valhalla Valkyries. Next week, they'll go into the Solar Scarab, so a winnable matchup against that squad. This is a hard thing to say, Miff. Find something that you think the Kings need to improve on.
Whew.
Nothing. They're playing perfect.
Well, you could always improve on like early game presence. I think that's one place the Kings haven't really allocated their efforts is trying to diversify their play style in that, hey, we're gonna just bring early game aggression. Like occasionally at times we'll see the Jade Dragon just like blow a team out immediately, or even the Valhalla Valkyries at times do the exact same. I feel like the Camelot Kings are a squad that is more likely to win. And when they do win, and it is an early win, it's generally still around that 25, 26 minute mark. I don't know, speed it up. Let's shave 4 minutes off that.
Yeah, but that's more like your personal preference than anything. Let's get
the less time the enemy team gets a chance to play is the less time they can make a comeback.
Right. And I do appreciate the fact that you actually had an answer for that. Because outside of game 1 against the Dragons, the Kings have played 4 very, very top-tier games of Smite in a row. A team, again, that doesn't have much to work on poised to take that next step come tournament time. Excited to see what they've got throughout the rest of this year. Poseidon out of the mid lane was an absolute menace here in game number 2, and Big Man Ting's the one playing at 9-0-10, I think I said, and he's standing by with me now for the post-game interview. BMT, what a way to end that set on the Poseidon. Talk to me a little bit about that build. It was what, Bumba's Hammer, you go Mirrodin towards the end of that build, you're zooming around with Doomorban, Toxic Blade. What moves you into some of that CDR style of build on the Poseidon?
I mean, he's just a god that utilizes bumpers very well, especially when you build a lot of movement speed, get the attack speed and all that cooldown. It just feels right in a way, and I mean, it kind of showed. it did well enough, so
yeah, it did.
got us the win. So
it was hard to catch you. You were flying all over the map. You got to base from your base to their base in a matter of seconds. Your personal meta, at least as of late, we've only seen you in a handful of games. Poseidon, Kukulkan, kind of those artillery, some of the artillery snipe style mages. Why do you think you have leaned into those styles of picks a little bit more?
At the end of the day, I just play what I think's good and what I think I'm good at. I think that's just the best way to go about things. It's a bit rough recently with the ADC meta and stuff, but at the end of the day, we're just trying to bring mages back as a mage player, trying to get the propaganda out the way and get the mages back in mid. That's the plan.
Look, and Variety is stuck with the warriors in solo lane. You're sticking with the mages in mid, and look, you guys are looking good for it. Congrats on the win, and best of luck in your next matchups.
Thank you, thank you.
Camelot Kings absolutely rolling here, Myth. And you know what? I appreciate a team and the ability to stick to your guns. Variety's loving the warriors in solo. Big Man Tings is sticking with the mages in the mid lane. I guess Guardians have just been Guardians in support, but am I pounding my fist a lot? Remember, there was Twig who during our jungler role queue day was talking a lot about propaganda out of other roles, and so I think he's trying to get that out of his teammates' mindset. K-Block Kings grabbed themselves a win in our second set of the day. One more set before we close out this week in the SPL. Solar Scarabs up against the Oni Warriors. And Myth, this one very important, because the Oni Warriors, one of the best teams coming out of the league in phase number 1. Solar Scarabs struggled towards the end of phase 1 and struggled during Masters. And the Oni Warriors struggled earlier this week. I think we're going to get a lot of information, a lot of data on expectations for these two teams after a matchup like this.
I think the Solar Scarabs have got a lot riding on this set as well. That is a team that has been at the forefront of the conversation about the SPL holistically. You know, a squad that's had a lot of time now to gear up, to wind up, to show us what they've been working on, how they've been iterating. And a lot of time it's, man, they're looking improved. They're looking improved. They're looking so much better. Oh, this week was better than last week. And then all of a sudden you've got a pretty poor performance at Masters. You have a rough phase 1 as well. And a lot of the teams and a lot of these players and a lot of the fans at home have been a little bit iffy on the Solar Scarabs. So anytime we could just see a win from them is going to mean so much, because confidence is waning in this squad.
Agreed. It's wins in the win column. That's what we got to get building up now for the Solar Scarabs. It all kind of culminated during the Worlds run towards the end of Season 8. Need some dubs for the Solar Scarabs moving forward this year. Oni Warriors versus Solar Scarabs, our final match of the week, coming up next.
I gave up dabbing for Lynn.
Cool. No more dabbing for Final. He looked at me and said, I'm going to be on that stage next year. I'm going to become a world champion.
Nice music. counting. Long commercial break.
Prime in June.
Battle Man and Beast for survival set in the Himalayas in the open-world action-adventure shooter Far Cry 4. Then, adventure to the high seas as Pirate Guybrush Threepwood in the point-and-click adventure Escape from Monkey Island. Join the WRC Championship to win the most challenging motor racing competition in the world. Build yourself a cat cafe of your dreams in the sim game Calico. Journey with the Astrologaster, who uses the stars to cure the sick in 1592 London. Then, follow Alice on a musical adventure in Across the Grooves. With Amazon Prime, you also get free shipping, videos, music, groceries, and more. Play your favorite games straight from the cloud on Amazon Luna. Go to gaming.amazon.com for all these free games and more. Go where the games take you.
And welcome back to the Smite Pro League, powered by our good friends over at Prime Gaming here in Season 9. Thank you so much to Prime Gaming for being the sponsor of the SPL. And if you haven't already gotten a Prime membership for yourself, as you saw in the video, you get free shipping, music, videos, groceries, and even more. If there's something that you've been wanting to buy, you don't want to go out and get it, or you don't want to wait a long time, get a Prime membership to do so, and then link that up to your Twitch account so you can get all the cool free games that you get every single month, as well as exclusive content in the games that you may or may not have already been playing, and maybe it'll incentivize you to play some of those games that some of that content comes out there with. And you also get a free Twitch Prime subscription to any of your favorite streamers once a month as well. So make sure that you get yourselves a Prime Gaming subscription and a Prime Gaming membership, so that way you guys can have some fun out there for yourself. Thank you one more time to Prime Gaming for being the sponsor of Season 9 of the SPL. It's J-Mac and Charlie here for our final set of the day, our third one. The Oni Warriors and the Solar Scare is going to be coming up in just a moment. And I think Dave was right at the end of the last segment to say that this is a very data-heavy kind of matchup that we're going to be watching. The Warriors, after coming off of a big win prior in the phase, and then with the Solar Scarabs not able to find a win earlier on, able to at least take a game over the Bolts. Both these teams having a little bit of fallout during Masters. We'll kind of get to see how these teams can square off in our final match today.
Yeah, and it could be, I didn't even realize, I mean, I watched them both, and I even casted one, but 2-0s across the board thus far, so we'll have to see who's going to be able to come out across and just assert some dominance at the beginning of the match, because it seems whoever's taken that first game continues, at least for today. At least that, maybe that's just the Sunday mentality, who's to say, but the Scarabs and the Oni Warriors both, they have a lot to prove, you know, because the Warriors had such a great phase one. Not perfect, but definitely better than we thought, right? And then the Scarabs fell a little bit short of everyone's expectations. So, given how they performed in Masters, I think the Oni Warriors probably want to do a little better, and the Scarabs definitely want to do better. So, I think both these teams got a lot on their shoulders here.
Yeah, the Solar Scarabs are a team that everybody has a lot of eyes on. It's a very vocal team when it comes to social media. You know, you see these guys talking all the time. You know, we're going to make ourselves known. We're going to continue to climb ourselves up those charts, up those rankings, and find these wins over these big teams. They found a single-game win over the Bolts yesterday, which was a very impressive win by the Scarabs, something that we haven't seen from them at least since the World Championships, and they were able to take down a team like the Dragons. But for now, it really just feels like this team is still kind of trying to find out how they all mesh together.
Yeah, in my mind, we have to look at that solo matchup, right? Scary D has been looking pretty solid. It was a bit, he took a big break from Smite. When he came back, I was wondering, would he be rusty or would he be, you know, back to his former glory? Was a little bit rusty, but in that matchup against the Bolts specifically, he was finding a lot of action in that solo lane up against Haddix. He looked pretty solid, and now he's going to be up against Nika, one of the top scoring Fantasy League solo laners that we have right now. And it's going to be a tall ask, right? If Nika gets out to a big start, that's not going to look good for the whole team. If he gets out rolling, usually he's able to help carry his squad. So Scary D has a lot on his shoulders here already. But if he gets to play through Scream, if Scream's able to come over there, help out the solo lane a ton and get them ahead, I imagine Scary D's going to be able to, you know, really facilitate for his squad on the, you know, he was liking the Kakolin a lot, for example, picks like that.
And one thing that, you know, we talk a lot about with the Dragons, it's also in the same light of the Solar Scarabs, is you never know exactly what these players are going to bring out. You never know what kind of style of team composition is going to come about the Scarabs. When we see the Shiva get locked in, the Shiva was something that typically went over to the jungle, and then Scary D brought out and had a stellar performance on it over in the solo lane. But his solo lane matchup over there is going to be Nika on the side of the Oni Warriors. And the Warriors, a team, phase number one, like we said, they had a very strong, standout performance. You know, they were kind of struggling to make it back into the SPL through their qualifiers, then had a breakout in phase number one, finding big wins over some of the top teams out there, notably the Atlantis Leviathans, kind of the big one at that point. And then when it came down into the Masters, maybe a little bit of an underperformance out of the team.
Yeah, I mean, I think they definitely were having some troubles adapting to this new style of meta, which most teams were. Let's be honest, if you weren't the Tartarus, Titans, and Masters, you were a little bit confused about what was going on, and then you sort of got your bearings under you, that sort of thing. But I think this squad's been looking very solid up until this point. You know, they've ironed out some of the problems they were having, and they've been able to play through everyone so well. They've got so many different carries on this squad, right? Usually, you just look to your ADC and you say, this person pops off, your mid, this person pops off. I think everyone on the Oni Warriors is able to have pop-up performances as long as Neil is sitting there setting up for this team and able to be healing for them, and, you know, Cuvo gets active early, that sort of thing. When everything falls into place, they just look so good.
And Nika's been such a flexible player in that role, starting out the season playing Assassins in the solo lane, still able to play his traditional Warriors, and even now throwing Hunters into the mix. So we know there's a lot of flexibility with all the players in the role. Cuvo Fred, even into the jungle, has been kind of flexing between these Assassins, the Guardians at the start of the year, and now some of the mages that have been making their way into that position.
That was a rude highlight we just showed. I mean, he just whiffed all 3 foul out shots, and they were like, look at this. He was able to get the kill after the fact, but
You didn't have to put the man on blast like that.
I mean, it wasn't me. I didn't make the highlight reel. He still got the kill, and that's what matters. Either way, and that's my point, though. It was very early on, level 4, level 5. If Cuvo's able to find those successful ganks, the whole team's able to profit from it, and they look so much stronger as a unit.
Well, now that we've gotten to, unfortunately, blast Cuvo Fred with a bad highlight, let's go and have maybe a little bit of an uplifting conversation with our pregame interview. Cuvo, thanks for coming out for the interview. We talk a lot about the meta and kind of stuff like that. As we get to the end of the week, just want to ask, what have you and some of your teammates been doing, in your spare time when you guys aren't gaming, you guys out there, going out to the gym or anything like that, watching some TV together, anything going on?
Yeah, we do a whole bunch of stuff together. We have 2 apartments kind of close to each other.
Okay.
Personally, I like to enjoy the weather, so I've been outside a lot. I met some friends around here, so I've just been hanging out, honestly. And yeah, it's just been great. I've been enjoying it a lot.
No, it sounds good. Charlie was telling me that you just recently been getting into Spy Family. That's definitely a show that I've been trying to watch. I mean, how have you been enjoying that so far? Just maybe a review for the fans out there.
It's been good. I can highly recommend it.
Okay, good recommendation. And have you bought anything on Prime recently? I know we've got the Prime Gaming stuff that's going out there. Have you gotten anything cool from Amazon recently?
I got these shoes.
Ooh, yeah, you do got some nice shoes out there.
So they're very comfy. I like those. So yeah.
How's the team feeling going into this matchup? Against Solar Scares, both you guys weren't able to find wins to kind of start the season out just yet. Both of you guys looking for a win today, though.
Yeah, I mean, with the new patch like we saw for the Masters LAN, there's a lot of things up in the air, and it's about really picking up the ball on what works and what doesn't work. So it's been a process to eliminate what we don't think is good and what is good. So, I mean, we obviously lost pretty roughly on Friday against Leviathans, which is never fun. But what can you do? It's just about bouncing back, and we're here today to beat the Scarabs, and that's what we're going to do.
Well, there you go. Maybe hopefully you and the team can bounce back and find a win. Good luck in your set. I'll let you get back with the team.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Radiating confidence.
He's got some nice shoes.
I mean,
if I was wearing slides like that, I'd be pretty confident too.
I know, but usually we get the answer something along the lines of, we'll see how it goes. We're feeling confident, that sort of thing. But he said we're here to beat the Scarabs, and that's what we're going to do, and that's what I like to hear. A man that's on a mission, and he's ready to bounce back because, again, he said it himself. It wasn't a great play up against the Leviathans. We're probably expecting a little bit more from themselves, and now it's time to show it.
It's definitely going to be a massive match for both these teams to show what they've still got to make sure that the Oni Warriors, they're all laughing. I wonder if they were listening into the interview to see what Cuvo was talking about there. As Cuvo can now rejoin the team and start to recuperate for their game time here. Because up against the Solar Scarabs, as Cuvo alluded to, his team didn't find a whole lot of success against the Leviathans. It was not particularly a close matchup there. Now going to the Solar Scarabs, who were able to have a somewhat close match against the Olympus Bolts, maybe puts a little bit more pressure on the Warriors.
Yeah, I don't think the Scarabs are too happy with that one either. They did get the win, as you mentioned, and then just to add insult to injury, Barra said, we weren't even practicing because I was sick, so at least we got the dub, that sort of thing. So probably doesn't feel too good either. The Scarabs are definitely looking for a set win. That's what they probably want under their belts at the moment, and given the fact that they haven't been able to find too much success with the comps they've been playing, with the style they've been playing, again, I have to highlight, every time we talk about the Scarabs, they find early leads against just about anyone. You look 10 minutes into the game, they're 2,000 to 3,000 gold up. What do they translate it into? More often than not, the answer is nothing. So that's where they really have to improve on. With only one win to their name in week 1, set phase 1, we're in phase 2 now. So they have to figure out what was working and just polish that to a T. We had Slaney in for the interview yesterday, and he said, we were well aware of what was not working, and we've been trying to iron that out. We're not too focused on who we're facing. We're not focused on who's in front of us. We just need to iron out our own gameplay, and given the way that they played yesterday, it seems like they have done that to a certain amount, and they have to, keep improving in that regard.
And that does always kind of seem to be the name of the game with a lot of teams is they don't look at the individual matchup that they're going against. A lot of teams just want to make sure that they're still playing within their own style. And then once they get to the actual battleground, they get that first game under their belt, they then start to make some of those adaptations to what the enemy team is then kind of playing through. And both these teams have two kind of distinct style of meta plays. I mean, the Oni Warriors still sticking with a much more traditional. We have seen some of the flex over into this double Hunter in the solo lane kind of style of play, where the Solar Scarabs are sticking more towards this kind of strange out there picks. Seeing things like the Shiva solo more often. We're seeing the Yuang finally make its way out. We were seeing Scream last phase bring things like Morgan Le Fay jungle. So the Solar Scarabs will always keep you guessing when it comes to their compositions.
Yeah, that's definitely the truth. I'm trying to figure out what the Oni Warriors were doing just then. I thought they were playing rock, paper, scissors, but I think maybe they're just showing like they are ready to game, that sort of thing. I mean, they definitely look ready. That much I can understand, but I thought maybe they were trying to send us a cryptic message of sorts. But you're right to highlight these different style of picks, and they work to different degrees of success, we'll call it, because we'll see Scream use the Morgan Le Fay jungle and it'll just pop off, and I'm like, oh wow, this pick looks pretty solid, and then you turn around and you see it again, and it's like, okay, now it's just getting farmed. Is it really something that can work, or was it a one-off thing? And that the element of surprise is certainly something that can work, right? Anyone can beat a team once. It's can you come back in a 3-game set and take them over twice? That sort of style of play is what the Scarabs have sort of branded for themselves, right? They have so many different styles that they can whip out at any moment. The question is how many of them are actually going to bring that early pressure and that late game team fight I want to highlight on. That's really where I think they need the most work, and where they have looked great at times and not so great at other times. For example, yesterday, we saw the Olaron play where Baronic just fat-fingered his ult and just wasted it, and then those sort of things. That can't be happening up against the Oni Warriors, right? You really need to be playing to a certain degree of perfection to make sure that these fights go your way.
Yeah, I mean, it's something that whenever we talk to some of the SCC teams, whenever they do get to come in the studio, we get to interview them. And something that we talked about, with the Valkyries when they had first joined into the league is the difference between, the SCC teams and the SPL teams is in the SCC teams, you can make mistakes and get away with quite a few of them. You're not going to get punished super hard. You make one mistake at the SPL level, going back to the example of the Sanctified Field and the Tusky drop at the end of Game 3 yesterday against the Bolts with the Scarabs. They're going to capitalize on it. A good SPL team is going to capitalize on mistakes like that. The Bolts were able to do so. They get a Fire Giant, and then they can basically wipe it in the game out there. But I think the big topic between these two teams that I really want to more so dial to whenever it comes to at least the discussion on the desk pregame is kind of this dual lane, because Inbound and Neil have kind of been sacrificial lambs for both of their squads more often than not. Both these guys are getting caught out of position very often. But Vote and Stu have at least been able to kind of keep that team and keep that dual lane alive for their teams.
Yeah, I didn't really think about it until you just brought it into perspective. But their dual lanes are very similar in that regard, where Neil has no problem dying 4, 5, 6 times in a match as long as his team looks good. Inbound, vastly similar in that regard. And Stewart and Vote are usually playing, even though that's happening, even though the duo lane is getting a little bit far behind. They always have that carry potential, usually pretty even in lane, or, they're not wanting to have their deaths plunder, right? They're just saying, okay, you know what, maybe my support died, I'll stay behind the tower. I'll lose farm. Yeah, I'll get behind a few levels, but I'll still be able to get my damage off late game. I'll still be able to provide, the auto attack carry damage that my team needs, that sort of thing. So very similar teams in that regard. I like that. I'm not going to say an analogy, but I like that comparison you brought up there.
Yeah, and then looking over towards the mid lane, you have Baronic versus Dardes. Baronic has been going for a lot more of the kind of off-meta style of play. We typically see a lot of things like Hunters come out of him. The Charybdis comes to mind, the AMC, and then you think around things like Olaron. And then once those picks are kind of gone, we've been seeing a little bit more of the Giannis. We saw the Huang a couple of times come out of him. So Baronic's kind of got that style. Dardes, again, these teams really, when I think about it, are both very similar to the style of play they want to go, the types of picks that they do. They just do it a little bit differently. It's a weird way to put it, where the Warriors stay very traditional with their strange picks, but the Solar Scarabs are kind of a little bit more outlandish with it, but it's within their own style and brand.
I think that's because the Solar Scarabs are still trying to figure out what style of Smite they want to play, right?
Could be a little bit of that. We'll see exactly what style comes out of the Solar Scarabs and the Oni Warriors. Game number 1, picks and bans.
What is this
to fire
doing?
things out. Now, I mentioned that we've seen the Huang in the mid lane, at least for Baronic. I mentioned that's probably not something that you would want to first ban away from the team. It's something that he was going to when it was a little bit later down the God pool, but gods that have been being banned away consistently at the top end.
It's just being crazy.
Finally, I'm just going to say, finally, we are seeing this god shown some priority when it comes to a ban. Chernabog taken away by the Scarabs. alongside the Emoja. Then the Oni Warriors will take away
idea.
Mercury, Olarun, and Nox.
Yeah, the Nemesis is open, something notable here. I'm surprised the Chernobog did get banned away, because more often than not, we've just seen that get through and people decide to deal with it.
That's
But
gonna
the
be Ching
global
Wei.
presence, so annoying, something you don't want to deal with. If you engage on the left lane or in that duo lane, you want to say, hey, let's just try to shut that down. So the Oni Warriors are going to first pick the Khepri. This is something that we've seen highly prioritized, which means the Nemesis is still open, which means it's actually not still open. The Solar Scarabs will grab that one, followed. Actually, the Uller was first. So the Uller followed by the Nemesis. It's going to be a strong answer back. These picks, more often than not, are banned away, the Uller and the Khepri respectively. So grabbing those immediately, and then we're going to see the Daji. 2 picks that
Probably
Daji
Ching Wei.
does quite well into. Uller and Nemesis neither have any CC immunity built into the kit. Gonna have to beat that every time, or get the cleanse with Solar for the Scarab's Blessing.
CCI lacking, and then the Morgan going to be the pickup for the Oni Warriors, a signature pick for Dardas. Double Pow Lao, if need be, even the double Scarab's Blessing if he wants to turn into the Khepri. And now that always opens up that conversation to the opposite team. You know, what do you not want to give a transformation target over? What do you not want Dardas to have access to for your picks? And then you have to throw a couple of bans out there as well. What do you not want the Oni Warriors to have 2 of on their side? With the Daji and the Morgan, we can assume a lot of double Pow Lao early, and with that Olarun banned away means that there's a little bit less counterplay on the field to it.
Yeah, the Solar Scarabs have that option, and they are just going to take the Gab immediately. Something that, you know, helps cleanse the Pow Lao. The Stone Shield is going to be a great tool there, but the Oni Warriors have 2 Pow Laos, and you rarely get 2 Geb Shields off in a fight, so still going to have to hold on to the beads. I would not be surprised if Inbound is forced into beads, but more often than not, you know what, he doesn't even get beads, and he just decides to die, you know? He's more so, I'm going to get the shell for my team, that sort of thing. So we'll have to see if he's forced into the beads or just decides to, you know, use that shield on his team and be the sort of sacrificial lamb that we've seen. That sort of playstyle, right? Where I might get pulled in, but I'm going to hit a big cataclysm, I'll die, my team will be able to succeed in that regard. Still, we don't quite know if this Uller is going over to Stewart or Baronic is going to pilot in the mid lane. For my money, probably is going the way of Stewart. I think Baronic has been playing pretty well on these mages in the mid lane recently, so we'll have to see how that goes. But Yu Huang is actually going to be banned away.
I would not be surprised, or maybe at least just for me, I'd like to maybe see a Charybdis banned away as well. When you're dealing with double Pow Lao, you want 2 ways to be able to get out of it, whether it be a CC immune ult and a set of beads. Yu Huang has 2 forms of CC immunity just built into his kit. Same with Charybdis when you have that Whirlpool form and the ultimate, so that's also something Baronic has liked to play. But instead, it's going to be New Wa banned away by the Oni Warriors. Still, some power picks that could come out of the Solar Scarabs. Notably, one of those, King Arthur, who's found his way into quite a few drafts so far this weekend.
Yeah, the Coca-Cola notably is still open if that is something that Nico wants to go to. Both use Glad Shield quite well and are going to find some success in the 1v1. I don't think either one of them just outright wins that matchup, but, you know, it's going to be something you could definitely go for. Ho Yi is the hover, as there are no hunters yet on the side of the Oni Warriors. We've seen Nika play a few of these hunters, but with Chernobog being banned, with AMC being banned, I don't see too many solo lane hunters being the option. I would rather just see any sort of warrior being locked in there.
We do see the Ho Yi being hovered. One more option still available to the Warriors, assuming that this Ho Yi does get locked in, and the Solar Scarabs have their pick for, it could either be Stewart, though we have been seeing Stewart go to the Uller a lot more often than we've seen Baronic going that way, so it could just be a Baronic pick to round things out for the Solar Scarabs. So the Warriors starting to dip into their bank time a little bit here, because they do need both of their, or at least one of their carries in this regard with the Ho Yi, and then they are going to need that solo laner, as you mentioned, for the Oni Warriors. Tarasu going to be the pickup, something that Nika has flexed himself over towards quite a few times, and then it will be the Ho Yi locked in.
Yeah, that's interesting. Now that you bring up the fact that Uller could be going mid, and I know I talked about it a bit, and I still think it will be going over to the duo lane. Maybe we see one of those magical ADCs that Stewart has been wanting to play. Oleron, not going to be the option, but Freya and Kronos are still out there. We haven't seen any of them. Actually, we did see Vote play Freya. It wasn't great, but, you know, we know Stewart definitely likes playing those. I still think this is going to be, you know, something like the Morgan Le Fay, the Janus is still open. Something that has CC immunity and that's not going to care too much about the Daji. It just seems like Baronic wants to be safe in that lane, right? If you can be safe, get a Warlock Sash online, anything like that is going to help you out a ton. Some sort of team fight presence also wouldn't be too bad. There's not a lot of AoE damage here. I see a lot of single target, and the fact that Nemesis just wants to ult one person, Uller wants to axe one person, and then you have the Cataclysm from Geb. That's really all the AoE damage you're going to have here.
You can have one heck of a chain onto a single person there between Geb, Arthur, and then the Nem Uller. Zeus being hovered.
That's some AoE damage.
That's a lot of AoE damage, but it's a guy that we haven't seen in quite some time. Throughout majority of the Masters land, really only anybody who would ever really look at him would be a player like Moswell, but I don't even think we saw him at that point. So for the first time in this phase, Zeus going to be hovered in. That's going to give a lot of magical damage over to the Scarabs. It's going to give a lot of AoE damage over to the Scarabs. How do you feel about the Zeus as a final pick?
Ooh, boy. It's got the AoE damage. It's got the team fight. All of that is true, and that's what I was asking for. But one thing it doesn't bring is CC immunity. You're going to be up against 2 Powwows and an Amaterasu.
Ooh.
Are you maybe, you know what? Baronic saw the highlight, realized Cubo missed all 3 Powwow shots, and was like, I don't need beads. He's going to miss them anyway, so I'm just going to lock in the Zeus and not really care. You guys can see now why I've been laughing, because Dave and Gore have been so hyped on the side of the map. I'm glad that we finally got blessed in showing what was going on over there.
Yeah, we do get a little bit of fun to be had over on the caster side of the room, which, again, notably, it's only like 6 feet away from me at best here, but looking at the Oni Warriors draft, I think you're right to bring up a lot of the team fight presence of the Dodgy, the Morgan, and the Amaterasu as a whole. Solar Scarabs have 3 players, or 3 gods, I should say, on the team that won't have a way to get out of those naturally. They're going to have to rely on things like the Purification Beads. When it comes down to these late-game team fights, Solar Scarabs, they've got a little bit of AoE damage, but do you think that this is enough to try and deal with what the Warriors have against them?
I mean, I would argue they have 4 gods that can't get out of that Powwow. Of course, King Arthur can use that charged ultimate, but it is rare that you have it up and ready whenever that Powwow comes in. Usually you're wanting to use that to engage or use it in lane, that sort of thing. So making sure you're saving that fully charged ultimate for the dodgy Powwow, it's not going to be a great option. So I think the Oni Warriors have so many avenues to try and just force these ganks. Again, 2 Powwows pretty much forces Inbound to say, okay, I'm going to shield Baronic on the first one, right? I'm going to make sure that he doesn't get pulled in. Now the second one comes in, Baronic uses the beads, maybe Inbound ult, but there's going to be a point where all of this overlaps and someone's getting pulled. More often than not, I imagine it'll be the Geb because, you know, Inbound will say, I'm going to use the shield on you instead of me, save the Geb's life over the Zeus. The Zeus can still do damage in that regard. So going to be a hard match to survive and get to that late game for the Solar Scarabs. But they still do have some good team fight, as we highlighted.
Yeah, team fight, just when you drop a Zeus right on top of a Cataclysm, so you have Lightning Storm comboing it there, keeping God Stun within, King Arthur being able to essentially take somebody out of a fight, at least for a few seconds out there, could give some opportunities maybe for the Solar Scarabs and some picks more than anything. We talked a little bit earlier about the Nemesis being able to ult one person. Uller going to want to axe toss one person. We'll see if the Solar Scarabs can find themselves to win over the Warriors, or will the Oni Warriors be the one to take game 1?
Pre-game ritual is complete for Gormizer and I as we go into our 3rd and final set of the day and our 7th and final set of the weekend. This one between the Oni Warriors and the Solar Scarabs. And Gore, I was talking to Miff about this on the desk, and I'll set it up in a very similar way for you here on this cast. I think it's very important for both of these two teams in a benchmark for us and our expectations moving forward, because remember, the Oni Warriors blew us all away in Phase 1. Solar Scarabs had a tough time in Phase 1 and during Masters, but the Oni Warriors didn't look great earlier this weekend. Solar Scarabs maybe improved earlier this weekend, but still haven't gotten the win here in Phase 2. I think both of these two teams equally in need of a good set, even if you lose.
Yeah.
A good competitive set.
Yeah, and honestly, it's going to be, like you said, kind of the benchmark I think that we hold these teams at from this point. Like, this is the matchup that last year would have been close, would have gone 3 games, you know, would go back and forth between the two. And so it's going to be, you know, what does Scary D provide? I feel like the Warriors right now are in his meta. Then again, Nika has an absurd win rate on Amaterasu, so that's going to be a fun matchup. I think a lot of it comes down to the jungles. We've talked a lot about how great Scream is. But is it enough, right? Is just Scream enough? How does Baronic perform? Because consistency's been a problem. Stewart's been popping off, actually, so I have to give a lot of credit over to him. He's been having some really good games lately. And so I think there's a lot of high-end for both of these squads, right? I'm talking a lot about the Scarabs, but, like, same thing. We've seen the Warriors just this year showcase that they can be on top. It's just whether or not we're going to continue getting that through Phase 2, like you said, is really the big question.
Have the Warriors regressed, question mark? Have the Solar Scarabs progressed?
Are the Warriors a hindrance or an asset?
To the league in general. No, they're an asset. I love every single one of those guys.
They're good dudes.
Very happy that they were able to qualify back in.
I think everyone in this lobby is a great. Well, Stuart gets a little nervous, but they're great interviewers.
Yeah.
They're great interviewees.
All of them. I love talking to all of them. Neil, because him and I have that golf course rapport with one another. We're on the same team whenever we go out and play golf.
Biased commentary from Dave. He prefers Neil.
Yeah,
Ma.
God, I really hope the Oni Warriors win. God, I'm begging Neil Ma to win.
He brings your golf team down when he loses.
Here's the thing. I'm nervous that chat couldn't see through the thick sarcasm I just laid onto that. So, chat, no. I just want a good competitive game of Smite. And somehow still it won't have hit the necessary crowd. So let's look a bit at what we've got here in game number 1. Gore, Nika, my solo laner on my fantasy. God, I'm biased again. On my fantasy team, playing one of Nika's, I think, strongest picks, going up against Scary D on one of Scary D's strongest picks. The King Arthur versus the Amaterasu, I think, has the chance to make some waves throughout this game.
This is one that I'm really interested in because I think in lane, it's probably going to come out maybe a little more favored towards Scary D, probably a little more neutral right after another item or two you finish off. Although, does look like a different start on the side of Nika. Maybe not going to be quite as tanky, depending on where he goes with that, versus Scary D, who, looking at the other side, I wouldn't be surprised if this ends up being built into something like a Sovereignty and getting him more in the front line kind of role. And that's the difference I think that these two players in general bring to the role anyways. Like, Nika plays a great frontliner, but when you go back to the Amaterasu games, go watch SSG in Season 7, see what he's doing, and this guy is in the front line, but running the show. He's getting the kills to the point where sometimes it almost feels like kicking and screaming no matter what his team is doing. He's going to drag them forward and make sure that things are successful. Really good at engaging, really good aura, really good at shredding some prots. So I think like in the fight, I'm expecting to see Nika kind of spearheading for the rest of the team. Whereas for the Scarabs, Scary D is going to be playing facilitator, right? This isn't going to be someone that I expect to see hard carrying. I'm not expecting like a 6-0 Arthur, but I expect him to make Baronic's job and Stuart's job and Scream's job super easy. Finding that CC, distracting people, pushing back the backline.
Could be first blood, though, onto Nika. Nemesis ultimate down, but a Scream got the damage. One more auto is all the tower needed to answer back. Cuvo Fred in range, has Palau, and Scream does not have beads. Can Cuvo Fred blink, dash, get in range, and he's got to hit the Palau after the fact he's just short of getting there, and Scream will grab first blood onto Nika and head on back. And Gore, you talked about the starter potential for Nika. Started with Katana, I think it was always going to be Golden Blade. And so you maybe were sacrificing a bit of your early game against Scary D in lane. Now you can farm up maybe a bit more effectively, but a bit squishier, and first blood goes to the Scarabs.
I think item number 2, probably we'll see Nika a little more in control, but you lose that first blood, you lose some of that experience. Scary D's got a Sovereignty, as I had mentioned and expected earlier. That's going to be dangerous.
Stuart low, uses the beads. A couple more autos would have been there, but Stuart able to walk on away. Does have to use the beads, though, as I've mentioned. Uber, of course, has the leap, has some disengage, but gonna have to use that as all the defensive utility now that he's got.
So a really weird thing, and this is ages ago that this change has happened, but I don't know if you remember, there was a point where I think it was 10 units were knocked off the range of Blink. And like, for the most part, it was like, now there's certain walls that you're not going to be able to leap over. Or you're going to have to figure out like more creative pathing. It's going to be a little more easy to trace you. If that 10 units is there, Cuvo gets that kill. And it's like small things like that. Like that's a long ago change, but like it's those little moments where like what the distance is going to give you helps balance things out. And him not getting that and his blink being on cooldown, I think gives a nice golden opportunity for the Scarabs that now there's no like blink Palau in mid. There's no blink anywhere for Cuvo to close that gap for another 40 seconds now. So it's been a nice little window of opportunity for them to get first blood and then just farm.
Yeah. And a good opportunity for Scream to expand on this lead. Golden Blade, he's going to be able to farm this jungle so effectively. Cuvo Fred into the Transcendence, so he's going to have to stack that up. This is what now we've seen for the last couple of waves, where the wave has just crashed underneath Nika's tower or just outside of the range. And Scary D realizes he's going to effectively win any trade. He starts Sovereignty on the King Arthur with Bluestone as well. So he's got some damage to boot. You're not sacrificing all that much. Going full Sovereignty with your first item there. So Nika, I think at this point, Gore, just trying to stay afloat in that lane. Try to last hit as many of those minions as you can. Avoid the tower from hitting as many of those minions as possible. Doesn't go teleport with his first relic, so he's got to walk back to lane if he keeps getting out-traded. This is why you pick a King Arthur, to dominate this side of the map.
And you can even see, like, it's affecting Nika's play in the sense that, you know, you had highlighted it, but, like, standing just enough inside the tower that the minions are still outside. Like, trying to get as much farm as possible without letting the tower take away that experience. You're losing blue buffs. Like, there's not a whole ton you can do over here.
That
At least
sucks.
right now, like I said, you know, finishing off what I assume is going to be a Berserkers. Is this, oh, man, hey, the Powwow came up. It seemed to do its magic. And the Blink.
And the blink. And no bead still for Stuart. There were 30 seconds left, maybe 45 or so, by the time that kill rotated through. That's what you need to see from Cubo Fred, is if Scream is going Golden Blade, he's going to be able to farm up quickly. Cubo Fred stacking the Transcendence, get active, try to find some pressure on the side of the map where it's more susceptible. And hey, Geb is a perfect spot to put some of that, but Shell and Lightning Storm will be enough to keep inbound on the map. Baronic, relatively low investment, just drops the ultimate and then walks away.
Yeah.
And that's, I think, what we need to see from the Scarabs today. And this is nothing against inbound, but if inbound is overextended, or anyone for that matter is overextended and getting picked, drop something, see if you can help them, but it's then the one after another that go in and end up dying after the fact that I think the Scarabs are going to be able to adapt to and avoid.
One person will try to make a saving play, and then they'll be in trouble, and somebody else will try to save them.
Right.
Like, it is a weird domino effect where, like, I mean, almost like
like
they're
Black Hawk
climbing a
Down.
mountain. The guy on the bottom of the rope falls down. It's tugging on your rope, and instead of cutting him off, you let go to try and help pull him up.
Right.
And things like that. And, like, ideally, in a game like this, you know, that one works out well, as you highlighted. And that's not even, like, an overextension. Like, inbound's in his jungle, but the Warriors were looking for blood. It's just those moments, and we've seen a lot of it. We saw it yesterday. They're going to have to be careful about that.
Cubo Fred low, doesn't have his ultimate, has a little move speed, and a dash out, and Cubo Fred lives. Neilma now under pressure as the Solar Scarabs have sent 4. Scarabs blessing down, and this is exactly what we're talking about.
Look at the Warriors.
See ya, Neil.
Yeah,
Later, buddy.
You're dead. Sorry, guy.
And the Solar Scarabs grab a kill onto the Scarab.
You know, here's the big difference. Neil's Canadian. He's gonna be very polite and
No, the
understanding.
big difference is the mid laner for the Valkyries. No, that's the Big Dipper.
The Big Dipper.
Come on! Sunday afternoon, baby!
What? That's like
Dude,
a reference.
that's
I don't
loud.
even. That did get tweeted out, right? Like, that picture was on more than just broadcast. It wasn't like one Benny Q interview with the background. Yeah, it was there.
And I didn't even realize that it was like a play on the words.
Word Big Dipper. Yeah,
I
you
just
were
thought
just
it was
like, oh yeah, he's the Big Dipper.
And he's in space for
And
some
he's in
reason.
Because that's how big the gap is
Right.
between him and
right,
everyone
exactly.
else.
No, that's making me sad. I didn't even think that far. I just thought he was in space for no reason. You're bailing me out, though, Gore. As the only Warriors send some more pressure towards the red buff, and actually drop down by inbound. All right, so the Geb with the shockwave rolls on through and steals away, or I guess confirms his own team's blue buff or red buff, and now the purple buff being looked at by the Oni Warriors. But the Scarabs will send 4 to the left side of the map, inbound, stunned and low. Over on the right side of the fight, Neilmon detonated by Baronic. Dardes up into the powwow. He is transformed. Down he crashes. Cubo Fred low again. And Dardes is able to at least trade out one. But Baronic going wild. A double kill for the Zeus.
Oh my god.
And able to get another one as Stuart here as well.
Oh, no
Vote
way,
low on
dude.
the backside, and I'll take a triple to go, says Baronic. A big fight for the Scarabs.
I don't even know who I want to highlight the most in that. I mean, Stuart, like, jukes for forever, it feels like. Inbound as well. Dardes almost gets another kill and is able to pull things back in their favor, at least slightly. And then Vote jumps in. It's that leap in, thinking he's going to get the kill onto Stuart. Now locked around, you know, inbound's low, but he's still Geb. And Baronic was untouched at that point, and good damage from him. I mean, it was a good ult to start things off, and sometimes from a Zeus, that's all you want, but now you're isolated where my shield is, and I've got a chain lightning. Are you kidding me? That's going to be, I mean, just perfect for him. And again, it starts with just a nice, large ultimate off to the side, a shield thrown in there with some chain lightning. He's doing, I mean, this is about as best Zeus play as you're going to get. I'm going to spread the chain, I'm going to get the charges, and I'm going to then hit detonate. Some of them are autos, but it's once Vote leaps in, that's where things like, that's curtains for him.
Yep, and I thought Vote maybe had a chance to turn one around there towards the end of the fight. Comes up just short. Big power spike for Baronic, able to finish off the Warlock staff and go back and get Sands of Time. So, a bit late on the starter item, but starter item arrives nonetheless. Baronic in the driver's seat now. We have seen games where the Solar Scarabs have gotten and funneled kills through Stuart and Stewart is capitalized often. Now Baronic in a position, Gore,
Yeah.
where at 3-0-2, fully stacked Book of Thoth, gets the Warlock staff rolling. And he's on Zeus, who can do that in team fights consistently, control space. A good look, a good opportunity for the Scarabs mid laner to show us that he has grown and this team is looking better.
I really like it too because, like, you know, I'll give Baronic hell and maybe Stewart hell here.
Doesn't have
he's getting
beads.
bold.
That's a pull and a kill. And Vote is able to answer that one.
So for the same reason, I'll give them both hell occasionally, which is that, you know, consistency is always key, right? What are we gonna? Which Baronic, which Stewart are we gonna get that day? Are we gonna get the Stewart that can carry games and is popping off? Are we gonna go Baronic that's carrying games, or are we gonna get someone who's a little lackluster and not feeling the impact in team fights? Right now, we're getting the version of Baronic that we always want to see, and with the Zeus doing well, theoretically, it's good around objectives, which is what I was gonna say, but. The Warriors are maybe feeling themselves.
Yeah, and the Warriors are easily with no. And that's a decently early Gold Fury as well. Normally, you know, 3 minutes from now, maybe 15 minutes or so into the game is when we're starting to consider Gold Furies and really fighting over it. Oni Warriors with just a pick on the Stewart, able to pull the Gold Fury, and that's important because it was over a 3,000 gold lead a moment ago. Doug just showed us about 1,500, even less than that. Big upswings for the Oni Warriors on a very, very quiet play. Dive on Nika here. Could be over the horizon, but Scary D and Scream think otherwise. At least a blue buff invade gone right as Nika has been slowed down, but still even on levels. I think that's just a good call from the Warriors, Gore.
Yeah.
You get a kill on a Stewart, realize they've got the burn, and pull the Fury.
Well, because, you know, depending on who wants to get aggressive there, that's going to change everything. Same that you can see right here. I mean, Neil having to kind of play cautiously. Dardes is weirdly alone. It feels like the Warriors don't know where they want to be focused right now.
Right, the Scarabs kind of collapsed in on by 4 members of the Oni Warriors, and everyone just kind of passes one another and heads back to their own sides of the jungle for the time being.
They square danced in the jungle.
You know, Gore, I don't know how to square dance, so that means nothing to me. I'll take your word for it, though.
Yeah, you'll, like, swing partners around.
Swing your partner around and around. Kind of, I get it. Baronic being swung around and around by Neilma in mid, and Cubo Fred able to shut down the Zeus. First death of the game for the Scarabs mid laner. But Dardes is low. There's a Scarab's Blessing, and it's going to get procced as Scream now looks towards Neilma. And Dardes does end up falling. Neil left alone as Scary D is rotated over from the solo lane. 3 members of the Scarabs chasing down 2 of the Warriors over here on left. But watch out, Nika, dazzling offensive. Amaterasu collapse imminent. Scream gets the Geb shield, drops the Nem ultimate. But Nika just hasn't done enough yet. Dazzling offensive still in the back pocket, now going to get used. Vote survives, Scream does not. And the Solar Scarabs still have some gas in the tank.
I mean, being able to go essentially 2 for 2 right now, but Nika, I mean, isolated alone, all it takes is a little bit of close. Even then, I think that was too far away.
Oh, no.
That's that movement speed, and it's working for him. Look, Amaterasu has a little bit of self-sustain and a little bit of movement speed. And that buff working wonders there for Nika. So 2 for 2. I think at this point it's worth evaluating like small kills, right? Killing Baronic towards the start of that fight, probably worth, I would argue, the most of all the kills that are coming through.
Close, I think.
And brings it back towards him, right? Because 3-1 and 2, being able to get a little shutdown on someone who got a triple kill. Both relics get burned by both mid laners, and then you go jungle for jungle. It screams 4, 2, and 3, so adding an extra death there maybe feels a little worthwhile. So like slight win overall for the Warriors, but one that is so small, it's like, okay, cool, now you're back 100 gold in your favor.
I don't know if that fight is that close at all if Baronic doesn't die at the beginning, which of course is why the Warriors are willing to
He wipes the floor with them if he's alive any longer.
Right. A 3-0 Zeus that actually gets to fight there, especially in the jungle. That Lightning Storm would have made a world of difference. And that's credit to the Warriors. They get the pick and then realize that, well, we have a chance to scrap now that Baronic is off the map. Baronic going into a different book. Soul Reaver has been a very popular option after Book of Thoth. Although there was Book of the Dead for a little while. That was the flavor of the month that everyone was looking towards. I won't rule that one out just yet. Might need to rule out Cubo Fred, his chances to survive. Stewart again is going to get pulled in here. Doesn't have beads, but I'm not sure there's enough damage. Cubo Fred gets the Scarab's Blessing, and as such, stays on the map. Vote helps delete Stewart. on the back end of a Palau pull, and we are fighting again on the left side of the map. Dardes is transformed into the Nem. We'll de-transform here in just a moment as we stand a 2-for-1 trade. Make it 3. Cubo Fred feeling himself, and the Oni Warriors grab 3 kills.
Yeah, and now essentially the opposite, right? Scarabs had a very good early grasp on this game, but this is the first time that the Warriors have been able to leave a fight and be confident about it. Everything they just did was well done. Like, if Cuvo has to die for the setup to happen for Dardes and Vote, and I guess later on if Nika joins in to be successful, then that's going to be worthwhile, right? Like, if it tanks your KDA, if you end up going, 3, 5, and 12, whatever, like some large number of assists, then it's worthwhile for you just because of that large setup. And that's what he does right there, right? That setup plus with Dardes, swapping over, you had called it, into the Nim, and then Vote being able to find some really good ricochets. These fights in the jungles, if they can get rid of Baronic, it ends up favoring the Warriors, especially if there's only single target damage left after Baronic is gone.
Right.
All of a sudden, Neil Ma is able to use his ult more effectively. You're maybe able to find more separation or dive a little deeper for Nika without having to worry about that chain lightning. So if they can get rid of Baronic more often at the start of these fights or zone them out, then all of a sudden the Warriors have a much more controlling jungle fight.
I feel for Stu right now in this game. Feels like beads have been burnt by Cuvo Fred or Neo or a stun from Vote, and then it's been punished by Cuvo Fred every single time. How many times have we seen beads down on Uller, and then a rotation over, a Palau, and then chains have just been connecting? Cuvo Fred has been on point with it. This Uller is just not.
And always at the tier 2, right? Like it's not even like he's doing him the grace of doing it in lane. He's waiting for him to walk by in the jungle and stripping him in to where he has no safe mechanism. Yeah. It's a rough game.
He's got Aegis now down. Beads are back, so at least have that in this fight. But a lot of CC, they're going to want to Beads out. Initial stun onto Inbound, but return stun on Anilma. And the Scarab's Blessing remains in the back pocket through death. Chain 1 good. That pulls in Scream. Ultimate down from Vote on the Ho Yi. Stewart has to use the Beads this time. He'll leap away. But Nika now is able to rotate through, and Stu is gone yet again. Dardes transforms into the Nem once again, but now he is alone with all the remaining members of the Solar Scarabs. De-transform means death. And the Scarabs buy their time, Gore, and they're winning a 2-for-1 fight.
And look, they can chase this down. Nika's still behind them. That honestly might be a little more dangerous than they're giving credit for. But Vote locked away. I mean, even if you don't get the kill onto the solo laner, you're more than fine to aggress onto this Fury. I have to say, the biggest winner.
Oh, Inbound.
We might have to hold that thought.
Oh, no. Nika hovering close by. Wonder, he does it in 20 seconds. There's no way this Oni Fury still up for the next 20 seconds. You are also buying time for Cuvo Fred. Nika sustaining up. Solar Scarabs confirm the Fury. Nika gets out. And it looks like Baronic won't have Detonate to capitalize on that kill. So Gore, after all of the back and forth we've gotten, we are effectively dead even here at 20 minutes. If you ignore the kills, you look at XP, you look at gold, 1,000 give or take either way. The ebbs and flows of this game have just been breakneck. Scarabs have won some big fights. Warriors have won some big fights. This one now is a swing back by the Scarabs. And they needed that one. The only Warriors had controlled the last couple of fights.
A good thing for the Scarabs as well. 2 Trebuchets that are spawned up right now. One's already marching down mid. So that's going to be interesting to see what kind of push power it can give. And maybe some proximity to allow them like a Pyromancer or a Fire Gen. But realistically, I want to look back at the last fight because you had called it like it starts off with a collapse onto Inbound and then turns immediately with Neil going down. The thing that catches my eye the most is Baronic's Beads usage. And realistically, it's lack thereof at first. He gets grabbed by Cuvo's chains, but recognizes that Cuvo's got nothing. If we get pulled in, there's no follow-up. Nothing's going to happen. So Baronic and I believe Scream both get pulled in. Then Baronic is able to not only then use that positioning against the Warriors, but when Nika rotates in and you have a dazzling offensive in your face, you're really starting to get collapsed on, you're able to Beads, drop the Lightning Storm, and just run to the backline again. Get a lot more damage done. And so it's once again this Zeus being the problem. I think as long as Zeus exists on this team, team fights are great for the Scarabs.
I'm not sure how long Nika is going to exist on the map. Dazzling offensive stuns 3, and I will eat my words. Nika gets the stun and leaves. Dardes will do you one better, gets the kill onto Baronic, chains onto 2. Then how many times have we seen this from Cuvo Fred? The man's on a warpath and adds a kill on the end of the fight as well. Scary D, gun down, double kill. by Cuvo Fred.
Yeah, this is their
Stewart
fight.
dropped, and now Scream, the last alive. The Oni Warriors turn their eyes towards the FG. Then the player cam of Cuvo Fred tells you all you need to know. Big fight from the jungler.
I mean, it comes down to simple. Look, Stewart's 1, 5, and 8. Stewart is exactly where the Warriors want them. Is unimpactful, is not able to get anything done. These abilities aren't doing much. 2 levels down from Vote, and this build isn't going to give you the same punch that Vote is going to have in every single auto. You get Nika, you have now a little bit more of those prods online, so you can live through a lot of these.
That starts with Nika,
a
right?
massive 3-man
Right.
stun, but more notably, burns Baronic's beads immediately, and then the team just rushes the Zeus. I mean, they blitzed him, they sack him, they did whatever you want to call it. They got rid of him, and once Baronic was gone, again, it's way easier for the Warriors to deal with the single target damage that the Scarabs have because of Neil.
Gore, think about how this game started for Baronic. He was at 3-0, and now he's 4-3, so he's gone 1-3. And is 3 levels behind Dardes. The focus of the Oni Warriors has just been jumping on Baronic at the start of these fights any way you can. And that's the threat with Zeus, right? I mean, it's relatively immobile. You can get jumped on and taken down. And that's what's happened to Baronic a couple of times in a row. Dardes has really picked things up. And you got to shout out Nika. Nika feels inevitable at this point. At some point, he's going to make a play. 3-man dazzling offensive to stay alive. And then credit to the rest of the Oni Warriors and Cuvo Fred for spearheading the reinitiation. So Fire Giant on 5 members of the Oni Warriors. And the largest gold lead we've seen yet this game, right around 4,000 for the Oni Warriors. And you're able to knock down a few more Tier 2 towers as well.
The thing I'm really interested in, it feels like small in the grand scheme of things, but Dardes gets the speed buff and gives the red buff over to Cuvo, just like a minor swap it feels like, but it showcases to me that Cuvo wants to do more damage. He's getting a lot of, you had mentioned it, but the chains and the way that Dodgy works, I feel like this red buff's really going to enable some hard hitters from Cuvo while letting Dardes use this invis, get to the backline, chase people down, play more of an assassin style that you see from like base kit Morrigan versus like transformed Morrigan. And so it makes things really interesting, if it even comes into play, right? The Scarabs, at this point, I don't know if you defend a Tier 2 here. If you overextend too far, if you can keep Baronic safe, you feel pretty good about it. But other than that, trying to make a stand against the Warriors with a lead, and specifically how some of these fights have been going, could be pretty dangerous to try and hold on to this.
Yeah, Dart has been great with his Nemesis transformation so far this game. Scream, as the actual Nemesis, has put together a nice performance as well, though, at 5-3 and 5. You're going to need to shred down one of these targets, but that's where... That's where a Capri Res helps you out, right? An ultimate from Scream drops on someone's head. Neilma says, nah, you're coming back for the rest of this fight. This is dangerous. Yeah, rotation around the backside from Cubo and Nika. Ultimate down, but Dardes able to walk back from it. Vote, though, run down by Scream. Dardes answers back. Baronic, first one to fall. So both teams have lost one of their carries. Now we're a bit split as the Oni Warriors are in the middle of the Solar Scarabs, but it's Nika and Dardes who have enough tankiness and damage to kind of run down the health bars, but Scream does as well. A double kill for the Scarabs jungler, and now we collapse inward. Can Nika get it done? No, Stewart can, though. Double kill for the Scarabs ADC, and Fire Giant is going to get wiped off the map.
He finishes Heartseeker, and Stewart comes back with just an extra punch behind him. And at this point, Nika, like, it's so weird. Pathing-wise, this is going to movement speed. He's got healing.
No, never mind.
You've got a couple of people here.
Sustained up. All right,
I don't know how far away from this he can make, but he's buying time.
Now I think if he dodges one more axe, which he doesn't. Oh my God, he dodges everything else. Those guys obnoxious. There's the knockup. There's the kill. Stewart's on a killing spree.
Okay.
An unofficial triple in that fight for Stewart. Improves from. No shot. He was 1-5 going into that fight.
He was 1-5 going into
that. Now 4-5. Big fight for the Uller to keep the Scarabs in this game.
And this is going to be a weird instance. I almost think I would have preferred if Nika had just run into the Phoenix and died. I think at that time, the last person that hit him, like, just not give the kill credit over. I think there's a world he probably gets out of there. But it is very, very, very specific interactions and things like that. So great fight. I honestly wasn't too sure about that fight from the Scarabs. I didn't think that it was going to be a very powerful one for them. But their dive to kill Vote was just as important. In fact, maybe even more well executed than the dive onto Baronic, because the dive onto Baronic goes through a tier 2. You're taking a lot of damage in the process just to get there, and Baronic gets some good damage out in the process. So you invest a heavy amount from the Warriors to get the 1 kill. Well, the Scarabs get to surge forward, ignore 2 members of the Warriors, and essentially fight a 5v3 for a little bit, maybe 4v3 with the positioning Baronic had. So they had a numbers advantage in one fight, get a very important kill, take off a guy that has crit and has been doing incredibly well. I mean, 3, 3, and 9 is a great slash line for Vote. And that turns that fight around, trading that out. Plus, again, the Heartseeker, Stuart finally getting to feel like they're impactful on this fight.
Yep.
I think that was a big deal. If Stuart is still hitting about as hard as they were about 5 minutes ago, then we're looking at the Warriors coming out on top and very much controlling that. But a really, really good fight from the carry for the Scarabs. And once again, showcasing that sometimes even if you sit on a guy and make him 1 in 5, it's not going to be enough to shut them down.
Well, scaling catches up at some point as long as
he was
you're
3
able to
levels
farm
down not too long ago.
As long as you're able to farm and get those items, we know what late game Uller can do. Baronic has caught up a little bit as well. Dardas has been chilling at level 20 for a minute. Baronic was, remember, at level 17. Is now at least caught up to level 19. So the priority targets are going to hit level 20 and be able to upgrade some of those starter items. Everyone on the Oni Warriors has been able to do so. Outside of Baronic, everyone on the Solar Scarabs that has wanted one of their starter items to get upgraded has been able to do so as well. Nothing is guaranteed in this match. The Oni Warriors seemingly were on victory road there for a moment, but the Solar Scarabs able to flip it around and bring this game right back close to even, just shy of 30 minutes. Oni Warriors with an initial pull on the FG, and they can burn it quickly. You got Shoguns, you got Nika, you got Vote with some crit, Cubo, Fred, Dardas. They can separate out this fight. The Fire Giant melting so quickly as Scary D finds the backline of the Oni Warriors. Ultimate out from inbound. Neilma has the Scarab's blessing on himself. Big shield will put the Kepri right back on the map. Scream won't find the kill. He'll go down, and then Scary D is left alone in the back as Vote adds a double kill. The Oni Warriors now playing with numbers, and the grouped up members of the Scarabs will be run down. You lose Neilma, but you're at least going to find 3, and Stuart will make 4. Dardes adds another on the end of the fight.
I have to give, again, shout-outs to Neil, and specifically the way the team plays around it. Nothing, as a Kepri, as a support, feels worse than having to ult yourself. You don't get to save a carry, you don't get to make a typically big play, and almost immediately after Neil ults himself, Vote is super low, and like, that's enough to make sweat start going down the back, right, of your neck, making sure that you're feeling a little more awkward, a little more anxious, but they are able to collapse really well. Vote, once again, showcasing that he just has a ton of damage that is available. And we've been seeing a lot more of this in Venom Deathbringer, but, getting every single one of these hits, hitting as hard as Vote did during that fight really helped things out. And the Scarabs were separated, right? A couple were trying to fight towards the top of the Fire Giant pit, the north side of the Fire Giant pit, and a couple of them were on the south side of the Fire Giant pit. And they were just spread a little too thin, and that gave way to where the Warriors wanted them to be. Vote able to find a couple more autos onto higher priority targets and get some easier kills. And unfortunately, while they were still able to get some returns on the Scarabs, it's one of those things that just costs a little too much. Again, heavy investment, a lot of relic usage, a lot of ult usage, and I think that their approach to it was okay. It was just the separation during the fight that ends up losing a lot of that for them.
Admittedly, I'm not sure if Scary D had finished his Spectral Armor or not going into that fight, but
that'll help a lot.
He's got it now. Needed it if he didn't have it before. Vote absolutely swinging. Top damage in the game. Scream has pulled the Scarabs along in a lot of these fights as well. Unable to finish off a kill. I think that's a big difference. Where Scream got a lot of damage, but couldn't finish off the priority targets at the beginning of that fight. Baronic has not been allowed to play since starting this game at 3-0. Gone 1 in 5 cents. And again, that's very much a choice by the Oni Warriors to funnel all of that pressure towards the Zeus, not give the Lightning Storm the ability to affect the fight, because Nika can do this. He has found the backline again. Baronic is stunned and stunned and being chased down by Nika. Nika has taken no damage, and Baronic not allowed to play. Cubo Fred pulled back by the Scarab's blessing through death. Dardes uses the Aegis. Will not die as Scary D comes up just short. A double kill for Dardes, and what a dive in the back line by the Warriors.
Walking away with that much health, I mean, look, that leaves me so distraught if I'm the Scarabs here. You lose the Phoenix as well, and with the 5-man advantage with Fire Giant buff giving the healing necessary, plus they had healing chalices, so they're going to be able to get back to a state where they can siege this Phoenix.
Neoma is low and will die, but what has happened to Scream? He is gone before my eyes. How staggered out are these kills going to get? Stewart
still got 20
gets
seconds.
taken low, throws an axe. The Oni Warriors go in towards the Titan. One more stun is all the Warriors needed onto Stewart, but he's able to get back into the fountain. And the Oni Warriors are going to choose to back away, it appears, as Mika will eat the axe. You don't want Vote dying off, not at this pivotal point. And if nothing else, the base of the Solar Scarabs will remain alive, but a bit crippled. Left and mid Phoenixes, both gone.
Honestly, I think it's one of those things. The Scarabs are playing this really well. The Warriors are, in some instances, are just playing a little stronger. And then in some instances, well, so far here, Stewart has been just going massive in these fights. The damage from this Uller, all in like the blink of an eye. Maybe it was because prior to the Hydras and definitely prior to the Heartseekers, wasn't able to find too much. Like, you had highlighted it, but like beads were on cooldown almost every single time they came back up. They'd have to get burned almost immediately. So it's impressive to see, one, how well this has been going, but now that they're not able to bully him as much, Stewart's been playing this in a way much like that, right? A little bit of damage, but he's still able to jump away, still able to play it safe. It's dishing out a ton, now has the Titan's Bane. This build is going to hit hard at this point. And while they're focusing all of their energy, you had highlighted what now 1 and 6 for Boronic, and since the 3-0 start.
Yep.
But that's fine if the other guy's gonna make up for it. He was 1 and 5. Now he's 5 and 1, right? Like, you've traded off where the carries are. I still think Boronic is a massive threat in the jungle fights.
Yeah.
So the Warriors have to worry about him, because if you now change strategy to kill Stewart and maybe focus him, 3 people dive Stewart, even if you get his relics to get the kill, there's still a Zeus doing AoE damage to your entire team. So it's a rock and a hard place. Where do you go? Which ability damager do you want to deal with? Definitely the guy that does more AoE, but you're still left, not necessarily in a good spot.
Well, damage-wise, Boronic is as big a threat as he's going to get. Looks like defensive item on the mind towards I might not mind like Mantle of Discord or something at this point if I'm Boronic, because just getting run down. But to your point, that's what you need. If Boronic is the one that's being chosen to die by the Warriors, you need Stu to step up. And very much to your point, Stu has in these last couple of fights. Only above the supports in damage is Boronic at this point in the game. And again, that's very much been a choice by the Oni Warriors.
Well, it also says something that the lowest, lately, the highest damage we've not been seeing, like 31,000 from Scream is insane. 15K being the third lowest is nuts for how much they're outputting.
Yeah, you can't understate the impact Scream has had on this game and will need to have on this Fire Giant fight. We're enhanced. Cuvo Fred's around the backside. Everyone's got beads on the Solar Scarab, so Palau maybe to burn some beads. How about dazzling offensive though? Boronic jumped on, both actives gone. Cuvo Fred back in. Up into the Palau he goes. Boronic, see you later. Scary D, goodbye as well. The Oni Warriors at least grab 2. Inbound will be plucked back in, and the third falls. The Oni Warriors can smell blood gore, and they might just be able to end the game.
Yeah, they don't need the Fire Giant at this point. Phoenixes are still down left side. Even if it respawns, they've got fire minions that are working their way in, so they're going to have a lot of assists, but they need to kill Stewart. Stewart has been a huge asset for them so far. Granted, 2v5, I don't know how much Stewart and Scream can do, but they've got a lot of damage between them.
Bloodbath of a game number 1 here between the Warriors and the Scarabs. My God, Cuvo Fred runs them down. Double kill, what a way to end the game. And Cuvo Fred was a menace in game number 1. The Solar Scarabs. Think back to the early stages of that game, how back and forth we went. There are moments where the Scarabs are massively in control, the fights back and forth. All of it up to question. Too consistent on the engage, too consistent on the dive were the Oni Warriors by the end of that game.
I would argue MVP of that set is Cuvo's chains on the Palau, right? Like everything else, like there's some good saves, good damage, good plays from Vote. There's a ton of good plays from Dardes. But those ults being as consistent as they were, and the beads burn that was being swapped, you know, being able to do two Pal-Aos occasionally, or have Dardes go in, get aggressive, force the beads, and then the chains get the pull, the way that the communication and the play was working together there for the Warriors just made it feel so smooth in terms of some of those fights. And I think that's even more credit to the Scarabs to make what was such a well-executed machine look a little rough in a lot of those engagements. I mean, they were by no means shut down by the Warriors throughout that game.
And when we talk about Zeus being immobile and sometimes easy to punish and jump on, watch back that game, because that's what we mean. That's nothing that Barana could have done at some point there. I felt like Fred was running him down. It's just what happens when the dive is as consistent as it was. The Oni Warriors takes them a little bit, but they grab a win here in game number 1. Scarabs have some life, though. Don't count them out. Game number 2 coming up next.
find some balance in my life. I never really put up a fight, and now I'm losing sleep. What if I lost touch? What if I'll never get it right? I try to follow my heart, but I lost it somehow. Wish that someone could say it'll all be okay. Just listen to me as I say. Listen to me as I slow it down. Dreams are yours if you want.
Hey, say hello to your mother for me.
No.
Okay.
Stompa, stompa! Sure they got school.
Greetings.
How you doing?
Girl, you got some junk in that trunk. Ooh, hot stuff.
Later.
Farewell.
And those certified Billy bumps are made on our very own Alienware machine. So if you want to make great bumpers like that for yourself, for your streams, for anything else that you do, then make sure that you give Alienware a check out. They're one of our sponsors here in Season 9 of the SPL. Make sure to go to smitegame.com/Alienware. Use code AWSmite09 to see what kind of cool offers that Alienware has for you. Check out their social media at Alienware on both Instagram and Twitter. And go to AlienwareArena.com. See all the cool stuff that our pros production, and even us here on the desk with these laptops, are getting to use out here in Season 9 of the SPL. Thank you so much to Alienware for coming back one more time for the Smite Pro League. It's J-Mac and Trelly back on the desk. Game number 1, a very long-winded game, to say the very least, between the Oni Warriors and the Solar Scarabs. Back and forth pretty much the entire way through. But then the one Fire Giant sitting around that 25-30 minute mark when the Oni Warriors are able to essentially wipe the Scarabs at that point and then take it. Felt like that was the major turning point of that game for the Warriors.
Yeah, I think the duo lane, and Stewart specifically, got off to a rough start, right? It was about like 1-5, 1-6, something along those lines. But none of that really mattered because you get to the late game portion, right? None of the early game really stood the test of time. It was pretty net even going into that firefight, as you said. But it just seemed like the double Daji, Cuvo and Dardes were just too much. You can't really keep the Zeus alive through it all, and then after the double dodge comes in, Nika goes to the backline with Dazzling Offensive, and I just think it was just a little bit too much. You want your Zeus to try and live throughout the end of the fight, or at least do a crazy amount of damage in the process, and don't get me wrong, Scream was doing a ton of damage. Stewart eventually did come online and was able to help the team out as well, but it just wasn't enough, and I think it all started from the draft, right? It's so difficult to try and survive, even with a Geb shield, to keep a Zeus throughout the whole fight with 2 Dajis and an Amaterasu diving the backline.
And that's one thing that, I was even talking about while the picks and bans are happening. We see the double Daji potential. This is before the Ama was even locked in. This is before even seeing what the rest of the Scarabs had gone through. The Hugh Wong got banned away, a god that has a couple of forms of CC immunity to try and get away from these Palaus. And that's why I was thinking maybe Charybdis could have been an option, at least for Baronic. That way you had another way of having multiple forms out. But even when it came down to the end of the game, just the collapse of the Oni Warriors was too much. Baronic didn't get nearly the assistance that he needed to get this game going. Dardes and Cuvo Fred just running the show.
Yeah, you need a lot of assistance there. I mean, that was
pretty much all of it.
That was an Ama ult into a Daji pull, into a Morgan turning into Nemesis, all just to kill the Zeus. And that's all you really have to do because Zeus is the main source of damage at that point. And Scream is going to have a ton more damage than pretty much everyone at the end here when you do look, because he was going off on this Nemesis. He was doing a crazy amount of damage into the backline, but it wasn't enough. It wasn't enough dive, just Scaredy and Scream getting to the back because the Zeus wasn't able to just chain lightning. And it's not, I don't think it's any fault of Baronix. I just don't think it was a good pick into that draft, and I just don't think they were able to get the full value out of that Zeus.
Yeah, it was a very harsh matchup for him, and considering his only real backup and safety net was a Geb, and Geb can only cleanse one thing at one time on one singular person. So if Inbound uses that Stone Shield on any other target before that Pala was used, then it all just comes down to Baronic to making sure that he has his purification beads, or at least maybe some fast movement speed to try and juke away from some of those chains. But the Oni Warriors do find the dub in game number 1. Now the Solar Scarabs have to go back to drawing board to try and figure out how to deal with this comp, because this is a style of play that the Oni Warriors have been doing for a long time. Dardes really loves to play this Morgan. We don't get to see it as often, but he's always pairing it with things like Cthulhu, like Daji, back in the day even with things like Robin and Hunbats out here. So if you're the Solar Scarabs, is this Morgan maybe that much of a problem that you need to take this away, or could it just be to take away some of the pieces around it?
Yeah, see, that's the question, right? Because banning Daji would effectively be a ban against Dardes as well, because that limits one of his transformations. We've seen that he doesn't need the Daji. We saw him turn into Nemesis and still have tons of damage there, but I think the Zeus wouldn't have to position as perfectly if you're not up against 2 different Powwows.
Oni Warriors and Solar Scarabs, game number 2. The Warriors up 1-0 after their game 1 victory, and they'll start out their bans just the same. Nothing for the Warriors necessarily needs changing. It'll be Mercury and Olaron opposite sides. Solar Scarabs will keep with their same bans from game number 1. Yamoja and Chernobog once again taken away.
Yeah, and it does seem that the Oni Warriors still want to grab that Khepri there, despite the fact that Neil did fall a few times, and that's what you should expect when it is coming to this Khepri. If you are trying to frontline, you want to keep your team alive more than you want to use that Scarab's Blessing on yourself, so, you know, it's not going to be the biggest issue. I still feel like a very strong pick for the Oni Warriors would be that Khepri. And the question is, do the Scarabs say, hey, you know, the Khepri was what the problem was. We couldn't find these kills because those reses were there. Let's take that away and find something new. Or was it the double Daji, the Morgan and Daji combo that was just too much to deal with? Those are both options that the Scarabs have to try and take away. The Oni Warriors, though, they see that Nemesis as a huge issue, and I'm thinking I saw the same.
Yeah, Nemesis will be banned away. Now it's back to the Scarabs for one final ban. Do they take something specific away from the Oni Warriors? Is the Daji the call to ban away to try and kind of double dip in taking down not just Cubo Fred, but also Dardes in a transformation target? Or do they have something else in mind? There's still a lot open. Jingwei has been a hunter that's still been able to find her way up there. We've been seeing a little bit of Heimdall as well when it comes to there. Ullr's still up and available for either of these teams to take. Not only do both of the mid laners, but both of the hunters on this team really do like that god. So Solar Scarabs with a lot of choices to make right now.
Yeah, I don't think the Scarabs go back to the Ullr, and it really depends, because I think it's so strong in mid, because you're able to just out-pressure most of these mages, but Stewart was not finding the success, and after the game he just had, where he chased Nika from tier 2 tower, through the back camps, all the way over, up through mid, and, you know, missed a flurry of abilities there just because Amaterasu has so much movement speed. I just don't think the run back is on the cards, and it will be banned away. So not going to be an option for the Oni Warriors. I imagine the Khepri could be a strong pick here unless Neil wants to go for a different style of play. Either way, the Oni Warriors don't have to think about this one too much. They don't have much to go off of because they just had a convincing win there.
Yeah, they did have a nice win to start out their set in this best of 3 between them and the Solar Scarabs.
The Ullr Scarabs.
The Ullr Scarabs. I was thinking of the Ullr run because it was banned away, but obviously, so we're not going to be able to see that one played out there. The Oni Warriors. Baron is still notably available if Solo Lane wants to go over towards that mage, though I don't believe we saw any priority towards that in game number 1 between them. Jingwei for the Hunters, as I mentioned earlier. A lot of options out there. The Oni Warriors can take their time. They can use some of this bank to maybe think if they need to refresh some of their strategies. Maybe even take Scary D off this King Arthur. It was very oppressive in that solo lane up against Nika.
Yeah, certainly could be the option. I think really right now the Oni Warriors just want to say, like, we don't want to pick anything that gives away too much about our draft. You know, something that used to do that very well at the start of Season 9 was the Clean It. You could just first pick that very easily and say, hey, we're not telling you too much. We're just picking this Clean It. Could be jungle, could be solo, doesn't really matter because she doesn't have too many bad matchups. Daji, though, is going to be the answer. Immediately picked in. First pick as well. So the Solar Scarabs don't have to pick these non-CC immune characters into this. They can recognize it right away and say, hey, the Morgan is probably coming soon after the fact. Do we want to grab that and take it away from them? Or just pick into that knowing it's coming?
Acted as effectively act with the Morgan as a ban as well as a pick if they decide to go with it here for the Solar Scarabs. But that's a lot that they have to think into. I mean, the Daji got picked late on in the draft, and then there were still gods being picked up against it that don't particularly work well in that matchup. Jingwei and Khepri, who was left open, will go over to the Solar Scarabs this time. So the dual lane rounded out early for the Chaos side team.
And so immediately I have to give my favor over the Solar Scarabs because they've picked their mascot. They have the Khepri.
They did.
I see two beetles on my screen right now, and it aesthetically pleases me. But King Arthur is going to be taken away from Scary D here as the AMC is being hovered, possibly for a mid lane pick for Dardes, possibly for an ADC pick for Vote. Either way, going to be a good option here. We usually do see it in the mid lane, but he's a hunter. He can go really wherever he wants, honestly. I mean, nah, King Arthur's there. I was going to say, even Nika could probably take him, but with the King Arthur, that's going to be locked in. And Bologna will be a solid answer back as well. You see the AMC, you want to try to get that Scourge off onto these auto attackers and just try and brawl up against King Arthur in lane. I think it's going to be a smart option. Now the Solar Scarabs have a chance to try and take some things away. Don't really have to ban the Morgan anymore because you see that AMC, but if it did get flexed and that was just a bait to try and make sure this pick got through, there's not too many picks right now that the Scarabs hate going into the Daji. Maybe just the Khepri off the top of my head. Forcing that into a beat is a bit annoying.
Ymir will be the next ban by the Scarabs, a god who has kind of risen his way up the meta as of recent. We've seen 4 out of the 5 games that Genetics has played with the Camelot Kings, he's been picking that god. Even Jake has been able to pick that one up, and Inbound as well. So, and Neil, so just about everybody in the support roles has been able to find some success on that Ymir. Terra going to be banned alongside that one, so the only Warriors, or at least for Neil, will have to dig a little bit further in the god pool. Fenrir going to be banned away, as that is something that Scream does like to go to try and kind of set the pace for his team on any one of those particular lanes.
Yeah, would be a decent option, but that is going to be taken away, so the only Warriors recognize that one. And Osiris, also a strong option. I was thinking about maybe a Gilgamesh here, just because we've seen him sort of come back into favor, but no CC immunity in the ult. Has to get that Bumbus Hammer online before you really get to that late game power spec. We know Scream likes it and can play it, but hasn't been playing it too much once this newfound meta started arising, and you don't really want to be boxing into Hunter's late game. I think it's going to be a solid pick up against the AMC, but Scream has some thinking to do. Probably will just wait until that last pick. Something we haven't seen out of him in quite time is that Kali as well, but still.
True.
Daji. I think the Oni Warriors have drafted themselves just a strong start here that really doesn't make you want to grab your jungle right away.
I think that is a good point that we haven't seen the Kali despite the fact that it is now available, so it's something that maybe Scream could go to. At least for now, they'll grab Baronic's pick. The Hugh Wong going to be open up, and something that we talked about a lot in game number 1, the pseudo counterplay that it has against Daji, being able to get away from Palau without the use of beads via both his 3rd and 4th ability. So strong pick for Baronic, one that he's found one game of success on as far as a victory, and the other one still some large success in the damage and the KD chart, but maybe finding not so much in an actual W that time around. So something that Baronic has shown that he likes to play, at least to start this phase out. Doesn't reveal too much for the Solar Scarab's hand.
Yeah, and it got the Paul seal of approval, so that's all I'm concerned about. If Paul plays it and says in an interview, hey, I think it's pretty good, his ult's hard to deal with, you know, if you're good with it, then it's good. And that's all you really need right now, especially with a CC immune dash up against Daji. A completely different play style of what the Zeus was, right? You have to position so well. You have to always be watching out for the Palau, holding onto your beads. With the Yu Huang, you can just go, all right, I'm going to jump into the air, whip out some dragons. I don't have to beads this time around, but Fafnir is going to be the option as it looks like Artemis. At first Shibalanke was hovered, and now Artemis, and then back to the Shibalanke. So that tells me that Vote is looking to get very active in that duo lane with this Shibalanke pick. He's been pretty on point with turning off the lights, making sure his whole team gets the benefit of it. But now, finally what we've been waiting for. What is Scream going to try and bring the team back with here on the jungle? The last pick, and he is hovering the Kali, and
it's a good shout.
It is. Man, I mean,
you're good at this.
I was gonna say I am pretty good at my job.
You are pretty good,
first and foremost, but not a great pick into the Daji. But if you can get to late game, you're gonna always just be able to shred through AMC. The Shibalanke is not gonna have the greatest time either. You blink in, stun, and then the Rising Jaguar away, and you just jump to follow that. And more often than not, you're gonna outbox because you win boxing matches when you simply can't die, J-Mac, and that's what Kali does. She simply pops destruction and says, you can't kill me for, until these swords go away.
Now that we've gotten a full look at the Solar Scarabs, the Kali, though traditionally in the past slanted more towards the late game, we've been seeing a lot more activism out of this god when it comes to kind of the mid game and then pushing towards late. Once that 15-minute mark comes around, a couple items online, we typically see Scream get active. And Scream, one of the more unique players on this pick. We've been seeing so many different build paths on her ever since Boots got removed, whether it be kin size rush first, to go into things like stone cutting or serrated or hasten. There's so many different things. Scream as well has kind of had his own unique build that he's run for, which was, I think it was like Crusher, kin size, tier 2 Odibo, and then he finishes it off later on. So a lot of diversity, at least amongst the team, able to kind of keep themselves through the early, mid, and maybe even to the late game. Do the Solar Scarabs have a team that can transition themselves through all 3 of those phases to face off against the Warriors?
Yeah, I definitely think so. Scream's going to have to get active early, which is something you don't really want to do on the Kali, but more often than not, she's able to find some pretty successful ganks. Playing through Scary D is going to be a smart option, but also a difficult one because you're up against Nika on the King Arthur. There's a lot of safety in that pick, and unless Kali gets some items online, won't be able to shred through all that defense. Expect a Sovereignty that you want to try and shred through, and early on, doesn't really have the tools to do that. I'm curious to see how Scream will itemize this way because the Crusher build is completely out. That's not going to be an option. You want Golden Bow, and just because it is Scream, probably the tier 2 Odibo just to speed up your clear and auto attack damage. But after that, will he go for the more bursty build or just Kins, Silver Branches, shred through as much as possible? Either way, a bit on a timer. You want to make sure you get to late game on this pick, and Scream, he wants to make sure his team gets there as well.
maybe the same can be said for the Oni Warriors. I mean, double Hunter, you throw a Dodgy in there who's known to do some decent damage with her basics, and then you throw a Fafnir into the mix. Seems like objectives are going to be the name of the game for the Oni Warriors at just about any stage of the game. So when you're looking at the Solar Scarabs roster and talking about how they do have the tools to be able to fight at all points of the game to try and keep this one through, but it does seem that a lot of the heavyweight might be over on towards Scream to try and get some pressure in one of these lanes. Is there a particular lane with this Kali that you would push him towards? Well, actually, I won't even give you the opportunity to do so. We're going to go ahead and throw it right into the game. Game number 2 with Dave and Gore.
Nah, Troy, you're not allowed to talk. Gore and I get to do all the talking around here. Oni Warriors versus Scarabs. Game 2. Gore, do you have something to say right
No,
now?
what if I just let you talk the whole time?
The entire game? Oh, no, we wouldn't like that. I'd have nothing meaningful.
We wouldn't or you wouldn't?
I think the universal we,
okay,
as a viewer base of Smite would hate it if it was only me.
Oh,
the
okay.
entire game.
Okay, you said universal we, and I was trying to think of like a really, really fun like star joke. Something like what Alpha, like the guys on Alpha Centauri really hate it. But
they do. I don't even know where that is. But
that's a while away.
Yeah, it's like
couple light years.
Right?
Yeah.
Oh, that's just a stone's throw.
Oh yeah, it ain't nothing.
Girl, when you lift as many weights as we do, anything's a stone's throw away. Am I right?
That's exactly right, baby.
There we go. All right, Oni Warriors. we get one a game, and we've used both of them at the first 10-second mark of each of the 2 games. Oni Warriors and Solar Scarabs after a grueling game 1. That was a 40, nearly 50 kill game in 35 or so minutes in game number 1. Neither team shying away from fighting up against one another. Now we're going to stick with similarities here. Oni Warriors keep Cuvo Fred on the Daji, which provided so much initiation power. But I already like the change that the Scarabs have made in mid. Maybe getting first blood would be a nice change in mid. Cuvo dashes back, but Baranic's got the range. And Mifflin loves talking about levels 1 through 3 as Yu Huang. And that's why Baranic grabs himself first blood for the Scarabs.
Yeah, it's something you can't gloss over. I mean, you have a route that's your clear. If they stand in it, it's going to be great. But that one, that's just Flames of the Phoenix. It looks like a cool ability. It hits like a cool ability, and it hits hard there. And that was incredibly fun, I think, to watch. Maybe not so much for Cuvo, right? No. To be on the receiving end. But that's twice now today that we've had a Yu Huang at that level 1, level 2 mark, find a kill, get that first blood in mid. And so, honestly, I think it's something, especially with the meta right now, like that's a good little gold lead that you can now work with.
Inbound going to get chipped away here, but healthy enough at this point in the game that should be just fine to walk out. What's happened here? Another kill is rolled through for the Solar Scarabs. Yeah, Kali, a late game god, right, has already made an impact on this map. Assists on first blood, and then grabs a kill over on solo Nika. Now the second death for the Oni Warriors.
That comment that Kali is the late game god to me, in SPL always has an asterisk on it. And that asterisk is, unless Scream's playing it, right? If Scream's playing it, then that is what you expect, right? Level 3, 1-0-1. I mean, that's magical for him, right? Getting this kind of start, you've got a little bit of gold, a little bit of a lead, which isn't going to be as massive for you overall, but you've now helped out solo lane, you've helped out mid, you've definitely helped out yourself, and you put yourself in a fun position where, in my mind, this Kali can continue looking for this, right? At level 5, now all of a sudden you're able to start diving and start dealing with a little bit more. And so I really do expect to see this Kali kind of continue this trajectory. It's one of the things that Scream does best.
Yeah, there's enough utility in that kid early to make some waves, and so the Solar Scarabs grab a couple of kills, and about 1,000 or so gold lead in the first few minutes of this game. And when we talk about the slower paced nature of some of these games, Gore, it's because oftentimes we won't see massive action in these games until the 10 or so minute mark. So the fact that we've seen a decent bit of it so far, a good pacing now for the Solar Scarabs. And I do want to talk already, and of course, first blood for Baranic on the Yu Huang. But how that's going to look different against the Daji as this game goes on. Zeus just so easy to punish Gore, especially up against the Daji, and a Morrigan that can transform either into the Daji or the Nemesis. And I think the desk wrapped it up well. Didn't love the Zeus pick into what the Warriors had drafted in game 1. I like the Yu Huang a lot better. The safety, just even in that one ability. That Baranic is going to have for some disengage, something extra to help out with Bede's pressure. I think a worthwhile change.
I mean, in this case, you get hit by the chain, so you go, cool, I'm going to pop my 3, I'm up in the sky, I'm CC immune, I'm banished from the field technically for a little bit, don't have too much to worry about it, chain's gone. we're golden. If any, like what forms of CC, King Arthur hits you for a single target stun. If you're dramatically slowed by the bees, or you get hit by a Fafnir hammer, then you just beats it away, right? Like at that point, you still have that secondary. So you've got way more options to get away. One of those being at least a small movement, right? You don't move far with that 3.
Right.
You don't have a lot of time up in the air, but it's enough, right? To kind of, equate it to like a Chang'e to Raven to things like that. A little longer lasting, but being able to make it a little easier for you to survive through those. Going for a very similar start, Book of Thoth. I think it was Thoth into Warlocks, into Starter, into then the Soul Reaver afterwards. So there's a lot of options, I think, for Boronic to be able to go through here. And since you've already kicked things off to a good start, well, normally I'd be talking about, well, you've got like the good lead. Things are going well for you.
Scream blinks into the
Going
back,
Dragon.
stuns Dardes. Stinger out, though, and Scream melting down the damage. The lights go out, and
what a
Scream
chain.
will jump out, but no, he won't. It's a pullback in from Cuvo Fred. What a play. I didn't even see it happen. And then Scream exits stage right, and the Oni Warriors able to pull back 1.
And what surprises me through all that, first off, Cuvo and Daji, he's embodying the god right now. The chains are hitting way too consistently off the Palau.
They're one
and
and
it
the
is
same.
making a little bit too many problems for the Scarabs, right? I mean, too often is that going to be caught out. And, we're talking, or at least I'm talking about, oh, man, look, Boronic's going to be so safe. He's going to be fine. He doesn't have to worry
Sure.
about anything. Scream doesn't have beads.
Nope.
That's all you. That's that. Scream just does it. So that is an easy target for Cuvo throughout all of that. Beads are now down for inbound, and of course no beads there for Scary D. So I think that Cuvo is going to be a lot more active. But here's the thing that impresses me more. Yeah, Cuvo's playing out of his mind. Dardes has a level lead. I don't know what Dart. I guess it's because Cuvo died early. He didn't have to split the waves, but he's been able to get a little bit more experience, a little bit more farm, has now started the Transcendence. And from what we've seen out of the Samus and Cobb, again, Stinger is going to be an incredibly potent ability, but because of how hard he's going to hit, how hard Bees can hit as well, I'm expecting a lot of good plays from Dardes this game.
Yeah, you hope. And the scaling just only happens for this AMC. The Yu Huang as well, though, gets better as the game goes on, and Book of Thoth going to allow some time to stack up, and so Boronic is like that style of build and will stick with it. Important, though, Gore, also, that Nika was a bit behind to start off. Remember, Scream ganks that lane early, puts down the King Arthur, but now Nika's been able to farm up, get sovereignty, so should be safer in lane and against potential ganks from Scream. Dual lane has officially been left alone here, Gore. And that's a nice boost for Vote. Now, this is a very small thing, right? But if you're going to be chilling in lane for the next 10 minutes or so as one of these hunters, just being able to flip the light switch and have your own impact on the fight like that and grab an assist if fights are happening elsewhere on the map, again, small. Nothing that's game-breaking. But I think that type of global pressure can still be important. It's not rotational pressure, but it's still, I'm helping out my team and affecting these fights in my own way.
It's actually funny because me and you have this experience because Maeve and Paladins and Shibalanke like go hand in hand, right? It's just turn off the lights and things like that.
What'd she say?
Good
night.
Yeah, she just good night in like the creepiest way that you've ever heard of like a French pickpocket that is going to eventually stab
That's
you.
Specific, right?
Yeah. But, having that capability, first off, for him, like you said, I press 4 and I get an assist. I'm on the other side. But, like, in fights like this, it's huge.
1v1, airstrike seals the deal, and Stewart wins those. One more auto is all Vote needed, but Vote won't be alive to throw it. And Stewart wins the 1v1, nearly there for Vote. And a difference in starts here, Gore. That chin size, a couple extra autos, so important. Vote, it might have been hitting harder, but Stewart was hitting faster.
And honestly, it's that moment. If that ult doesn't come through from Stewart, or if it's a little too slow, that range, that damage, what Vote does there is going to get him a kill. But Stewart's just able to find a little bit more thanks to the ult. Now he's getting a lot of free farm because of it.
And purple buff stolen away. Dardes, though, is rotated over from mid. Scarab's blessing out, so is Destruction. And it looks like that's maybe all she wrote. Yeah, Nia will chase down. Down low, cooldown largely refreshed on the Stinger, but Dardes won't throw that one out. And now we actually, Gore, get our first look at how obnoxious this Kali could be later in the game. You get Golden Blade, tier 2 of Odibo. I imagine Scream sits on that one for a while.
Yeah.
Scarab's Blessing plus Destruction.
Yeah.
Because think about it, you get the movement speed anyway from Scarab's Blessing, so Scream is going to be ripping around these fights. And if that doesn't save his life, then he's got a destruction on the other end. Oni Warriors are going to have a lot to figure out and coordinate.
This Kali has 3 lives. That is just frightening to think about. Because the dive potential that exists there.
Whoa, Nika, speaking
Like
of dive, jumped on Scream, still has destruction. And destruction will find its way to Nika's front door. Scream, the second kill of the game, and the Kali is rolling. Needed a little pressure over on this King Arthur. Gives Scary D a bit of breathing room. And right on time, the Kali makes their way to the right and adds another one for the Scarabs.
And just being able to find pressure like that. Again, you had highlighted it, I had mentioned it, but having a little bit more pressure for Scary D after getting that second blood kill, and then Nika still being able to take a little bit of a lead over there, that's going to help equalize the lane a little more, allow this Bologna to survive a little bit longer. King Arthur's still a bully, despite the fact that it's a Sovereignty and a Bluestone only as of right now. So I think this is going to be a good build, but honestly, I'm having flashbacks. Last time around, Scarabs have a really good start like this. Granted, more of those kills ended up on Baronic than they did on Scream. But you were equalizing the lane, you were shutting down Nika a little bit, finding control, most places. And then it was the team fights in between that ended up changing a lot of things. This time around, though, I think it's actually better that it's Scream, because Khepri has a marked target. Saving Baronic and Stewart would be nice. Saving Scream's even better. So if Scream doesn't have ult, then that's a dive that you can make.
Neoma will transform here as a dive again, Gore. You're really on point with saying the word dive and then some type of dive in happening. This time it was towards Neo. He'll de-transform. And so ultimate used to just buy a little bit of time. Not super worried about it. I don't know if the Oni Warriors are going to be grouping and fighting with that Fafnir ult anytime soon anyway. So it is scale time now for Vote. As Stewart wins the 1v1 earlier on in this lane, gets the chin size. Looks like sticking in that tree, Gore. Could be Xe, could be Aussie.
Yeah.
Sticking with it is Stewart, realizing that melting down the health bars of Neoma, of Nika, going to be very important throughout this game. So Vote maybe just needs to hang back for a bit, get that Transcendence stacked up, and although we know Vote, not one to shy away from taking some of those fights.
Yeah, we saw it earlier, and specifically looking at builds. That's a good stun. If anybody had stepped up with Neil, that could have been something, but I think that the build, this is where it gets very interesting, because I think what you're looking at for Stewart, if it goes Aussie, then that's like well, I'm going to call it selfish, but like keep yourself alive, hit harder, win your fights, and do better for yourself.
This is free, by the way.
Yeah, but if he goes Executioner, I'm actually a big fan of that idea, because now all of a sudden, not only do you hit harder, but the Kali hits harder and the Bologna hits harder. Like, those are two people I would love to enable on my team. So if I'm at the other side, I'm thinking that I want a Witchblade. I'm starting to think maybe I want a Horrific to deal with some of the attack speed that's going to be coming out their way. Some Shells would be very nice to help maybe get some not necessarily blocks, but what is 50% auto reduction. Having things that are going to help you in a lot of those little regards are going to potentially shut down, or at least help shut down some of the power curves of the Scarabs, whereas for them, it's not too far-fetched to see a Bologna pick up a Shogun's Kusari, things like that. Empowering that and really leaning heavy into the fact that Scary D, Scream, and really ideally Stewart here are going to be heavy-handed auto attackers, while Baronic then gets to kind of free cast as the mainstay magic damage.
Well, Gore, for those who are listening but not watching, which is the opposite of how I imagine most people would be doing
watching and not listening.
When I'm casting. Right?
And they have that badge now in the Twitch chat where they can show you if they're not watching, or if they're watching on mobile, if they have it muted.
Wait, really?
Like some people, well, you have to like enable it, but it is there.
Got it. Didn't know
it hurts my soul every time I see someone watching with the sound muted.
Well, if you are listening but not watching, the most calm first rotation of objectives just went down on the map. The Solar Scarabs walk up to Gold Fury, knock it down, and no Oni Warriors were even on the left side of the map. And then the Oni Warriors casually walk over to the Pyromancer, grab that one for themselves, and keep things somewhat interesting as far as gold goes. So, as we take a quick breather here, in the first 12 and a half minutes of this game, the Solar Scarabs have pulled themselves a nice gold lead, Core. Pacing has slowed down a little bit. Hard to keep up with the level of pacing that Scream was bringing out early on. Need some time to sit back and farm up, but hit some important power spikes. As I mentioned, Golden Blade and the Tier 2 OD bow, you're going to get the passive online with Tier 2. But now the chin size for Scream as well.
Yeah.
So you're looking at double chin size, which was the meta for a little while.
That's going to be really solid.
Yeah, going to be solid, helping out, maybe kill someone off like Neoma. Baronic disengages here, and so does Kivo Fred. But Scream is engaged over in mid. Lights go out in Scream. Looking for the Daji, and Scream will get the Daji. Scream will help out Stewart in knocking down Neoma, and the Scarabs well executed fight in mid. And that's another 2.
Yeah, I think that's the best way to describe it. Just well executed. Look, a lot of the items I just mentioned earlier, like the Shoguns, well, first off, now one bot there for the Fafnir, but I believe going to be the next thing here for Scary D. But I'd mentioned a Witchblade, I'd mentioned a Horrific, and we're starting to see those from Scary D. When Scary D's in the fight, this Kali's going to be frightening. And specifically, the other side, not so much from Dardes and Vote. Vote's not rotating for that one. It's going to get a tier 1 tower, so that's going to be helpful. But you know, you're not getting a lot of pushback from the mid laner. Cuvo goes deep, but those items are going to be just as helpful up against someone like Cuvo as they are some of these auto attackers and the hunters. So I think that the Scarabs are playing this, they're itemizing well, they're thinking about the way that they're engaging this. And honestly, I like seeing the kills go where they go. I think that this Yu Huang is going to hit really hard whether they're getting the kills or not, right? If Baronic is 5-0 or 0-5, I think that at a certain point you're going to be into the same spot where you're going to have those items and be hitting nice and hard, although it helps not to be that far behind, right? Whereas for Stewart, and specifically for this Kali, you want to feed the hot hand. Give this Kali as many kills as possible because you know that Scream is going to be able to do a lot with it. Same thing for Stewart. Stewart, last game, the end of it, the last like 10, 15 minutes, was on fire. So absolutely, let Stewart get some of this, get that farm online, get the Wind Demon, and feel the power that is going to come in these boxing matches.
Big play opportunity for Vote here to stay alive, and he will do so. As Stewart had found half of his health bar. Neoma a bit late to the party, but just confirming that a dive will not be happening. Stewart continues with attack speed, Gore. It ends up being Executioners into the Wind Demon. So strong there. On the flip side, triple Transcendence for the Oni Warrior. So maybe we expected, or should have expected, a bit of a slower start to this game for the Onis. They need to stack up some of those items. And a diversification of the next few items after those Transcendences. Transcendi. As a Hydra's.
Transcendencers.
Transcendencers is Hydra's for Cuvo Fred. Brawler's Beat Stick, little anti-heal for Dardes. And of course, Atalantis bow for Vote.
And I like it because each one of those feels like it fits, you know, the kit that they're playing or the style that they should be playing, right? Cuvo Fred is going to go in, he's going to pop some abilities and then go for the auto attacks, things like that. Dardes going to be a little more heavy-handed in the abilities. You know, Bees, again, hits really hard. Stinger's one of the best things about AMC's kit right now because of all the prot shred that it gives you. So you want something that is going to then make your abilities do a little bit more for your team. So it's going to spread throughout that. But that being said, you're still a hunter, right? So you kind of get the best of both worlds. Juggle what best you can.
Up goes Cuvo. Down he crashes into what should be a stun. And it's there from Scream. Doesn't matter. Scream's got the damage, and Scream's got his fourth. Kali tearing through the Oni Warriors right when the Oni Fury spawns as well. Could be an easy objective for the Scarabs.
That was a lot of damage in such a short amount of time.
That was simple, huh?
Yeah, I think the Scarabs, again, the way they're playing this Fury is actually maybe the most important because so far a lot of this has been clean. I think their engages are good. The way that they're finding the kills specifically for Scream have been great. That's a big shutdown, though.
That is a simple collapse in by the Oni Warriors. Inbound is low, and Neoma transforming. The Fury has been dropped, not killed, but dropped back to the Oni Warriors.
Oh, no.
And that is an overextension from Scream. How costly of a mistake. Not devastatingly yet, but getting the second kill of the game onto the Kali and giving the Fury to the Oni Warriors. And now some farm on the Scarab side of the jungle. Look at how the gold has changed, Gore. It was about 2,000 gold in the lead. And now the Oni Warriors are ahead, despite being down in kills 7-2. Now it's small.
Yeah.
So literally 75 gold. But 2.3k experience, and you're going to get a Pyromancer. Big fumble from the Solar Scarab.
That was a 2,000 gold lead for the Scarabs that has now just been completely eradicated and then some. The Warriors picking it up. Because here's what the Warriors get off of that. Not only do they get a huge bounty kill on Scream because he was 4-1. On top of that, they get the Fury. On top of that, they strip away some of the jungle. This is stuff you mentioned. They also make sure that their Obelisk is full. So now they have a Trebuchet waiting on that. They get the Pyromancer on top of it. They take one small kill and they turn it into so much for them in their favor, and so much that they now technically can control the pace of this game. Scream is still a huge threat. I think that a lot of the experience is still going to be a big problem to deal with for the Warriors here. And they can't just necessarily run away with this. But if that Fury and that fight goes the way of the Scarabs just prior to the Warriors kind of ruining their day, we're talking about game 3 at this point.
Yeah,
now,
agreed.
it's in anybody's hands.
Scream initiated on, has Destruction. Scarab's Blessings on the right side of the map as well. Into the Destruction goes Scream, but
they
Scarab's
used them both at
Blessing
once.
stacked on top of it. Scream gets 1 heal. Destruction times out. Cubo Fred up into the powwow. Baronic has beads, will use beads, and will walk out of the initiation from Cubo Fred. Stewart goes up and over in the back line. Scary D chasing down Neoma, but Voda's rotated over from the left side of the map. Stewart has melted through, but Yeager stays alive. Vote will remedy that on the back end, though, and it's up to Vote now to deal the big damage as Dardes is left running. Scream back from the grave on a killing spree, and all but a deicide for the Solar Scarabs, as Dardes will make 5.
Yeah, it's just a matter of time. He gets the 3-piece as well. 8, 2, and 3. Look, here's the bad that happens for the Scarabs. You have the Scarab's Blessing, and you have the Destruction popped at the same time. That feels like it should be the end of that fight. But Scream doesn't die. And that is where their resurgence comes back. I think, getting a kill onto Stewart, that's nice, but everybody else is just safe enough. You get a lot from the Yu Huang, a lot of presence.
Whoa, Nika's back.
Oh my
Nika's
God,
back,
Nika?
and Scaredy is low. 1 kill to Nika, 2 kills to Nika. Baronic still in the FG pit. He will have to glide away as Scream sticks around.
I don't know
with
if
the
Scream
FG.
wins this fight.
Scream close to having Destruction back. 18 seconds, he won't get it. Scream dies as well. Oh no, it's devastating. It's heartbreaking for the Scarabs. They get a deicide. Nika gets 2, the Fire Giant gets 1, and we are right back to where we started.
This is the second phase that started with players that have died to a big objective. Granted, Fire Giant got buffed. I don't have any excuse for the Pyromancer deaths at the beginning of phase 1, but I mean, that just hurts. You had mentioned a Destruction. If it comes up a second earlier, then Scream's able to get that. The team still gets FG. It's only on 3, but that still feels good. Nika, I didn't think that was going to work out. I'm going to be honest with you. I was ready to talk through that fight because I didn't think too much of it, but they were so low, and his presence was so massive.
Think back to how much talking we were doing while the Fire Giant was just slowly going. Like, we had a conversation. I didn't even realize how long it was going to take to burn that down, and then suddenly Nika's on my screen, and I have no idea that he was going to initiate back in on that fight. Gets 2 kills, delays the FG. Scream ends up dying on the back end. It would have been icing on the cake if Nika were able to get the triple. But you are able to keep the Fire Giant on the map, and if that gore really feels like a second lease on life for the Oni Warriors here in this game. Still Scarabs feeling comfortable, but the Oni Warriors at least keep the Fire Giant on the map.
I think, yeah, if FG goes down there, it's not the end of the world for them because there's 4 towers standing, right? So, like, you're going to lose a lot of gold. You're going to fall behind, and admittedly, that just makes Scream a lot scarier. But now, you should realize and recognize where your fight needs to be. A lot of this is, can we burn beads on Kali, and then can we kill the Kali? Like, let's just get Destruction, get Scarab's Blessing, get the beads, kill the Kali, and then the fight becomes a lot easier.
Uh-oh, we are going to fight here over the FG.
Gotta kill the
Second
Kali.
chance now for the Solar Scarabs. Daji chains out, beads get burnt, Scream pulled into the powwow, and now disengage as a massive ultimate from Scary D starts off this fight. The Solar Scarabs may not have gotten the last Fire Giant, but they've got a real good look at this one. Though the Oni Warriors keep 3 on the map, it was a miracle initiation from Scary D, and a re-initiation now from Nika as the chase down begins, and the Oni Warriors considering a dive.
It's just it's CC right now, right? You've got a King Arthur. There's not a lot to lock them down.
Wow.
Honestly, between the King Arthur and the Fafnir on their own, you don't really have a lot of lockdown. So a lot of opportunities for the Scarabs to get away, and they have some safe picks, right? We mentioned the Scarab's Blessing, we mentioned the Kali, but Yu Huang with his 3, Stewart with just being Jing Wei. Baronic doesn't burn either of his relics, neither does Stewart. And Inbound keeps the beads, so you're putting some pressure on people like Scream, and you're finding a little bit of it. But I think that they're showcasing the lack of CC that is going to be there for the Warriors consistently, right? Like, it's a lot of really good things if they hit. It's just that's such a big if at the beginning of a fight and in all of this hectic manner. I think that the Scarabs are playing this incredibly well. They're 3,000 gold, 4,000 goldish up, but they're able to find these fights, and they're finding them consistently. I mean, Baronic's undying. Scream is might as well be undying in a lot of these last few fights.
Cubo Fred blocks
this could be a big pick.
The abduct. Yeah.
Oh,
Stays alive. I mean, if that's me, That's me. I'm walking forward for sure. My team is dying and losing the game, but the Oni Warriors a bit safer. Inbound is low. All Inbound needs, though, is the Scarab's Blessing. As long as he is in range to drop that ultimate, Inbound can have its impact on the fight. That is gross damage from Baronic, though. Evaporates Neilma as Cubo Fred has found the backline. Where's he going to go, though? Pal out only sends him as far as Stewart. Knock up, no good, as Stewart dashes forward, and Cubo Fred blinks off to the other side. Can he dodge out the route from Inbound? That might be the ending of this chase. Cubo Fred makes it back behind the tower, and movement speed good enough, and it's only Neilma who dies.
I mean, that's still a huge win for the Scarabs. They keep a lot of the big ultimates that are necessary. They can move forward. At least Pyromancer. I don't know if you can confidently pull an FG right now. Yeah, so you have to play it carefully. And again, it's this weird balance. I think the Scarabs are playing these fights just blanket statement better than the Warriors. But I think the Warriors are making slightly bigger plays in certain circumstances that are keeping things balanced. But even more than that, farming just a little bit better. Yeah, the Scarabs have the lead, but a lot of that has been from these objectives and not necessarily from this neutral farm. Almost every time we've seen the Scarabs get, 3,000-4,000 ahead, within a couple of minutes, the Warriors somehow dwindle it back down to that 2K mark. So really, I'm looking at what exactly the Scarabs can do, and it's just a fight like that that gets a little bit more. If you kill off one person that's not Neil, or one extra person outside of Neil, then that Fire Giant is mostly yours, or you can force a fight from the Warriors that they're not going to feel comfortable taking.
Gore, I think I've aged like 12 years in this game. This has just been so stressful.
The wildest 25 minutes that
I know. And game one was just as unbelievable. This has had all of the drama as well. We just need an objective steal to give this game a little bit of anything. Fire Giant low, and Fire Giant
they're just going?
Taken by the Oni Warriors. They commit, and they get.
Neil's
and
low.
now Scream on the back line as Neilma is left low. Cubo Fred finds the first kill on a Baronic. Nobody from the Oni Warriors is dying off. They've all stayed alive. But Scary D's got something else in mind, and so does Scream. But red health bars across the Solar Scarabs camp, and Cubo Fred's already got 2. Waiting on the cooldowns. Could be 3, could be 4. If the dash is there, Scream channeling the back. Destruction down. Cubo Fred's got damage onto Scary D. But there's no collapse from the Oni Warriors. 2 for 2, but the Onis get fire.
And a lot of that, I think there was just a brilliant play. Look, you've got a Divine Ruin here on Neil, the Brawlers. Scream gets the heal. He gets the kill, but it does not budge his health bar enough. It's enough to get out of there alive, and they get the reset. But with the Fire Giant there, and with them having to fall back the way they did, pushed out the way they do, the Warriors can make up some really good ground here with this Fire Giant buff, and maybe force a fight from the Scarabs. I mean, I don't want to fight this 3-on-3, honestly. If I'm them, I don't feel tanky enough.
Yeah, I don't think I do either. We grab tier 2 and head on out. Won't even get the tier 2 tower. As the wave wore down. I don't know if Scream is going to try to chase this one. All right. So Scream is at 10-3, as we expected the Kali to be when you get Destruction and Scarab's Blessing in your team. Tends to be the case, but Scream is just not let off the gas. Remember, this started early, and it kept rolling. But what a gutsy call from the Oni Warriors to be at a gold deficit, to see the Solar Scarabs in range, and you still stick on the Fire Giant. You stick with it. And you don't pull off of it. The Oni Warriors coin flipped that, and luckily
to the truest extent.
Right. I mean, that was low, and it felt like it hung out pretty low there for a minute.
And honestly, Baronic, I think anybody, Baronic's maybe the one who could hit it the hardest, right? Like, he's got the best damaging abilities in the game.
As far as burst,
realistically, Flames of the Phoenix or anything like that could have potentially stolen that one away. I think it's impressive even more. Not only do they get the FG, but killing Baronic towards the beginning of that fight and just making things a little more awkward for the Scarabs. I think getting rid of that damage was very helpful for them. Granted, I still think the Kali is like the thing to try and focus down, but you've managed to really reset and change the pace of this game.
Well, Gore, what a difference God Pick makes, right, for Baronic. I mean, a little bit of extra safety under similar initiation from the Oni Warriors is the difference between starting 3-0 and ending 4-7 in game 1 and kind of chilling at 4-0, 4-1 this entire game. And so Baronic, with a little bit of extra safety in that kit, has found the impact. 14,000 damage so far on the Yu Huang. Needless to say, Scream up top at 20,000 damage, but just behind is Cubo Fred, who has scaled up nicely on this AMC. It looks like Gore, the Fire Giant that is halfway back to respawning, so a couple minutes left maybe on the buff. Looks like the Oni Warriors aren't going to try to force the issue. Really, only that tier 2 tower could be likely on the right. Seems like now you're in, get some gold, ward up.
Yeah.
Take a deep breath before we maybe fight one more time.
The big thing about that FG and the way you've worded it is best. The Warriors were down. The Warriors, if they lose that FG and lose that fight, the game's over. Now they're in a position where gold is within a 1,500. You're easily going to be able to make that up. Honestly, you just go knock down that tier 2, and you've got it, right? You're back to even. So what they've managed to do here is get some more power spikes. I see an Envenomed Deathbringer. I see a Serrated Edge. I see now the Spirit Robe and the Silver Branch Bow. A lot to further push them into a fighting condition where they can take on the Scarabs and feel confident in it. They don't have a gold lead.
Whoa! What happened to Neil?
Oh my God!
He's gone! He's gone, Gore. I don't know where he went. He's in the grayscale for 45 seconds. Good news is, given my...
He'll respawn before the fire giant
Yeah, I
comes
have a
back.
very bad understanding of pie charts, but that looks like more than a minute. More than 30 seconds left before Neomod's respawn.
I think each...
Oh my God, Neil's had a rough game. I didn't realize
Each
he's 0-5.
chunk is a minute and 15 seconds.
Uh-oh, but you don't want to lose Dardes, because Vote is close by here as well. Dardes just backpedaling, trying to do some damage. Scary D in on the dive. Nika here to help out as well, but if the Solar Scarabs overextended, Scary D's got Scarab's Blessing on top, Destruction down, but Aegis waits it out, Scream full heal. Gets the kill back, but Cubo Fred runs him down. Ends up being a 2-for-1 trade. Dardes and Vote down, but Scream is as well.
Also, I lied to you there. It's 5 minutes divided by 8, not 10 minutes
Right.
divided by 8, which is what I did.
I was going to say, that's like a 10-minute
yeah,
respawn
that's
time
way
on
too
Fire
long.
Giant.
Yeah, so either way, it's just good fights like that. Now, you actually have to be worried. Guess what? Vote Dardes, you're going to respawn either with the FG or right afterwards. So that's a significant... Oh, yeah, no, it's way afterward, honestly. They've got 30 seconds to play with in a 3v4 for the Scarabs. That's worthwhile for Scream's life to be able to set this up. Although you do still have Cuvo. Cuvo, might be 2-5, but I think has been making some pretty big plays with Nika and Neil here. There's a lot of steal potential for the Warriors available on this FG.
Cubo Fred behind the Scarabs. Nika close up front. That's a tanky
I'm
King
surprised
Arthur.
they're fighting this.
And this is a difficult objective to burn down. Stewart left alone with Cubo Fred.
Oh
Nika
my
on the
God.
back line. The Solar Scarabs abandoned their ADC.
Veronic?
In hopes of diving themselves. Nika now abducted. Cubo
Look
Fred,
at Cubo.
watch out for the Hydra's proc. It's going to hit like a truck onto Baronic's health bar, but it doesn't reach. An ultimate from Nika. Grabs a double for the King Arthur, but Cubo Fred traded out in exchange. Nika still got more on his mind, but watch out. The carries of the Oni Warriors back and respawn.
That's fine.
And Nika can now lock down Scary D.
Yeah, all they need is a stun, a setup, something to lock him
Scream
down.
is back there too.
But I honestly, no, I think that it's more important that Dardes and Vote are back than it is for Scream. I think Scream's massive, and if he finds them isolated here, that could be a big deal. But a good stun from Nika, you kill one of these two, S-named players on the Solar Scarabs, and you will very easily get that Fire Giant. Neil's coming right back up, and it seems like with Stewart spawning in a little less than 10, they're just going to lay in wait. Oh no, Vote, this is dangerous.
Scary D has started up the enhanced Fire Giant, and Scream has jumped on Dardes, who didn't have either of his actives, and Nika now teleports back into the fight. Scream is low, but has Scarab's Blessing. Scarab's Blessing is procced, and Nika doesn't die, but he will as Scream jumps in, gets the double kill. Scream gets the triple. The Kali's been swinging from minute number 1, and now 32 minutes in, the story is the same at 14-4. Scream is relentless.
I mean, look, the Warriors have a better map state, but these kill timers, these death timers, oh, they're working against them here. This should be the easiest Fire Giant the Scarabs have had to get. Granted, I guess it was a lot of work prior to getting the FG.
What about
the
us, Score? I've been working hard for this.
Should be just fine. Yeah, no, you had to go 36 kills in 32 minutes. There's been a lot going on.
God.
And I've got bad news for you, Dave. I'm starting to feel the winds shifting towards a game number 3 here.
That's good news if it continues to be as competitive and back and forth as we've gotten.
Maybe bad news for your vocal cords more than anything.
Hey, it's the last day of the week, so I can.
Yeah, you can rest for a couple days.
I've already decided. I'm getting Chipotle. I'm probably not allowed to say that. I'm sorry, everyone.
Not a sponsor, but you can be if you want to be.
Yeah, right. I'm going home.
Reach out to us.
And I'm gonna sit around and play video games for hours, so I can.
Well, then you're just going to be yelling more. You won't be able to speak tomorrow.
No, I'm playing single-player games.
Oh, never mind. You'll be fine.
I don't have the mentality for anything.
You'll self-berate only in your head, never vocally.
You idiot. You got your Pikachu made bad calls in the gym battle. I'm unsure. All right, Oni Warriors, now they're looking down. All 5 members of the Solar Scarabs with enhanced Fire Giant and a 6,000 gold lead. And an Oni Fury to boot. But Gore, if we've learned anything in this set, is that nothing is easy. They know where Cubo Fred is. Pings drop down on the Daji, and nobody is going to step forward to clear out this wave. I hope someone does, though, because that'd be fun. But nothing has been easy between these two teams, Gore.
I think Scream can see him.
Yeah, no, there were pings from the Solar Scarabs on Cubo Fred a moment ago.
Yeah, they're pinging him again.
Over a ward
Oh wait, they were gonna try to 2v1 him.
2v1. Well, they would have won. They would have won that 2v1. Now it's up to the Oni Warriors to keep things interesting at 34 minutes in. But slow goings on this grouping from the Solar Scarabs, just slowly knocking down some of these towers.
And this is where I'm a little worried for them, right? You've got this Fire Giant buff, and you've still got a few minutes on the power play, right? But you're definitely needing to, I think, get a Phoenix here to feel very confident. I think that we're getting to the late game stage. I mean, look, most people have 6 items. Witchblade, you've got upgraded relics there for Neil Ma. So you're really getting into these late game scenarios. Can now upgrade his starter at 17. The towers are going to be gold, and it's going to get you a massive, like, over 10k lead. But I think you need to get a Phoenix to feel comfortable with the pace of this game. And if you can get a big team fight, you just win. If you get a Phoenix, you guarantee the next FG.
Yeah, at this point, it's all about map state. Gold and all that fun stuff starting to matter a little bit less. Supports able to upgrade their starter items. Ultimate down from Vote. Smart disengage from the Scarabs. But you can see how this X-Ball swings. And build finishes with a chin size as well. So Vote is going to be able to deal some serious damage to the front lines. Nika able to deal some damage to Scream, who is into the destruction.
Oh, if you can get that kill, it's so
whittling
massive.
away the help arm. Niku dodges it out. The Palau brings Scream back on the other side of this fight. Now it's Scary D. Phoenix diving Nika, but Vote is close by as well. Nika dies, but the Phoenix doing some serious work. Vote doing so as well. Scary
You gotta
D,
get this.
way
Look
too
at the
tanky, and Vote not able to finish off the kill. But Vote has got to get back. He's got to defend his Titan. This Titan is tanky. Vote does not have his ultimate, but he's got auto attacks, and the Solar Scarabs won't roll the dice.
That was close. They still have a little bit of time. Look, you can take a breather. You've got minions. You've got the regen. You have ults and damage. And now, yeah, with that teleport coming through from Scary D, you've got a nice, healthy tank to lead the
And
way.
Spectral Armor is worth its weight in gold
All right, Vote,
now.
what can you do?
Is not going to be able to deal the damage to Scary D, but maybe everyone else. Vote has got to backpedal away, and in 35 minutes, the Solar Scarabs finally get it done and send us to a Game 3.
There are too many Scarabs players there to highlight. I think Baronic does a fantastic job. I think Inbound does a fantastic job. I think Scary D does a great job. But you've got to talk about the Kali. I think every single one of those, the leads they have, the way they play, and the everything about the last 20 minutes of the game is built up off of Scream's early game. Literally lifting with First Blood, lifting the mid lane, elevating over the solo lane with 2 kills on Nanika. Those first 10 minutes, 15 minutes from Scream set them up for the success that they have. That leads to really overwhelming team fights. Scream's success alone was enough to really help level that playing field. But then you get great plays from Baronic, great plays from Scary D, and great plays from the duo lane that really allow them to find everything necessary, whether it's saving plays, damage, what have you.
Gore, something about these two teams over the last couple of years of SPL where they're always closely matched. Regardless of the trends of the teams as of late, they always find a way to compete with one another in a Game 3 to end the weekend. You don't want to miss it. Game 3 between Scarabs and Warriors coming up next.
I can't believe that you came into my life. You made me feel again. Now it's my turn. You say you've always been a little bit shy, but I can put an end to your fears. Let me show you a place where you gon' wanna move your feet until they start to bleed. DJ, take it away. Tonight is all for you and me. So baby, spin and let the music begin. I know you feel it within. So go ahead and just spin. Just spin for me. Won't you spin? Don't let the doubt in you win. I know you feel it within. So go ahead and just spin. Just spin for me. Won't you? I know it's hard for you to give it a try, but you are not alone. I'm here with you. I think you owe it to this beautiful night to lose all your control. Do it for you. Let me show you a place where you gon' wanna move your feet until they start to bleed. DJ, take it away. Tonight is all for you and me. So baby, spin and let the music begin. I know you feel it within. So go ahead and just spin for me. Won't you spin? Don't let the doubt in you win. I know you feel it within. So go ahead and just spin for me. Won't you? Don't be afraid. Just let go of your fears, 'cause you know you can do it, baby. Dance them away. Now you know how it feels. Now you know you can do it, baby. And let the music begin. I know you feel it within. So go ahead and just spin for me. Won't you spin? Don't let the doubt in you win. I know you feel it within. So go ahead and just spin.
Welcome back, Smite fans. Game number 2 of this best of 3 of the Oni Warriors and the Solar Scarabs has concluded, and this time the Solar Scarabs are able to find themselves a victory. Back and forth throughout all of the early game, and a lot of players to really kind of highlight here in this matchup in particular on the side of the Solar Scarabs. I'm joined by Trelly to help me break down a few of those out here, because probably immediate standout is definitely going to be Scream on that Kali breakout. Lights out performance, really able to break lights out, breakout, everything you can think of.
Yeah, the Kali looked very solid. Obviously, it was able to get off to the whole team off to a great start. I want to highlight Scary D as well, very high in the back line, just making sure to be as annoying as possible, and that's exactly what you want from your solo laner. And Baronic, man, it looked like a fight where the Oni Warriors would come back in, they had a solid answer back, and then there's just some massive burst damage out of nowhere, and that would be Baronic on this Yu Huang as well. So just great team play. You got to give credit to Inbound. Great stat line there on this Khepri, 0-2 and 20, making sure sometimes the Destruction and the Scarab's Blessing were overlapping. That's a bit of a communication error, but that's one of those things where it's just like, you'd rather use it than not use it, right? You'd rather use the ult and say, oh, I thought you were going to Scarab's Blessing me. I thought you were either way. The Scream was able to survive, and that's what you want. You want the 40,000 damage out of your Kali because she was constantly being revived or just defying death. And, it's not to say the Oni Warriors were not fighting back, because they were. That one time when it looked like the Scarabs were just going to get Fire Giant for free, Nika teleports in, gets 2, should have got the triple. Baronic gets away with 1 HP, and then Scream dies to Fire Giant after the fact, and that just delayed this game. But I imagine after that happened, Scream was pretty upset, said, you know what? I'm not letting this Fire Giant go. It killed me once. I'm going to make sure we kill it next time. And they did. Just great game played by the Solar Scarabs. A back and forth game, but still very commanding.
We'll jump right into picks and bans for game number 3, or Oni Warriors and Solar Scarabs. And it was funny. I walked by Scream in the hallway, and he looked at me and goes, "Did you see how much player damage I did?" And I said, "No, but I know it was a lot." And he said, "Yeah, I just forgot to take a look." Well, hopefully he'll get another look at it later on. 41,000 out of the Kali. And I got to highlight, even though that Baronic wasn't also top in the charts, his use of the Dragons in that ultimate was phenomenal throughout the majority of that game. Able to push people into objective pits, especially the ones around the Fire Giant, utilizing it over the wall to bring players in and allow for Scream to be able to go through. So yeah, sure, Scream had the top damage and the most kills out there, but everybody on the Solar Scarabs really rallying around each other. And now, this is where the games get interesting. This is where picks and bans can sometimes get interesting. I say sometimes because for now, not a whole lot of adaptations between these two teams. The big one for the Oni Warriors is everybody was banning Scream's Kali away. They're like, okay, he's pretty good at this. And then teams kind of forgot about it for a little while. Scream didn't play it for some time. Now we get to see another performance, and I don't think he's ever going to get this god again.
Yeah, I mean, we're back to the days where people are sending 6 bans Scream's way, with 5 bans, then also picking a jungler for yourself. Scream still last picking his jungle and not caring. But the Oni Warriors are going to ban 3 of them, and then say, hey, we want the Khepri for ourselves inbound. Not going to be able to get that one. The Solar Scarabs cannot pick their mascot this game, but, Scream can perform on lots of different jungles. The Kali is one of those characters that just defies death and gets very annoying in the backline. Not a lot of counterplay per se once the destruction gets popped. So I understand the Oni Warriors taking that one away. Scream's gonna have to, go back to the drawing board and figure out what he wants to try and set up for his team this time around. But the Solar Scarabs now have the option. What is going to be available? Stewart had a decent game on the Jingwei. Didn't have a fun time in lane, but did actually get the I was gonna say, he did have a fun time in lane, actually, because he did get that solo kill up against Vote. It was close, and it was a one auto could have changed the outcome of that fight. But either way, Stewart was just fine on the Jingweis. But Lona is going to be the option, getting Scary D on something that, sits in lane, doesn't have too many bad matchups. It's just an annoyance to deal with if you want to pick an ADC, and Jingwei will be locked in as well.
Yeah, something safe for Stewart over on that left side of the map, something aggressive for Scary D on the right side of the map. Now the Oni Warriors, and it comes down to a question of, do they go with this Dodgy yet again? It worked in game 1, it did okay in game number 2, but it really felt like the difference was that Dodgy had a good target to pick on in game number 1 between Uller from Stewart, since no CC immunity, and Nemesis out of the jungle, no CC immunity, and a Zeus in the mid lane, no CC immunity. So great targets for the Dodgy. But we get into the second game, and it felt like there wasn't really any target that this Dodgy and the Cuvo Fred was able to go with, especially when you're going up against the Yu Wong, which we were talking about in the double matchup in that instance, is not great because he can immune out the Palau in 2 different ways without purification beads. If I'm the Oni Warriors, I may be looking to either take or potentially ban this Yu Wong away from the Solar Scarabs just to get Baronic off that pick.
Yeah, certainly could be an option. I don't think the Palau was hitting very much. It was just so the damage after the fact. So Cubo was still able to find tons of DPS that game, even if the pulls weren't coming in. He was forcing relics and then still just getting so much damage with the Hydra's procs, the Trickster Spirit, and the 1,000 cuts, that sort of thing. So I don't think it's going to be a terrible pick ever, but the Oni Warriors need to decide right now if they really want to put the respect on it. And it looks like they are going to grab the Kleena here, more often than not going into Nika's hands, but there still is the option that could be in the jungle. And since they have the Morgan, now they have 2 Kleenas, or, they have 2 different options, whatever they want to go for here. If that is a solo lane pick, they still could have a great transformation in the jungle they want to grab for Cuvo Fred later on.
Solar Scarabs with one final pick before we go into the second wave of bans. Typically, the Scarabs have been a team to wait for Baronic's pick at the tail end of the game, see kind of the majority of what the Oni Warriors or any other team has been able to draft, whether they wait for that to be a 5th pick or if they pick something that can kind of flex between the jungle or the mid, things like that, Poseidon, and wait to see what the entirety of that draft is before they pick his god. Nox going to be something over for inbound in the support role, so Solar Scarabs will elect to wait to see what Scream and Baronic are going to pick up.
I love that here. I think that's a solid matchup in the Khepri every single time. If you ever just see a Khepri, Nox is always going to be a decent answer back. Trying to silence out the Khepri right when a Scarab's Blessing would come through. Most people aren't ready for it. You don't want to pre-beats just to get an ult off. It's more so what you want to do to save your own self. And it looks like the Oni Warriors will be banning away that Yu Huang. So not sending 5, 6 bans the way of Scream. Just going to be 3 at the moment, maybe 1 more if they get the chance. Either way, Bronic will not be able to play at Yu Huang. We talked a bit in Game 1 about a possible, Morgan Le Fay or Janice, something like that. Just picks that Bronic used to go to, but we haven't seen him on too much as of recent. We'll have to see if they put any respect on the global presence of this Janice, or not wanting to really give that possibility to Dardez on the Morgan could be an option as well. Oleron going to be banned away as well. I think that's always going to be a smart pick when you're up against the Scarabs.
Yeah, whether that one ends up going into Baronic's hands in that mid, or if they flip-flop and throw this Jing Wei into mid for Baronic, you never know where this Oleron could peep its head out for the Solar Scarabs. So Yu Huang and Oleron banned away by the Oni Warriors. Solar Scarabs take away Artemis and Ho Yi. So keeping a couple of Hunter banned, since they already have at least their dual lane Hunter, try and limit some of what the Oni Warriors can go with. But Amuz and Cobb still available if the Oni Warriors want to go with that, to throw maybe that over in the dual lane. Heimdall also notably still available in that same regard. Even Rom, another auto attack style of Hunter that we haven't seen in some time. But the Solar Scarabs are going to draft what traditionally up until recent times has been 2 different style of support mages, but we've been seeing a lot of this Iset go mid as of recent.
Yeah, whenever Paul started playing it in mid, that's when I really was like, okay, I prefer to see this in the mid lane. I spoke up about it a lot in support and said, this is not a great support pick. Sure, it's annoying. Sure, it has CC, but you need damage to get Circle of Protection to actually be a great confirm on the objectives. Either way, I think mid lane is my favorite place for this East set. You still get the same amount of annoyance. You still get the same amount of CC. You just get a little bit less survivability and way more damage, way more objective clear, way more objective just confirm. And it looks like they are going to just go with the double dodge. The Solar Scarabs didn't ban it away. Maybe they weren't sure where the Kleena was going, but knowing that Nika's on this team, I always expect the Kleena to go into his hands, and it looks like you got a great transformation there with the Morgan. It's just going to be Rama, so Neil is going to have to be the sole tank on this squad, but Kleena with essentially 5 health bars, if she's able to just continuously heal with the Soul Eater procs, should be just fine being in the back line, being just as annoying as possible, hiding in the walls, all those sort of things. So the Oni Warriors just round off a solid draft here. I also like what the Scarabs are doing, but they saved Scream's pick for last, and this is usually what's going to round this off. Are they going to play for the early? Are they going to play for the late? More often than not, they're getting aggressive in the early, no matter what style of jungle Scream picks, but he's going to have to whip out something new here.
We'll have to dig a little bit deeper into the God Pool, because the Kali, Mercury, Nemesis have all been banned away. Daji been taken away, and even if you want to include Kleena in the Assassins, but it will be Fenrir as the final God by the Solar Scarabs. Shelly, how do you feel about the Fenrir up into this Oni Warriors composition?
I love the Fenrir here. Anytime it's in a Daji, it's always going to be a decent option, because you can simply Ragnarok to immune out the Palau and try and fight after the fact. It almost forces the Oni Warriors into 5 beats, and I would argue it does force them into 5 beats. Whoever doesn't get beats is going to be a target, no matter what here. And also, Fenrir is, more so an early stage pick, but ever since the Bumbus Hammer style build, the Golden Blade, and more auto attack based Fenrirs have been coming out, you can still fight so well into the late game portion of the fight. You have a Nox on your team who's going to be grabbing beats for you. I think it rounds out quite well. Last time it was banned away, so Scream went to that Kali. Now Kali's banned away. Now he gets to be the dog.
So if you are playing this Fenrir going into this matchup with the Oni Warriors, where for Scream, we saw the pressure go a little bit in towards the mid lane last time, then we saw him put some more heavy priority over in that soul lane to try and keep Nika down. For Scream, where on this Fenrir do you start putting that immediate kind of prioritization?
Well, given how this matchup has been going, the Scarabs seem to be looking over at soul lane, trying to get Scary D ahead. You've got a decent target in the Kleena anytime that dash goes through and she's not close to a wall. Pretty easy kills there, but Khepri is also a great target for Ragnarok, and Inbound is already in that lane, ready to get those beats down whenever need be. I would say right at level 5, expect to see Scream either all the way on the left side of the map or all the way on the right side of the map, depending. Morgan's not really a great option because she has so many different transformations to immune your ult. She can always stun out the Brutalize or simply just go invisible and run around and waste your time. So I expect to see Scream get very active either on this Khepri at level 5 or right on this Clean at level 5, depending on how the map is going.
And for the Oni Warriors, they're looking across the board, and really the only person that this Daji could somewhat easily maybe pull in with that Palau would be the E-Set, no CC immunity into her kit. So if you're Cuvo Fred, are you looking at the mid lane, trying making sure to keep Baronic down, or do you maybe want to try and go over and help your dual lane out and try to get those guys ahead?
Yeah, I wouldn't be surprised if Cuvo follows Scream and just says, hey, I'm gonna wait for Ragnarok. Go ahead, pull him. and then just watch. right when you become on CC immune, you get to yeet him back, and then you always win that 1v1 trade. You can usually just Trickster Spirit. If you're able to juke out that jump from Fenrir, you always just have more DPS. Daji, one of the hardest hitting assassins that we have in this game. As long as you're able to immune that Brutalize, you should just be winning that trade. So I wouldn't be surprised if Kivo just says, you know, let's ward up, see where this Fenrir wants to play, and I will also play there, and I'll simply just do it better.
I mean, we got to see some of the damage that Daji could do last game. Stewart felt the brunt end of that one where he got half health in an instant. We'll see if it's going to be the Solar Scarabs bringing it back for game 3, or will it be the Oni Warriors to run away with it?
Gormizer?
No?
Hold me. I'm scared.
Okay.
I don't know what's going to happen. I'm scared and stressed. And these two teams have gone the limit in game 1 and 2. And now they send us on to a game number 3, one final game of Smite to end this week in the SPL. And how important is it for both of these two teams to just get some momentum going, right? This Solar Scarabs team, they have made strides. They need a win, right? They need to see that 0, and no, this is only their second set, don't get me wrong. They have plenty of opportunities to get wins in a very long phase. But just for some real tangible feedback that their improvement is making a difference. Get a win going into the next couple of matches that they have in this phase. Oni Warriors proving maybe to themselves and to viewers that their phase 1 was meaningful. That's how this team is going to play, wanting to show us that they are here to stay, here to play. And so a lot, I think, rides on the line here in game 3.
Well, and a lot like what you said, you know, you look at phase 1 and what their one win was versus the Valks, right? Like, so it's one of those things where it's like you beat the team that was new to the league. Is that really the accomplishment of getting that one, right? If you can take down the Warriors, who did wonderfully throughout phase 1, I think that's a really good start to you. I think next week they play the Kings and the Valks, so I think that would just be a really good boost of morale going into week number 2. Like you said, it's a long phase, double round robin this time around.
Yep.
So you're going to play everybody twice. This isn't the first time and only time that you're going to be meeting up against the Warriors. You're going to see them again. And so I think that just being able to find that win, you know, like you said, get that boost, but really show something, I think, a little bit more. A lot of the wins I would attribute to them prior to really recently. It's felt like kind of just Scream. And that last one felt a lot like, you know, 80% Scream, maybe 70% Scream.
Sure.
A little bit of Baronic, a little bit of Stewart, a little bit of Scary, a little bit of Inbound getting in there. But I think getting everybody else's hands in there is a really big deal for the Scarabs, and that's what I'm kind of keeping my eyes on. If this game goes well, is it just because Scream is playing well, or is everybody else going to kind of stack on top of it too?
I don't think that's ridiculous. I don't think that is that ridiculous for you to say. I mean, in a game where Scream gets 15+ kills and is on a Kali.
No, quite literally. Like, I will say that entire game was gifted to them by Scream because, that early game.
Said, I mean,
no matter what, that early game was Scream centric. Then everybody started playing well.
Yeah, that's the key, because at the SPL everyone's so talented. If the rest of your team is having a horrible game, even if you're a Kali with the Scarab's blessing, I'm hard-pressed to think that you're winning that game if the Solar Scarabs are. Because there are fights where Scream dies first, and the rest of the Scarabs have to step up. So, yeah, Scream did a lot of it on the Kali, as you'd expect, though. That's not a bad thing. That draft was built around Scream, doing what Scream did. This draft, though, a little bit different. Is different for the Oni Warriors as well. Scary D doesn't have the Eagles rally, just has some movement speed. Waiting for the cooldowns is Cuvo Fred. It's been a long chase out, and it looks like just a blue buff invade. First Blood will have to go and have to wait for that one for a little bit longer.
Honestly, I mean, look, First Blood feels way better there if you're able to get it. Stripping away some of the jungle's not the end of the world, though. Get rid of the blue buff. You know, you're able to control a little bit more of this lane. Granted, I believe you just lost yours because Scary D still has one, so you're still maybe finding some balance over here. But the biggest thing to me, no First Blood within the first couple of minutes, so that's already slowed some things down for the Scarabs. They
this
didn't
game
lose
is dragging on.
Mika immediately. So, like, what they've done at this point is take some of the very early advantages that happen for the Scarabs. Granted, I think the way Scream plays Kali, it works well in that early game for them. But they've pumped the brakes on it. And a lot of what they have, at least the core 3 that the Warriors have in Cuvo, Dardes, and Neil, is the same as what we saw earlier in game number 1, and we'll do the same thing.
Cuvo Fred in on a Scary D, and that will be First Blood, and Cuvo Fred rotates to solo, and down goes the Bologna, finally capitalizing on some early pressure, gets first blood and level 5 on his way out.
And feels great for him. I think because you're doing Transcendence first, granted it looks like it's going to be potentially Soul Eater, probably Soul Eater. That's what we saw a lot for Nika and specifically Kleena over there in solo lane. But being able to get closer to Trans a lot faster, that feels awesome to be able to start it off, kick things up for a really, really good start for him.
And Baronic Gore has been starting stacking items, been Book of Thoth, right, in the last couple of games. Yeah. It is a book. He's still reading. But this time Soul Reaver for a first item.
More like Soul Reader, am I right? Because it's a book.
It is a book. That one feels like low-hanging fruit that somehow we haven't hit over our 3 or 4
I've actually
years of
never heard
casting.
that one before.
No, we haven't.
And I've watched a lot of Smite. Like, I've been a fan since launch tournament.
Right.
Prior to launch tournament.
Prior to even, although you were doing casting prior to like official SPL
doing
status.
SEC and stuff.
Yeah, SEC and stuff.
Way back in the before times, before I was hired.
Gore, you have watched a lot of Smite. It's been many
and
years
I don't
of fun,
think I've ever said or heard the phrase Soul Reader.
Maybe
because it's that bad of a joke.
Say,
it's not because it's like, oh, there's this funny thing that no one discovered. It's like, no, it's just because it's not.
It's been
funny.
known, but no one has been shameless enough to actually say it on broadcast until this very moment. We've made history here in Game 3 between
I've said
the
it
Warriors
multiple
and the
times.
I will warn you and everyone at home, my coffee has just been finished, and we know what happens when the caffeine really starts to hit. Could get completely out of sorts over the next 15
From what I remember, the
minutes.
last time you shotgunned an espresso, double espresso,
I was breakdancing.
You were breakdancing and then stood up and went, oh, my tummy hurts.
I did, and I kept it down, though, so I'm proud of that. But TBD, probably no breakdancing while I've got the headset on. But if you hear some rattling and shaking.
That would explain why that cord gets so tangled up, though.
Right, it's
like it gets like very twisty. Right. It's because you breakdance.
All right, I'm getting us back on track. It's not the
Yes,
It's not caffeine time yet. Oni Warriors, on the back of a first blood, have built up exactly a 200 gold lead, and a little bit of pressure rolling in to the next 5 minutes of this game. Stewart's going to want to chill, farm up a little bit, but you're going to want a lot of that on the ROM as well. But difference as far as Hunter builds go here, Gore. Ikavale to start off for Vote, and then Devourer's Gauntlet for Stewart. So yes, stacking. More brawling maybe on the other side.
I was going to say, just stealing the note from Mifflin's book, this Ikaval just straight up means Vote is okay with boxing. He's okay fighting you, and he thinks he's going to be successful doing it.
Scream into the Ragnarok. And gobbles up Cuvo Fred, who's dropped down into the silence. All of the utility from the Solar Scarabs, but all the chains connecting. And a circle of protection goes searching, but delays this. The Oni Warriors jumping on the Solar Scarabs. And Baronic, the second to go down this game now. Scream all out of sorts. And Scream left running. Another set of chains comes out. But this time the set of snipes, my goodness. One by one, they're all pulled back in. I'll take a double Daji to go, please. And Dardes snags 2, and the Oni Warriors pick up 3 more.
I mean, I don't know if there's much that needs to be analyzed about that one. Hey, guess what? Cuvo goes into the powwow, burns a lot of beads, gets a lot of good damage down. And then they get even more CC. And then Dardes goes into the powwow, gets some change, gets a lot of good damage down. And just for good measure, Vote throws out the ult from the mid camps to get some damage out there. I think that's just a really good fight. 2 kills now onto Scary D with a good pullback, but they shut down Scream, they slow down Baronic. And that was something we were worried about. Looking at this draft, going back to a pick similar to the Zeus, although I would argue maybe a little worse off than the Zeus in some ways, a little better off than the Zeus in others, right? A lot of good self-peel. I think Spirit Ball is one of my personal favorite abilities just because of how satisfying it feels to hit it. But you've got a silence, you've got damage, you've got circle of protection, a lot of really good things in there. You're still immobile. You're still going to be slow. Wing Gust can get you a little bit, but not enough.
Nika with 4 assists in the back pocket will head into the wall and stay safe on the jump in. Soul Eater now completely finished up. And so Nika hits a decent little power spike. The next 70 or so seconds, actually potentially worrisome for the Solar Scarabs.
Yeah.
Baronic without beads, Scream also without beads, has Ragnarok though, worth mentioning. And it's that second wind in some of these fights, the one fight we've seen that I think made the big difference, because it was the initial chains out of Cuvo Fred, either burnt beads, forced Ragnarok, what have you. And then you delay, you take a quick breather. All of that wears off, And then Dardes is like, oh yeah, I can do it again. And that makes a big difference in that last fight. And so, yes, small window. That 70 seconds has now become 35 or so.
Morgan really is just the DJ call of Smite.
In what way?
Another one.
But only one. Only one.
Only one. You only get the one. He does a lot. But
he keeps going. only one more. Unless it's chains, then it's another one. Another one.
Okay, so in
one.
this, I guess it depends, because if you just want to call it like the chains from Daji, then in this case, the Morrigan is 2 chains.
Oh, no.
Oh, the face you made at that. It wasn't that bad.
Gore,
was it?
Gore, you know what's funny? And I just thought about this. Yeah. I brought up Soul Reaver, hoping to, like, talk about it. You made a horrible joke, and we never actually discussed discussed the bad joke and moved on. There's something about Gore and Dave at the end of the day, and me and Miff at the end of the day, and me and Trelly.
Maybe it's you.
What's with me at the end of the day?
No, I got it too.
We all get bitten by the bug just a little bit. This day has not been
the bug is called.
This day has not been long at all, so we have no excuse. This is just you and I together, and who knows what's going to happen throughout the rest of this game. Look, when the players slow down a little bit, it opens up the door. So it's really their fault if you look at it that way.
I like that. Blame them.
Yeah, it's their fault. Neil Ma stunned down here.
Neil Ma wanted this.
Right, he did. Honestly, Neil probably would. Neil is the type who would enjoy something like this. Dardes, though, at 2-0-1, has been at the forefront of all the engagement so far, but so has Kivo Fred. A hit on the Daji in Game 1, a brutal game in Game 2 where Scream just took everything over. Now back here in Game 3, affecting all 4 of the kills. Bead pressure has been there for the Oni Warriors. Solar Scarabs far from out of this. Way too early in this game, way too small of a gold lead. But you wonder if the Solar Scarabs now hoping to take a breather, slow this game down, and just stabilize.
I mean, you had highlighted earlier, right? I was thinking, and honestly expecting Cuvo, when Palau came back up, I was like, cool, beads are still down for another like 40 seconds on Scream and Baronic, get in there, get something done. It didn't happen, right? It's been relatively slow since then. Beads are now back up for the main members of the Scarabs, so you are going to have a lot of an easier time dodging out some of that. Granted, you highlighted it. You still have to be worried about the second win. If you're Scream here, you're now worried about having to use Beads and Ragnarok just to be defensive as opposed to being able to get aggressive with it. And so that can cause some trouble there in the jungle. Might be able to find something here onto Cuvo. Misses the jump, though, and Charlie highlighted, that's bad for you.
Neo with a nice abduct just kind of forces Scream to hesitate. Up into the Palau. Ragnarok's going to wear out. 2 chains are good. Double pull is good. And a massive silence from Nika forces the shell out of the Solar Scarabs to disengage from this fight. Scarabs blessing massive from Neilma keeps the kill total at 0 for the Solar Scarabs.
Oh, no.
You want another Palau, Gore? You want a second one? The Oni Warriors do, and Dardes wants a double. Another 3-kill swing for the Warriors.
And look, that's just so well played from them. I think it was highlighted by Trelly on the desk, but if that jump, if that stun from Scream does not connect, then that is a 1v1 that is going to be good for Cuvo. You make it a 2v1, then a 2v3, the Palau comes through, beads get burned, people get pulled anyway, things like that set the Warriors up for insane kills. And then you get damage like this. I mean, Cuvo, look, has been playing out of his mind. He played out of his mind in Game 1 on this Daji pick. It did not look great in Game 2, but it, individual play-wise, chain-wise, things like that, was able to accomplish a lot. The Scarabs just had better counters to it. Now it is empowered. He's 2-0-5, along with the fact that Dardes is transforming into this, very similar to Game 1. It feels like too much for them to handle. And that is where things are really causing them more trouble. Beads are down for Baronic, and it's just an easy pick to beat up on. I mean, Soul Reaver, you wanted to talk about it. I'll bring it into the conversation because it's going to be good power. And if you hit your Spirit Ball, it's going to do a lot of damage. Ouch. But you got to hit it, and you got to be able to be able to survive through all of that for it to matter. That's where the Warlock staff comes in. That's going to give some of that survivability. But it needs to. I don't know if it's enough.
Cubo Fred will gank Soul Lane once more. And that is a damaging Daji. Chain. There you go. That's a pull and a kill on a Scary D. And Cubo Fred on a killing spree. At 305, 100% kill participation. Playing like a man possessed. Like he's the one who just drank some coffee. Gore, this is interesting. Baronic has continuously been dropping these circle protections at like the foot of the Palau, right? At the beginning of a lot of these fights. hoping for the detonation to roll through. I think the Warriors have done so well to just kind of a split second of hesitation, let the circle protection pop, and try to withstand that. Don't give it full value of damage and heal, and then reinitiate with Dardes later on. I think some of the counterplays the Scarabs have been looking for haven't quite been there at the beginning, middle, and end of some of these fights.
Well, and the benefits of that specific placement as well, Cuvo's got brawlers, so immediately you're getting smacked with 40% anti-heal, right? And then you've got a Divine Ruin. So if Cuvo isn't getting that damage, somebody's still getting hit by some of the anti-heal. So you're able to spread it, I think, a little wider across the team. And so it makes it a little harder for it to be as impactful. The damage, again, the damage numbers with the build like this are going to be fine, but I think, in instances, and I think it's forgivable when you're going for stacking items because it's helpful to get those online, but going for the Soul Reaver first, it feels like you can really tell Boronic is missing a starter item just in the play. Like, it just feels like everything's a little worse for wear, not quite able to clear the waves as well, not as survivable, whether it's, the cooldown, the mana, whatever that would have been assisting him. It's just not quite there anymore.
Gore, I just want to zoom out for a second.
Yeah.
I'm surprised the Warriors got Daji Morrigan again.
Yes.
That's just now that I'm thinking, that's like my blanket statement, because this was through the second wave of bans, right? Daji was the 4th pick, I believe, for the Oni Warriors, so it made it through all 5 bans and the first 3 picks from the Solar Scarabs. Had to have been assumed that this pick was going to be rolling out, and maybe that's why some of these picks from the Scarabs were in. Again, circle protection, maybe at the foot of the Pal-Out, things like that. The Ragnarok, the Scream to kind of counter out some of it. Safety from Stewart. I'm just blanket surprised that the 1-2 punch of Morgan and Daji was able to make its way back through.
I think what is most interesting to me, and maybe we'll have to hold that thought because Nika
is fine.
Yeah, no, just fine, as it turns out. Inside a wall, and now
that's obnoxious.
The Warriors are going to be able to get the Gold Fury.
Gold Fury is low, and I'll hold my thoughts on what happened over in the Soul Lane for just a second, as Gold Fury will get taken by the Oni Warriors. And the gold lead builds up even further, 5,000 or so now for the Oni Warriors. Cuvo Fred, not going to be bothered. There's a kill finally, as Scream snags one on Nika. I was about to say how obnoxious that is, that Eagles rally, Ragnarok, and Nika says, nah, I'm all right, and just goes into the wall. Stewart a chance here. It's a lot of damage onto Neoma. Airstrike gets some good value as a disengage tool. Snipes, though. How close could this be?
Ooh, if that last one hits, it's a kill.
Yeah, I'm thinking that's close. If not, definitely a kill. Vote hits 1 and 2, but not 3. Stewart luckily back to base with passive, gets back to lane, and keeps himself on the map. Little breathing room now, right? I mean, over on right for Scary D, 15 or so seconds till Nika's back.
Yeah, it's going to be, like you said, I guess breathing room really is just the best phrase for it, right? You've got a moment where you can finally get some farm, try to play catch up. Up to that point,
uncontested, right?
008, right? So a part of every single kill that had happened, you're able to, James Bond's older brother,
right.
Does really well. I think really good to get that kill. Maybe not the biggest shutdown. I think Dardes Cuvo definitely going to be worth the most, but still, anything is better than nothing. But it's such a small, what feels like small dent for the Scarabs. I think it's a good kill to start things off, but what can you do afterward? I mean, you get bullied out on left, even though you're able to successfully do something on right. Now with Cuvo over here, this might be a good 2v2 for the Warriors.
Oh my god, that damage. Nika plus Cuvo Fred equals a whole lot that Scream doesn't want. The bleed, no. And now Eagles rally out from Scary D. Someone's gonna die here. And beads out from Scary D, only delays the inevitable. Cuvo Fred, this 4th of the game, the back and forth nature of the jungle conversation in this set has now landed the meter back on the Oni Warriors and Cuvo Fred's side of things. 405, 100% kill participation, Oni Warriors. This feels methodical. Nothing hype, no big team fights, right? It's just methodical. Picks, towers, farm, the dominoes there for the Oni Warriors.
And, well, they're going to have a little bit here. I like the Nox ult, get some damage reduction spread throughout the Warriors, make sure that they're not going to be able to deal as much. But you're still not able to control the lane the way that they would like. And I think a lot of it is the way that this draft just plays out. I think the Warriors are playing a little bit stronger.
I was hoping that would be a confirmed 1v1. I mean, Vote should win. He's 2 levels up and further on in the item build to the tune of a tier 2 item. but not knowing where everyone on the Solar Scarabs is maybe has Vote thinking twice. Trebuchet at least spawning the Scarabs. So
Yeah, they've been doing good on that part.
You got to start looking at avenues back into this game because the Scarabs are one bad team fight away from what feels like Game 3 being a sealed deal. Maybe some scaling. Gore Baronic hits a pretty big power spike here. Completed Obsidian Shard, fully stacked on the Warlock staff. Mask now finished up for inbound, so Nox can hang out in these fights a little bit longer. Scream finishes up Hydra. So as far as power spikes go, you're getting there. But it's like moments like this, you gotta make these kills stick. And Neoma's able to get out.
Yeah, I think a good silence. I think inbound being involved might actually change a little bit of this. Just having that silence available to them a little more often, having the root available, having that ult from the Nox available, could and should make things a little harder for the Warriors. How much harder is really the question, right? Can it open up opportunities for Scream to go big?
Scarabs do confirm the Pyromancer. I thought Nika had a fighting chance at stealing that away. Dardes in. Dardes stun, inbound low, but now Dardes jumped on. Will use the beads and gets the transformation, but Dardes through the Aegis gets taken low. Cubo Fred pulls inbound back in on the back end of the fight. Dardes ends up dying at the early part of this fight, and now Cubo Fred all alone gets taken down. It's a massive shutdown from the Solar Scarabs. You want a way back into the game, it's an overstep from the Oni Warriors that's punished by the Scarabs.
And maybe the most important kills you can get. Both 4-0 at that time, that is going to be a huge swing for you. And they got Dardes before the transformation could happen.
Whoa.
That is how this draft can work and be successful.
No stun from Baronic, but Vote wants more. Full HP, he's got Neoma in front of him. It's everything you could want. Nika's gonna go low through the wall here. Actually don't know how that works. It'll spit you out of the wall at some point, right? If
it'll yell at you.
It won't let you stick around in there if you get too low. So that's an overstep from Cubo Fred. Maybe too much going too well for the Oni Warriors jungler. Just gets a little bit too aggressive in the back line of that fight, and that's exactly what the Solar Scarabs needed. Now all three of the Scarabs kills lie with Scream, who again finished up Hydras and is in a pretty good spot. But Cubo Fred goes back and hits a nice power spike item of his own, tier 2. On that Titan's Bane. And so it feels like a sidestep from the Oni Warriors, not game-changing just yet, but a moment that reminds them the Scarabs absolutely have some fight back.
It's the do you bleed moment, right? Like, yes, you will. Like, you can be taken down. These aren't just easy fights for you. And I think it goes to showcase that for both of these teams, it really is almost that simple, right? If you can survive and maybe deal with that onslaught the Warriors have been throwing at the Scarabs the entire game, then the Scarabs have a great team fight. They have a wonderful grouping. You get a lot of damage here from Baronic. You've got a lot of damage when Stuart joins the foray, and he's able to out-rotate Vote most of the time. So it's going to really help, I think, in a lot of these late-game team fights. But it's how well do you deal with the Pal-Out at the beginning? How well can you kill off Dardes? I think you said overextension. Not just overextension, but not necessarily great positioning from the Warriors through that fight either. Cuvo's very deep, goes for the Pal-Out, you know it's going to get beadsed out. Then when Dardes is trying to fight, Dardes was 1/3, 1/4 HP before the ult even starts.
Nika into the Ragnarok, and Eagles rally, and the damage from the Scarabs. As Neoma used the beads, maybe by accident. Was maybe hoping for the ultimate. As a matter of fact, I think that's exactly what Neoma was looking for. Scarab's Blessing not used, Nika dies, and there's another opening for the Solar Scarabs. And what I think I want from the Scarabs here at this point, Gore, is realizing that there are some oversteps from the Warriors. Realize that as the game goes on, now Oni Warriors far from full build, so gold lead still matters. But there's still a chance as the game goes on. I don't want to see the Solar Scarabs make like a desperation play, like pull a Fire Giant, like try to sneak it away. Contest maybe, but the way things are going, the Solar Scarabs have been able to find these individual picks that are keeping things a bit more stable.
Yeah, and honestly, I think that this is a good state for them to be in, right? Or the Ragnarok getting to get used aggressively this time around instead of defensively. A lot of it in 5-on-5s depends on, I think, Cuvo and Dardes to really lead the show for the Warriors, but the Scarabs have been playing this incredibly well, especially, again, the silence from inbound, the silence from Baronic being able to deal with that.
This is what I thought was going to be maybe the biggest moment of the game so far. Scream had just backed on the left side of the map a Trebuchet. Again, for the Solar Scarabs, the Scarabs have been controlling the Trebuchets, pushing down the left side, so some pressure on the Tier 1